Level B Incident Report. The city of Huijian has been attacked by an unknown flying zombie, with casualties exceeding 1,000. The flying zombie is currently fleeing westward. Residents along the route are advised to stay indoors and avoid going outside. Level S Incident. An unrotting bone class zombie has emerged from Mount Sichuan. 3 Ninth Order sequence users failed to stop it. The area within 100 kilometers of Mount Sichuan has been elevated to a disaster-level zombie domain. Surviving residents within the zombie domain are ordered to evacuate immediately. Sequence Awakening Day has begun. We hope all students can awaken their sequences and annihilate the zombies. Pingcheng No. 2 High School Principal's Office. Sui listened to the daily news broadcast on the radio and couldn't help but pinch his brow. Flying Zombies Unrotting Bones Sequence Awakening. Even though he had confirmed that he had transmigrated, hearing these news still felt like a dream. This is a parallel world where zombies have descended globally. Not zombies but Jianshu. Similar to the hopping zombies in old Hong Kong movies. 140 years ago, countless zombies emerged from spatial rifts, and the world almost instantly fell. It sounds absurd. Can zombies really become a mortal threat to humanity? But when Sui saw a video, a monster covered in green fur with a cyan face and fangs leaped dozens of meters with ease. Dozens of rocket launchers did nothing to it, and it continued killing people like slaughtering chickens. Sui no longer found it absurd. This is even more fearsome than a predator. Modern weapons are almost useless against such creatures. And the video only showed a recently evolved hairy zombie. Above that are flying zombies, wandering zombies, crouching zombies. As for the unrotting bone level, they are truly capable of destroying a country, with a wave of the hand causing millions of deaths. Fortunately, when the zombies descended, some people also awakened talent sequences, gaining superhuman combat power to fight the zombies. This is how humanity has survived until now. In this dangerous world, the importance of awakening a sequence is self-evident. Fortunately, just now Sui had successfully awakened and became a sequence user. But the bad news was that the sequence he awakened didn't seem to be well received. Sui helplessly raised his head. Across from him, the principal was angrily pounding the desk. Fire sequence! You had already awakened a fire sequence just now. Why did you choose to give it up? This is a crime. Do you know how precious a fire sequence is? It is one of the few sequences that can greatly restrain zombies. In the entire school, among the 31 awakened, including you, only 2 have fire sequences. Facing the spill flying in his face, Sui wiped his face and sighed. Principal, I've said it, the sequence I awakened is really more useful than the fire sequence. Bullshit. The sequence you awakened has never appeared before. How do you know it's useful? Just because of a sequence name. The principal's finger almost jabbed into Sui's head. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Just now, during the sequence awakening ceremony, this kid had astonishing talent, actually awakening 3 talents to choose from. Among them, there was even a fire sequence. This made him overjoyed. Not for his own political achievements, but because having one more fire sequence meant humanity had one more powerful force against zombies. Zombies are ferocious. Humans are inherently weak, vastly different from zombies. Even after awakening a sequence, it doesn't mean they can contend with zombies. It also depends on the strength of the sequence. Many sequence skills cannot even break through the defense of these monsters. Some weaker sequences have to reach level 3 to barely kill the lowest level purple zombie. While the fire sequence's damage to zombies is almost several times that of other sequences. That is why the fire sequence is so precious. But to the principal's astonishment, Sui didn't even glance at the fire sequence and directly chose another sequence called Taoist. The Taoist sequence has never appeared before. It is an unknown sequence. Unknown does not necessarily mean weak, but the word unknown says it all. Even the awakened person himself cannot know its strength. In short, it's no different from gambling. Choosing this over the obvious fire sequence isn't that like having water in the brain. You see, you're always in a hurry. Once my sequence fully integrates, you'll know I made the right choice. Sui's attitude remained firm. No kidding, of course, he had to choose Taoist. In this world rampant with zombies, what sequence could be more suitable than Taoist? Isn't this a perfect professional match? But after awakening, it takes 1 to 2 hours for the sequence to fully integrate with the user. It's somewhat similar to loading in a game. Now his Taoist sequence is still loading. So even if he wanted to argue, he didn't have much credibility. After all, he didn't even know what skills he would awaken. But the next second, Su-Yi's eyes moved and his face was full of surprise. My sequence has integrated! Before him, a semi-transparent panel slowly appeared. Name Su-Yi. Sequence Taoist unique. Level 1st tier 1st grade promotion condition, kill 10 purple zombies. Passive skill, repel all evils, deals high extra damage to evil entities. Active skill, curse, art, palm, thunder, curse. Sequence path, Taoist, celestial master, dragon, tiger, celestial master, ancient, chief practitioner. Every sequence user after awakening sees a panel only visible to themselves. Su-Yi looked at his panel and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ah, wonderful, wonderful. Thunder magic. The first skill is actually the explosive thunder magic. He hadn't bet wrong. How could the damage of thunder magic to zombies possibly be inferior to fire? Furthermore, the Taoist sequence comes with a passive skill that repels evil. Without a doubt, zombies are definitely classified as evil entities. Seeing the principal still nagging Su, he was ready to use the palm thunder to shut him up. You still have the nerve to laugh. Seeing Su-Yi laugh out loud, the principal became even angrier. But before he could explode, the office door was knocked. A teacher poked his head in. Principal Zhou, Instructor Zhao from the Awakening office is here asking us to prepare for the sequence strength test. The principal's hand that was about to knock on Su-Yi's forehead withdrew. Okay, I understand. Immediately organize the awakened students to gather at the playground. He turned back and glared at Su-Yi. What are you standing there for? Come with me, take the sequence strength test. Su-Yi smacked his lips, a bit disappointed. His palm thunder was already ready. Looks like he would have to try it later. Su-Yi and the principal arrived at the playground, where about 30 people were already standing in the center. These were all the awakened students of Pingsheng High School this year. The excitement on their faces had not yet faded, and now tension was added. Sequence strength testing was a necessary procedure after sequence awakening. Over the past 100 years, since the zombie apocalypse, all kinds of sequences had emerged. Almost half of them were unknown sequences. Unknown sequences naturally had unknown strength. Of course, even known sequences resonated differently with different people. Two people awakened the same sequence. One could fight a white zombie at the third order, while another could not even handle a purple zombie. So sequence strength testing was crucial to determine the awakener's prospects. On the other side of the playground, besides the newly awakened students, there was another group. Su-Yi guessed they were from the Awakening Bureau. Seeing Su-Yi approach, the students' gazes immediately fell on him. Many had strange expressions. He had given up the fire attribute sequence that everyone dreamed of, choosing an unknown sequence instead. It was like having a version T0 character and choosing random instead. In everyone's eyes, that was no different from being stupid. Old Su, you're still alive. The principal didn't kill you. Seeing Su-Yi approach, a tall, thin student like a bamboo pole laughed and greeted him. His name was Gao Kai, a classmate of Su-Yi's, and the only other awakened student in their class besides Su-Yi. The two had a good relationship and often joked around. After joking, Gao Kai shook his head regretfully. Old Su, I don't know what you were thinking. That was a fire attribute sequence. If you chose it, you'd likely be specially admitted into Lunghu Academy. He turned to look at the group not far away, then pointed at the crew-cut middle-aged man at the front, pursed his lips. See that? That's this year's general instructor of the Awakening Bureau, Zhao Tzuhong from Lunghu Academy. I heard that if he takes a liking to someone during the test, they get directly admitted to Lunghu Academy. Lunghu Academy. Su-Yi couldn't help but take another look at the crew-cut man. Although he had just transmigrated, he had already heard of Lunghu Academy, one of the 4 first-class sequence academies of Daxia. But its selection standards were very high, only admitting 800 people each year. Unless a sequence awakener had extremely high cultivation value, they would not catch Lunghu Academy's eye. Has anyone said when the test will start? Su-Yi asked. It should start soon, Gao Kai said. The Awakening Bureau has already dispatched zombies. This year's sequence strength test seems a bit unusual. Dispatch zombies. Su-Yi was stunned. Did the strength test require zombies? Before he could ask further, he saw a truck slowly driving in from outside the playground. The truck drove straight into the playground and stopped in front of everyone. Clang, 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 roar. As the truck approached, the sounds of chains rattling and low growls became clearer. Sui's heart leaped. Could it be that the truck was carrying zombies? The next moment, the truck's cargo door slowly opened, revealing two large iron cages. Sui's eyes widened, his heart shaken. Inside the cages were two monsters tied up with ropes. They were bound tightly to the iron bars, with wrist-thick chains, unable to move. They still had human forms, but their bodies were purplish-gray skin, shriveled like dead wood. Their expressions were ferocious, sharp fangs exposed outside their mouths, terrifying. Even more horrifying were its pale white eyes, cold and lifeless, with a bloodthirsty light that seemed ready to devour anyone at any moment. Just like in the TV shows from his previous life, the zombie's arms were raised high, reaching forward, with dirty yellow fingernails, several centimeters long, glinting coldly. But the terrifying, oppressive feeling emanating from its body was absolutely impossible to experience from television. Is this what the world's zombies are like? Sui took a deep breath. Although he had already prepared himself, he still received a huge visual shock. The sense of oppression was completely different from watching videos. The other students were also terrified, involuntarily stepping back several steps in unison. They instinctively wanted to get farther away from the two zombies. If they hadn't realized the zombies were tightly bound and couldn't escape, some students would have already turned and run. But after calming down, Sui felt a bit eager to try. He wondered what effect his palm thunder seal would have on these two zombies. Seeing the students cowering, Zhao Tsuhong walked in front of them. He frowned slightly and scolded everyone. You are no longer students, but sequence awakeners. You will bear responsibilities far beyond ordinary people. These zombies will be the opponents you face for the rest of your lives. This is also why the Awakening Bureau decided to use purple zombies in the test this year. If you are afraid of even the lowest level purple zombies, then I suggest you go back to the classroom and not stay here. After his words, seeing the students calm down, Zhao Tsuhong nodded. Good, since no one chooses to leave, let's start the sequence strength test. Zhao Tsuhong turned and walked to the truck, directly opening the door of one of the iron cages. Then, to the horrified looks of the students, he directly undid the chains and reached out to grab the ferocious purple zombie in one hand. Roar. Freed from its bonds, the purple zombie bared its fangs, clawing at Zhao Tsuhong. But Zhao Tsuhong didn't even raise an eyebrow, and calmly uttered two words, Chisuo. As soon as he spoke, a visible wave of air burst from his body. Then streams of air like ropes spread out from him, without warning, binding the zombie's limbs tightly. The students watched with wide eyes, exclamations of surprise. A smile curled at the corner of Zhao Kuang's mouth as he said calmly, a newly awakened sequence only awakens one skill. Next, what you need to do is simple. If you have an offensive sequence, release your skill on this purple zombie. Unlimited attempts until your spiritual energy is exhausted. If you have a non-offensive sequence, just show me the skill's characteristics, and I will judge your sequence strength. After finishing, he stood with his hands behind his back, and said to the principal, please call the roll. Alright. The principal nodded, stepped forward, looked around, and began. First, Gao Kai. You go first. Ah. Below, Gao Kai pointed at himself, looking dumbfounded. The principal's eyes widened. Yes, you come up quickly. Gao Kai walked forward with a grim face. Fortunately, although the purple zombie was still extremely ferocious, its limbs were firmly bound by Zhao Kuang's Chisuo. It looked scary, but there was actually no danger. Even if something unexpected happened, Zhao Tsuhong could control it at any time. Gao Kai took a deep breath, avoiding the zombie's bloodthirsty gaze. Then he gritted his teeth, channeled his spiritual energy, and released his skill, Jiao Breath. He opened his mouth and spat out a blue-green breath that struck the zombie's purplish-gray body. Roar. The purple zombie roared, its bloodthirsty eyes fixed on Gao Kai, making his hair stand on end. But at that moment, Gao Kai cared nothing else, staring intently at the spot his skill had hit. To his dismay, his powerful strike only managed to break the zombie's skin a little. In fact, the wound was already slowly twitching, and would probably heal in no time. It was barely better than an itch. So that's how it is. Sui was also staring at the scene, finally understanding why the Awakening Office had brought only 2 zombies. Not to mention 2, even 1 would probably suffice. The self-healing ability of these zombies was terrifying. Coupled with the fact that newly awakened sequence users had extremely limited skill damage, by the time the next person took the stage, this zombie would have already fully recovered. What are you standing there for? Keep attacking until your spiritual energy is exhausted. Seeing Gao Kai frozen in place, Zhao Tsuhong frowned and immediately urged him. Oh right. Gao Kai snapped back to reality, gritted his teeth, popped out his cheeks, and spat out 3 streams of jiashi. But even these consecutive attacks barely fazed the purple zombie. The wound on the purple zombie's chest where it had been pierced healed rapidly within just a few minutes. Gao Kai slumped in dejection and walked back with his head down. But to everyone's surprise, Zhao Tsuhong, who had been observing from the side, broke into a smile and began his evaluation. Gao Kai water sequence Duran skill damage to purple zombie approximately 1 centimeter penetration localized freezing effect lasting 10 seconds. Rating grade. He then nodded at Gao Kai. Water sequence Duran achieving this effect is already commendable. Your sequence affinity is very high. The students who had been watching nearby widened their eyes in disbelief. Just a slight scratch on the purple zombie, and that was enough for upgrade. Many minds began to stir. Surely their own skills, no matter how mediocre, would at least achieve something better than that. But the subsequent tests left them utterly stunned. For the next 7 or 8 people, the highest rating was only a grade. Their damage to the zombie was pitiful. They couldn't even break its skin. At that moment, everyone's expression changed. Before this, everyone knew zombies were terrifying. But no one expected that even a mere purple zombie could be this formidable. In that case, what used was their awaken sequence. If they ever encountered this purple zombie face to face with their laughable skills, they'd still be dead on first contact. Some began to look at the purple zombie with fear in their eyes, their hearts filled with uncertainty. In the future, would they really have to fight such creatures? One life wouldn't be enough. Up ahead, the principal furrowed his brows, sensing the tension in the air. He muttered inwardly, "This is bad." These consecutive grade and grade sequences had completely shattered the confidence of the other students present. Some were even trembling in their legs. If this continued, the sequence students of Pingsheng High would turn into a bunch of cowardly lizards. He gritted his teeth and announced the next name for testing. "Zhu Xiaodong, your turn." As soon as the name was called, everyone's gaze turned toward a figure. She was short, slender, with a round face and a pair of black-rimmed glasses. One could tell at a glance she was a quiet, bookish girl. But coincidentally, she was the only one in the entire school who had awakened a fire sequence. Seeing everyone's eyes on her, Zhu Xiaoong looked a bit flustered and immediately hurried forward with her head down. "Oh, so you're the only fire sequence in Pingsheng High, right?" Zhao Tsuhong raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Your awakened sequence is fire spirit, considerable potential. Let's see how well you match." "Okay," Zhu Xiaotong replied softly, then looked up at the purple zombie ahead. Her face was noticeably pale. But she pursed her lips, her gaze turning resolute as she manipulated her spiritual energy. "Fire crow!" With a clear shout, a palm-sized bird-shaped flame burst from her fingertips. It slammed fiercely into the purple zombie's chest. With a pained roar, the zombie's chest was instantly charred black. "Fire crow! Fire crow!" Zhu Xiaotong pressed her lips together and unleashed 2 more fire crow skills, striking the zombie's chest solidly. This time the purple zombie let out an even more agonized howl, and the scorched marks on its chest grew more severe. Tiny flames still flickered on its flesh, dealing continuous damage. The students' eyes widened. Having witnessed the other's feeble attacks on the purple zombie, they could now appreciate just how devastating Zhu Xiaoong's skills were. Wow, fire sequence is that fierce. It can actually break through the zombie's defense. No wonder everyone says fire sequence is strong. This comparison really shows how overpowered it is. Compared to that, my skill is like a kid peeing his pants. Exclamations filled the field. But at the same time, many unconsciously glanced at Sui. They wondered if Sui would regret his choice now that he saw the terrifying power of the fire sequence. If it were them, they'd be kicking themselves. Sui, however, didn't notice the other's stares. He nodded to himself, finally understanding why the principal had reacted so strongly when he chose not to awaken a fire sequence. The damage the fire sequence dealt to zombies was indeed a world apart from other sequences. Excellent. Very impressive. Zhao Tsuhong was also full of praise, a gleam of admiration in his eyes. Zhu Xiaodong, your fire spirit sequence has very high affinity. I can rate it a grade. He paused in thought, then seemed to make a decision. Moreover, you can be directly admitted to Lunghu Academy without examination. He looked at Zhu Xiaodong. Are you willing? I am. Zhu Xiaodong's face lit up with joy as she nodded repeatedly. The other students were filled with envy. Zhu Xiaotong had actually been recruited into Lunghu Academy. Up ahead, the principal was also overjoyed. The earlier gloom vanished in an instant. Truly, the fire sequence did not disappoint him. But as he thought of this, his gaze involuntarily fell on another person in the field. The smile on his face instantly vanished. The stronger the fire sequence, the more painful Sui-Yi's foolish decision became. He snorted softly, pointed at Sui, and said, "Next, Sui, your turn." "My turn?" Sui was startled, but he felt no nervousness and stepped forward. Zhao Tuhong looked at Sui with a scrutinizing and somewhat strange expression. He had heard from the staff that a student at Pingcheng High had given up the fire sequence in favor of an unknown one. If he remembered correctly, the name was Sui. Initially, Zhao Tuhong thought that Sui was probably afraid of zombies, and thus didn't choose the fire sequence. After all, choosing the fire sequence meant 100% being on the front lines of fighting zombies. The danger was self-evident. But choosing an unknown sequence was different. If he got a support-type sequence, he could handle logistics or fight on the sidelines without directly facing zombies. In recent years, the casualty rate of sequence users had been rising, so it was normal for some to be afraid. Zhao Tuhong had seen more than one such case. But when Sui walked up to him, he threw that idea aside. This kid was too calm. There wasn't even a trace of nervousness in his eyes. Instead, he seemed eager to try. Zhao Tuhong was baffled. What was going on with this kid? Since you're not afraid of zombies, why didn't you choose the fire sequence? Zhao Tuhong wasn't the only curious one. The other students also craned their necks involuntarily. Even Zhu Xiaodong, who had just stepped down with a pale face, quietly looked up. And then, they saw Sui form a strange gesture with his hands, his lips moving, as if silently reciting something. His voice was so faint, it was almost inaudible, but Zhao Tuhong, whose physical abilities far surpassed others, caught the words. Bingxing Pai Lai Qi Dong Xian Yin. Jiuxiu Luling Qizha Leiting. Qi. The next moment, Zhao Kuang's eyes flew wide open. Crack. As Sui uttered the final syllable, Qi, a clear sky suddenly broke with a thunderclap, and a resounding explosion came from the playground. Everyone was jolted by the sudden thunder. Then, they witnessed a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. In Sui's open right palm, countless fine silver electric serpents wildly danced. Immediately, a blinding bolt of lightning as thick as an arm, like a silver dragon emerging from the abyss, shot out from his palm. Its speed was so fast that it left only a blazing afterimage in everyone's eyes. The lightning bolt precisely hit the purple zombie's chest. Roar! The purple zombie let out the most piercing scream since the test began. The moment the lightning entered its purplish-gray chest, it turned completely charred. The flesh even curled up and carbonized. The purple zombie immediately began to struggle wildly, and even the chi ropes binding it creaked and strained. The lightning lasted for a full 3 seconds before slowly dissipating. The playground fell into dead silence. Only the purple zombie's agonized howls echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone's pupils contracted, their mouths wide open, their eyes fixed on the purple zombie's chest. There, a terrifying mound with edges charred like coal, the size of a bowl, was revealed. The flesh and bone at the edges of the purple zombie's wound had completely carbonized and vanished. The bloodthirsty glint in the purple zombie's eyes had even dimmed by half. In its place was a trace of barely perceptible fear. Holy crap! Below, Gao Kai's eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. Old Suyu! What the hell? What kind of sequence did you awaken? He had wasted so much effort, and a few skill blasts only tickled the purple zombie. But Sui, with a casual raise of his hand, nearly killed the purple zombie. What the hell is this? The other students erupted in an uproar. Thunder! Sui actually used thunder. He awakened a thunder-type sequence. This is definitely the top-tier sequence, far more effective against zombies than fire spells. No wonder Sui gave up the fire-type sequence. Who would choose fire when there's thunder? Thunder-type sequence. The principal's recording board fell to the ground with a clatter. He didn't even notice, just stared at Sui, his lips trembling, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. The previous look of disappointment on his face was now completely replaced by shock. This is the Taoist sequence he chose. It's actually thunder-type. Thinking back to how he had been stern with Sui in the office, he couldn't help but feel his old face flush. What the hell? Who knew this kid could give up fire and still awaken thunder? He couldn't help but feel puzzled. The Taoist sequence from any angle doesn't seem related to thunder. How did Sui know that this sequence was actually a thunder-type sequence? But regardless, Sui had given him a huge surprise. The principal couldn't help but look at Zhao Cuhong. Even Zhu Xiaotong could be specially recruited into Longhu Academy, let alone Sui. Why hadn't Zhao Cuhong made a statement yet? What the principal didn't know was that Zhao Cuhong was even more shocked than the others. His eyes were fixed on the purple zombie. To be precise, it was the injury Sui had left on the purple zombie. This thunder technique. Zhao Cuhong murmured to himself, his expression grave. The wound on the purple zombie's chest was healing at an alarmingly slow rate. It was a world of difference from the rapid healing of wounds caused by others earlier. Not only the speed of recovery. When Sui released his skill, Zhao Cuhong was closest and felt it most clearly. The thunder contained an extremely strange energy that could quickly annihilate the zombie's corpse energy. Zhao Cuhong had seen thunder-type sequences more than once. But ordinary lightning sequences, although also effective against zombies, could never have such a terrifying effect. He was certain that Sui's skill was definitely not an ordinary lightning-type sequence skill. Zhao Kuang's heart began to pound wildly. Could it be that this unknown sequence called Taoist was another top-tier sequence that could counter zombies? His gaze instantly became extremely fervent, and the way he looked at Sui changed completely. This kid might be one of the pillars of humanity's future fight against zombies. Huh? Sui slowly withdrew his hand, quite satisfied with the power of his palm thunder curse. He was right after all. The Taoist sequence is the version answer in this world. Student Sui. Zhao Cuhong stepped up to Sui, eyes gleaming. Hello, I am Zhao Cuhong from Longhu Academy. May I ask if your sequence is a pure thunder-type sequence? No. Sui did not hide it, saying, my sequence is a kind of combat sequence, but its first skill is a thunder technique, not a thunder-type sequence. Just as I thought. Zhao Cuhong was not surprised. But the look in his eyes towards Sui did not change at all. In fact, he became even more appreciative. Not a thunder-type sequence, yet the first awakened skill is a thunder technique. This is no less valuable than a pure thunder-type sequence. A weak sequence could never awaken such a powerful skill. Good, very good. Zhao Cuhong nodded repeatedly, not stingy with his praise. Sui, I rate your sequence strength as Of course, that doesn't mean your level is just one grade higher than a level. Rather, the highest level is only S-level. I, as a specially appointed instructor of Longhu Academy, formally invite you to enter Longhu Academy without examination. Moreover, the Academy will provide you with the highest level of cultivation resources. Do you agree? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole venue erupted again. S-level. Exemption from exam. Top-tier cultivation resources. Everyone's eyes turned red with envy. It was already extremely difficult for them to enter Longhu Academy. Sui, on the other hand, before even entering, already lacked nothing. I am willing to join Longhu Academy. Sui agreed without much hesitation. To make it in the world, you need not only strength, but also background. As one of the 4 great sequence academies, this background is almost sky-high, if not this which one. But Instructor Zhao. Sui changed the subject. Can my strength test continue? I only used one skill, and I still have strength left. Looking at the dying purple zombie not far away, Sui felt a bit greedy. He hadn't forgotten that his condition for advancing to the second level was to kill 10 purple zombies. Although there was only one in front of him, every bit counted. Better to take it than not. Moreover, in this situation there was no risk at all. Not killing it would be a huge loss. Oh! Zhao Cuhong immediately laughed. Severely injuring the zombie wasn't enough, he wanted to chase and kill it. Abhorrence of evil. This is exactly the kind of talent our Longhu Academy needs. He immediately nodded. Of course, go ahead. Thank you, Instructor Zhao. Sui was delighted and immediately formed hand seals, chanting the incantation again. Crack! Another bolt of lightning flashed, landing directly on the purple zombie. This time the purple zombie didn't even make a sound. Its head tilted, and it had no movement. Zhao Cuhong stepped forward, observed carefully, then laughed heartily. This purple zombie, you killed it! With a casual point, the chi ropes binding the purple zombie dissipated. The purple zombie immediately collapsed to the ground like a piece of dead, with losing all its earlier arrogance. This is the first time I've seen someone directly kill a purple zombie since I started hosting skill tests. Zhao Kuang's look at Sui became more and more admiring. This kid, he's a monster. And judging by the look, he still has strength left, probably enough to unleash another thunder technique. As for the other students present, they were already numb with shock. This just killed a purple zombie. Are we facing the same zombie? It's fierce as a dragon against me, but weak as a worm against Sui. Does that make sense? Monster of monster. Godfather. I will follow you forever. However, at this moment Sui had no time to pay attention to the shocked gazes of others. He stared at the panel, his heart stirred. His sequence had changed. Name Sui's sequence: Taoist unique level, first stage, first level. First time using talisman technique to kill a zombie. Awakened talisman technique 6 ding 6 jia talisman. A new ability has awakened. Sui's heart leapt with joy. Talismans, 6 ding and 6 jia talismans. Instantly every detail of this talismanic art surfaced in his mind. The 6 ding and 6 jia talismans were a foundational Taoist talismanic practice, yet their power was anything but trivial. Once inscribed upon the body, they summoned celestial generals of the ding and jia ranks to possess the practitioner. They shielded the bearer from all sides, repelled malevolent forces, and shattered demons and specters. This is a protective talisman. Sui's excitement surged even higher. He had previously worried, though the Palm Thunder Curse possessed formidable might, capable of slaying a violet corpse in 2 strikes. It had only succeeded because that corpse had been restrained by Zhao Tsuhong. Encountering zombies in the wild would be far more perilous. One might be manageable, but facing multiple at once would leave him severely outmatched. Fortunately, the 6 ding and 6 jia talismans had now awakened. Balancing offense and defense, his capabilities were now truly comprehensive, both striking and enduring. Zhao Tsuhong then proceeded to test the ability strength of the others. Fortunately, the Awakening Bureau had supplied 2 violet corpses. Though one had perished, the other remained. Yet, no further surprises awaited Zhao Tsuhong. The highest score achieved was merely rated B, far below the threshold for special admission to Lunghu Academy. Soon the testing concluded. Sui Zhu Xiaotong, you are now provisional students of Lunghu Academy. Please monitor the Academy's official website for enrollment instructions and report on time. As Zhao Tsuhong departed, he issued this directive to Sui and Zhu Xiaotong, sparking waves of envy among the other students. Those not granted special admission would have to compete in the joint admissions examination hosted by various ranked academies. To gain entry into any of the 4 great academies thereafter would be exceedingly difficult. Sui, you've given me quite the surprise. Ha ha ha. The principal's grin stretched nearly ear to ear as he clapped Sui's shoulders vigorously. What a fine young man. You saw right through me, principal. Truly your mentorship made all the difference. Sui laughed heartily, seeing through the praise yet leaving it unspoken. After all, this was no longer the moment when the principal accused him of wrongdoing. For a while, teacher and students shared warm, joyful camaraderie. Following heartfelt encouragement, the principal even granted the ranked students an immediate holiday to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming joint admissions examination. As for the National College Entrance examination, it was now forever beyond their reach. Even the lowest-ranked awakened cultivators would never descend to competing alongside ordinary students. Inside the teaching building, numerous students watched Sui and his companions walk away, hearts churning with complex emotions, envy foremost among them. To witness others transcend the mundane, while oneself remained shackled to a past shrouded in hopelessness, few fates felt more despairing. Yet there was no recourse. Every student had received the chance to awaken. Those who failed to awaken could only blame fate itself. At the school gate, crowds of parents had already formed a sea of humanity. Not only students, but parents too knew today was Awakening Day. It was the day their children might defy destiny itself. As dozens of students emerged slowly from the gates, countless parents stood on tiptoes, scanning eagerly, praying their own child would appear among them. Naturally, this was a celebration for the few, and disappointment for the many. After all, only 36 students across the entire school had awakened. Sui approached a middle-aged couple and smiled warmly. Dad, Mom. Xiaoyi, you awakened a ranked sequence. His father's face lit up with stunned delight. He hadn't dared dream his son would be among those few blessed by fortune. His mother's expression, however, flickered with complexity, joy mingled with quiet apprehension. Awakening a ranked sequence elevated status, yes, but it also meant Sui would soon march onto battlefields confronting zombies heathen. She feared for her son's safety. His father, less burdened by such thoughts, blurted out eagerly, "Son, what sequence did you awaken?" "And strength sequence Taoist." Sui grinned, yet to his parents' ears those words struck like thunderclaps. Gazing at their awestruck expressions, Sui felt a quiet wave of emotion rise within him. In this parallel world his parents remained unchanged, just as in his original timeline, both ordinary salaried workers rising before dawn and returning late each day. In his former life his academic performance had been unremarkable, nothing to make his parents proud. Yet here he had surpassed all expectations. And strength sequence, its prestige surely eclipsed even admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. "My son is strength. My son is actually strength." Suyi's father nearly collapsed from sheer exhilaration. His mother, mouth agape, felt her earlier anxiety soften considerably. Among ranked cultivators, rank adepts were undoubtedly priority candidates for elite academies. Their safety naturally far exceeded that of C or rank cultivators. "Moreover, I've already received special admission to Longhu Academy." Sui dropped another bombshell. "Thighs, Longhu Academy." His parents reeled anew, speechless with awe. "Let's go, let's go! My son has secured extraordinary prospects. Tonight demands a grand celebration." Having absorbed both revelations, Suyi's father glowed with radiant pride, and immediately ushered the family off for an exuberant feast. Naturally, the banquet included endless calls to relatives and friends, spreading the glorious news far and wide. For the first time, Sui truly felt what it meant to bring honor to his family. The meal lasted 2 full hours. Upon returning home, Sui rushed straight to his room, eager to test the 6 Ding and 6 Jia talismans he just awakened. Without conscious effort, he seemed to possess decades of experience in crafting this talisman. The talisman's head, abdomen, core, and feet, every meticulous detail was etched deep into instinct. It felt as if with a mere flick of the wrist he could conjure ink and brush mastery, manifesting talismanic divine arts. Even more astonishing, no cinnabar ink or yellow paper was required. He needed only channel spiritual energy to trace the sacred characters, and the talisman would coalesce spontaneously. Suyi's eyes gleamed. This simplified everything immensely. Yet upon reflection it made perfect sense. Could a Taoist sequence truly be so cumbersome? He closed his eyes, calmed his breath, and steadied his emotions, then began drawing the talisman in earnest. His fingertips traced slow, deliberate arcs through the air, guiding newly awakened spiritual energy to outline the talisman's intricate glyphs. Faint violet sigils shimmered into existence midair. A soft tremor resonated after precisely 1/4 hour. Then a golden talisman materialized from thin air, drifting gently into Suyi's waiting palm. The 6 Ding and 6 Jia talisman, complete. Sui held it aloft, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Within its essence, he had invoked the power of 2 celestial generals, 1 Ding, 1 Jia. At full potency, the 6 Ding and 6 Jia talisman could summon 6 Jia generals and 6 Ding generals, 12 divine protectors in total. Yet at his current level, still outside even the novice realm, he counted himself extraordinarily fortunate to command even a single Ding and a single Jia. Thus, strictly speaking, this talisman ought to be named the 1 Ding 1 Jia talisman. Without hesitation, Sui affixed it directly to his chest. The golden paper instantly ignited and dissolved into ash. In the next instant, Suyi's entire body jolted violently. "Now it begins!" 2 towering ethereal silhouettes appeared as if from nowhere, then merged seamlessly into his form. Immediately, surging torrents of power flooded his meridians. He felt as though he'd ingested half a caddy of supercharged strength elixir. Crack! He gripped the table to rise, but the tabletop splintered under his grip, with chips scattering everywhere. So overwhelming! Eyes wide with astonishment, Sui looked down at himself. His frame now radiated a soft, pearly luminescence, as if draped in translucent gossamer. Originally standing just over 1.8 meters tall and rather slender, his stature had now grown several centimeters, and his physique had thickened dramatically. He now resembled a mountain of raw, unyielding strength. Clang! 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 He tapped the iron table leg with his fist, producing a ringing metallic resonance. With only slight pressure, he dented its surface deeply. "How many times greater is my strength now?" Sui burned with exhilaration, and seized the remaining duration of the talisman's effect to conduct extensive experiments. He subjected himself to fire blade thrusts, even touched a live electrical conduit, yet none breached his defenses. With the Ding and Jia generals guarding him, both his offensive and defensive attributes had reached absolute peak capacity. Moreover, the Ding and Jia generals were authentic Taoist guardian deities, their power pure, unyielding, and supremely righteous. Coupled with the passive ability, all malevolence recalls, Sui could scarcely imagine the devastating efficacy of his strikes against zombies. After another 2 minutes, the effect of the 6 Ding 6 Jia talisman gradually faded away. Through testing, the duration of a single talisman was approximately 5 minutes. Sui couldn't help but clench his fist. If 1 Ding and 1 Jia were already this formidable, then the full 6 Ding 6 Jia would surely be off the charts. Moreover, the Palm Thunder Curse consumed a substantial amount of spiritual energy when activated. Yet the 6 Ding 6 Jia talisman required almost no spiritual energy to use. In a battlefield, the cost-effectiveness of this talisman far surpassed that of lightning techniques. Without a second thought, Sui immediately resumed drawing more talismans. Over the next few days, he barely stepped out of his house, devoting himself entirely to crafting the 6 Ding 6 Jia talismans. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. In 10 days, I'd drawn a total of 67 6 Ding 6 Jia talismans. Sui straightened up at his desk, feeling quite satisfied. If not for his limited spiritual energy reserve, which required ample time to recover after each talisman, drawing the number would have easily doubled. Moreover, what delighted Sui even more was that he had no need to worry about storing the talismans. Once a talisman was completed, as long as it wasn't activated within a certain period, it would automatically be stored in the talisman space on the panel, ready for use at any time. No fear of losing them. At that moment, at the end of the panel, a new line of text appeared. Current talisman 6 Ding 6 Jia talisman 67. With this many it should be enough. Armed with these 67 talismans, Sui's sense of security soared. He pushed open the door of his room to find his parents already waiting at the entrance. Today was the day for reporting to Lunghu Academy. Both Mr. and Mrs. Su felt a pang of reluctance. If Sui had taken the college entrance exam, he would still have had another half a year before leaving them. But unexpectedly, Sui had awakened his sequence. The time of a sequence user was precious and could not afford delays, so the academy had barely given the students any time to prepare. They had to leave immediately. Mom, Dad, don't worry. Linjiang Provincial City isn't that far from Pingcheng, just a few hours by car. Sui smiled, trying to comfort them. Mrs. Su handed him a bank card. Son, this is 80,000 yuan, our savings. Take it with you. Walking the path of a sequence is bound to cost money. This money is for you to spend first. If it's not enough, we'll send more. No need. Sui shook his head. Mom, Dad, I'm in rank sequence. Just the basic monthly benefits alone are more than 80,000. You keep the money in case something comes up at home. Your father and I still have some savings, so don't worry about it. After a bit of back and forth, Sui couldn't refuse his parents and accepted the card. At that moment, the special car from Lunghu Academy arrived. Instructor Zhao. Sui was startled to see the person. Was it Zhao Tsuhong himself coming to pick him up? Haha, I happened to be heading back to the academy, so I thought I'd pick you up along the way. Consider it protection for your safety. Zhao Tsuhong laughed. I see. Thank you, Instructor Zhao. Sui placed his luggage in the back seat and got into the car. Only then did he notice that Zhu Xiaotong was already inside. Sui. Zhu Xiaotong greeted him politely. Sui responded in kind. Throughout the journey, the two barely exchanged any further words. 3 hours later, the car drove into Linjiang Provincial City. However, to Sui's surprise, Zhao Tsuhong's destination was not Lunghu Academy, but a road leading up a mountain. If it weren't for the fact that he knew Zhao Tsuhong, Sui would have suspected that he was being kidnapped by some organization because of his exceptional talent. A moment later, the car stopped halfway up the mountain. Sui looked out the window and saw a dense crowd of people gathered there. Most of them were young faces, presumably freshmen like himself. A few wore the uniforms of Lunghu Academy, likely teachers and staff. We're here. Get out, Zhao Tsuhong announced. Sui was puzzled. Here? Where? Why weren't the freshmen reporting at Lunghu Academy but instead here? Curious, aren't you? Zhao Tsuhong chuckled. Do you know where this place is? Sui shook his head. Zhu Xiaodong, however, raised her hand and said cautiously, I know. This should be the Qioshan Corp's domain to the northwest of Linjiang Provincial City, right? Correct. Zhao Cuhong laughed heartily. This is one of Longhu Academy's old traditions. New students don't report at the school, they report at the Corp's domain. After all, the Corp's domain will be your main battlefield from now on. As for the arrangements, someone will explain them to you. Su Yi finally understood. He gazed curiously at the Corp's domain. So this is the Corp's domain. It was not the ghastly haunted place of sinister shadows and chilling energy he had imagined. Instead, it was a village with low dilapidated adobe houses scattered about. It looked like one of countless abandoned desolate villages. There seemed to be nothing particularly special about it. At first glance, it even appeared peaceful and calm. Yet Sui had no doubt that if an ordinary person walked in 10 lives wouldn't be enough to survive. These houses in the Corp's domain had another name, coffin rooms. He had searched online before each house in the Corp's domain contained a zombie. These densely packed houses represented countless zombies waiting to devour humans. The deeper one went, the higher the zombie grade. Moreover, the zombies in the Corp's domain could never be completely eradicated. These adobe houses were like zombie respawn points. Even if the zombies inside were slain, new ones would crawl out from within the houses in no time. Even if the coffin rooms were demolished, new ones would grow in their place. This was one of the reasons why zombies were so troublesome. They were utterly inexhaustible and impossible to wipe out. Alright, go join the freshman group. Do well and bring glory to Pingsheng. Zhao Cuhong left Su Yi and Zhu Xiaotong there, and hurried off to another area, apparently looking for someone. Su Yi and Zhu Xiaotong walked toward the crowd of freshmen. Longhu Academy didn't admit a large number of students each year, only about 800. It seemed most had arrived, and the freshmen stood in small clusters. To Su Yi's surprise, before he could even get close, a familiar voice rang out, "Old Su Zhu Xiaotong." Su Yi was taken aback. In the crowd, Gao Kai was cheerfully waving at them. Gao Kai. Su Yi was stunned. You also got into Longhu Academy. Haha, didn't see that coming, did you? I deliberately didn't tell you. Wanted to surprise you. Gao Kai laughed heartily, wrapping his arm around Su Yi's shoulder with a wide grin. Su Yi was also delighted to have another familiar face at Longhu Academy. But it made sense. Gao Kai's sequence was rated rank, and his sequence compatibility was very high. Although it wasn't enough for a special admission, with some effort in the joint admissions exam, he still had a chance to get into one of the 4 major academies. Then why didn't you come with us? Su Yi asked curiously. The joint exam was held in Linjiang Provincial City, so I didn't bother going back. I also stayed to learn more about Longhu Academy. Gao Kai chuckled. The 3 of them, all from Pingsheng, naturally gravitated toward each other. Su Yi chatted with Gao Kai while Zhu Xiaotong listened in silence. Gao Kai sighed with emotion. I thought my brank sequence was pretty decent. Not as good as you two, but at least it could crush others. But I never expected to be at the bottom of this batch. Oh! Do you know the ratings of others? Su Yi asked. Of course. Do you think I've been idling here? Gao Kai grinned. Old Su, do you know how many freshmen in this year's batch have the same strength rating as you? Before Su Yi could answer, he whispered eagerly, 9. Only 9. Su Yi was somewhat surprised. He had thought there would be at least 20 or 30. Yeah, do you think strength is a cabbage? Only a few dozen appear nationwide each year, Gao Kai said. Among these 9, the most formidable are probably those 3. He gestured with his chin toward a nearby area. Su Yi could see that those 3 were surrounded by the most people, with the others forming a loose circle around them. That crew-cut guy is Wang Chong. He's got a lightning-type sequence just like you. Gao Kai pointed at a man with a crew-cut, sounding excited. I wonder which one of you is stronger. Lightning-type sequence. Su Yi couldn't help but take another look at Wang Chong. The name really fit. His sequence was indeed powerful. The short guy is Qian Dunjia. His sequence is called the Indestructible Body, a physique-type sequence. I heard the kid is even more impressive. After activating his skill, his physique surpasses even a purple zombie. It even shocked the sequence testing instructor at the time. Gao Kai pointed to a stocky male student who was less than 1.6 meters tall. Su Yi nodded. A physique stronger than a purple zombie was indeed astonishing. No wonder he was rated strength. And there's Wang He, her sequence is wind type. Gao Kai pointed to the last person. This was a tall girl with ordinary features and a calm expression. I heard her wind-type sequence has extremely high attack power. During the test it even broke a purple zombie's bones. Gao Kai hadn't been wasting his time here. Besides these three most famous ones, he could also rattle off the details of the other strength sequences with ease. After a while a solemn-faced middle-aged man walked to the front of the crowd of students. The man didn't seem particularly remarkable, he didn't even exude any obvious aura. Yet the moment he stood still the students unconsciously stopped their conversations, and their gazes involuntarily fell upon him. Greetings everyone. First of all, congratulations on becoming a member of Longhu Academy. I am Zhou Yunhai, the Vice Principal of Longhu Academy. I am also the Dean in charge of the freshman year. All matters concerning you will be handled by me. Zhou Yunhai's voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of every single person. You must be wondering why the freshman registration at Longhu Academy is held here. It's simple. Because your entrance assessment is to enter the corpse domain and slay zombies. As Zhou Yunhai's words fell, the students below erupted into a clamor. Enter the corpse domain to slay zombies. Everyone was stunned. Those standing here had all encountered zombies face-to-face, who didn't know how formidable they were. Even the lowest grade purple zombie was far beyond their ability to handle, let alone stepping into the heart of the zombie territory. If a few white zombies suddenly emerged, they could easily wipe out the entire group. The Longhu Academy sending them into the corpse domain, how was that any different from delivering food to the zombies? Silence! Zhou Yunhai frowned and barked, instantly restoring absolute quiet. What's there to panic about? With such cowardice, you dare call yourselves students of Longhu Academy? 3 days ago, this Jioshan corpse domain was thoroughly swept by your seniors and teachers. Every single zombie was slaughtered to the last. The zombies in these coffins have all just grown anew. They don't even qualify as the lowest grade purple zombies. They can only be called corpse fiends. The students below heaved a collective sigh of relief. Corpse fiends. That was better. Longhu Academy wasn't recklessly sending them to their deaths. If it was just corpse fiends, they had confidence in dealing with them. Corpse fiends. Sui murmured to himself, recalling the information he had gathered online. These creatures could be considered the form that precedes a zombie. If someone was bitten by a zombie and didn't have the wound cleansed and treated in time, they would gradually turn into this kind of monster. To be fair, corpse fiends were somewhat akin to walking corpses. However, they too would slowly evolve. Once their arms stretched straight forward and fangs grew out, they would become purple zombies. These corpse fiends have just emerged. After slaying them, a portion of the baleful energy will be converted back into energy, which will greatly benefit you newly awakened sequence users. Zhou Yunhai continued. You only need to keep killing corpse fiends and absorb the spiritual energy that disperses after their death. That will replenish your consumption and raise your level. Your assessment grade will be based on your own level when you come out. Hearing this, the students grew excited, each one eager to try. Such a good deal. Killing corpse fiends could raise their level. Sui couldn't help but click his tongue. Truly the Longhu Academy. Such a grand gesture. Using an entire corpse domain as their novice training ground. If he didn't go in and devour experience like crazy, it would be a disservice to the seniors and teachers who had cleared the corpse domain for them. Of course, don't think that just because there are no purple zombies in the corpse domain there's no danger. The deeper you go toward the center, the heavier the baleful energy, and the stronger the corpse fiends become. Zhou Yunhai's gaze swept over the crowd as he said calmly, I hope you won't let your guard down. A friendly reminder, Longhu Academy's annual trials do have a death quota. At these words a chill ran through everyone's hearts. Their eyes when looking at the corpse domain turned clear again. Having already been admitted to Longhu Academy with a boundless future ahead, dying in the entrance trial would be a terrible loss. Alright, now enter the corpse domain one by one. The moment you step in, you'll be randomly teleported to the outer edge of the corpse domain. The trial lasts 6 hours. Now the trial begins. As Zhou Yunhai finished speaking, the students immediately started moving, filing into the corpse domain. However, Longhu Academy wasn't entirely indifferent to the students' safety. Before entering, each person was given a special pendant. If they encountered a life-threatening danger, it would immediately trigger a spiritual energy shield more than enough to withstand corpse fiends. Of course, once the pendant was activated, it meant the trial was over, and they would be instantly teleported out of the corpse domain. Sui followed the crowd, stepping into the corpse domain together with Gao Kai and Zhu Xiaotong. The moment he entered the domain, a more biting chill rushed toward him. At the same time, a dizzying sensation overwhelmed him, as if he had traversed an unknown distance. Sui even had the illusion of stepping into another space. Looking around, he saw dilapidated houses covered in mold with Gao Kai and Zhu Shaoong nowhere to be seen. These ancient buildings stretched deep into the mountains, where the view was then blocked by thick fog. I wonder how vast this corpse domain is. Sui glanced around but saw no other students nor heard any sound. A dead silence. 800 students entering this corpse domain didn't even stir a ripple. Sui didn't hesitate. Without a second thought, he took out a looting Liujia talisman and affixed it to himself. In an unfamiliar environment, caution was paramount. As the Dunjia divine general possessed him, his body was enveloped in a pale white glow. Only then did Sui step forward to explore. The nearest coffin room had its wooden door half open, already decayed and rotten with darkness inside. Sui didn't enter but peered in from the doorway. Through the light from outside, he could see the room was barren with peeling walls and a musty smell wafting out. In the corner, a hunched figure was crouching facing the door directly. Perhaps sensing someone approaching, it shuddered violently. In the darkness, a pair of cold, bloodthirsty eyes suddenly lit up. Sui examined the creature. It was clad in tattered rags, not too different from a human in appearance. But its skin was gray, its body withered, and its expression was utterly ferocious, like a demon climbing out of hell. So this is a corpse fiend? Sui observed with curiosity. He had been wondering how zombies came to be clothed. Had these things grown out of the coffin room, already wearing clothes? But he didn't have much time to think. Roar! The corpse fiend had already spotted Sui, and could no longer suppress its bloodthirst. It let out a screech and pounced toward him at terrifying speed. Its mouth opened to an enormous, horrifying extent. Sui could even see its dark molars. As the corpse fiend closed in, Sui didn't immediately use the Thunder Palm spell. The outermost corpse fiends were surely the weakest, perfect for testing the effect of the looting Liujia talisman. Just as the fiend reached him, Sui abruptly clenched his fist and punched. His massive fist slammed into the fiend's chest with tremendous force. Gah! The fiend's ghastly cry was abruptly cut off, choked in its throat. With a dull thud, the lunging creature was sent flying back even faster than it had come. Bam! It crashed heavily into the wall of the coffin room, behind it, accompanied by a series of cracking bone sounds. Then it slid slowly down the wall and lay still on the ground. The ferocity in its eyes faded, and it stopped moving. Looking closer, its chest had been deformed beyond recognition. Though the creature had formidable vitality reduced to this state, it was clearly dead. Not bad, not bad. Sui was extremely satisfied. The power of that punch had exceeded his expectations. At the same time, Sui sensed the spiritual energy around him suddenly become much denser. So this is the reward after killing a corpse fiend? Sui immediately absorbed it. But one corpse fiend wasn't enough to support a level up. However, if one was insufficient, the entire mountain range was full of them. Sui's eyes lit up. Still maintaining the Dunjia Divine General's protection, he stepped forward to the next coffin room. Without a word, he kicked the wooden door open. Open up, I'm bringing you warmth. Sui kicked open the wooden door only to find another corpsegal crouching in the corner of the corpse coffin chamber. Without wasting words, he strode forward and delivered a kick. A surge of dense spiritual energy flooded into his body, once more invigorating Sui. What followed was a mechanical repetition. He pressed forward, leaving no corpse coffin chamber along the way untouched. Name Sui sequence: Taoist unique level tier 1 level 5 promotion to tier 2 requires slaying 10 violet zombies. Passive skill warding off all evils, deals massive bonus damage to malevolent entities. Active skills: curse art, palm lightning curse, talisman art 6, ding 6 Jia talisman. After slaughtering dozens of corpsegals, his level had reached tier 1 level 5. Sui was quite satisfied with this pace of leveling. By now, he was no longer on the outskirts of the corpse domain. The corpsegals encountered here were far stronger than those before. Of course, they still posed no threat to Sui. There wasn't even a need for him to use the palm lightning curse. Just as he was about to move on to the next corpse coffin chamber, the sounds of a clash reached his ears. Finally, someone else! Sui's expression flickered, and he immediately followed the sound. Not far off, a male student was locked in a heated battle with a corpsegal. Sui grew intrigued and paused to watch. Anyone who could appear here couldn't be weak. The male student had awakened a fire-type sequence seemingly even stronger than Zhu Xiaotong's. Kiting the corpuscle, he spun around and spewed flames. Before long he had burned the creature to a crisp. Noticing Sui, the student nodded at him from a distance before sitting down to absorb the spiritual energy emanating from the corpuscle's remains. Sui nodded back, then casually pushed open the door to the adjacent corpse coffin chamber. Meanwhile Qin Yuan, while absorbing spiritual energy, observed the situation. But soon his eyes widened in shock. The man was cloaked in a faint white light blocking the entrance to the corpse coffin chamber. Facing the ferocious corpuscle charging out, he didn't even dodge, merely throwing 2 casual punches left and right. The corpuscle was sent flying back like a sandbag, and the chamber fell silent. The entire process was fluid, and took no more than 3 seconds. "Who is this beast?" Qin Yuan's mouth gaped wide enough to hold an egg. 2 punches to crush a corpuscle. This physique. Only in strength could pull that off right. But wasn't the only strength physique sequence Qian Jinyan. And this man wasn't Qian Jinyan. Qian Jinyan was short and stocky, a figure Qin Yuan remembered vividly. This was definitely not him. Qin Yuan was so stunned that he forgot to absorb the spiritual energy. He simply watched as the figure paused briefly before moving on. Pushing open a corpse coffin chamber, a few punches later another corpuscle lay dead. "Monster! This is a monster just like Qian Jinyan," Qin Yuan murmured to himself. Truly the Dragon Tiger Academy was a den of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Sui continued his relentless advance. The deeper he went, the thicker the fog became, and the more dilapidated the corpse coffin chambers grew. The corpuscle's strength increased markedly, faster, stronger, with sharper claws and fangs. Yet for Sui, who was protected by the 6-Jaw talisman and wielded the palm lightning, they still posed no threat. His killing efficiency merely slowed slightly, requiring a bit more focus. However, just as he finished off a corpuscle and was about to push forward, a tall, slender girl emerged from the fog not far away. Sui's eyes shifted. He recognized her, Wang He, one of the 3 most famous rank newcomers. According to Gao Kai, her sequence was wind-type, extremely powerful, even capable of severing the bones of violent zombies. Wang He wore the same indifferent expression as before, as if the corpuscles along the way had posed no obstacle to her. Sui, just as he had with the fire-type student earlier, nodded at her and prepared to continue. But Wang He suddenly called out, "Hey, you up ahead, wait a moment." Sui turned back, puzzled. "What's up?" Wang He said flatly. "You're not weak, but sharing the same area with me will affect each other's resources. Take a detour and go to another area." "Excuse me." Sui was taken aback, then ignored her completely and turned to walk forward. He had been ahead all along, and now she wanted him to make way. "You refuse." Wang He frowned. This trial was crucial to her. She needed to break into Tier 2 as fast as possible and leave the other strengths behind. So why was a nuisance blocking her path? Seeing that Sui was still walking forward unperturbed, Wang He snapped coldly. "Stop! Take one more step and see." "Oh!" Sui was amused. He turned to look at her. "What are you going to do?" Wang He said calmly. "Before entering the corpse domain, Dragon Tiger Academy didn't forbid freshmen from fighting. It's just that attacking a fellow freshman brings no benefit." "Is that so?" Sui understood her meaning perfectly and smiled. "Then come at me." A flicker of coldness flashed in Wang He's eyes. "Wasting my time. I'll have to send you out of the corpse." But before she could finish, she noticed the freshman opposite had already raised his hand toward her. "Enough chatter. Take this lightning decree." In the next instant, a silver-white bolt of lightning filled her entire field of vision. "What?" Wang He's pupils contracted sharply, and her calm demeanor shattered instantly. But it was too late to react. The silver-white lightning struck her, leaving no chance to dodge. Crack! The next moment, the sound of a pendant shattering echoed, and a blue shield enveloped Wang He, blocking the lightning. Wang He's eyes widened in disbelief. Had she lost just like that? That single strike had even shattered her pendant. In other words, without the pendant, she would have been obliterated by that lightning bolt. How was this possible? But she had no time to ponder further. As the shield appeared, the world spun around her, and an irresistible force whisked her out of the corpse domain. Standing outside the domain, Wang He was still dazed, as if in a dream. She simply couldn't accept it. She was in rank sequence, yet she couldn't even defeat some random nobody she had encountered on the road. Not only Wang He herself, but even the teachers of Dragon Tiger Academy were taken aback when they saw her. Wasn't she one of the top 3 predicted newcomers? How had she been eliminated so soon? Who did it? A zombie or another freshman? They shook their heads inwardly. It seemed this rank prodigy wasn't very lucky. As for the eliminated freshmen outside the corpse domain, they were even more shocked. Gao Kai was one of them. He had been eliminated an hour ago. After all, with a break sequence lasting an hour was already quite an achievement. Damn, even that monster got eliminated! Gao Kai clicked his tongue. Who could be so ruthless? Probably not Sui. Old Su had always kept a low profile. Besides, even as in rank, Old Su might not be a match for this woman. Gao Kai stared at Wang He, suddenly feeling a sense of balance. Even in rank had only lasted an hour longer than him. He wasn't so bad after all. Damn it! Damn it! He's actually a lightning attribute sequence. It took Wang He quite a while to snap out of it and accept the reality that she had been eliminated. She was so furious she nearly vomited blood. The person opposite her was actually a lightning attribute sequence. But the key was just before she prepared to act, she had clearly judged that the opponent was a close-range combat type sequence. Whether it was the battle marks left on the corpse demons, or the faint glow on the opponent's body, all of these were signs of a close-range combat type sequence. There was no mistake about that. How could he be a lightning attribute sequence? Wang He was utterly baffled. Of course, if it were merely a miscalculation on her part, it would be tolerable. Even if the opponent was a lightning attribute sequence, Wang He prided herself on not fearing him. But more importantly, that guy was too cunning. Before she could even finish her sentence, his skill had already slammed into her face. From the moment she prepared to strike to the moment she was eliminated by him, not even a second had passed. Beast! Where's your martial ethic? Wang He ground her teeth in fury. This person had made her truly understand what it meant that a dog that bites does not bark. What a rotten luck stepping on dog shit the moment I step out. Inside the Jiang domain, Sui shook his head. It was merely a minor incident. Sui did not linger and continued advancing deeper into the Jiang domain. In the blink of an eye he had slain several more corpse demons. Suddenly Sui's eyes lit up with surprise. Promoted to stage 1 level 6. At that moment Sui opened the sequence panel again. Name Sui. Sequence Taoist unique. Level stage 1 level 6 stage 2 promotion condition slay 10 purple corpses currently 110 completed. Promoted to level 6 awaken talisman art suppression talisman note suppresses evil and represses balefulness like sinking into a mud ball. A new talisman art, the suppression talisman. Sui immediately examined the information on this new talisman art. Another immensely useful talisman art. After understanding it, Sui couldn't help but burst into laughter. The suppression talisman, when activated, could drastically slow down the speed of evil entities. On the battlefield, the importance of such a slowing skill was self-evident. However, Sui did not immediately stop to draw the suppression talisman. Currently, there were not even purple corpses in the Jiang domain, so they posed no threat to him. The top priority was to raise his level. Suppressing his excitement, Sui continued pressing forward. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed. After slaying another corpse demon and absorbing its spiritual energy, Sui finally stopped. Name Sui. Sequence Taoist unique. Level stage 1 level 9. Finally reached level 9. Sui let out a long sigh of relief. But the thought of the seemingly unattainable goal of slaying 10 purple corpses made his teeth ache. This was way too harsh. 10 purple corpses. Where was he supposed to find them? Sighing, Sui looked around. At this point, he was almost at the very center of the Jiang domain. The surrounding fog was so thick it was almost impenetrable, and the temperature had dropped extremely low, bitingly cold. He casually opened a coffin room. The corpse demons here were no longer comparable to those on the periphery. Not only were their strengths worlds apart, but some corpse demons had skin that was beginning to turn a faint purple, hinting at an evolution toward purple corpses. Still not enough. Though there's a trend of evolution, they're still a million miles away from purple corpses. Sui pressed down firmly on a corpse demon, studying it closely. At this moment, his spiritual energy had reached saturation. Without fulfilling the promotion conditions, absorbing more wouldn't let him advance, it would only dissipate. But this corpse demon hadn't even grown its fangs yet, and its arms showed no sign of lifting. Waiting for it to naturally evolve into a purple corpse here would be impossible within the Onadi trial period. Gazing at the rows of coffin rooms, Sui felt a pang of greed. If only he could make all these corpse demons rapidly turn into purple corpses. Wait! Suddenly struck by a spark of inspiration, Sui had an idea. The heavier the baleful energy, the faster the corpse demons evolved. This was also why the corpse demons in the central Jiang domain were stronger than those on the periphery. If so, could he gather multiple corpse demons together? That way their baleful energy would stack, and their evolution speed would be much faster. The more Sui thought about it, the brighter his eyes grew. This trick was worth a try. He grabbed the struggling corpse demon in his hand, and with a series of cracks broke its limbs. No, breaking the limbs causes baleful energy to leak out. This corpse demon has weakened considerably, and will find it harder to advance. Sui had originally planned to cripple several corpse demons, and toss them together to raise them like a wriggling nest. It seemed that method wouldn't work. But fortunately, he had a second idea. Sui walked toward another coffin room, and kicked the door open. Roar! Naturally, the corpse demon inside wasted no time, and lunged straight at Sui. But this time, instead of fighting back, Sui turned and ran. The corpse demon's speed wasn't slow, but compared to Sui, who was empowered by the Dunjia divine generals, might it was far inferior. Sui led this corpse demon toward another coffin room, and without a word delivered another kick. Kick the door and run. Another corpse demon roared as it burst out, but Sui was already far away. Roar! Roar! Two corpse demons chased after Sui, howling in pursuit. The scent of fresh flesh and blood drove them even more frenzied. Thus Sui visited one coffin room after another along the way. In the blink of an eye, a dozen corpse demons were already trailing behind him. The baleful energy still isn't thick enough. Sui led the pack, keeping an eye on the situation behind him. A bit more. He smashed open another dozen coffin rooms along the way. Now a full 20-odd corpse demons were frantically chasing him. Good, good, good. This should be enough. Sui ran, while sticking 6 sting and 6 jia talismans onto his body. Sensing the baleful energy behind him, he was thoroughly satisfied. The number was just right. Any more, and if too many purple corpses ended up forming, he might not be able to handle them. Sui kept turning back to observe the corpse demons behind him. The stacking of baleful energy was indeed effective. Obviously, some corpse demons were slowly growing fangs as they ran. Just then, not far away, a figure emerged from a coffin room. Having just dealt with a corpse demon, he was panting slightly. The corpse demons at the center of the Jiang domain are not to be underestimated. Even my undying body runs the risk of injury. Qimen Dunjia leaned against the doorframe, about to absorb the spiritual energy emanating from the slain corpse demon. But the next moment, as he saw the scene suddenly appearing in the mist ahead, his eyes flew wide open. What? What the hell is this? Qimen Dunjia's eyes bulged like copper bells, his expression utterly stunned. He witnessed the most absurd spectacle he had ever seen in his life. Amidst the thick fog, a figure, radiating a faint shimmer, was sprinting madly toward him, at incredible speed. But that wasn't the important part. What mattered was what was behind him. The gray mist churned and ghastly wails echoed. A massive horde of corpse fiends, claws outstretched, surged in a dark tide, relentlessly chasing after this figure. For a moment Qimen Dunjia felt almost dazed. Was he so exhausted that he was hallucinating? How could anyone be chased by so many corpse fiends? But the next instant, the fierce baleful chi surging from the opposite direction sent a shiver down his spine. Following that was an indescribable chill. Qimen Dunjia's scalp tingled. Danger? Grave danger. There were at least 20 or 30 corpse fiends. And judging by their skin color and fang length, they were all elite monsters from the central area. Several were nearly purple. Run. I must run right now. Qimen Dunjia, not even caring what was happening on the other side, was about to bolt. Though he was in level, undoubtedly the cream of the freshman crop, the evolution level of these corpse fiends was far too monstrous. Even handling one would be a stretch. Let alone so many. He dared not even take a second glance. Once caught in their midst, he would have no choice but to activate his pendant. Qimen Dunjia groaned inwardly. That bastard had arrived at the worst possible time. He had just fought a corpse fiend, his stamina was severely depleted, and he might not be able to escape. But just as he was about to turn and flee, He saw the figure on the opposite side seem to glance at him. Then, the figure swiftly changed direction, leading the horde of corpse fiends away with a roar, gradually distancing himself from Qimen Dunjia. Staring at the bizarre combination of one man and dozens of corpse fiends, Qimen Dunjia's mind buzzed in utter confusion. What in the world was he doing? Leading the corpse fiends for a stroll. But what was his purpose? Qimen Dunjia was baffled. Could it be that this guy's sequence was special, and the more he ran the stronger he became? He had never heard of such a sequence. And no matter how strong you are, you can't deal with so many corpse fiends at stage 1. That's absurd. Qimen Dunjia scratched his head, racking his brains for a long while before finally concluding that Lunghu Academy had admitted a lunatic this year. He absorbed the spiritual energy that had dissipated in the area, silently chose a direction opposite to that man, and sped away. He had to stay far away from that lunatic. As in level, he could have steadily advanced to stage 1 level 9 here, and stage 2 wasn't out of reach. If he were to be done in by some freak incident like this, it would be a huge disgrace. Meanwhile, on another fork in the road, I have to avoid other students. Sui was still leading the corpse fiends on a run, while trying to steer clear of other freshmen. It wasn't that he was afraid of hurting them, but rather that the blood chi of others might lure away the corpse fiends he had painstakingly gathered. Just then ahead came the sounds of battle and shouts. Xiaodong, you're injured, don't come close. I can hold it off a little longer. When your spiritual energy recovers, keep burning it. No, you're not in good shape either, we can't beat it. Run first, and if worst comes to worst, activate the pendant. Sui was startled. Zhu Xiaodong. She was cooperating with someone to kill a corpse fiend. But from the sound of it, they were about to be overwhelmed. Sui immediately headed toward the source of the voices. Just then Zhu Xiaodong and another burly girl burst out of the thick fog. Seeing Sui, Zhu Xiaodong was equally startled and immediately shouted, Sui, don't come over. There's a very powerful corpse fiend behind us. Run with us. Huh? But before she could finish, the scene unfolding behind Sui choked off her words. The burly girl beside her also widened her eyes, her whole body trembling, even her running steps faltered. What were they seeing? Behind Sui stretched an army of corpse fiends. Roars shook the heavens, baleful chi assailed them. Zhu Xiaodong. What was going on with Sui? How could he be chased by so many corpse fiends? She had been worried that Sui might be caught up in the corpse fiend behind her. But now, compared to Suyi's situation, the corpse fiend at her back was nothing. A mere drop in the ocean. The burly girl's face also turned pale. What the hell? She thought the danger behind was already terrifying. But who would have thought that ahead was a true hellish ordeal? Seriously, what had this guy done? Did he blow up the corpse domain? Otherwise, why would so many corpse fiends be after him? Still, Zhu Xiaodong and the burly girl kept their wits. Ahead was a horde of corpse fiends, and behind was no match for them either. In such a situation, survival came first. They exchanged a glance, and were about to crush their pendants. Wait. Just then Sui spoke. Just run back the way you came. The next moment, the two saw a bolt of lightning shoot from Sui's palm. When they turned to look, the corpse fiend behind them was already dead, its chest charred black. Zhu Xiaodong's eyes lit up. She had almost forgotten. Sui had a thunder-type sequence and had even killed a purple zombie. What was one corpse fiend? She immediately grabbed the burly girl and ran back. Sui, on the other hand, changed direction again and continued leading the horde of corpse fiends on a stroll, leaving Zhu Xiaodong and the burly girl staring at each other dumbfounded. What was that? After a long pause, the burly girl blinked and asked hesitantly, Xiaodong, do you know him? Yeah, he's from my school. Zhu Xiaodong, also perplexed, looked in the direction Sui had disappeared. What was Sui doing? Clearly, he was intentionally leading these corpse fiends around. But why? Your classmate is a thunder-type sequence, right? He's really fierce. Thanks to him, we didn't get eliminated. But the burly girl thought for a moment, and then said his way of thinking seems even more remarkable than his sequence. Zhu Xiaodong pushed up her glasses and murmured, you can say that again. Similar scenes kept playing out in the corpse domain. Several students advancing in a team saw the rolling gray mist and the vague dark shapes in the distance, heard the exaggerated roars, and thought a corpse tide had erupted. Scared out of their wits, they scrambled to flee. But then, they realized that the corpse tide paid them no heed, charging straight toward a certain direction. Is there someone running in there? Someone with sharp eyes noticed. Seems, yes. He's leading the pack. Leading a horde of corpse fiends, for a run. Don't be ridiculous, haven't you noticed these corpse fiends are getting stronger? The baleful chi is terrifyingly dense. What is he doing? At this rate even purple zombies will be spawned. Everyone will be doomed. He's insane. When those things really evolve he'll be the first to be torn apart. Let's go stay far away from that area. Speed up our progress. If we can reach stage 2, we might stand a chance against purple zombies. Sui paid no heed to this minor incident. As he led the way he observed the evolution progress of the corpse fiends behind him, occasionally replenishing a 16-6 talisman to ensure his stamina and condition remained optimal. Finally, after turning another corner, an exceptionally sharp and ferocious roar rang out. Then came a second, then a third. Sui abruptly turned around. He saw 3 corpse fiends among the horde suddenly halt their pursuit. Their previously somewhat hunched bodies straightened, their arms rigidly raised to shoulder height. Their fangs protruded fully from their lips, gleaming with a cold, sinister light. Their skin had turned a dark ashy purple, and their eye sockets blazed with a more bloodthirsty and savage gleam. At the same time, an even denser aura of malevolence emanated from them, instantly overshadowing the other corpse fiends still in the midst of evolution. These 3 newborn purple zombies seemed momentarily stunned and locked onto Sui's aura with even greater fury. Sui, however, was not alarmed but rather delighted. Purple zombies. Finally. And 3 evolving simultaneously. He hadn't led them around for nothing. Sui stopped circling and dashed toward a pre-selected open area of scattered rocks. Alright, you 3 have reached your stop. Sui turned. After evolving into purple zombies, these 3 no longer ran, but moved by leaping. Yet despite leaping, their speed was significantly faster than the other corpse fiends. Even with the 16-6 talisman protecting him, Sui's speed might not match theirs. At that moment, the 3 purple zombies had left the others behind, charging forward with roars. Their arms extended, straight sharp claws aimed viciously at Sui. Their speed and force generated a series of gusts. Their claws shimmered with a dark light, and before they even closed in, the malevolent aura struck his face, sending a chill through him. Sui recalled the traits of purple zombies, strong as oxen, swift as the wind. As it seemed once they became zombies, they were incomparable to ordinary corpse fiends. Sui's gaze sharpened as he swiftly retreated while hurling a yellow talisman. Suppression talisman! He had drawn it specifically after finalizing the gather fiends to evolve zombies plan. Corpse fiends posed no threat to him, but evolved purple zombies were different. With the suppression talisman, he could ensure absolute safety. The talisman did not disappoint. As it transformed into a yellow light and entered the purple zombie's body, the creature's speed plummeted. Even its jumping height was halved compared to the other 2. Roar! The purple zombie, bewildered, still tried to leap forward. But every movement felt like wading through invisible mud, slow and struggling. Sui was delighted. The talisman's effect exceeded his expectations. Yet his hands moved swiftly, forming hand seals frantically, as the other 2 purple zombies were closing in. Ming Xing Pai Li Qi Dong Xianin. Jiao Xiao Lv Ling Qi Jia Lei Ting. Qi. Sui formed the palm heart thunder seal with utmost speed. Thunder surged within his palm, crackling. 2 silver-white bolts of lightning struck almost instantly, sending the 2 purple zombies flying. Having reached level 1 stage 9, Sui was no longer the same. The power of the Palm Heart 5 Thunder Seal had increased, and he could now unleash 2 bolts simultaneously. Looking over, the struck areas of the 2 purple zombies were charred black. Lightning coursed through their ashy-purple bodies, fiercely dispersing the malevolent energy. They struggled to rise but failed. It seemed that soon the lightning would extinguish their life force entirely. Sui breathed a sigh of relief. Facing 3 purple zombies at once had been quite oppressive. These were not the stationary purple zombie on the playground. But the suppression talisman's effect was remarkable, and the Palm Heart Thunder Seal's power sufficient. With 2 handled, the remaining 1 posed little threat. The last purple zombie was about 10 meters away, still slowed by the suppression talisman, yet persistently leaping towards Sui. Meanwhile, the other 20 or so corpse fiends had also caught up. Should I try using the 16-6 talisman for close combat against a purple zombie? Staring at the sole remaining purple zombie, Sui briefly entertained the thought, but quickly dismissed it. Why use a sword when you have a gun? He wasn't stupid. If the 16-6-jaw talisman couldn't withstand the purple zombie's claws, he'd be in trouble. For safety, he decided to end it with thunder magic. But just then a surprised voice came from behind. Whoa! So many corpse fiends here! Bro, don't worry, he'll help you. Sui was startled. Someone approaching from behind. He had been so focused on the purple zombies that he hadn't noticed. But it didn't matter. He was confident that with the 16-6-jaw talisman no freshman here could ambush him. Sui turned to see a young man with a crew cut running toward him. Sui squinted, recognizing the newcomer. It was none other than Wang Chong, who had awakened the level thunder attribute sequence among the freshmen. Wang Chong called out as he ran. Bro, impressive. You gathered so many corpse fiends. No worries, he'll help you out. Let's split the scattered spiritual energy 50-50. Seeing the 20 or so corpse fiends ahead, Wang Chong felt a surge of excitement. Smart. Why hadn't he thought of gathering monsters like this? Killing one by one was too slow. But this guy might be a bit reckless gathering so many at once. Could he handle it? This was saving him too. Helping someone and leveling up, perfect. Wang Chong grinned and pointed sharply ahead. Thunder arrow! In an instant, lightning flashed. A bolt of thunder arced from his fingers, striking a corpse fiend in a flash. Sui watched curiously, wanting to see the power of the thunder attribute sequence. After all, despite his own thunder magic, he wasn't a thunder attribute sequence user. Roar! The struck corpse fiend let out a pained howl. Its left shoulder was blasted open, the wound charred black. But it wasn't fatal. The creature staggered, roaring louder, its eyes blazing with even more ferocity. It shifted its target, ignoring Sui and charging at Wang Chong. What? Wang Chong's smile froze, replaced by shock. His fully charged thunder arrow couldn't kill a single corpse fiend. How was that possible? He was in level thunder attribute sequence. And lightning was naturally highly effective against undead. Since entering the corpse domain, no corpse fiend had ever survived one of his skills. What was wrong with this one? He looked closer, but his face immediately paled. The corpse fiend he had struck was turning purple with fangs protruding. This wasn't just a corpse fiend, it was a purple zombie close to evolution. How could this one evolve so fast? Even faster than those in the central area's coffin rooms. Wang Chong gasped, instinctively glancing at the other corpse fiends. The next second his eyes widened in horror. It wasn't just this one. The others were also on the verge of evolving into purple zombies. Each exuded intense malevolence, incredibly fierce. Wait! No! Wang Chong's shock continued, as his gaze fell on a corpse fiend that was leaping. But corpse fiends didn't leap. This is a purple zombie! Wang Chong felt as if struck by lightning. Damn it, this guy had attracted a horde that included purple zombies. Bro, run! Run! Trembling all over, Wang Chong turned and fled without a second thought. This lightning-type sequence of his seems less powerful than my palm lightning curse. Watching the whole process from the side, Sui stroked his chin. Wang Chong's lightning skill was indeed quite formidable, with considerable power. If it had struck a vital spot, instead of the corpse demon's shoulder, it might have slain it in one blow. But if it hit a purple zombie, it would likely be no more than a tickle. Moreover, his skill's ability to suppress evil aura was far inferior to his. When the skill struck the corpse demon, the lightning was quickly engulfed by the evil aura. It's worlds apart from my Taoist sequence. Sui quickly reached his conclusion. Bro, run! Are you crazy? Wang Chong, terrified, fled while glancing back. Yet he saw that the freshman was still standing there motionless. Was he stunned? Or did he think he couldn't escape and was ready to be eliminated? Since the other party was giving up, Wang Chong could no longer care. Once the freshman crushed the pendant and was taken away, the purple zombie and horde of corpse demons would instantly target him. With his speed, even 2 extra legs wouldn't outrun the purple zombie. Not daring to look back again, Wang Chong sprinted with all his might and soon vanished into the mist. What Wang Chong didn't know was that, as he fled, 2 flashes of lightning burst behind him. By decree! Sui struck the purple zombie squarely with 2 palm lightning curses. The leaping purple zombie was forcibly interrupted and slammed to the ground. Without even a groan, it was utterly lifeless. At the same time, the two previously felled purple zombies stopped struggling and died completely. Name Sui Sequence Taoist Unique Level 1. 9 Promotion to 2. 0 Slay Purple Zombies 410. Excellent! The promotion condition is nearly halfway met. Sui felt satisfied. His plan was viable. Looking back at the remaining corpse demons, each was close to evolving into a purple zombie. He was greatly reassured. Continue. Sui resumed leading the corpse demons on a stroll. But this time he turned back to observe more frequently. Whenever a corpse demon was about to evolve into a purple zombie, he would instantly use the palm lightning curse to blast the newborn purple zombie to death. Having witnessed the strength of purple zombies, Sui remained cautious. If 7 or 8 evolved together, he wasn't sure he could kill them all without injury. Thus Sui continued to lead the semi-purple zombies, while reaping them. But after running a while longer, and slaying one corpse demon, he frowned slightly. He had miscalculated. Spiritual energy was sufficient, but his physical stamina was draining too fast. The 16-6 talisman was powerful, but it required physical strength to sustain. If he kept dragging this out, he might not hold up. Glancing back at the corpse demon, Sui felt reluctant. He had painstakingly gathered and nurtured them for so long, giving up was a pity. But since it had come to this, preserving his own condition was more important. He mustn't overplay his hand. As for the corpse demons, he could always gather them again later. With that in mind, Sui was about to make a decision and slay all the corpse demons. But just then a short, stocky figure emerged from the mist ahead. The figure had been smiling in good spirits. But the moment he saw Sui, his expression changed drastically. How is he appearing again? And he's still leading those corpse demons around. Did this guy train in long-distance running before? Such stamina. Qimen Dunjia cursed his bad luck. Was this lunatic fixated on him? He immediately prepared to turn and flee. With so many corpse demons, he couldn't possibly provoke them. It's him! Contrary to Qimen Dunjia's attitude, Sui's eyes lit up at the sight. A sudden idea struck him. He called out at once. Classmate Qimen! Wait! How about we cooperate? Cooperate? Cooperate with you, my ass. Qimen Dunjia ignored him and kept running. But the next sentence made him hesitate, slowing his pace. Classmate Qimen, these corpse demons behind me are top tier. Slaying just a few could get you to level 1. 9. This? Qimen Dunjia frowned and asked. How do we cooperate? His sequence was a physique-based one, requiring close combat to slay corpse demons. Compared to others, his efficiency was much slower. So far he had only reached level 1. 7. If he could kill a few of the corpse demons behind, it would indeed help him level up to 1. 9 faster. Thus he might even reach level 2. 0 within this zombie domain. At this thought, Qimen Dunjia was tempted. After all, he could see that the corpse demons behind that man were indeed top tier. Seeing him ask indicated interest, Sui immediately said, Temple, carry me for a while so I can rest. Once I recover, I'll leave you at least 10 severely wounded corpse demons. This? Qimen Dunjia pondered for a long time, still hesitant. Sui added, Don't worry with your physique sequence, these corpse demons can't catch you. All right. Qimen Dunjia gritted his teeth. Deal. Without further ado, he turned around, rushed back, and hoisted Sui onto his back before running. Resting on Qimen Dunjia's back, Sui finally caught his breath. As expected of a physique sequence, Qimen Dunjia's speed was no slower than his own, even a bit faster. Hey old pal, what are you even doing? Why are you toying with so many corpse demons? Qimen Dunjia asked in a gruff voice while fleeing for his life. It's faster for leveling up. This? Qimen Dunjia was left speechless. He wanted to say it was also faster to die, but since they were in the same boat, he held his tongue. No longer needing to expend stamina on running, Sui focused entirely on observing the corpse demon horde behind. Crack! After a moment, he seized an opportunity, a flash of lightning streaking by to take down a newly evolved purple zombie. What was that noise? Qimen Dunjia asked curiously. He was too focused on fleeing to look back, afraid the horde would catch up. Just my skill! Sui slew another purple zombie in high spirits. Having a mount really made a difference. It was far more convenient than before. Qimen Dunjia grew even more curious. When a corpse demon was slain, the dispersed spiritual energy could only be absorbed by staying nearby. What was the point of killing and then running away? As he ran, Qimen Dunjia suddenly felt a pang of regret. Why had he listened to a lunatic? He said, "Head lead 10 severely wounded corpse demons. If you could seriously wound 10 at once, why would you need me to carry you while fleeing?" But it was too late for regrets. He couldn't just dump Sui off. So he resigned himself to continuing his headlong sprint. Occasionally thunder rumbled behind him, and Qimen Dunjia stopped asking. But after running a bit longer following another thunderclap, he suddenly heard Sui speak again from his back. The voice was light and joyful. "Finally I've gathered them all." "Gathered? What's gathered?" Qimen Dunjia was somewhat puzzled. However, Sui on his back did not answer him. Qimen Dunjia had to suppress his doubts and continue running with his head down. At this moment nothing was more important than escaping. Meanwhile, Sui let out a long breath watching the changes on the panel. Name Sui level 1st tier 9th level promotion condition kill purple zombies 1010 completed beginning promotion. Name Sui level 2nd tier 1st level 3rd tier promotion condition kill 10 white zombies passive skill warding off all evils deals bonus damage to sinister entities active skills curse art, thunder palm curse talisman art, Lu Ding Lu Jia talisman suppression talisman promoted to 2nd tier awaken curse art, golden light mantra. Note heaven and earth the origin of all chi. My body shines with golden light enveloping me. Golden light mantra. Sui's heart pounded wildly. At first tier, he had awakened the thunder palm curse. But among lightning arts, this was the most basic. The golden light mantra, however, was different. It was one of the 8 great Taoist mantras. Its power and potential were far beyond what the thunder palm curse could match. Of course, advancing from first tier to 2nd tier meant more than just awakening the golden light mantra. Both the power of the thunder palm curse and the drawing of the Lu Ding Lu Jia talisman and suppression talisman had improved by more than one level. Just as Sui was experiencing the changes of the 2nd tier, Qimen Dunjia's running figure suddenly halted. He felt a surge of baleful aura rapidly approaching from behind. "What is that?" Qimen Dunjia's scalp tingled, and he instinctively glanced back. The next moment his soul nearly fled in terror. In the corpse crowd, a zombie with purplish-gray skin was extending its arms forward, fangs bared. It kicked off the ground, sending dirt exploding, and its entire body leaped like a cannonball, lunging straight at him. Purple zombie!" Qimen Dunjia's voice trembled as he cried out in shock. This lunatic had gathered so many corpse fiends, and now even a purple zombie had been nurtured among them. Seeing the purple zombie rapidly closing in, Qimen Dunjia was almost utterly despairing. "It's over. You've doomed me, bro. In this trial, not only haven't I reached 2nd tier, I haven't even made it to 1st tier 9th level." Qimen Dunjia's face fell. He didn't think of abandoning Sui to buy himself time. Even if he delayed, it wouldn't help. A purple zombie was incomparable to ordinary corpse fiends. Its speed was swift as the wind. No matter how he delayed, he still couldn't escape. He simply stopped looking back and continued fleeing with all his might. He silently vowed, "Next time, I must never trust someone with a screw loose." But just then Sui on his back spoke. "All right, Qimen, thanks. Put me down." "Put you down?" Qimen Dunjia was startled. At such a dangerous moment, he volunteered to get down. Could it be? He wanted to sacrifice himself to buy time. Qimen Dunjia felt a warmth in his heart. He gritted his teeth and shook his head. "It's okay, I can still run a bit more. If it comes to it, we'll trigger our pendants together." "Huh?" Sui was taken aback. He shook his head. "That's not what I meant. Stop. Leave this purple zombie to me. Leave it to you." Qimen Dunjia was even more confused. But this time he didn't argue. He stopped and set Sui down. After 2 consecutive requests, it must be genuine. At that moment, the purple zombie behind them was almost upon them. Its icy nails tore through the air, producing a shrill howl. "My body shines with golden light enveloping me." Sui remained calm, quickly forming hand seals, and recited the golden light mantra. The next second, a dazzling golden light burst forth from Sui's body without warning. That golden light was pure, majestic, and righteous, instantly dispelling all the cold, baleful aura before him. Then, the golden light flowed over his body, condensing into a gleaming golden armor. Facing the purple zombie's sharp nails, Sui suddenly raised his hand and grasped. Roar! The purple zombie's violent howl abruptly ceased, turning into a startled cry. Its nails, just a dozen centimeters from Su-Yi's face, were firmly seized by his hand, which was coated in golden light. The purple zombie immediately struggled wildly, baleful aura surging from its body like black smoke. But the golden light remained unmoved. Instead, the baleful aura upon contact with the golden light seemed to catch fire, and rapidly receded. Even the purple zombie's skin began to smoke, emitting a nauseating burnt stench. The golden light mantra completely overwhelmed purple zombies. Su-Yi was very satisfied with its power. He then applied a little force with his hand. Instantly the golden light blazed, annihilating all the baleful aura on the purple zombie. Thud! When Su-Yi released his hand, the purple zombie crashed to the ground lifeless. And the rest of you are useless too. Su-Yi turned to look at the 20-odd corpse fiends charging and howling behind him. Perfect, let's test the power of the Thunder Palm Curse at second tier. Su-Yi raised his palm, and spiritual energy surged within him, gathering wildly at his palm. Mingxing Thunderbolt Chi moves the mysterious sound. 9 heavens decree roar and thunder. Enforce. Boom. Su-Yi pushed both palms forward, and 2 silver-white thunderbolts, as thick as bowls, shot out, roaring into the midst of the corpse fiends. Where the thunder passed, the air twisted, and the ground scorched black. Roar, roar, roar! The most piercing screams erupted instantly. The 7 or 8 semi-purple zombies at the front, the moment the thunder touched them, their bodies turned completely charred and collapsed. The dozen or so behind were hit by the residual thunder, falling to the ground, convulsing, nearly incapacitated. One strike, and most of the corpse fiends were wiped out. Thighs. Watching this, Qimen Dunjia beside him gaped speechless for a long time. He stared blankly at the remains of the corpse fiends on the scorched ground, then at the purple zombie's corpse lying before Su-Yi. That ferocious purple zombie, along with all those corpse fiends that had chased him like a dog moments ago, had been reduced to this in the blink of an eye. After a long while, Qimen Dunjia snapped back to reality, staring intently at Su-Yi. This guy must have already advanced to second tier. Otherwise his attacks couldn't possibly be this powerful. But Qimen Dunjia was still somewhat astonished. Was this level of attack really something a second tier could achieve? Su-Yi slowly withdrew his hand, the thunder light fading. He was quite satisfied with the power of that strike. After advancing to second tier, not only had his total spiritual energy skyrocketed, but his control over skills and release speed had also undergone a qualitative leap. Qimen! Su-Yi turned around, looking at the still dazed Qimen Dunjia, and pointed at the severely wounded corpse fiends on the ground. Pleasure working with you. These corpse fiends are for you. Hurry up and finish them off, or the baleful aura will dissipate. Qimen Dunjia snapped back with a start. He looked at the wounded corpse fiends, and was overjoyed. Good. Good. Thank you so much. He had thought this cooperation was a loss, but the situation had taken a turn. Su-Yi had not only resolved the crisis, but also kept his promise, leaving such a generous reward. These were top-tier corpse fiends. Even wounded, they provided far more spiritual energy than ordinary ones. Qimen Dunjia wasted no time and rushed over to finish them off and absorb. Su-Yi turned around, ready to move on. The dozen or so corpse fiends were already incapacitated. Qimen Dunjia would have no trouble dealing with, but just then a voice sounded in his ear. Su-Yi, you have advanced to second tier, meeting the conditions for early termination of the trial. Please crush your pendant to leave the zombie domain. Su-Yi was startled. Was it over? But he looked around. There was nothing worth staying for. Unlike corpse fiends, the baleful aura of a purple zombie had completely fused. Killing a purple zombie released no spiritual energy, so staying here was pointless. Let's go! Su-Yi nodded and crushed the pendant on his wrist. A blue shield rose up, enveloping him. Outside the zombie domain, Gao Kai and Zhu Xiaotong were chatting, while the sturdy girl, who had cooperated with Zhu Xiaotong, stood aside. After being rescued by Su-Yi, Zhu Xiaotong and her partner hadn't lasted long. They were eliminated again after killing only 2 corpse fiends. But they were already satisfied. After all, they were only a rank without Su-Yi. They would have been eliminated much earlier. Damn old Su is that fierce, leading a string of corpse fiends on a stroll. Hearing Zhu Xiaotong's description of meeting Su-Yi, Gao Kai was shocked. Back at school, I never saw him pull off such slick moves. What changed once he entered the zombie domain? Gao Kai was muttering when he suddenly saw a flash of light nearby and a figure appeared. Someone else eliminated. He instinctively looked up. Old Su. Gao Kai shot to his feet. Old Su was eliminated too. Old Su, you got eliminated too. That's not right. Gao Kai immediately approached him. He had witnessed Su Yi's thunder art capable of slaying even a purple zombie, let alone the corpse fiends in the corpse domain. But then, recalling Zhu Xiaotong's description, he understood. No matter how powerful Su Yi's thunder art was, it could not withstand the siege of dozens of corpse fiends. Alas! Old Su, why were you so aggressive? You should have been steady and methodical. Gao Kai slapped his thigh. With your strength, if you had advanced slowly, those corpse fiends would have been no match for you. Winning first place would have been a piece of cake. It's fine, this is good enough. Su Yi smiled. True, being chased by so many corpse fiends, and still holding out for so long is already impressive. Gao Kai nodded in agreement, then leaned in and whispered. You don't know there was a Shrank who got eliminated pretty quickly, almost as fast as me. He gestured toward one side. It's that one he. Huh? Gao Kai's words died on his lips, because when he secretly glanced at Wang He, he met her murderous glare. Gao Kai jolted, his scalp instantly tingling. What's going on? Did she overhear him talking behind her back? But with such distance, and so many people, why was she focusing on him? Wait. She's coming straight over. Damn. Gao Kai instinctively turned his head, afraid to look, hoping Wang Yi's target wasn't him. She was in rank sequence. He absolutely couldn't afford to offend her. But as luck would have it, soon Wang He's voice filled with resentment rang in Gao Kai's ears. You used your skill in advance and ambushed me. Huh? Gao Kai was stunned. Was she talking to him? But soon he realized, and turned to Su Yi in disbelief. Could it be? The one who eliminated Wang He early in the corpse domain was Su Yi. The surrounding students also cast curious glances their way. Who was Wang He? She was one of the 3 most famous freshmen in rank sequence. Her strength was so formidable that even the Dragon Tiger Academy's enrollment instructors had acknowledged. And who was this person? He actually managed to defeat Wang He and eliminate her directly. Even if it was a sneak attack, it was no small feat. Su Yi, however, couldn't be bothered to say a word to Wang He. This woman was completely out of her mind. Since they had been confirmed as enemies, was he supposed to perform a comedy routine before striking? Seeing Su Yi ignore her, Wang He's face flushed red and white. She said no more and turned to leave. Empty threats were useless. There was still plenty of time at Dragon Tiger Academy. She didn't believe she couldn't catch him. Watching Wang He leave, Gao Kai couldn't help but give Su Yi a thumbs up. Old Su, awesome. Su Yi, thank you for your help in the corpse domain. Beside them, the sturdy girl next to Zhu Xiaotong stepped forward with a smile. I'm Zhou Yao. Hello. Hello. Su Yi returned the smile, and then asked curiously, Do you know Zhu Xiaotong? Zhou Yao shook her head. No, we met in the corpse domain, and agreed to slay corpse fiends together for better efficiency. You're so lucky. Gao Kai was envious. I didn't meet anyone in the corpse domain, and got eliminated by corpse fiends not long after. They chatted for a while outside. After another hour, several flashes of light appeared outside the corpse domain. They were the last few students remaining inside. Qian Dunjia and Wang Chong were among them. The trial time had ended. Zhou Yunhai walked to the front of the students and announced loudly, Congratulations, everyone! Although you face the lowest level corpse fiends, you have taken the first step in fighting zombies. The students who have increased their levels the most and performed exceptionally in the corpse domain will have the opportunity to be taken under the tutelage of the Academy's senior instructors in advance. After a pause, Zhou Yunhai added, These instructors are all 8th rank sequence practitioners. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in excitement. 8th rank sequence. This was the kind of existence only seen in the news. The other students immediately looked at the last few students with envy. Undoubtedly, they had stayed the longest in the corpse domain and had the highest levels. Some might even have reached Tier 2. Among this year's freshmen, 2 have reached Level 1 Tier 2. Zhou Yunhai showed an approving expression and said, Please step forward. Someone really had reached Tier 2, and 2 of them at that. All the freshmen's eyes immediately locked onto Wang Chong, Qian Dunjia, and the others. Wang Chong curled his lips slightly, and slowly walked to the front of the crowd. That's right, thanks to the Thunder Tribute sequence's advantage against zombies, and persisting all the way to the end, Wang Chong had successfully advanced to Tier 2. But what puzzled everyone was why only Wang Chong had come forward. Didn't Dean Zhou say there were 2 people who reached Tier 2? Wait, who was that? Suddenly everyone saw another person step out from the crowd and stand at the very front. Old Suyu. Gao Kai's eyes widened. Sui was already at tier 2. How was that possible? Even Wang He was stunned looking at Sui in disbelief. She had originally thought Sui was also eliminated, but it turned out he had ended the trial early after advancing to tier 2. This widened the gap between them instantly. Bro, how is it you? You weren't eliminated. Up front, Wang Chang's eyes were also wide. A few hours ago, shouldn't this guy have been taken out by the purple zombie? How did he suddenly advance to tier 2? Could he have escaped from the purple zombie back then? Wang Chang shook his head, utterly baffled. Just then several figures walked out from behind Zhou Yuhai. Although they moved slowly, their presence was overwhelming, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The Dragon Tiger Academy's instructors are here. Wang Chang was startled and quickly put aside his other thoughts. Now making a good impression on the instructors was paramount. He immediately straightened his back and chest looking at the instructors. But to his astonishment, their gazes almost all fell first on Sui, who stood aside. What is happening here? Wang Chang's eyes darted around, his heart filled with confusion. Even if this kid had also advanced to tier 2 level 1, how could he be more popular than himself? He was a Thunder Tribute sequence. What other sequence could compare to in strength Thunder Tribute 1? Could it be that these teachers were picking the inferior ones first, then the superior ones? Wang Chang watched the 3 teachers approaching slowly. Though puzzled, he dared not speak. These 3 teachers are all 8th-tier sequencers, Zhou Yunhai said from the side. 3 teachers, please introduce your sequences. All right, Dean Zhou. The female teacher among the 3 spoke. Hello, I am Zhou Min, an 8th-tier sequencer, sequence Thunder C. The other 2 male teachers also spoke in turn. Zhao Tianming, 8th-tier sequencer, sequence Unmoving Mountain. Qin Lai, 8th-tier sequencer, sequence Mystic Light, Heavenly Armor. So it's them. Down below, the students were shocked and couldn't help whispering. These 3 8th-tier teachers were all sequencers, active at the forefront of the zombie battlefield. Although everyone had never seen them, they often heard their names and sequences in the news. Especially Zhou Min's Thunder Sea sequence. Wherever it went, thunder was like an ocean, truly a zombie nightmare. Wait. Everyone suddenly thought of something. Wang Chang was also a Thunder Tribute sequence. That made it easy to understand why Zhou Min was here. However, what puzzled everyone was that Zhou Min's gaze was not on Wang Chang, who was also a Thunder Tribute sequence, but was instead fixed on Sui with great interest. Know what is going on? As the person concerned, Wang Chang's confusion was beyond measure. If it were any other sequence it might be okay, but the key was that teacher Zhou Min was a Thunder Tribute sequence. Being also Thunder Attribute, am I not like your own nephew? Why don't you pay attention to me, but instead to Sui? Hello, student Sui. Zhou Min, naturally unaware of Wang Chang's inner thoughts, looked at Sui and spoke first. Your performance in the Jiangyu was very... She thought for a moment, then said, very impressive. Qin Lai and Zhao Tianming also nodded in agreement. How could it not be impressive? In all the years since Dragon Tiger Academy's opening trial, this was the first time they had encountered a new student gathering corpse fiends to raise a purple zombie. Sui was stunned. Could it be that the teachers outside could see his performance in the Jiangyu? But how did they do it? Was it a power of some sequence? However, Zhou Min suddenly changed the topic. We are very curious, what was your purpose in gathering corpse fiends and using evil chi to nurture a purple zombie? Killing a purple zombie doesn't release spiritual energy, does it? The other 2 teachers also stared at Sui with curious eyes. But this left the other students present utterly bewildered. What the heck? Gathering corpse fiends. Using evil chi to raise a purple zombie. This is what this guy did. Damn. Everyone suddenly understood why the teachers were paying more attention to Sui. If it were themselves, they would find it hard not to pay attention to him. Is this something a normal person would do? Wang Chang abruptly turned to look at Sui, dumbfounded. No, that purple zombie was intentionally raised by you. Only now did he belatedly realize what Sui had been doing at that time. This guy was actually cultivating a purple zombie. But facing Zhou Min's inquiry, Sui didn't hesitate and immediately told the truth. My promotion condition for Tier 2 is to kill 10 purple zombies. There are only corpse fiends in the Jiangyu, no purple zombies, so I had to come up with this method. Killing purple zombies to advance was not something shameful. On the contrary, perhaps, he could ask the school for help in the future. Oh! Upon hearing this, the eyes of Zhou Min and the other two instantly brightened. It must be known that any sequence that requires killing zombies as a promotion condition is one with terrifying potential. Not only that, Su-Yi's kills were even cross-tier. At Tier 1, he had already killed 10 purple zombies. Moreover, this kid had a flexible mind and could come up with such a trick. His future prospects were unimaginable. They exchanged glances with each other, then casually looked away. Su-Yi, I saw your performance in the Jiangyu. Zhao Tianming suddenly spoke. The skill you awakened made your body radiate fluorescent light, and you fought for hours without rest, which shows that your physical foundation is extremely solid. Come to me, your talent is extremely compatible with my unmoving mountain sequence. I will give you the most professional guidance. No. Before Su-Yi could speak, Qimen immediately said, endurance and physical foundation are just the least significant aspects of his abilities. With your judgment, can't you see that the golden light protective skill he awakened when advancing to Tier 2 is truly extraordinary? Qimen looked at Su-Yi with blazing eyes. Coincidentally, my mystic light, heavenly armor follows the path of cutting light to make armor and draping rosy clouds as a helmet. It's very suitable for you. Come under my tutelage, I will teach you everything I know. Combined with your sequence characteristics, you will definitely surpass me in the future. 2 8th-tier sequencers were already fighting over a student. This scene left the new students dumbfounded. But they were still too early to be shocked. The next moment, Zhou Min sneered. You two turtle-style fighters, how dare you mislead the youth? Learn from you to become a target in the Jiangyu. Besides, don't you have eyes? Can't you see that Su-Yi's thunder skill can annihilate evil chi, inherently countering evil entities, and is several times superior to ordinary thunder tribute sequences? She turned to stare at Su-Yi, revealing a smile. Su-Yi, come under my tutelage. If your thunder tribute skill is not fully developed, it would be an irresponsibility to all of humanity. Learn my lightning control skills, and your potential will be immeasurable. Everyone's eyes widened. They were puzzled. Know what kind of sequence did Su-Yi awaken? How could he have both golden light and thunder? Zhou Min, among the 2 best-performing new students this year, there is already 1 thunder tribute sequence, and he will definitely be taken by you. Zhao Tianming frowned. Are you going to take in 2 students at once? Zhou Min said calmly. Is there anything wrong with that? Su-Yi is more suitable for anyone with clear eyes can see right. Zhou Min, it's not that I'm arguing with you. Qimen frowned deeply and said seriously. The thunder skill was awakened by Su-Yi at Tier 1, while the golden light skill he awakened at Tier 2 is his future development direction. Just because he has a thunder skill doesn't mean he has to follow your path right. You don't understand. Zhou Min refused to yield. I specialize in lightning, I know what his thunder means. The 3 8th-tier powerhouses actually seemed to be about to clash in front of all the new students. Their auras slightly leaked, making the students below feel a tightness in their breath. In that case, let Su-Yi choose for himself. Zhou Yunhai suddenly said. Which path to take, it's his own decision. Hearing this, Zhou Min agreed, but Qimen and Zhao Tianming became a bit anxious. After all, their sequences were clearly less attractive than Zhou Min's thunder tribute sequence. But at this moment, a slightly aged voice suddenly rang out in the venue. Stop arguing this, Su-Yi, come with me. Huh? Zhou Yunhai was the first to look up, gazing at an empty space ahead. Without any sound, a misty fog quietly appeared. When it dissipated, a lean old man appeared there. Li Jingsong. Zhou Min frowned. You actually want to take a student? Zhou Yunhai was also somewhat surprised. Oldly, haven't you not taken a student for over a decade? I remember your last student was Zhao Zhihong, right? This old man is Instructor Zhao's master. Upon hearing Li Jingsong's words, Su-Yi was stunned and quickly understood. No wonder Zhao Zhihong had sent them here, and immediately left as if going to meet someone. The person he went to meet was none other than Li Jingsong. I originally didn't intend to take him, but someone mentioned him to me. Li Jingsong chuckled. Plus, after seeing this kid's movements in the Jiang domain, he's quite interesting. Qimen couldn't help but say, Oldly, you may be strong, but your sequence is Mystic Mist, which has nothing to do with Su-Yi's thunder and golden light, right? Zhao Tianming also nodded. Yes, elderly. Teacher Zhou and the others at least have some similarities in sequence characteristics, but you. Isn't the gap a bit too big? Li Jingsong glanced at them and snorted. Teach. Who said I'm going to teach him? These words left everyone stunned. Not teach. Then why take a student? Li Jingsong clasped his hands behind his back, walked up to Sui, looked him up and down, and said calmly, "This kid's sequence is even more extraordinary than you imagine. Thunder. Golden light. Neither. No one knows his future direction. This kind of sequence requires him to explore and walk his own path. Your sequence experience doesn't apply to him." Li Jingsong's gaze was calm, but faintly gleaming. What he needs is not a teacher, but a guardian. And I am just the right person for this role. Guardian. The word struck everyone present. Zhou Yunhai nodded thoughtfully. Zhou Min and the other two fell silent, their expressions shifting. They had to admit that Li Jingsong's words made sense. It was just that Sui's outstanding performance had been so dazzling that they had subconsciously overlooked it. Only makes sense. Zhou Yunhai also nodded slightly in agreement. I could be a guardian too. Zhou Min still didn't want to give up. Such a good prospect with such special thunder. It would be a shame not to take him under her wing. Then how about a spar? Li Jingsong looked at her with a half-smile. Zhou Min's face stiffened, she shrunk her neck, and said no more. A spar. Although both were at the 8th rank, Li Jingsong was at the peak of the 8th rank. Moreover, that old man's mystic miss sequence was too freakish, countering most sequences in a fight. She probably couldn't last even 10 seconds. How could she spar with her head? When I reach the 9th rank, he'll snatch Sui back from Li Jingsong. Zhou Min secretly resolved. That old bastard Li Jingsong bullying with his power. When I reach the 9th rank, he'll blast you to death. Anyone else have objections? Li Jingsong looked around and turned to Sui with a smile. Kid, how about it? Stick with me from now on. Sui barely hesitated and nodded. Yes, teacher. He had long felt that his Taoist sequence was self-contained. Whether it was incantations or talisman techniques, they were all ever-changing and diverse. His future development direction was definitely not singular. So when Zhou Min and the others were vying for him, he had been hesitating. None of the directions suited him. Li Jingsong's words exactly hit the mark. Having a powerful backer while being free to explore his sequence, this was simply a tailor-made choice for him. All right, then you'll follow me for now. Come find me when you return to school. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Li Jingsong's face as he nodded. With that, his figure flickered and vanished without a sound, as if merging into the air. Only a trace of lingering mist remained where he had stood. The scene fell silent for a moment. Sui suddenly froze, realizing something. Mystic mist sequence. He recalled the omnipresent fog in the Jiang domain, and finally understood why the teachers outside knew every move he made in there. These fogs were not from the Jiang domain at all, but Li Jingsong's skill. Not only did it obstruct vision, but it also allowed him to monitor the opponent's movements. If anyone fought Li Jingsong, they would be at a huge disadvantage before even making a move. Sui inhaled slightly. No wonder it was called Mystic Mist. Li Jingsong's sequence was truly insidious. Zhou Yunhai coughed, breaking the silence. In that case, Sui will be placed under Li Jingsong's tutelage. Teacher Zhou Min Wang Chan has a thunder-type sequence which matches your thunder sea. You will teach him. Although Zhou Min regretted not getting Sui, Wang Chan was also a rare-class thunder type. She pulled herself together and nodded to Wang Chan. Wang Chan quickly agreed excitedly. Finally his turn. Although the process was not pleasant, the outcome was good. Then Zhao Tianming accepted Qian Jinyan. Qin Lai chose Wang He, who had been eliminated early, but had a special sequence. As for the other students, they would be assigned teachers uniformly upon entering the academy. That afternoon, several buses took the new students from the Qiushan Jiang domain back to the Dragon Tiger Academy located in the northern outskirts of Linjiang Provincial City. As the convoy entered the campus area, even with mental preparation, the new students were still stunned by the sight before them. The Dragon Tiger Academy was built against the mountain with no traditional campus walls or gates. The first thing that caught the eye was a vast, majestic stretch of buildings. But thinking about it, what walls and gates did the Dragon Tiger Academy need? Who did it need to defend against? Sui silently gazed out the window. The academy covered an extremely vast area. In the distant mountains, various simulated terrains could be seen. Further away, there were even endless stretches of corpse coffin rooms. Those were clearly artificially maintained, Jiang domains for practical training. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air was noticeably higher than outside, invigorating with every breath. The bus finally stopped in front of a residential area. The dormitory conditions at Dragon Tiger Academy were astonishingly good. They were detached two-storied buildings, each with a small courtyard space far apart for excellent privacy. This was because each student had a different sequence and different training methods later. The ample living space was to facilitate the students' practice. Sui found his dormitory and swiped his ID card to open the door. The interior was spacious with a living room, bedroom, cultivation, meditation room, and bathroom, all fully equipped with simple and practical decor. Soon after settling in, someone knocked on the courtyard gate. It was Qimen Dunjia and Wang Chang.
"Brother Su, we'll be neighbors from now on."
Qimen Dunjia grinned, holding a bag of fruit he had somehow obtained. Wang Chang followed behind him, still looking at Sui with curiosity. After entering, Wang Chang rubbed his hands together and hesitated for a long time before finally speaking up.
Sui, your sequence promotion condition really is to kill 10 purple zombies." "That's right."
Sui nodded.
"What's wrong?"
Wang Chang's expression turned complicated.
"So you mean when you were still at rank 1 you killed all 10 of those purple zombies?" "Pretty much."
Upon hearing Sui's confirmation, Wang Chang couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, his mind a whirlwind of mixed emotions. He had thought his own performance in the zombie domain was already impressive, but he never imagined he couldn't even hold a candle to this guy. Even now, as a newly promoted rank 2, he wouldn't dare claim he could slay 10 purple zombies in a row. Qimen Dunjia sighed softly from the side, understanding Wang Chang's feelings perfectly. When he had first witnessed Sui's promotion scene, the shock in his heart had been far greater than Wang Chang's.
"By the way, Sui, from what those teachers were saying, it seems you're not a pure thunder attribute sequence."
Wang Chang suddenly thought of something else and asked.
"Yes, my sequence is quite comprehensive. Thunder attribute skills are just one part of it,"
Sui said with a smile.
"Oh, I see. Then your sequence is truly extraordinary. No wonder several teachers wanted to compete for you."
Wang Chang nodded repeatedly. But inwardly he felt a little more at ease. No matter how formidable Sui was, he wasn't a pure thunder attribute sequence after all. He might be impressive now, but when they reached rank 3 or rank 4, and the sequences truly began to shine, his own thunder attribute sequence advantage would become apparent. At that time he might not be inferior to Sui. Wang Chang had great confidence in his thunder attribute sequence. With this thought, his mood improved considerably. The two chatted with Sui for a while longer before taking their leave. But no sooner had Sui seen them off than the courtyard door was knocked on again. The visitors were Gao Kai and Zhu Xiaotong. Dormitory assignments were based on performance rankings. Wang Chang and Qimen Dunjia lived closest to Sui, while Gao Kai and Zhu Xiaotong were farther away, hence their later arrival.
"Old Su, congratulations on being first in the trial."
Gao Kai burst into laughter as soon as he entered.
"That's incredible. Now I can brag with confidence. My classmate is the trial champion, and 4 rank 8 teachers fought over taking him on."
Sui smiled and shook his head, gesturing for them to sit.
"Have you been assigned teachers?" "Yes."
Gao Kai plopped down on the sofa.
"For those of us with average results, it's 10 people per group assigned a teacher based on sequence compatibility. Xiaotong and I aren't in the same group."
Zhu Xiaotong adjusted her glasses and added quietly,
"My teacher is a fire attribute sequence, while Gao Kai's is water attribute. The school's arrangement is quite reasonable."
Sui nodded. They chatted for a while about the start of the semester. Then Gao Kai suddenly leaned in mysteriously and whispered into Sui's ear.
"Old Su, you better watch out for that one. That woman is clearly petty. The way she looked at you yesterday was like she wanted to eat you alive. She'll probably try to get back at you someday. Don't worry, I understand."
Sui nodded. If there was anyone among the new students who held the greatest grudge against him, it was definitely Wang He. In the future, if there were any missions, he would have to avoid Wang He. Even if he couldn't avoid her, he'd have to stay on guard. It wasn't that he feared Wang He would do something underhanded. It was mainly that this woman was so stupidly obvious that she might do something absurd and drag him down with her. After seeing off Gao Kai and Zhu Xiaotong, Sui didn't rest immediately. It was still early, not yet evening. After adjusting his state, he began drawing talismans. The first one he chose was the 6 Ding 6 Jia talisman. As spiritual energy flowed, a pale yellow talisman quickly took shape.
On
the surface of the talisman, 4 divine general figures flashed and vanished into it.
2 Ding and 2 Jia.
Sui let out a light breath, joy shining in his eyes. After being promoted to rank 2, the number of divine generals he could summon increased to 4. Compared to the 1 Ding and 1 Jia at rank 1, the talisman's power had more than doubled. It was just a pity. Sui glanced at the dozens of 6 Ding 6 Jia talismans he had drawn earlier, feeling a pang of regret. These were now useless. Who would use the basic version when an enhanced one was available? If only he had known, he wouldn't have drawn so many. But then again, he couldn't help it. He suffered from a severe case of firepower deficiency phobia. After drawing a few 6 Ding 6 Jia talismans, Sui went on to create several suppression talismans. Holding the suppression talisman in his hand, Sui felt curious. He wondered if this talisman, aside from countering evil spirits, could also be effective against humans.
I'll give it a try when I get the chance.
Sui put away the talismans, then washed up and went to sleep. Though it was a new environment, the day had been so exhausting that Sui slept exceptionally soundly. When he woke again, it was already broad daylight. Longhu Academy placed almost no restrictions on new students. There were no mandatory classes, let alone credits or grade points. All arrangements for new students, even their outside activities, were entirely handled by their respective teachers. Therefore, Sui only needed to contact Li Jingsong. After tidying up, he made his way to Li Jingsong's residence, following the address he had been given. Li Jingsong's quarters were simple, just an ordinary teacher's dormitory, slightly larger than the student ones. When Sui arrived, Li Jingsong was sitting in the living room watching television.
Here.
Li Jingsong raised an eyebrow.
Sit.
Sui sat down across from him. Li Jingsong turned down the TV volume and spoke slowly.
Sui, as I said yesterday.
Under my guidance, I won't teach you any skills or interfere with your sequence direction. At most, I'll offer you guidance and advice. Of course, if at any point you feel my methods aren't suitable for you, you're free to go to another teacher. I won't stop you. In fact, I'll even help you make the connection.
I think this is perfect. It suits me very well,
Sui said respectfully.
Good. Then let's get down to business. For new students entering the academy, there are 2 things to do first.
Li Jingsong held up 2 fingers.
First, advance to rank 2. You've already done that. Second, master a spiritual energy training method.
He looked at Sui.
Have you learned about spiritual energy training methods before?
Sui shook his head.
No. A spiritual energy training method is a special way for sequence users to absorb and circulate spiritual energy.
Therefore, the earlier you master a training method, the more systematic you become, and the greater the benefit for your future as a sequence user.
Li Jingsong explained.
Some sequences can awaken their own spiritual energy training method at an early stage. This kind of training method is the most compatible with the sequence and yields the best results. But some sequences cannot awaken their own method, so they have to practice the generic training method provided by the Academy. He paused.
The compatibility of a generic method is certainly inferior to a self-awakened one. Practicing it yields half the results with twice the effort, and inevitably affects one's future prospects.
Sui understood.
So I need to find a way to awaken my own spiritual energy training method. Exactly.
Li Jingsong continued.
Generally speaking, the probability of a sequence user awakening their spiritual energy training method increases when they are tempered within the domain field of a high-rank sequence user of the same attribute. A high-rank sequence user of the same attribute.
Sui frowned.
Then how does an unknown sequence awaken its spiritual energy training method? For an unknown sequence, naturally there is no high-rank user of the same attribute to be found.
However, there is one attribute's domain field that suits any sequence user.
Li Jingsong revealed a smile.
The Thunder attribute domain field.
Thunder attribute?
Sui was taken aback.
That's right. A high-rank Thunder attribute sequence user can use their domain field to indiscriminately stimulate every cell and spiritual aperture in the body, helping the user awaken their spiritual energy training method. Plus, you yourself have Thunder attribute skills. I expect the probability of awakening is considerable. I see.
Sui nodded.
Then teacher, where can I find a high-rank Thunder attribute sequence user?
Before Sui could finish, he stopped. Instinctively, he thought of Zhou Min from yesterday.
That's right, it's her. Li Jingsong grinned. Go find Qimen now. I've already spoken to her. Okay. Sui nodded. Wait, I almost forgot. Li Jingsong pulled out a tube of pale blue potion from his pocket and placed it on the table. This is a basic spiritual energy potion, the standard resource for strength sequences. 1 bottle per month should be enough for you. Sui picked up the bottle and examined it curiously. He had seen this potion on the website. It was sold outside at an exorbitant price. 100,000 per bottle. He never expected it to be merely a basic resource at Lunghu Academy. Understood. Thank you, teacher. Sui put away the potion. Go ahead. Li Jingsong waved his hand. Then he added, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even if you don't awaken the first time, you can go to Qimen and try again. She likes you so much she probably won't refuse. In the small courtyard of Qimen's residence. Sui, you're here. When Sui arrived, the courtyard door opened and Qimen greeted him with a warm smile, inviting him in with enthusiasm. Teacher Zhou, thank you for helping me awaken the spiritual energy training method. Sui greeted her gratefully. You are a student of Lunghu Academy, so you are my student. There's no need for thanks. Qimen waved her hand dismissively. As it happens, Wang Chang also needs to awaken his training method. You two can do it together. Okay. Wang Chang had been standing by the side, offering Sui a smile. Though his face showed no expression, Wang Chang's heart was already racing with excitement. What a great opportunity. He was of the thunder sequence, while Sui was of an unknown sequence. In the lightning domain, awakening would surely leave Sui inferior. To surpass Sui, he must start here. You two can prepare yourselves. Qimen stood in the center of the courtyard, her expression turning serious. Once a sequence user reaches the 8th rank, they will awaken a domain. Within the domain, the attribute power of that sequence user reaches its peak omnipresent. As for my domain, it is the Thunder Sea domain. What you must do is to persist within my domain, endure the baptism of thunder, until the moment your spiritual energy training method awakens. Her gaze swept over Wang Chang and Sui, then she spoke. Of course, I will control the intensity of the Thunder Sea within a range you can withstand. Otherwise, with the slightest movement of the thunder, not to mention you two, even this courtyard would instantly turn to scorched earth. She subtly displayed her power, then said, Are you ready? Ready. Sui and Wang Chang answered together. The two found a spot beside Qimen and sat down. Thunder Sea, arise. The next second, Qimen's voice rang out. In an instant, Sui's vision blurred. Crackle. Countless fine lightning serpents shot out from the ground, and the entire courtyard instantly transformed into an ocean of thunder. At the same time, the entire space trembled slightly, and even the air became restless. Looking up, there was no sky above, only layers upon layers of slowly rotating thundercloud vortexes. However, the thunder within the domain was not violent. Instead, it possessed a strange rhythm, as if pulsing to some beat. In an instant, Sui felt a sudden numbness all over his body, and his hair stood on end. At the same time, he felt as if the thunder had come alive. Countless bolts of lightning, like nimble little snakes, rapidly drilled into his body at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. In almost an instant, they invaded every limb, every bone, every cell. Boom! Sui took a deep breath and immediately closed his eyes to sense all the changes within his body. Beside him, Wang Chang was doing the same. Qimen looked at the two and suddenly reminded them. The awakening of the spiritual energy training method mainly depends on how many spiritual apertures are connected. The human body has 362 spiritual apertures. The more you connect, the more advanced the training method, and the faster your cultivation speed. Sui and Wang Chang's hearts tightened, and they immediately focused their full attention on sensing. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, Wang Chang's entire body trembled. He could feel it. No wonder, it's a thunder domain of the same affinity as mine. The effect is incredibly powerful. Wang Chang was overjoyed. He dared not slack off, gritting his teeth and enduring the thunder surging within his body. Qimen watched intently from the side, unsurprised by Wang Chang's performance. For Wang Chang, a pure thunder sequence user awakening the spiritual energy training method within the Thunder Sea was twice the result with half the effort, almost a foregone conclusion. The only difference was the quality of the method he would awaken. As for Sui, it seemed his progress was not going smoothly. Another half-hour passed.
Seeing that Sui still showed no significant reaction, Qimen shook her head slightly. But this did not surprise her too much. Although Sui had performed brilliantly, he was not of the thunder sequence after all. Even if he didn't awaken this time, she could always help him try again later. Rumble rumble. Just then a burst of intense lightning erupted from Wang Chang's body. Then the sound of thunder was incessant. He suddenly opened his eyes, his face filled with joy. I've done it! I've done it! Qimen watched from outside, nodding in satisfaction. She could see that inside Wang Chang's body a full 210 spiritual apertures were lit up, resonating with the thunder domain. This number was among the top among all freshmen in the academy's history. Qimen was very pleased. After all, Wang Chang was a pure thunder sequence user, with a natural advantage in the thunder domain. When he later advanced to the 4th rank and upgraded his sequence, he should be able to connect all the spiritual apertures. Not bad, Qimen praised. 210 spiritual apertures in resonance. Your spiritual energy training method is only slightly inferior to what I had back then. Wang Chang excitedly walked out of the domain. He looked at Sui, who was still meditating with closed eyes, and let out a long breath, his heart even more delighted. Indeed, Sui had not yet awakened his training method. This time he had one. What's going on? Although the thunder is stimulating me, it doesn't seem to have much effect on my spiritual energy. After persisting for half an hour, Sui frowned slightly. He had made no progress. He had no clue about the spiritual energy training method. The thunder was not affecting his spiritual energy, only constantly stimulating his body, which had brought him nearly to his limit. Sighing, Sui prepared to give up on this awakening. But just as he was about to open his eyes, the spiritual energy within his body suddenly stirred uncontrollably. At the same time, a brilliant golden light burst forth from his entire body. In his mind a chant resounded like thunder. Heaven and earth, profound origin, all chi, the fundamental root. Within there is thunderbolt, the thunder god hides his name. Cave wisdom penetrates through 5 chi, surges forth. This was. Sui was startled. The golden light curse. The golden light curse he had awakened was only at its most basic level capable of summoning golden light to appear swiftly and protect his body. But under the stimulation of the thunder, the golden light curse activated automatically, its power far surpassing what he could muster. It caused his cave wisdom to penetrate through, and his sense of chi skyrocketed. The next moment Sui felt that the thunder and spiritual energy within him were both at his command. The two converged and surged, abruptly rushing into spaces he had never reached before. The spiritual apertures. Then Sui sensed that one after another his spiritual apertures were rapidly activated and connected. Rumble. Within the domain countless thunderclaps erupted. 100, 200. The speed was astonishing. 300, 320, 340. This. Qimen's originally calm expression suddenly changed. What is going on? Wang Chang's face turned pale. Qimen had just mentioned that the human body has 362 spiritual apertures. The more interconnected they are, the more advanced the cultivation method, and the faster the cultivation speed. He had just connected 210, and Qimen praised him for it. But what about Sui? This is over 300. It seems this isn't over yet. What the hell? Big brother, didn't you just touch the threshold of connecting spiritual apertures? Why are you suddenly glowing like a mad dog? Qimen stared intently at Sui, continuously counting the number of spiritual apertures that lit up within him. 360, 361, 362. When the last spiritual aperture was lit up. Boom! In the thunder sea domain the sound of thunder roared like an endless tide. All 362 spiritual apertures within Sui were connected. What the hell? Wang Chang couldn't help but curse. He really managed to connect all 362 apertures. Is this reasonable? Qimen clenched her fist, her emotions extremely unstable. Even the lightning in the domain was somewhat out of control, singeing Sui's hair. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and immediately retracted the domain, or else it wouldn't just be a matter of singed hair. The top-tier spiritual energy cultivation method with all apertures connected. Qimen murmured to herself, her shock no less than that of Wang Chang beside her. She was an 8th-tier sequence user. What kind of scenes had she not witnessed? But to awaken such a level of spiritual energy cultivation method at 2nd tier, she had truly never seen anything like it. Not to mention a newcomer, even many high-tier sequence users couldn't achieve this. Qimen took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, but her hand still trembled slightly. At this moment Qimen had only one thought: I must seize this opportunity. Does this prodigy even know how to teach properly? Her advancement speed is still not fast enough. She must immediately advance to the 9th tier. Once she reaches the 9th tier, she will rush to Li Jingsong and snatch this extraordinary talent. Sui slowly opened his eyes. Name: Sui, level 2nd tier, 1st level, spiritual energy cultivation method. Shui Dao In Shu. Note: embrace the source guide to the truth. Shou Tian circulates life without end. Shui Dao In Shu. Awakening. Shui Dao In Shu relies entirely on the golden light spell. Sui was in a great mood, but also knew this wave had nothing to do with him. He was carried away by the golden light spell. But then again, the golden light spell was also awakened by himself, right? He chuckled and slightly activated Shui Dao In Shu. The speed at which spiritual energy flowed within him was several times faster than before. Sui suddenly scratched his head. Why is my head feeling a bit hot, and my hair is a bit singed? Ahem, Sui, congratulations. Seeing this scene, Qimen quickly cleared her throat to change the subject. You awakened the top-tier spiritual energy cultivation method. The 9th tier is within reach. Thanks to Teacher Zhou's Thunder Sea domain. Sui expressed his gratitude. Without Teacher Zhou, I couldn't have awakened this smoothly. Haha, it's a small matter, Qimen grinned widely. It's already noon, why not stay for lunch before leaving? No thank you, Teacher Zhou. Sui felt embarrassed to trouble her further, and quickly took his leave. Meanwhile, Wang Chong watched Qimen's gaze linger on Sui's receding figure, sighing inwardly. Now Sui has completely become his teacher's white moonlight. As for him, the legitimate student, he has completely lost his standing. Sure enough, once Sui's figure disappeared, Qimen looked at him and said flatly, Do you realize the gap now? Wang Chong hung his head, weakly nodding. This gap is so obvious even a fool can see it. But you don't need to be discouraged. Who knew Qimen would change her tone? People like Sui are not something ordinary sequence users can compare to. He's already considered a prodigy. If his path of sequence promotion goes smoothly, he will almost certainly reach the peak of the 9th tier, and he will be an exceptional combatant at that. Qimen patted Wang Chong's shoulder. Your lighting attribute sequence is also not bad. Develop it well, and in the future fighting alongside him will be pretty good too. Hearing this, Wang Chong finally perked up. Yes, teacher. She's right. Why should I compare myself to such an abnormality like Sui? If I were to compare, it should be with Qian Jinyan and Wang He. Now Qian Jinyan and Wang He surely haven't awakened any spiritual energy cultivation methods, right? I am already ahead of him. After leaving Qimen, Sui immediately went to find Li Jingsong to share this good news. But Li Jingsong was not in his residence. He didn't know where he had gone. Sui had no choice but to return to his small courtyard. Sitting in the training room, he took out the bottle of basic spiritual energy potion. After awakening the spiritual energy cultivation method, taking the spiritual energy potion will maximize the potion's efficiency. As the potion flowed down his throat, it transformed into a warm energy spreading through his limbs. Sui immediately activated Shui Dao In Shu, starting to absorb the potion's power. He could clearly feel that the spiritual energy within him was increasing at a visibly rapid pace. With all 362 spiritual apertures connected, the cultivation efficiency was astonishing. This training lasted over a week. During this time, Sui did nothing but eat and drink and cultivate spiritual energy. 2 weeks later, Sui opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance passing through them. Name: Sui, level 2nd tier, 2nd level, 3rd tier, promotion condition, slay 10 white zombies. 2nd tier, 2nd level. In 2 weeks, he leveled up once. If this speed were to get out, it would probably scare a lot of people. You must know normal sequence users take at least 2 months to go from 2nd tier 1st level to 2nd level. Even tier sequences with resource support take at least a month. This is also the reason why the Longhu Academy provides basic resources for tier sequences at 1 potion per month. If given more, it wouldn't be used up. But who would have thought Sui only took half a month? The terror of Shui Dao In Shu is evident. However, Sui also discovered a problem. Once the potion was used up, relying solely on natural cultivation was too slow. To level up quickly, he needed sufficient resources. But the next resource distribution for steer sequences is 2 weeks away. He couldn't just wait idly for so long, could he? That would be too much of a waste of time.
I need to find a way to get more potions.
Sui stroked his chin. He indeed had 80,000 yuan given by his parents. But a bottle of basic spiritual energy potion costs 100,000. Even if he spent it all, he couldn't afford a single bottle. The expenses of sequence users and ordinary people are entirely different worlds.
Looks like I can try that method.
Sui stroked his chin, already forming an idea in his mind. In fact, this idea had already emerged when he first crossed over and learned that this was a world of zombie descent. There are no zombie movies here, but he had watched them before crossing. What are zombies afraid of? Glutinous rice, black dog blood, peach with swords. From the very beginning, Sui had wanted to test whether these would have any effect on zombies. The Longhu Academy has a credit system. Students receive credits for clearing zombie domains and slaying zombies, which can be exchanged for spiritual energy potions and other resources. If glutinous rice and peach with swords have a restraining effect on zombies, reporting this to the Longhu Academy would surely yield significant resources. With that decided, Sui immediately took out his communicator and sent a message to Li Jingsong.
Teacher, I want to go to the school's back mountain corpse domain. What procedures are required?
Li Jingsong had not returned to school for half a month, but he replied quickly.
Just go to the entrance of the back mountain and register with the duty teacher. By the way, how is the spiritual energy training method coming along? Have you awakened?
I've awakened, teacher.
Excellent. You'll be back today. Come find me tonight. All right.
After contacting Li Jingsong, Sui packed up. Then he left school and first bought a large bag of glutinous rice. He also found some peach wood and carved a few peach wood swords. Black dog blood was the hardest to obtain. Sui spent a few hundred yuan to buy a basin from a dog meat restaurant and stored it in bottles. With everything ready, Sui arrived at the back mountain corpse domain of Longhu Academy. At the entrance, there were guard posts and simple buildings. A male teacher, who looked about 40 years old, with a stern expression, sat behind the registration desk.
Hello, teacher. I want to enter the corpse domain.
Sui stepped forward and handed over his ID card. The male teacher took the card, swiped it on the device, and looked up at Sui.
A freshman. You've only been enrolled for a short time, and you're already eager to enter the corpse domain. Have you advanced to second rank and want to test the power of your skills? Yes, teacher.
The male teacher nodded.
The back mountain corpse domain is a training ground opened by the school, divided into 7 layers corresponding to different levels of zombies. At your current level, you can only enter the first 2 layers. The first layer is the corpse fiend area, and the second is the purple zombie area. Beyond that, higher authority and strength are required. Since it's a training ground, not a school-assigned mission, killing zombies here does not earn credits. If you are injured, especially by a zombie, go to the adjacent medical room immediately to receive a purifying evil elixir. Each person has a fixed annual free quota. Beyond that, credits are required.
As he spoke, the male teacher handed back the ID card and also gave Sui a pendant.
You should recognize this right. If an accident occurs, the pendant will activate a shield. Of course, if it's not used, you need to return it when you come out.
Sui nodded. The pendant was no different from the one used in the trial. He took it and wore it on his wrist.
You're all set. Go ahead. Thank you, teacher.
Sui thanked him and stepped into the corpse domain. This corpse domain was similar to the Qioshan corpse domain from the trial mission. But the difference was that there was no dense fog everywhere like in the Qioshan corpse domain. It seemed his guess was correct. The fog in the Qioshan corpse domain was indeed Li Jingsong's sequence skill. Sui walked toward the nearest corpse coffin room. The corpse fiend area was very small, with perhaps only 100 or so corpse coffin houses scattered around. But thinking about it, it made sense. The students of Longhu Academy were at least second-rank sequence wielders, and corpse fiends were of little use to them.
Since it's an experiment, I should start with the basics.
Sui casually kicked open the wooden door.
Roar!
A corpse fiend immediately lunged out. Without a word, Sui threw a handful of glutinous rice.
Crackle!
As the rice grains made contact with the corpse fiend, a series of popping sounds, like frying beans, erupted. Immediately, wherever the rice touched the corpse fiend's body, thick white smoke rose, and the flesh visibly black and festered and sank. The glutinous rice grains, like red-hot charcoal, embedded themselves deeply into its body, and the burning force continued to spread inward along the corpse chi.
Awa!
The corpse fiend wailed in agony, and soon collapsed to the ground.
Such a domineering effect!
Sui himself was stunned. He knew it might be effective, but he hadn't expected such a remarkable result. Then Sui found 2 other corpse fiends, and tested the power of black dog blood and the peachwood sword. But these 2 were somewhat inferior to the glutinous rice. The peachwood sword could dispel the corpse chi, but it broke easily. The black dog blood was slightly more effective, but it couldn't kill the corpse fiend instantly. Sui looked at the scorched marks on the ground and felt more confident. These folk remedies from his previous life truly had a special restraining effect on zombies in this world. The movies were all true, they didn't make things up. Especially the glutinous rice. Its lethality against corpse fiends was terrifying.
But being effective against corpse fiends doesn't mean much, they aren't even real zombies yet. I need to try it on a purple zombie.
Sui's gaze shifted deeper into the area where the corpse chi was noticeably several times denser. Further ahead lay the territory of the purple zombies. Sui packed away the remaining glutinous rice and black dog blood, then stepped into the purple zombie zone.
Body of golden light, reflect upon my form.
The moment he entered the purple zombie area, he chanted the golden light mantra. Instantly, a brilliant golden light enveloped his entire body. No matter what caution came first. With the golden light covering him, Sui approached the nearest corpse coffin room and kicked it open. A low roar erupted, and a tall purple-gray figure shot out from the door like a cannonball. Its arms stretched straight forward, nails pitch black and sharp, and bloodthirsty red eyes locked onto Sui. This was a purple zombie. Judging by its corpse chi, it was far stronger than the freshly evolved purple zombies he had raised in the Chioshan corpse domain. Sui was prepared. The moment the purple zombie leaped out, he threw a large handful of glutinous rice. Most of the rice was dodged by the agile purple zombie, but a small portion hit its chest and arms.
Sizzle!
White smoke rose again. The purple zombie let out a pained roar. Where the rice had struck, the purple-gray skin showed distinct scorched marks. However, that was all. The scorched marks did not expand, and the purple zombie only paused briefly. Its eyes blazed with even greater ferocity, as if enraged, and it lunged at Sui with renewed frenzy.
Unfortunately, glutinous rice is effective against purple zombies, but the effect is greatly diminished and cannot inflict fatal wounds.
Sui shook his head slightly, and dodged the purple zombie's attack. With the golden light mantra in effect, his speed surpassed that of the purple zombie. While evading, he swung the peachwood sword fiercely at the purple zombie's back.
Crack!
With a sharp sound, the peachwood sword snapped. A shallow scorch mark appeared on the purple zombie's back, but it was not deep, even worse than the glutinous rice. Next, he tried the black dog blood with the same result. Sui understood and wasted no more time. He stopped dodging, and his right hand covered in golden light shot out like lightning, clamping onto the purple zombie's neck.
Roar!
The purple zombie let out a shrill, agonized scream, struggling wildly, but Sui's grip was like a vice, unmoving. The restraining effect of the golden light against corpse chi was vividly evident.
Wait, in the movies, glutinous rice can not only repel zombies, but also remove corpse poison.
Sui was about to finish off this purple zombie, when he suddenly remembered something. After this thought arose in his mind, Sui hesitated for a moment. However, recalling that even if glutinous rice proved ineffective, he could still obtain a healing potion outside, he gritted his teeth and commanded the purple zombie's nail to lightly scratch his arm. No wound was left.
I forgot about the golden light spell.
Sui slapped his forehead, then controlled the golden light to flow over his body, dispersing the radiance from his arm. This time, the purple zombie's nail successfully left a 3 to 4 centimeter wound on his arm. With a crack, he twisted off the zombie's neck, tossed it aside, and carefully examined the state of the injury. The wound had already turned black, and the discoloration was spreading to the surrounding skin. The pain was not too severe, but a chilling sensation relentlessly burrowed into his bones. This was the evil chi of the purple zombie. As for corpse poison, there was no trace of it. Sui understood that what was called corpse poison in movies was likely this very evil chi. So it seemed he need not worry about being injured by zombies at all. With the golden light spell, what evil chi could possibly linger in his body? Sui grabbed a handful of glutinous rice and pressed it onto the wound. With a sizzling sound, intense pain erupted from the blackened area. At the same time, the remaining evil chi was rapidly dissolving. Sui furrowed his brow, his face paling from the pain. After another moment, he sensed again, and found that the wound held no more evil chi, and had ceased to be black. He circulated the golden light to cover the area, ensuring there were no hidden dangers, then nodded slightly. Glutinous rice could indeed dispel evil chi. This property revealed its value to be even greater than its lethality against zombies. Healing potions required resources. But glutinous rice, though painful, saved money. With his goal achieved, Sui no longer lingered and turned to head back. Before leaving, he cast a distant glance toward the deeper zombie domain. That was the territory of white zombies. He had not forgotten that his promotion to the 3rd tier required slaying 10 white zombies. However, the school rules stipulated that 2nd tier students could only operate within the purple zombie domain. He wondered if he could circumvent this restriction, or perhaps ask a teacher to grant an exception. But there was no need to rush. He was still far from the threshold of the 3rd tier. It would be safer to act when he reached level 9 of the 2nd tier. Returning to the exit of the zombie domain, he handed back the pendant and went straight to Li Jingsong's courtyard.
"You're here."
Li Jingsong appeared travel-worn.
"A large-scale zombie domain suddenly appeared in the southwest. My Mystic Mist sequence can suppress zombie states and also explore the specifics of the domain, so Dragon Tiger Academy asked me to help,"
Li Jingsong explained. Sui now understood why his teacher had vanished for half a month.
"Teacher, are you all right?" "Don't worry, I was just providing support. The front line wasn't my responsibility."
Li Jingsong waved a hand casually.
"By the way, did you go to the Back Mountain zombie domain today to test your newly awakened skill?" "Yes."
Sui nodded and said,
"But teacher, during my skill test, I made a very special discovery."
Li Jingsong grew interested.
"What discovery?" "I found that glutinous rice has a certain lethal effect on zombies."
Sui did not reveal all the items that could counter zombies. Discovering one thing by chance was plausible, revealing several in succession would be hard to explain. Moreover, compared to glutinous rice, black dog blood and peachwood swords were far less effective and cost-effective. Whether or not he mentioned them made little difference.
"What?"
Li Jingsong's eyes snapped up.
"Glutinous rice can harm zombies." "That's right. But it's limited to corpse fiends and purple zombies. I haven't tested it on white zombies, but it should be ineffective."
Sui nodded.
"How can that be?"
Li Jingsong instinctively shook his head. What was glutinous rice? The most common food ingredient. How could it possibly injure zombies? It defied all logic. Yet Sui's expression did not seem like a joke.
"Do you have glutinous rice with you?"
He stood up. Sui nodded.
"I have some. Let's go."
Without another word, Li Jingsong raised his hand. Sui saw a dense mist suddenly envelop him, blotting out everything, even Li Jingsong beside him. Then he felt the fog and the ground beneath him moving at tremendous speed. When he looked up again, the surrounding mist slowly dissipated. He and Li Jingsong were now inside the Back Mountain zombie domain. Sui's pupils contracted. Li Jingsong's sequence was far too overpowered. In just a few seconds, they had crossed such a great distance.
"It's merely a small application of domain field ability."
Li Jingsong remained calm, casually pushing open the door of a coffin room. A pair of misformed hands reached in and grabbed the corpse fiend inside.
"Come on!"
He gestured to Sui. Sui understood and immediately took out a handful of glutinous rice and scattered it.
Roar!
The result was identical to the previous experiment. The glutinous rice landed on the corpse fiend, producing crackling sounds. Moments later, the corpse fiend died.
"This..."
Li Jingsong's eyes flew wide open. This was the first time Sui had seen such a strong reaction from him.
"What is the principle?"
Li Jingsong still found it hard to believe. He brought the corpse fiend closer and examined it carefully for a long time. Then he asked Sui for another handful and tasted a few grains.
"It's really just ordinary glutinous rice."
Li Jingsong then personally sprinkled the rice onto the corpse fiend. The outcome remained unchanged. The corpse fiend was killed directly by the rice.
"Let's go! Try it on a purple zombie."
Li Jingsong raised his hand, and the mist swirled, bringing Sui to the purple zombie area.
Teacher, glutinous rice is less effective against purple zombies. It can only injure them, not kill.
This time Sui simply handed all the glutinous rice to Li Jingsong and let him test it himself. After a moment, Li Jingsong casually killed the experimental purple zombie, his expression complex. It was one thing for glutinous rice to harm corpse fiends, but it could even injure purple zombies. That was something only second-tier sequence users could accomplish. Not that the rice's power was astonishing, it could only wound purple zombies. The real shock was how it overturned his long-held beliefs. The consensus had always been that only sequence users could fight zombies. But who would have thought glutinous rice could do it too? Yet Li Jingsong's astonishment was not over. Sui suddenly said,
"Oh teacher, if someone is injured by a purple zombie, glutinous rice can also remove evil chi."
What? Li Jingsong's eyes widened. Still not the end. Not only could this stuff injure purple zombies, but it could also heal. Sui demonstrated again. Witnessing the evil chi expelled from the wound on Sui's arm by the glutinous rice, Li Jingsong was once again stunned. His expression was complicated.
All these years I've lived, and I've been living in vain.
Suddenly another thought struck him.
Wait here for me. I'll go see if it works on other grades of zombies.
Li Jingsong instructed Sui, then transformed into mist and vanished. Moments later, he reappeared shaking his head.
I tried white zombies, black zombies, green zombies, and even for zombies, no effect. Glutinous rice only works on corpse fiends and purple zombies, but that's still remarkable.
He patted Sui's shoulder, deeply moved.
In the 140 years since zombies descended upon the world, you are the first to discover that glutinous rice counters them. In a way, you've made history. If this news is reported to the Academy, and even the nation, your reward will be substantial. However,
Li Jingsong suddenly shifted his tone.
Just inform Zhou Yunhai about this. Take the reward from the Academy, and don't speak of it to others. Huh?
Sui was startled.
Why is that? Because there is danger.
Li Jingsong looked at Sui.
Do you think I offered to be your guardian for no reason? Where does your danger come from? Only from the zombies.
Sui was puzzled.
Then what is it? Because of the human factions colluding with zombies. The area outside the zombie domain may not be safer than inside,
Li Jingsong said calmly.
Humans colluding with zombies.
Sui was even more confused.
What do they gain? Lifespan.
Li Jingsong let out a cold laugh.
Sequencers, even 9th rank ones, can live at most 200 years. But do you know how long even the lowest purple zombie can live?
Sui shook his head.
Unknown,
Li Jingsong said.
In over 100 years since the zombies descended, no one has ever seen a zombie die of natural causes. Some speculate they are simply immortal. That's why humans must periodically clear the zombie domain. If left unchecked, every zombie would grow infinitely stronger.
Sui's eyes flickered. He had heard of this before his transmigration. Zombies, ageless and immortal. Even after 100 years, let alone 1,000, if left unkilled, they would never die. Li Jingsong continued.
And that's just the low-level ones. The highest level, the imperishable bone, has bones that never decay. Even if killed, it can resurrect from a single bone, nearly indestructible. And if one of its bones is implanted into a human, it can extend their lifespan by several hundred years. Of course, that's only if the imperishable bone is willing. If the bone is forced, it's tantamount to suicide. The baleful energy would kill the person.
Sui's eyes widened in shock.
An imperishable bone can willingly implant bone into a human. What do you think? The intelligence of an imperishable bone surpasses that of humans,
Li Jingsong said calmly.
Some imperishable bones even cultivate their own forces. The most notorious now, the Longevity Society, isn't that cultivated by an imperishable bone. It's just that we haven't yet identified which one.
Sui was enlightened. None of this could be found online.
But what do these imperishable bones gain?
Sui still didn't understand.
Who knows? Perhaps to diminish human power and let the zombie domain engulf the world. The minds of alien beings are unfathomable.
Li Jingsong shook his head.
In any case, you must be wary of these factions. Showing extraordinary talent might not draw their attention. But if you create something that can counter zombies, that would be too big a stir. Countless people have talent, but you are the only one who discovered that sticky rice counters zombies.
Sui nodded earnestly.
Teacher, I understand. So far I've only told you. No one else knows. Good. You are very cautious.
Li Jingsong nodded with satisfaction. This was what he liked most about Sui. A restless man invites trouble, a restless dog gets beaten with bricks. Only by staying steady can one reach the peak. Then he asked,
with such a significant discovery, do you have any reward in mind? I can promise it on behalf of the Academy right now. I just want some basic potions.
Sui scratched his head.
The Academy's basic spiritual energy potions aren't enough for me, they're slowing down my cultivation. You're in rank. The Academy sends you 1 tube of the highest quality basic potion every month, and it's still not enough.
Li Jingsong was puzzled, then recalled something and asked quickly.
Is it because you awakened an extremely high-grade spiritual energy cultivation method? I forgot to ask earlier, how many spiritual apertures did you connect?
362.
300, what?
Li Jingsong's entire body trembled.
You connected all 362 apertures. A top-tier spiritual energy cultivation method. Yes.
Li Jingsong was stunned, took a deep breath, and shook his head after a long pause.
You awakened a top-tier method, and you still want basic resources. Just tell the Academy, and they'll give you whatever resources you need.
Sui was taken aback.
It can be like that. If they don't cultivate a top genius like you, who else would they cultivate? By the way, don't tell anyone else about your cultivation method.
Li Jingsong thought for a moment and added,
Zhou Min knows right. I'll remind her later. Okay, teacher.
As they spoke, Li Jingsong took out his communicator and sent a message. Then, he said,
let's wait here. Zhou Yunhai will be here soon. Principal Zhou is coming personally. Of course, even if his wife were about to give birth, this is more important.
In less than 10 minutes, Sui felt the air around him suddenly become scorching hot. Then not far away, a sea of orange flames erupted. After the flames died down, Zhou Yunhai stepped out from within. Sui's eyes widened slightly. Principal Zhou was a fire-type sequencer.
Li Jingsong, is what you said in the message true? Something that can counter zombies and clear wound baleful energy.
As soon as he appeared, Zhou Yunhai asked urgently. Naturally, Li Jingsong demonstrated it again for Zhou Yunhai. Unsurprisingly, Sui ended up with another wound on his hand.
Incredible, incredible.
Zhou Yunhai was utterly astonished, his vision far-reaching.
This way, even if a zombie outbreak affects ordinary people, they'll have a chance to survive. Most importantly, when injured by corpse fiends or purple zombies, even if local patrols can't arrive in time, people can use sticky rice to remove the baleful energy and avoid zombification.
He paced back and forth.
This news must be announced nationwide. A great merit, a great merit.
Zhou Yunhai suddenly turned to Li Jingsong.
Only how did you discover this? With such a contribution, your promotion to 9th rank is just around the corner. It wasn't me.
Li Jingsong shook his head and pointed to the side.
It was Sui. What?
Zhou Yunhai was even more shocked. He certainly knew Sui, the top freshman in the entrance ranking, and he had personally presided over the entrance trial. Yet this freshman had made such a significant discovery.
It was just a coincidence,
Sui replied honestly.
Good. Good. Good.
Zhou Yunhai laughed heartily, saying 3 goods in a row.
Sui, your arrival might be destiny.
He patted Sui's shoulder heavily.
You were born to exterminate zombies.
Sui shook his head repeatedly.
Just luck, just luck.
But soon Zhou Yunhai's expression turned solemn.
Sui, don't tell anyone else about this. But I will definitely give you the reward you deserve. When you reach the 8th rank, I will announce it publicly, and then I'll apply for a set of 9th rank resources for you. Teacher has already told me.
Sui nodded, then said,
Principal Zhou, could you credit this merit to Teacher Li instead? It's still a long way before I reach 9th rank. It's better to let Teacher Li advance first.
Giving the credit for discovering sticky rice to Li Jingsong was something Sui had carefully considered. He was only at rank 2 now, and couldn't reach rank 8 anytime soon. Who knew if Zhou Yunhai would still be in office by then? Who would get the credit then? Better to let Li Jingsong have it now. Though they hadn't known each other long, Sui had already seen Li Jingsong's character. Someone else could have easily claimed the discovery of sticky rice's effect on zombies for themselves, obtaining the resources for 9th rank advancement. But Li Jingsong never even considered it. He immediately notified Zhou Yunhai. Moreover, given the dangers outside, if Li Jingsong could advance to 9th rank sooner, Su Yi's backing would be stronger.
No!
Before Zhou Yunhai could speak, Li Jingsong immediately objected.
You're married, how can it be given to me? Keep it for yourself. As your teacher, I haven't even helped you yet, and now you're giving me such a huge favor.
That's ridiculous. Su Yi insisted.
Teacher, I'm investing in you. If you advance to 9th rank, it will help me even more in the future. Even so, I have my own way to reach 9th rank.
Li Jingsong tried to refuse again, but Zhou Yunhai suddenly interjected.
Only I think Su Yi's idea is good. But?
He paused.
It's not good enough.
He looked at Su Yi and Li Jingsong seriously.
The merit will first be credited to Old Li, who will take one set of 9th rank resources. When Su Yi reaches the 8th rank in the future, I will apply for another set for him. Su Yi's discovery is worth 2 sets of 9th rank resources. Even if it's 2 portions, they should all belong to Su Yi.
Yet to everyone's surprise, Li Jingsong still refused to accept it. Zhou Yunhai and Su Yi had to persuade him repeatedly before Li Jingsong finally agreed. However, he still looked at Su Yi and said earnestly,
This resource is considered a loan from me. When you advance to a higher rank in the future, you can return it to me. I am your teacher. It's impossible for me to take advantage of you.
Su Yi nodded helplessly. Regardless, the priority was to make Li Jingsong accept the resources and advance to the 9th rank.
In that case, they'll go back and handle this matter right away. Your 9th rank promotion resources will be delivered soon.
Zhou Yunhai nodded and prepared to leave.
Wait, there's one more thing.
Li Jingsong spoke calmly.
Su Yi has awakened a top-tier spiritual energy cultivation method and connected 362 spiritual apertures. Now his basic resources can no longer keep up with his cultivation progress.
What? Zhou Yunhai was startled again, staring intently at Su Yi with admiration in his eyes.
Excellent. It seems that among this year's new students at Longhu Academy, there is truly a pillar of strength.
He waved his hand.
How can such talent be constrained by insufficient resources? Su Yi, from now on your resources will be directly applied to the Academic Affairs Department with unlimited distribution. Of course, it can only be used for yourself and not for external transactions. Thank you, Principal Zhou.
Su Yi was delighted. His purpose for this visit was accomplished. Just then 2 people approached him together. Su Yi paused. It was actually Wang Chong and Qimen Dunjia, the duo. They also saw Su Yi, grinned and immediately began to wave in greeting. But soon they noticed Zhou Yunhai, and Li Jingsong beside him trembled slightly, immediately stood at attention and respectfully greeted.
Hello, Principal Zhou. Hello, Teacher Li.
They glanced at each other with confusion. It wasn't surprising that Su Yi was with Li Jingsong, but why was Principal Zhou here too? What were they doing here?
Wang Chong and Qimen Dunjia, right?
Zhou Yunhai remembered them and smiled.
Are you here to test your skills? Yes, Principal Zhou.
Wang Chong quickly replied.
We've both awakened spiritual energy cultivation methods. We've also gained some new insights into skill usage, so we came to try our hands against a purple zombie. Oh!
Zhou Yunhai no longer hurried to leave.
Perfect. You two come and give it a try. Let me see the level of the top students among this year's new intake. Us?
Wang Chong scratched his head, his gaze shifting to Su Yi.
Principal, we're not exactly top students. He is different from you.
Zhou Yunhai waved his hand. All right. Wang Chong and Qimen Dunjia immediately understood Zhou Yunhai's implication. Was he saying that they were no longer on the same level as Su Yi?
You've only just advanced to the 2nd rank not long ago, so choose a purple zombie with weaker baleful chi to try first.
Zhou Yunhai casually pointed to 2 corpse chambers.
The purple zombies in those 2 chambers are not very strong. They should be just right for you. All right, I'll go first.
Qimen Dunjia was the first to approach one of the chambers. Standing before the door, his chest swelled slightly, and he let out a low roar.
Inextinguishable.
It was as if an invisible furnace had been ignited within his body. In an instant, Qimen Dunjia's appearance transformed dramatically. His muscles bulged, veins protruded, and even his skin quickly took on a scorching bronze hue. Coupled with his stature of only about 1.6 meters, he was as broad and sturdy as a small mountain.
Bang!
He raised his arms and pushed directly, removing both door panels of the corpse chamber. The purple zombie inside, whose home had been destroyed, naturally refused to back down, charging out to engage in combat with Qimen Dunjia. Thus man and zombie locked in a close-quarters brawl, trading blows with fists and arms. For a time neither side could gain a clear advantage. Qimen Dunjia's blood and chi were as vigorous as an ox, and his strength even surpassed that of the purple zombie. At the same time, he possessed combat techniques, sticking close to the purple zombie throughout the fight, making it difficult for the zombie's claws to harm him, though the purple zombie occasionally bit Qimen Dunjia with its fangs. As his crimson blood and chi surged, the wounds quickly healed, and the baleful chi was dispelled. However, the purple zombie was thick-skinned and tough. Despite Qimen Dunjia having the upper hand, it was difficult for him to inflict fatal injuries. Thus the two fought for over 10 minutes. By then, the purple zombie's baleful chi had been largely dispersed by Qimen Dunjia's attacks. Though still ferocious, it was far weaker than before. Qimen Dunjia was panting slightly, his stamina clearly near exhaustion. After another moment, he finally seized an opportunity, gathered all his strength, and slammed a fist into the purple zombie's chest, killing it. But by then Qimen Dunjia had expended a great deal of energy and was gasping for air. After Qimen Dunjia came Wang Chang. His task was somewhat easier than Qimen Dunjia's. He struck the purple zombie with several bolts of lightning, then immediately ran. When it was about to catch up, he unleashed another bolt of lightning, slowing the zombie's movement, and continued fleeing. After a short while, he kited the purple zombie to death. However, Wang Chang had also consumed a considerable amount of physical strength and spiritual energy, his face turning pale. Zhou Yunhai nodded with satisfaction. Having just advanced to the second rank and already able to defeat a purple zombie alone, very good. Keep up the good work. With that, he handed them 2 bottles of spiritual energy potions. Take a break first, recover your condition, and then try again later. Try again. Wang Chang and Qimen Dunjia were puzzled. They thought their performance against the previous purple zombie had been quite perfect. The purple zombie that Zhou Yunhai had chosen for them was just right, neither too strong nor too weak. If they encountered a stronger one, they probably wouldn't be able to defeat it. But since Zhou Yunhai had spoken, they naturally dared not say much and obediently drank the potions to recover. The potions Zhou Yunhai gave them were very effective. Soon both were back to peak condition. Those 2 corpse chambers are about the same difficulty as the previous ones. Pointing to 2 more corpse chambers, Zhou Yunhai handed each of them a packet of glutinous rice. Take this and try again using it. Glutinous rice. Wang Chang and Qimen Dunjia were dumbfounded. They scratched their heads in confusion and cautiously asked, Principal Zhou, what's the use of this glutinous rice? This is the latest discovery by teacher Li Jingsong. Glutinous rice can inflict damage on zombies, Zhou Yunhai said. Just sprinkle the glutinous rice on the purple zombie. What? Wang Chang and Qimen Dunjia were utterly shocked. Glutinous rice could harm a purple zombie. Was this really not a joke? If these words hadn't come from Zhou Yunhai, they would have thought someone was pulling their leg. Not daring to question Zhou Yunhai directly, they skeptically took the glutinous rice, and each headed to a corpse chamber. But when they lured out the purple zombie and sprinkled the glutinous rice on it, they were completely stunned. It actually worked. With the enhancement of the glutinous rice, both of them killed the purple zombie much more easily this time. Excellent, excellent. Zhou Yunhai nodded repeatedly as he watched. With glutinous rice, even second-rank sequence users can greatly reduce the effort required to deal with purple zombies. Principal, this glutinous rice really works. Wang Chang and Qimen Dunjia ran over excitedly, holding the glutinous rice as if it were a treasure. Second-rank sequence users have only a few awakened skills. This resulted in a lack of methods when fighting zombies. But with glutinous rice, it was different. It was equivalent to gaining an extra powerful skill. The 2 looked at Li Jingsong with immense admiration. What a brilliant mind it must take to discover that glutinous rice is effective against zombies. After witnessing the practical effect of the glutinous rice, Zhou Yunhai did not linger any longer, transforming into a blaze of fire and vanishing on the spot. Li Jingsong also summoned a mist and brought Sui back to his own residence. Only Wang Chang and Qimen Dunjia remained on the spot, staring at each other in bewilderment. Back at his residence, Li Jingsong gazed at Sui in silence for a long moment, then couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. I never expected that the student I took in on a whim would present me with such a generous gift. It seems I owe Zhao Xuheng a debt of gratitude. I too should thank Instructor Zhao for recommending me to you, Master.
Sui replied with a smile. Alright, now that you have the spiritual energy cultivation method and basic resources, I won't disturb you further,
Li Jingsong said.
Of course, feel free to come to me anytime with any questions.
Sui asked curiously.
Master, are you about to attempt the 9th level? Not so soon.
Li Jingsong shook his head.
No matter how quickly Zhou Yunhai applies, the Academy's 9th level resources won't be approved for a few more months.
Besides, I need to make some preparations.
Sui nodded. After lingering for a moment, he took his leave. Unexpectedly, when he returned to his own courtyard, he found Gao Kai waiting outside the gate. Sui, where have you been? I sent you messages, but you didn't reply. I went to handle some matters with my master.
Sui asked.
What's wrong? I've also advanced to the 2nd level. Treat you and Zhu Xiaotong to a meal. Oh, that fast?
Sui chuckled.
Then I definitely need to bleed your wallet dry. Absolutely. Zhu Xiaotong is already waiting, let's hurry.
That evening Gao Kai ordered a lavish table of dishes, and the three chatted while they ate. Zhu Xiaotong had been a step ahead of Gao Kai, having already advanced to the 2nd level a week earlier, and was now focused on mastering the spiritual energy cultivation method. During the meal, Gao Kai also filled them in on the situation of the new students. Apart from a few break sequences, most of the others had already advanced to the 2nd level. Many had even mastered the spiritual energy cultivation method. Sui was not surprised by this. Wang Chong had already grasped it half a month ago, and Qian Jinyan and Wang Yi likely wouldn't be far behind. After chatting for a while longer, the three finally left in high spirits. From then on, Sui's cultivation fell into a steady routine, drawing talismans, training spiritual energy, and collecting potions. Sui's life was simple and unadorned. Yet outside, an earth-shattering event occurred. Longhu Academy, along with the other 3 top-tier academies, issued an announcement. A new discovery had been made in the field of zombie suppression. Glutinous rice was effective against both purple zombies and corpse fiends. The moment this news was released, it stirred up 1,000 ripples. Both sequence awakeners and ordinary people were shaken to the core. Why were zombies so terrifying? It was because they had almost no weaknesses. Ordinary people who encountered them had no options and could only wait for death. Even 1st and 2nd level sequence awakeners might not necessarily prevail against a purple zombie. But now glutinous rice had become their first weakness. Although it only worked on low-level zombies, like corpse fiends and purple zombies, that was still remarkable. After all, one couldn't expect a humble grain of glutinous rice to subdue all zombies. Countless people admired Li Jingsong beyond measure for this discovery. Glutinous rice sold out almost instantly. Even Sui received a call from his parents urging him to stock up on glutinous rice. Sui found this both amusing and exasperating. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 3 months had passed. One morning, Sui slowly rose from his seated position in the cultivation room. Named Sui, level 2nd level, grade 6, passive skill, warding off all evils, active skills, incantation, golden light incantation, palm 5 thunder incantation, talisman art, 6 ding, and 6 jia talisman, suppression talisman, advanced to 2nd level, grade 6, awaken talisman art, exorcism talisman. Note: expel evil, and sever corruption, annihilate with a single thought. I've advanced to 2nd level, grade 6, and awakened a new talisman art, the exorcism talisman. A sharp glint flashed in Sui's eyes. The exorcism talisman was a purely offensive talisman. The 8 words, expel evil, and sever corruption, annihilate with a single thought, already hinted at its immense power. It's a pity I don't have time to test the exorcism talisman's power. Sui shook his head, taking out his communicator. On it was a message sent to the new students by Longhu Academy the previous evening. This was the first notification from Longhu Academy since enrollment. Greetings to all new students. Congratulations, you have been enrolled for nearly half a semester. We believe each of you has made progress. However, a sequence awakener must never cultivate in isolation. Therefore, the 4 great academies will jointly hold a small assessment for new students. Each academy will select 10 new students to participate in the assessment. Assemble at No. 1 training ground at 9:00 a.m. tomorrow to determine the candidates. A small assessment for new students of the 4 great academies. Sui grew interested. He wondered what method would be used for the test organized by the 4 top-tier academies. He put away his communicator and strode out of the courtyard. The training ground was not far from the new student dormitory area. He arrived in about 10 minutes. By then most of the new students had already gathered. Everyone was extremely excited. Even though only 10 would be selected, that didn't stop them from enjoying the spectacle.
Sui, it's so hard to see you. You're always holed up in your dorm, and you never come out even when I invite you to eat.
Wang Chong spotted Sui and his eyes lit up. He sidled over and whispered,
It's been 3 months. What's your level now?
Wang Chong was the only student besides a few teachers who knew that Sui had awakened a top-tier spiritual energy cultivation method. He had originally wanted to tell the other students to let them feel the shock. But Zhou Min had sternly warned him not to leak the information, so he had to keep it bottled up. Therefore, among the students only he knew that Sui's cultivation speed was definitely the fastest in this batch.
Just advanced to 2nd level grade 6.
Sui didn't hide it from him.
His.
Wang Chong gasped in shock. 3 months jumped 5 grades. Was he even human? His eyes were green with envy. Was this the efficiency of a top-tier spiritual energy cultivation method?
I'm only grade 4.
Wang Chong sighed.
I wonder if the other 3 academies have freaks like you.
If they do, there's no point in comparing.
After chatting a while longer, all the new students had arrived.
Zhou Yunhai stepped out from the crowd and announced in a clear voice.
This 4 Academy small assessment aims to facilitate exchange and learning among the top students.
Therefore, naturally, we must select the 10 strongest new students currently in the academy.
These words stirred a buzz among the students below.
Zhou Yunhai's words were straightforward. Only the strongest 10 would participate in the 4 Academy assessment. How would these 10 be determined? Naturally, it would be decided through competition. Zhou Yunhai paused, then continued.
Of course, besides these 10, those who weren't selected shouldn't feel discouraged. There will be countless opportunities in the future to surpass the frontrunners. As for the initial 10 spots, they are tentatively assigned to the classmates, who were the last to exit the corpse domain during the opening trial.
What?
Using the opening trial results.
As Zhou Yunhai's words fell, the students below instantly stirred into commotion. Most were dissatisfied with this decision. The opening trial was over 3 months ago. How could it represent their current level? In these 3 months, many of them had made astonishing progress. Some even turned their gaze to Wang He, who had once been the most renowned. She was hailed as a genius on par with Wang Chong and Qian Dunjia. Yet she had been expelled from the corpse domain early by Sui, failing to even make the top 10. But everyone knew Wang He's strength was definitely within the top 10. Using trial results to decide the candidates was undoubtedly most unfair to Wang He. Wang He was equally unwilling, her teeth grinding audibly. If it weren't for Sui ambushing her in the corpse domain, she was confident she could have taken first place. How had she fallen to this state? Not even in the top 100.
Everyone calm down.
But soon Zhou Yunhai continued.
This is only the initial list. Other students can seize the spots through challenges. Any student at level 2 rank 3 or above is eligible to challenge the 10 initial candidates. However, no consecutive battles. The same student cannot be challenged within half an hour. Each student has only 1 chance to challenge, so pick your target wisely. So it's a tournament format. That's much more reasonable.
This time the students had no objections. Even those who hadn't reached level 2 rank 3 had no complaints. Students still stuck at level 2 ranks 1 and 2 after 3 months were mostly rank sequences and weaker rank sequences. They had no real aspirations for the top 10. After all, there were nearly 10 rank freshmen. Watching the elite freshmen battle it out in a tournament was entertainment enough. What more could they ask for? Then Zhou Yunhai began to call out names.
Wang Chong, Qian Dunjia, and Songwen. Sui Zhao Tian.
Sui was surprised that despite being eliminated early in the trial, he was still among the last 10 to exit. Afterwards, Sui and the other 9 took their positions in the center of the training ground. But before Zhou Yunhai could announce the start, a female voice from below rang out impatiently.
I want to challenge.
Everyone immediately looked toward the source of the voice. The speaker was Wang He. Everyone instantly understood.
All right, let's begin.
Zhou Yunhai nodded.
Who do you want to challenge? Sui.
Wang He stepped forward, her eyes fixed on Sui, filled with hatred. Finally, an opportunity. She believed that even back then her combat strength was no less than Sui's. Now she had even advanced to level 2 rank 4. She would avenge her disgrace. Take back what she had lost the same way she lost it.
Challenge Sui!
Nearby Wang Chong and Qian Dunjia exchanged glances, their expressions strange. Was this woman insane? Even against the two of them Wang He might have a chance. But challenging Sui? She should save her energy. Zhou Yihai frowned slightly, looking at Wang He.
Wang He, each student has only one challenge opportunity. Think carefully. I thought it through, Principal Zhou.
Wang He said resolutely. Such a grudge, if not now, when?
Fine, you may begin.
Zhou Yihai shook his head. What a pity. This would cost the Dragon Tiger Academy a top-tier combatant. Although Wang He had been taken in by Qin Lai initially, it was later discovered that her path did not align with his, and the Academy arranged for a teacher of the Gale sequence for her. With a highable sequence and guidance from a teacher of the same attribute, Wang Yi's strength should not be inferior to Wang Chong's or Qin Jinyan's. But since Wang He insisted on challenging Sui, he couldn't stop her. He had already given all the warnings he could.
Sui, are you ready? I'm coming for you.
Wang He stared at Sui, not issuing threats or bringing up the ambush from before. Back then Sui had defeated her without a word. She would defeat Sui the same way.
Ready, come on.
Sui nodded, feeling both speechless and amused. He had guessed right. She indeed targeted him whenever she had the chance. He had nothing to say about it. The only thing he could do was fulfill her wish.
Wind blade.
The moment Sui's words fell, Wang He hurled two invisible wind blades that tore through the air, with a shrill screech aimed straight at Sui's heart and head. At the same time, a fierce gale suddenly erupted around Wang He, boosting her speed dramatically as she lunged towards Sui. But her assault was not over yet. As she charged, a faint green glow flowed in her hand, forming another wind blade. This blade was continuously condensing spiritual energy, growing larger.
Holy crap!
Many students widened their eyes. Wang Yi's combination of attacks was incredibly sharp. It had even formed a coherent system. With the extreme speed of the wind attribute sequence, almost all attacks were executed in the blink of an eye, leaving Sui no time to react. If they were in his place, they'd at least be gravely injured. A cold smile crept onto Wang Yi's face. These attacks were all unleashed with her full strength, nearly exhausting all her spiritual energy. Seeing Sui still motionless, seemingly unresponsive, Wang Yi grew even more triumphant. She was confident that even if Sui used a lightning skill now, it couldn't hit her. The speed of the wind attribute was no joke, and the two howling wind blades were about to strike Sui's body. Even if he used a skill, it would be too late. A victorious smile had already spread across Wang Yi's face.
This is what you taught me, Sui. One step ahead and you stay ahead.
But the next second, Wang Yi's smile froze. She saw golden light suddenly erupt from Sui's body, spreading all over him. Then Sui casually raised his left and right hands and grasped. The two wind blades she had summoned with all her might were directly crushed.
What?
Wang Yi's pupils dilated violently. What was this? The last time Sui had defeated her, wasn't it with a lightning skill? What was this golden light? It allowed Sui to effortlessly shatter her full-powered wind blades. The battle was nothing like she had imagined. Instinctively, she wanted to stop and retreat, putting some distance between them. But it was too late. The propulsion of the wind combined with her inertia left her only a step away from Sui. She could only watch helplessly as Sui raised his hand, crushed the wind blade in her grasp, and then pressed his palm against her head. Wang Yi felt as if a mountain were pressing down on her head. She couldn't resist, couldn't even move a muscle. It was as if fate had grasped her by the throat. Sui held her head with one hand and asked,
"Do you concede?"
"I've already lost." Just like the first time she was defeated, Wang He was still dazed. "I attacked and I got one-shotted."
I concede."
After a long pause, she gritted her teeth and admitted defeat, her face ashen.
"All right, keep trying."
Sui released his hand and dispelled the protective golden light of the golden light mantra. Wang He silently walked into the crowd, dejected. In the Trials Corp's domain, she could still claim she was ambushed without preparation and got one-shotted. But this time, she had struck first with the most thorough preparation imaginable. Yet she was still one-shotted. What did that mean? The gap between her and Sui was simply that immense. It had nothing to do with ambushes. Meanwhile, the watching students were utterly stunned. Wait, what just happened? Wasn't Wang He one of the strongest ranks? Wasn't her wind attribute sequence extremely powerful? How could Sui toy with her like a ball? Watching Sui's effortless demeanor, and Wang He's defeated return, the crowd below erupted in uproar.
Holy crap! Sui is this fierce. No wonder so many teachers fought over him back then. How come after 3 months the gap between him and the others keeps widening? Wait, I feel like Wang He is a bit underwhelming. She was rated scrayed, and she got wiped out just like that, without even a chance to fight back. A rigged match. Wang He underwhelming. The combo she just pulled could have turned you into a human stump. If you don't believe me, try challenging Sui yourself. Am I brain dead to challenge Sui?
Even Wang Chang and Qimen Dunjia, who were mentally prepared for Sui's strength, couldn't help but feel a tremor in their hearts. This is way too overpowered. They looked at Wang He with a hint of pity. This poor girl really had bad luck. And then Sui began to feel bored. No one else came to challenge him. Similarly, no one challenged Wang Chang and Qimen Dunjia. Everyone was not stupid. They knew these three were the strongest, and naturally didn't want to put themselves through the ringer. The remaining 7 were caught in a melee on the arena. Some were knocked off while others stayed on. Among those, Sui knew Gao Kai hadn't yet reached 2nd tier 3rd level, and wasn't qualified to challenge. Zhu Xiaotong was qualified, but she was no match for the grade students, and was quickly defeated. Soon no one challenged anymore, and the final 10 candidates were determined. Zhou Yunhai stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the 10, and nodded.
Good. You are the representatives of Lunghu Academy for the Freshman Inter-Academy Assessment.
Pack your things, we depart in the afternoon for Taiwei Academy.
Yes. The 10 replied in unison. After they dispersed, Gao Kai scratched his head.
I didn't expect this for Academy Assessment to be held at the Big Brother's place. Sui nodded. The 4 top academies were Taiwei Academy, Lunghu Academy, Kunlun Academy, and Wuling Academy. Among them, Taiwei Academy was the earliest established, and was recognized as the big brother of the 4. It was said that the number of top-tier sequence holders at Taiwei Academy was slightly higher than at the other 3. That afternoon, Sui and the other 9 took a chartered plane to Beiyue Province. The group was led by a very beautiful female teacher named Lin Shuang, whom Sui had never met before. However, she kept glancing at him with curiosity in her eyes, leaving Sui somewhat puzzled. When Lin Shuang went to the restroom, Wang Chang poked Sui and whispered,
"Do you know who she is?" "Who is she?"
Sui was also curious.
"She's Wang He's current teacher."
Sui suddenly understood. So he had just eliminated her student. No wonder she kept staring at him.
The academy was probably worried about an accident during the flight, so they sent teacher Lin Shuang to lead us. She has the Gale Force sequence. Even if the plane crashes, she can rescue us unscathed.
Wang Chang said, then grinned mischievously at Sui.
But you might not be so lucky since you beat her student so badly.
Sui glanced at him without speaking. If the teachers of Lunghu Academy had such narrow vision, the academy would be close to being breached by zombies. Moreover, he hadn't sensed any hostility from Lin Shuang's eyes. Taiwei Academy was situated in a vast mountain basin deep within the Taiwei mountain range. Unlike Lunghu Academy's layout of building against the mountain, Taiwei Academy was more like a majestic city embedded in the mountains, exuding an aura of immovable grandeur.
No wonder it's the big brother. It feels even more imposing than our Lunghu Academy.
Wang Chang couldn't help but remark after getting off the plane. By the time they arrived, it was near evening. So Taiwei Academy first arranged dormitories for everyone to rest, with the assessment scheduled for the next day. Sui and his group had dinner first, then returned to the assigned dormitory area to rest. The dormitories at Taiwei Academy were built of stone, and was sturdy and simple. However, unlike Lunghu Academy, not everyone had a private courtyard. Including Lin Shuang, each person only had a single room.
Since we're finally at Taiwei Academy, let's go explore.
Just as Sui sat down in his room, Wang Chang pushed the door open and said excitedly,
"No, I think you'll rest a bit."
Sui shook his head. He had just awakened the evil slaying talisman and hadn't drawn a single one yet. He planned to draw several more tonight. For tomorrow's Inter-Academy assessment, he wouldn't feel at ease without a few evil slaying talismans on him.
All right, then they'll go with old Qian.
Wang Chang didn't insist, and went to find Qimen Dunjia. Sui closed the door and immediately cleared a space in the center of the room, calming his mind. Spiritual light flickered at his fingertips as he began to slowly trace the complex runes of the evil slaying talisman in the air. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Looking at the 4 completed talismans, Sui nodded with satisfaction. Now he felt much more at ease. Just then Wang Chong and Qimen Dunjia returned. However, their expressions were somewhat grave.
What's wrong?
Sui asked curiously.
We heard some bad news from the students at Taiwan Academy.
Wang Chong took a gulp of water and lowered his voice.
This year Taiwan Academy has a monster freshman named Zhang Wei, incredibly fierce. Tomorrow's inter-academy assessment is going to be trouble.
Oh, Sui asked.
How fierce? His sequence is called Earth Soul, allowing him to constantly draw energy from the ground beneath his feet.
He can also turn the earth into a prison, growing stronger as the fight goes on.
Wang Chong took a deep breath.
A week ago, he participated in Taiwan Academy's heavy corpse domain trial. He single-handedly fought 4 purple zombies and killed them all without even a scratch.
Qimen Dunjia nodded repeatedly beside him.
Being a physique-type sequence himself, he admitted that he could steadily defeat 1 purple zombie, but against 2, he would have to rely on Hitandran tactics and luck. For ganging up on him. Certain death. But this Zhang Wei killed 4 purple zombies without injury. Far beyond his own capability.
This Zhang Wei is definitely far stronger than the 2 of us,
Wang Chong said solemnly.
Sui, I'm afraid only you from our academy can match him. Killing 4 purple zombies simultaneously is indeed impressive.
Sui nodded. But he didn't take it too seriously. For if he went all out now, even 40 purple zombies might not be enough for him to kill. The next day at dawn, Sui and his group along with the freshmen from the other 3 great academies arrived at the vast training ground of Taiwan Academy. As soon as they entered the training ground, their gazes were immediately drawn. On one side, baleful auras surged to the heavens, and endless roars filled the air. It turned out to be hundreds of purple zombies. All of them were chained with iron chains. As soon as they saw so many people entering, they immediately bared their fangs and claws, their eyes turning red. Looking out, it was a dense black mass that made one's scalp tingle.
So many purple zombies. Taiwan Academy is really making a big move. What exactly is the test content this time?
Wang Chong gasped in awe. Sui, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes, noticing that these purple zombies were different. The baleful aura on some of them was relatively thin, indicating they had just evolved not long ago. Others, however, had extremely dense aura, and even their purplish-gray skin was slightly whitening, as if they were about to evolve into white zombies. The one presiding over the 4 academies mini-test was the vice dean of Taiwan Academy, a tall, stern-faced, middle-aged man named Feng Tong. His gaze swept over the freshman representatives from the 4 academies below, and his voice carried across the entire venue.
Dear students, welcome to Taiwan Academy to participate in this joint mini-test for the 4 academies freshmen. This mini-test aims at exchange and competition. I hope all of you can showcase the brilliance of our 4 academies freshmen. The method of this test is very simple. Each freshman must go down and fight these purple zombies. The purple zombies are divided into 10 rounds, increasing in difficulty each round. The first round's 40 purple zombies had just evolved, and their baleful aura is just beginning to manifest. Until the 10th round, the purple zombies are saturated with baleful aura, only a hair's breadth away from white zombies. The more rounds you persist, the better your performance, and Taiwan Academy will award corresponding prizes. The freshmen quickly understood the rules of this mini-test. Just go down and fight the zombies. There are 10 rounds of zombies, and the more rounds you persist, the better your grade. Oh, right.
At that moment, Feng Tong seemed to remember something and suddenly added,
There's one more rule. No one is allowed to use sticky rice.
Upon hearing this, many freshmen's expressions froze, and they silently put down their backpacks or the bags in their pockets. Even Wang Chong and Qimen Dunjia were no exception. They exchanged a glance and tossed aside the sticky rice they had brought with them. It wasn't that they wanted to cheat, but sticky rice was just too useful. Which low-level sequence practitioner would go out without carrying a few handfuls of sticky rice?
If there are no issues, the 4 academies mini-test begins now.
After everyone had put down their sticky rice, Feng Tong continued.
As the host, Taiwan Academy will send 10 freshmen to enter first.
As his words fell, he raised a hand.
Rumble.
The training ground instantly shook as if an earthquake struck. Then 10 enormous stone arenas gradually rose from the ground.
You may go all out. These arenas are all within my domain. Once you admit defeat or face a fatal danger, I can rescue you immediately.
Feng Tong reminded them, Then 10 freshmen from Taiwa Academy walked toward the 10 circular arenas. At the same time, the staff of Taiwa Academy also sent the 10 purple zombies from the front row of the zombie group to each arena. These purple zombies of the same round were carefully selected by Taiwa Academy, with negligible differences in strength and baleful aura.
Look, that should be Zhang Wei.
From the spectator stands, Wang Chong pointed at the young man in a black jacket on the first arena and whispered. Sui also turned his gaze to this person. He looked ordinary with a very unremarkable demeanor. The only difference was that he gave off a sense of steadiness, as if he was rooted to the ground at all times.
Are you ready? Then let's begin.
Feng Tong waved his hand.
Crack!
The iron chains binding these purple zombies snapped all at once.
Roar!
With the restraints removed, the purple zombies immediately charged at the 10 freshmen from Taiwa Academy. The battle erupted instantly. Multicolored spiritual energy lights flashed across the arenas. Since those representing Taiwa Academy were all top students, the first round of purple zombies posed no significant threat to them. The 10 freshmen quickly suppressed the zombies.
Watch carefully and learn their skills and combat styles.
From the Dragon Tiger Academy spectator stand, Lin Shuang suddenly spoke.
You are all the cream of this year's freshmen.
Although you are from different academies, once you enter the zombie domain in the future, you may very well become teammates. Understanding each other's skills will facilitate cooperation in the zombie domain.
Yes, Teacher Lin.
Everyone then understood why the 4 academies' mini-test was conducted this way. They immediately watched more attentively. In addition to the other 9, Sui focused on Zhang Wei's battle. This guy was indeed extraordinary. The purple zombie opposite him hadn't even jumped a few steps before it was pressed to the ground by an invisible force. The force was so great that even the ground slightly caved in. Then Zhang Wei strode forward and killed the purple zombie with a few punches.
Seems a bit like my evil repressing talisman,
Sui commented inwardly. After advancing to the second tier, his evil repressing talisman should be able to achieve the same effect. However, the difference was that Zhang Wei was likely using a gravity effect. The increased gravity made it difficult for the zombie to move, while his own talisman inflicted negative status effects, which was better dependent on the specific scenario. After Zhang Wei finished his battle first, the other arenas soon followed suit. All freshmen from Taiwa Academy advanced from the first round. Next came the turn of Wuling Academy and Kunlun Academy, both of which also saw all members advance without any suspense. Dragon Tiger Academy was last. After entering the arena, Sui casually killed the purple zombie with his palm lightning curse, then stood aside waiting for others to finish. Soon Dragon Tiger Academy also advanced all members. After returning to the spectator stands, the staff of Taiwa Academy immediately brought spiritual energy recovery potions. In this round, none of the freshmen from the 4 academies fell behind. After all, they were the top 10 of their respective academies. It would be a joke if they failed at the first hurdle. Then came the second round, third round, fourth round. At the 5th round, the first student was finally eliminated. A fire tribute sequence freshman from Wuling Academy, although releasing blazing flames that ignited the opposing purple zombie, could not kill it instantly. The zombie covered in flames forced its way forward to pounce on him. Fortunately, Feng Tong outside the arena let out a light snort, and a stone cage instantly rose from the ground, firmly trapping the zombie and saving him. But this freshman was eliminated nonetheless. Then, as if triggering a chain reaction, students began to be eliminated one after another. At this point, the difficulty began to skyrocket. The baleful aura of the purple zombies became more concentrated, and their claws and fangs grew sharper. By the end of the 7th round, only about half of the freshmen from each academy remained. Dragon Tiger Academy was left with only 4. Sui naturally passed without suspense. Wang Chong, relying on the restraint of his lightning attribute sequence against zombies, and Qimen Dunjia, relying on the formidable undying body, both advanced steadily. The remaining freshman was already struggling, panting heavily and pale-faced. In the spectator stands, Lin Shuang shook her head slightly. What a pity. Wang He insisted on challenging Sui and was eliminated. Otherwise, Dragon Tiger Academy would still have 5 people now. In the blink of an eye, the 8th round ended. The other 3 academies had 3 left each, while Dragon Tiger Academy had only 2. Qimen Dunjia was eliminated. There was no help for it, for his physique sequence, even with spiritual energy recovery potions, he still needed a lot of time to recover stamina. After a fierce battle with the 8th round purple zombie for over 10 minutes, he simply couldn't break through and had to surrender. Although Wang Chong passed, he was also in bad shape, gasping for breath. He smiled bitterly at Sui and said, "Old Su, I feel like I'm reaching my limit. The 9th round is probably going to be tough." The 9th round's purple zombies had bodies already slightly whitish with baleful auras soaring to the sky, far stronger than the previous zombies, by more than one level. Of course, not only Wang Chong, but the students from other academies were also not in good shape. At this moment, everyone else was observing the situation. They found that only 2 people in the entire venue were the most relaxed: Zhang Wei of Taiwa Academy, Sui of Dragon Tiger Academy. For a moment, all eyes in the venue instinctively converged on these 2 individuals. After the 8th round, the time given for rest and spiritual energy recovery was much longer than before. However, for most people it still proved to be of little use, because the zombies in the 9th round were simply unbeatable. Even if their physical strength and spiritual energy were restored to their peak, they would still be eliminated all the same. The 9th round begins. Feng Tong's voice remained steady. The 9th round started with the freshman of Taiwa Academy taking the lead. Gazing at these purple zombies exuding overwhelming murderous aura, in the 9th round, aside from Zhang Wei, the other 2 couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Yet no one chose to concede outright. In this round, probably no one except Zhang Wei and Sui could pass. At this point, everyone was competing to see who could hold out the longest. The later one was eliminated, the better the result. Since there was no danger of death, they might as well go all out. The 3 of them stood ready, each on guard. The moment Feng Tong's voice fell, the purple zombies opposite them howled and charged forward, leaping toward them. This time, even Zhang Wei dared not underestimate the enemy. He immediately activated his gravity skill, slowing the purple zombies, while a stone armor spread from his feet to cover his entire body in an instant. Shielding himself thoroughly, he then engaged and clashed with the purple zombies in a fierce battle. As for the other 2, they exerted all their strength to delay and fend off the zombies. But after a moment, they were defeated and eliminated by the purple zombies. Only Zhang Wei, after spending some time, managed to slay the purple zombie.
The 9th round indeed can't stop Zhang Wei.
The watching students gasped, their gazes shifting to Sui, who was off the stage. Could Sui pass the 9th round? Taiwa Academy had Zhang Wei, but the freshmen of Wuling Academy and Kunlun Academy were not so fortunate. Both academies were completely wiped out. Across the entire arena, only Sui and Wang Chong from Lunghu Academy had yet to take the 9th round test.
Next, Lunghu Academy.
Feng Tong's gaze also fell on Sui and Wang Chong. After exchanging a glance, the 2 stepped onto the arena. Sui stood on the platform, carefully observing the purple zombie before him. This purple zombie was likely the strongest he had encountered so far. He wondered if it could withstand his Palm Thunder Curse. Since the beginning, he had only used the Palm Thunder Curse, and no zombie had yet forced him to resort to other talisman techniques or incantations.
Begin!
At Feng Tong's command, the purple zombie opposite instantly lunged forward.
Ming Xing Pai Li Chi Dong Xianin. 9 heavens decree thunder roar.
But Sui had already raised his hand.
Crack, crack.
In an instant, thunder roared mightily. 4 or 5 silver bolts of lightning, condensed like spears, struck the purple zombie with precision. The zombie's forward momentum halted abruptly, its body charred black, emitting wisps of dark smoke, letting out a pained roar, and its movements stiffened instantly.
Roar!
Severely wounded, the ferocity in the purple zombie's eyes blazed even brighter as it prepared to charge at Sui, the culprit. But just then, several more bolts of lightning struck it directly. This time, the purple zombie had no strength left to resist. With a final roar, it crashed to the ground. Meanwhile, the crackling lightning around it crazily annihilated the murderous aura on its body. Before long, it ceased moving, completely dead.
Still can't withstand the Palm Thunder Curse.
Sui shook his head. Purple zombies posed no threat to him anymore.
This.
Within and outside the martial arts arena, after a brief silence, an uproar erupted, even more intense than when Zhang Wei had triumphed. It was too fast. The purple zombie, that had put immense pressure on other freshmen, hadn't even touched Sui's clothes before being blasted to death by those several bolts of lightning. Effortless, as if this purple zombie were no different from the ones in the first round.
Wait, he killed it instantly again. This Sui from Lunghu Academy, his lightning arts are that fierce. What lightning sequence is he? I'm also a lightning practitioner, but the restraint on purple zombies is like night and day compared to him. Zhang Wei fought for a long time just now, but the purple zombie in the 9th round. That murderous aura makes my heart tremble even from this distance, yet in his hands it's like paper. Many instinctively looked toward Zhang Wei, who was off the stage. In this round, Su Yi's performance was clearly far more outstanding than Zhang Wei's. Could it be that Su Yi was the stronger of the two? Zhang Wei's expression also turned solemn. This Su Yi was indeed extraordinary. What puzzled him even more was what level this person was at now. He himself and Srank Sequence Soul had studied under Feng Tong, a powerhouse of the same attribute, awakened an advanced spiritual energy cultivation method, and trained in the Taiwan Mountains, which suited his sequence. With all these conditions combined, after more than 3 months, since the start of the semester, he had only reached level 5 of Tier 2. Yet why did he feel that Su Yi was at a higher level than him? However, Zhang Wei was also confident. Su Yi was a lightning sequence, while he was a physique sequence. Their fighting styles differed. In the next round, when the zombie's strength increased further, Su Yi might not be able to handle it so easily. Who was stronger was still uncertain. Hey, olds, us already finished the fight. On another platform, Wang Chan caught a glimpse of Su Yi's battle, and his pupils contracted. But he knew his own limits. Su Yi's lightning skills were far stronger than his own. Su Yi could instantly kill, but he absolutely could not. So from the start, he had aimed to delay, conserving spiritual energy and kiting the purple zombie. The advantage of the lightning sequence was evident. Every time he was about to be caught, he released lightning arrows using the paralysis effect to keep the purple zombie at bay. But Wang Chang's spiritual energy was limited. After kiting for a while, he was eventually caught by the purple zombie, ending the match. Yet all things considered, he was the one who lasted the longest besides Su Yi and Zhang Wei. After stepping off the platform, Wang Chang beamed with joy. Although the test wasn't over, 3rd place was already his. Brother Chan, awesome. Qimen Dunjia gave a thumbs up. Wang Chang laughed heartily. He was very satisfied with this result. In the arena, besides Su Yi and Zhang Wei, there were actually a few students not weaker than him. He could last the longest only because of his special sequence. With such a result, what more could he ask for? After the 9th round, only 2 people remained in the arena. Su Yi from Longhu Academy. Zhang Wei from Taiwan Academy. The entire crowd's gaze instantly focused on the two. As everyone had guessed, the strongest of this year's 4 academies were indeed these two. At this point, all others had been eliminated, so there was no pressure. Thus everyone settled down to watch the spectacle. Who would be the first? Who was stronger, Taiwan Academy or Longhu Academy? Would this year prove Taiwan Academy superior, or would Longhu Academy prevail? Teacher Lin, your Longhu Academy is quite fortunate this year, having produced 2 geniuses of the thunder sequence. Especially this Su Yi. His thunder sequence is truly extraordinary. From the spectator stands, the leading teacher of Wuling Academy said to Lin Shuang with a smile. The leading teacher of Kunlun Academy also showed an envious expression. Your Longhu Academy first had Zhou Min, and now Su Yi and Wang Chang. You have worthy successors on the path of offensive combat. Lin Shuang shook her head with a smile. Don't flatter us. Do you think I can't see that your promising students also possess great sequence potential? Later on, they might even have the chance to advance to the 8th or 9th rank. Haha, it's not that easy. The leading teachers chatted idly, while the students whispered among themselves. The topic naturally revolved around who was stronger between Su Yi and Zhang Wei. Amid everyone's anticipation, the 10th round of testing finally began. Zhang Wei was still the first to take the stage. In the arena, the purple zombie for the 10th round had already been released from its restraints by the staff and sent to the platform. The crowd focused their gaze and couldn't help but gasp. This purple zombie's purplish-gray skin had half turned into a pale gray, like decaying tree bark covered with a layer of white frost. The murderous gleam in its eyes solidified into a tangible force, and fierce energy surged upward. Just watching from afar sent chills down one's spine. Damn it, even 3 of me couldn't defeat this purple zombie. Wang Chang muttered to himself. He even felt that this monster was on a completely different level from the previous purple zombies. Qimen Dunjia also looked at Su Yi and hesitated. Old Su, this thing. Can you handle it? I don't know either. Su Yi rubbed his chin. Let's first see if Zhang Wei can hold on.
Meanwhile, the battle on the platform had already begun.
Roar!
The purple zombie threw its arms upward, a ferocious roar bursting from its throat. It kicked off with both legs, launching its entire body like a cannonball straight at Zhang Wei. So fast that it left after images in the air.
Gravity rise!
Zhang Wei's expression turned grim for the first time as he pressed both hands downward sharply. Within the platform, the air seemed to freeze instantly, and the purple zombie's forward charge abruptly halted. Yet even so, its speed remained terrifyingly fast.
Stone armor!
Zhang Wei muttered, and a stream of earthy yellow light surged from the ground, swiftly enveloping his body, to form a thick suit of rock armor. Simultaneously, he stomped his right foot heavily.
Absorb earth power!
The spiritual energy from the earth veins beneath the platform flowed like a trickling stream through his soles into his body, replenishing the rapidly depleting spiritual energy. By the time he finished, the purple zombie was already upon him. Its gleaming claws ripped through the air, lunging fiercely at Zhang Wei's chest.
Clang!
A piercing metallic clash exploded. Sparks flew from the stone armor surface as 5 deep white scratches were gouged out. Zhang Wei used the momentum to retreat, while his right hand clenched, unleashing gravity once more.
Boom!
The purple zombie's body was slammed downward, its feet sinking half an inch into the platform. But it let out a roar, surging with fierce energy, forcibly resisting the gravity and leaping up again. The battle quickly intensified. Zhang Wei pushed the traits of the Earth Soul sequence to their limits. The gravity field shifted constantly, sometimes suppressing the purple zombie's movements, sometimes altering the gravitational pull around himself to aid his dodges. The stone armor shattered and was repaired and shattered again. Earth power flowed in ceaselessly, sustaining his high-intensity consumption. Meanwhile, the half-transformed purple zombie displayed terrifying strength far beyond ordinary purple zombies. Its strength was astonishing. Each swipe of its claws produced a shrill whistling sound. Its defense was even more formidable. Zhang Wei's full-strength punch could only leave faint white marks on its body. The fierce energy was so dense it nearly materialized, constantly eroding Zhang Wei's stone armor and spiritual energy. Everyone held their breath. This battle lasted for nearly 20 minutes. Finally, by relying on the advantage of continuously absorbing earth power to replenish himself, Zhang Wei wore down this purple zombie that was on the verge of evolving. As he stepped off the platform, he was drenched in sweat, his face somewhat pale. Clearly, he had exerted all his strength. The entire venue fell silent for a few seconds, then erupted in shock.
He won. Zhang Wei won. A 10th round purple zombie. Half already turned white. And he could kill it. If that's not cheating, he'll eat my hat. Cheating. That kid has been absorbing earth power the whole time. He never turned it off. So strong. No wonder he's the face of this year's Taiwan Academy.
The students of Taiwan Academy were especially excited, their faces flushed red. Even Feng Tong nodded slightly, his eyes showing approval. Zhang Wei's performance was even better than he had expected by a margin. After Zhang Wei returned to the spectator seats, he immediately closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. At this moment, everyone's gaze involuntarily turned to the other side.
Old Su, it's over. He held on.
Wang Chong and Qian Dunjia stared wide-eyed at Sui.
It's your turn. Then you'll just have to pray that I perform exceptionally well.
Sui shrugged at them, then stood up and walked onto the platform under their tense gazes. Opposite him, the staff had already sent up another purple zombie that was also half-transformed white. Everyone in the audience immediately sat up straight. Zhang Wei had already won. Now it was up to Sui's performance. On the platform, Feng Tong gave the order, and the restraints on the zombie were released, immediately charging fiercely at Sui. Fierce energy soared skyward. Sui remained calm, raising his hand and casting the Palm Thunder curse.
Crack!
Several bolts of lightning struck the zombie one after another. However, the lightning that had been invincible until now failed to achieve a one-hit kill this time.
Roar!
Though the parts of the purple zombie struck by lightning were charred black, they were not fatal. Its jumping form was obstructed by the lightning, but it immediately lunged at Sui again.
Sui's lightning didn't work.
Below, the students immediately discerned the situation. This time, Sui didn't instantly kill the zombie. As a thunder sequence user, if lightning couldn't inflict fatal damage on the zombie, then didn't that mean? Everyone stared intently at the platform. Sui remained as composed as ever. He raised his hand and a suppression talisman transformed into a beam of yellow light, sinking into the purple zombie's body. The zombie's forward momentum visibly slowed as if sinking into thick mud.
This is...
Zhang Wei was stunned. What skill was Sui using? How could it be so similar to his own gravity effect? At this point, with the purple zombie slowed down, Sui appeared even more leisurely.
Palm Thunder Curse activate.
While maintaining a safe distance from the zombie, he continuously unleashed lightning strikes upon it. Continuously struck by lightning, the purple zombie grew furious to the extreme. Its eyes toward Sui gleamed with murderous intent. But unfortunately its body remained trapped, as if in a swamp, completely unable to catch up to Sui. Thus everyone watched as the purple zombie roared in impotent fury, while being baptized by Sui's lightning. After just a few rounds it was already charred black all over, letting out miserable howls. The purple zombie, which had been so ferocious moments ago, was now clearly on its last legs. Everyone was utterly baffled. What was going on?
Old Su actually has a slowing skill.
Wang Chong blinked, then said indignantly,
"So he was just messing with us the whole time."
Qian Jinyan slapped his forehead as well. How could he have been so foolish earlier, worrying that Sui wouldn't hold up? This was the same guy who had single-handedly slain 10 purple zombies at Tier 1. What's more, up until now, he hadn't even used his Golden Light skill. On the stage, Sui continued to cast the Palm Thunder incantation with unhurried composure. After another round of thunderbolts, the purple zombie could no longer withstand them. It fell to the ground without a sound, its life force extinguished. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone's mouths hung open as they stared at the scene. It was the same kind of ferocious zombie on the verge of becoming a white zombie. Zhang Wei had fought for nearly 20 minutes, exhausting his strength, barely escaping with his life. But Sui handled it with such ease, his breathing barely disturbed. Such a gap. Over at the Taiwan Academy section, Zhang Wei had just recovered a bit. He opened his eyes and saw this. His pupils constricted sharply. Sui's strength was far beyond his imagination. The Thunder-type freshmen at Taiwan Academy were also present. But none of them were as monstrous as Sui. It seemed as if this man's thunder was the real deal, while everyone else's was fake. After the silence, the arena erupted into a clamor.
He just killed it like that. Then what was Zhang Wei's desperate struggle for? This is the real deal. In reporting this, there are too many godly players this season, it's unplayable. What level is Sui exactly? How can a Tier 2 pull this off? Could this kid be an old student from Longhu Academy pretending to be a rookie to dominate?
But soon someone raised another question.
Now that both Sui and Zhang Wei have passed the 10th round, who is actually first? Obviously it's Sui. Do you even need to ask? Not necessarily. Their sequence types are different. Sui might look relaxed, but maybe his spiritual energy is completely drained. In my opinion, just let them fight each other. That would settle it simply and clearly. I agree. Let them on the stage.
At this moment, Feng Tong was also frowning slightly. Both Zhang Wei and Sui had passed the 10th round. So who should be awarded first place? After a moment of thought, he spoke slowly, his voice carrying across the entire arena.
Zhang Wei and Sui have both passed the 10th round of the test. Therefore, an additional round will be held. The 11th round.
As his words fell, the crowd became excited. Were they really going to make Sui fight Zhang Wei? That would be even more thrilling than fighting zombies. Feng Tong ignored the reactions and continued.
Since purple zombies pose no threat to you, the zombie for the 11th round will be a white zombie.
As his words fell, the entire arena erupted in uproar.
A white zombie. My God. Sui and Zhang Wei are only Tier 2. He's lost his mind, completely lost it.
Even the supervising teachers frowned slightly. Using a white zombie to test Tier 2 students. Was there even a point to such a test? How could they possibly be a match for a white zombie? Just then, they saw Feng Tong wave his hand abruptly.
Come!
Rumble. Beneath the ground, countless stones seemed to churn as if something was about to emerge. Then a cold, viscous, baleful aura surged forth, like a tidal wave. Immediately after, a figure leaped out from underground. It landed at the center of the arena, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Everyone stared intently, then drew in sharp breaths. It was a zombie with a pale white body. Its skin was no longer withered, but covered with a tough, leathery membrane. Its fangs were longer, and its claws were darker and glossier. A white zombie. A real white zombie. The biggest difference between a white zombie and a purple zombie is its skin tough as leather, its baleful aura contained, and its defense greatly enhanced. Feng Tong's voice sounded, suppressing the commotion. You are only tier 2. It will be very difficult for you to slay a white zombie. Therefore, for the 11th round, whoever lasts longer against the white zombie will be the champion of this 4 Academy's mini-test. He then looked at Zhang Wei and Sui. Do either of you have any objections? Zhang Wei took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within him, and said in a low voice, No objections. Sui also shook his head. Good. Feng Tong nodded. It'll give you half an hour to rest and recover to your best condition. In half an hour, the 11th round will begin. During the break, the arena buzzed with discussion. A white zombie. How are they supposed to fight that? Forget tier 2, even tier 3 sequence holders might not be able to beat a white zombie unknown. They're not even on the same level. But if it's only about lasting time, Zhang Wei's soul sequence has strong defense, and he can draw on earth power, so maybe he can hold out for a while. That's a bit unfair for Sui. Dean Feng is still fair. Though Zhang Wei's sequence has an advantage, he only gave them half an hour to rest. By then Sui should be fully recovered, but Zhang Wei's stamina won't be completely restored. At the Longhu Academy spectator section, Lin Shuang frowned slightly, and said in a low voice, Sui, the biggest characteristic of a white zombie is its tough membrane, making it hard for ordinary skills to harm it. Its resistance to thunder is also far greater than that of a purple zombie. You need to be mentally prepared. Sui nodded. Thank you, Teacher Lin. I understand. He closed his eyes to regulate his breathing, but inside, he felt a surge of excitement. A white zombie. Perfect. A pillow arrives just when he's sleepy. The condition for advancing to tier 3 was to slay 10 white zombies. Today, he would use this one as practice. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Feng Tong's voice rang out again. Time's up. Zhang Wei, you go first. Zhang Wei opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in them. He stood up and strode onto the stage. Facing the white zombie, which stood silently with a menacing aura, he took a deep breath. Stone armor. This time, he didn't even use his gravity effect. He directly poured all his energy into a defensive skill. At the same time, he continuously drew on earth power to condense stone shields in front of him. His strategy was simple. Endure. Last as long as he could. He had no intention of dealing any damage to the white zombie. That was beyond what a tier 2 sequence holder could achieve. On the field, the white zombie's pale gray eyes rolled, fixing on Zhang Wei. Roar! In the next second it moved. Its form was like lightning, arriving before Zhang Wei in the blink of an eye. Zhang Wei inwardly thanked his lucky stars. He had been wise not to waste spiritual energy on gravity. Given this white zombie's speed, using it would have had little to no effect. Boom! The white zombie almost instantly shattered the stone wall. Amidst the flying debris, its claws were already at his face. Clang! The stone armor blocked the lethal strike, and pieces of stone crumbled. Zhang Wei used the momentum to retreat, his face pale. At the same time, he frantically condensed stone shields and armor. But this white zombie was too strong. Far beyond the semi-white zombie he had faced earlier. The onslaught was relentless. Its claws could tear through Zhang Wei's defenses almost instantly. Yet Zhang Wei's performance was tenacious. Drawing on earth power and his stubborn defenses, he managed to hold out against the white zombie for nearly a minute. Enough! Feng Tong suddenly spoke, raising his hand and waving. Just as Zhang Wei's defenses were about to be completely shredded, a stone prison rose from the ground, temporarily trapping the white zombie. Zhang Wei, that's enough. Come down! Zhang Wei, upon hearing this, dismissed his stone armor, revealing his clothes soaked with sweat and blood. He had sustained considerable injuries. The entire arena erupted in exclamations of admiration. The students from Taoist Academy were especially excited, shouting loudly. Zhang Wei's performance had been truly impressive. After all, that was a white zombie. If any other freshman had been sent up, they might not have lasted 3 seconds. This white zombie is still in its prime, so there's no need to switch it out. Next, Feng Tong turned his gaze to the Longhu Academy spectator section. Sui, it's your turn. Sui slowly rose to his feet and stepped onto the arena one by one. Everyone immediately fixed their eyes on Sui.
I wonder how long old Su can hold on.
Wang Chong muttered to himself. As a fellow Thunder attribute sequence, he wouldn't be able to withstand even a single exchange against a zombie of this level. But Sui was different from himself. His lightning was stronger, and he also had a slowing skill. Should be able to hold on longer, right? On the opposite side, Feng Tong had withdrawn the stone prison. The white zombie regained its freedom, its grayish-white eyes moving, locking onto this new prey.
Begin,
Feng Tong announced. As soon as the words fell, Sui raised his right hand, lightning gathering in his palm. Several bolts of lightning interwove into a net and crashed down.
Crack!
The lightning exploded, but the white zombie merely swayed. The lightning danced on its grayish-white body, yet it seemed to encounter a layer of protection, unable to cause any damage.
Sui's lightning is completely ineffective against the white zombie.
Below the stage, the other freshmen couldn't help but tighten their hearts. Lightning was Sui's greatest reliance. In every previous round, Sui had been invincible with his lightning. Now that lightning had failed, how long could Sui last?
Roar!
The white zombie, subjected to a round of lightning baptism, immediately flew into a rage. Its baleful aura surged like a black tide, and its body lunged straight at Sui. Its speed was even 3 times faster than when it dealt with Zhang Wei. After all, it's the most basic lightning spell. It's normal for its power to be weaker. Sui was not surprised by the failure of the Palm Thunder spell. He raised his hand and flung out a yellow light. Suppression talisman. The white zombie's speed suddenly slowed down considerably. But compared to its original speed, it was still astonishingly fast for Sui.
Sui is finished.
Below the stage, Zhang Wei shook his head. He knew too well how fast the white zombie was. That was why he hadn't used his gravity effect. Now, although Sui was retreating, the distance between him and the white zombie was still closing. For a Thunder attribute sequence, like Sui, once the white zombie got close, what chance of survival was there? The other students also saw this, and couldn't help shaking their heads.
Pity Sui is countered. This white zombie is too terrifying. There's no way to fight it. Thunder attribute sequences are like this, either instant kill or directly unable to win, too extreme.
But just as everyone thought the battle was over, the next second a scene on the stage made everyone's eyes widen sharply. They saw Sui's body suddenly burst out with dazzling golden light. The golden light flowed, covering his entire body, making Sui seem to be clad in a layer of armor. Then Sui raised his hand and grabbed the arm of the white zombie opposite him. The white zombie, caught by him, was momentarily unable to move.
What?
Shouts of surprise erupted from the whole audience, and everyone's eyes nearly popped out.
What is this thing? He caught it. Golden light protects the body. What sequence is he? No, no, no. Isn't Sui a Thunder attribute sequence? What is he using? Damn, am I hallucinating? What?
On the observation deck, the leading teachers from Wuling Academy and Kunlun Academy suddenly turned to Lin Shuang, exclaiming,
This Sui from your academy is not a Thunder attribute sequence. No.
Lin Shuang shook his head.
He never said he was a Thunder attribute sequence. This.
The several leading teachers looked at each other, momentarily speechless. Sui really had never said he was a Thunder attribute sequence. But the problem was, this kid from the very beginning had never used any skill other than those of the Thunder attribute sequence. Most importantly, this kid's lightning art was so ferocious. Throughout the entire venue, no one had ever doubted that he wasn't a Thunder attribute sequence.
So he should be an unknown sequence with lightning in one of his skills.
After a moment of silence, the leading teacher from Wuling Academy said,
Are you at Longhu Academy grooming him as the leader of this cohort?
However, unknown sequences still have unknown factors, especially such an extremely powerful unknown sequence. When advancing to the intermediate stage, there might not be a good direction for sequence advancement, right?
That I don't know about the Academy's higher-ups considerations.
Lin Shuang smiled faintly.
But as teachers, we certainly hope for the best for our students. Haha, of course, of course.
The leading teacher from Wuling Academy gave a dry laugh and said no more. At this moment on the arena, amid everyone's shocked gazes, Sui had already taken the initiative to charge at the white zombie. His right fist, covered in golden light, collided fiercely with the white zombie's claws. For a moment, he was not at a disadvantage at all. Even the white zombie's terrifying claws, which could easily tear Zhang Wei apart, couldn't break Sui's defense. Looking at the white zombie opposite Sui revealed a cold smile. With the defense of the Six Ding Six Jia talisman stacked on top of the golden light mantra, he didn't believe the white zombie could break through them together. Without full confidence, how could he engage in close combat with this white zombie? Boom boom boom! On the stage, golden light and baleful aura clashed wildly. The whole venue was dead silent, everyone stunned. Fighting like this with a white zombie, was this still human? Even Feng Tong, who had always been calm now, had a faint glimmer in his eyes staring at the golden light on Sui's body.
This golden light skill is also unusual. Its restraint on baleful aura even surpasses lightning. What sequence is this?
On the arena, the battle had reached a fever pitch. The white zombie, unable to break through for a long time, grew more frenzied, its attacks like a violent storm. But Sui, protected by golden light, defended like an iron fortress, and occasional counterattacks would burn the white zombie, making it roar in pain and retreat. Time passed minute by minute. Gradually, the baleful aura on the white zombie was worn down by the golden light. Yet Sui's aura remained steady, the golden light flowing without end. The originally terrifying ferocity in the white zombie's eyes also gradually faded. The next second, something even more jaw-dropping happened. After being knocked back by Sui's punch, the white zombie actually leaped and turned to run. It fled.
What?
The audience below unconsciously leaned forward, looking dumbfounded. Was this white zombie scared by Sui? Running away directly? No, you are a white zombie. Weren't you ferocious beyond measure? What kind of act is this? But shock aside, they also knew that it wasn't that the white zombie was cowardly, it was that Sui was too strong. This damn golden light body, and his body had grown larger, standing on the stage like a boss. If they were the white zombie, they would be scared too.
Run!
Seeing the white zombie about to flee, Sui was also a bit stunned. The previous zombies, regardless of whether they could win, would charge at him like mad. Even if it meant death, they would bite off a piece of flesh. But this white zombie actually had emotions of fear, and even knew to run away. Once he realized, Sui immediately became anxious. This was his experience bar. He raised his leg and chased. Thus an even more absurd scene appeared on the arena. The white zombie ran ahead, and Sui chased behind.
Cheer up, Bai Jiang. Turn around and fight him. A man chasing a white zombie. What in the world am I seeing? Damn, I almost feel sorry for that white zombie. Run faster. Don't let that monster Sui catch you.
Below the stage, the students exclaimed in amazement, claiming they were witnessing an eye-opener. On the stage, the white zombie focused solely on escaping its leaps, covering several meters in a single bound with astonishing speed. Sui couldn't catch up at all. Fortunately, the arena was constructed by Feng Tong's domain, surrounded by an invisible barrier. The white zombie couldn't jump out of the ring. But the ring was really too large. Even though it couldn't escape, it darted swiftly across the platform, doing its utmost to keep its distance from Sui, leaving him completely unable to touch it. Sui was almost amused. A zombie like this. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Feng Tong seemingly about to say something. Could it be that the test was about to be cut short? Sui grew anxious and decided to stop chasing. Run. Beyond 10 steps, could you outrun my spear? Break evil, and slay the wicked, obliterate with a single thought. He stood still, silently reciting to himself, then raised his hand and unleashed a beam of white light. Sui had intended to save the evil-slaying talisman he had painstakingly drawn the night before, since he could kill the white zombie with his bare hands. But he never expected this thing to be as slippery as a loach. So he had to use the evil-slaying talisman to cut it down. The white light transformed from the talisman, shot forth like a meteor, chasing the moon astonishingly fast, catching up to the fleeing white zombie in the blink of an eye. Under the gaze of everyone below, the white light slashed straight across its neck. Instantly, the white zombie's body came to an abrupt halt. Everyone saw the white light effortlessly pierce through the zombie's protective aura of malevolent energy. Then it cut through the tough, leathery gray-white membrane of the zombie. A sound like the faint tearing of cloth, and the white light directly sliced through the skin of its neck, plunging inside. The white zombie's cloudy eyes bulged, as if unable to comprehend what had happened. The next moment, a thin line appeared on its neck. Gurgle. The white zombie's head slowly tilted, then fell to the ground with a thud. Its headless body swayed twice and crashed down. The wound was charred black with no blood flowing, only the dead silence of extinguished life. A deathly stillness. In the martial arts arena, you could hear a pin drop. Everyone felt as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats. Their faces were filled with sheer bewilderment and disbelief. The white zombie was one-shotted. Not the back-and-forth fight earlier. But Sui had beheaded it with a single white light skill. Crack! In Zhang Wei's hand, the half-drunk recovery potion bottle was unconsciously crushed. He stared fixedly at the figure on the stage, his eyes full of terror. He knew all too well how formidable the white zombie was, and how terrifying its defense was. During the fight, he had attacked only once, and immediately abandoned the idea of a second strike. It was impossible to break through its defense. But Sui, one strike, one kill. What did that mean? Zhang Wei didn't even dare to think about the gap between them. He had originally regretted that the 11th round was against the white zombie rather than settling the score with Sui. But now, he couldn't help feeling a chill of fear. If he had been on the stage with Sui under that white light, even the teacher might not have been quick enough to save him. On the high platform, the leading teachers from the other 3 academies also stood up, their eyes filled with shock. They exchanged glances, seeing the stormy waves in each other's eyes. Where on earth did Longhu Academy find such a monster? Not to mention them, even Lin Shuang was equally stunned. She certainly knew Sui was strong. Otherwise, he couldn't have taken down Wang He in an instant. But she never imagined he was this strong. He could even one-shot the white zombie. After a long moment, she shook her head and gave a wry smile. It seemed that her students' hope of reclaiming lost ground was no longer realistic. She would have to give her a good talk when they got back. No matter how stubborn, no one's head could be tougher than a white zombie's. The entire venue fell silent for a long time. Everyone was still immersed in the shock of the instant beheading of the white zombie, unable to snap out of it. Even Feng Tong's emotions were somewhat stirred as he looked at Sui for a while before slowly speaking. 11th round, Sui wins. The 4 academies freshman assessment, first place Sui. As his voice fell, the audience erupted. What? What skill was that? No way. The white zombie's membrane is hard to damage even with skills. What skill was that? One flash, and the zombie's head was gone. I thought chasing it to the point of fleeing was the limit. But he still had such a terrifying skill. Now I just want to know what sequence he is. How can he have so many skills, and each one is so fierce? So the lightning that crushed us earlier was his least impressive skill. Is he even human? The intensity of that skill just now was definitely above tier 2. I want a urine test. This guy's level is definitely not just tier 2. Someone recalled that Zhang Wei was supposed to settle the score with Sui in this round, and couldn't help feeling a bit of pity. Zhang Wei is so unlucky. Who would have thought the last round would turn out like this? Just now we were comparing Zhang Wei with Sui, but now we realize these two are not even on the same level. What's the point of comparing? It's not that Zhang Wei is weak, but who can compete with a freak like this? Sui walked off the stage and returned to the audience. Old Su, that was amazing, you're too amazing. Wang Chan's face was flushed with excitement. That was a white zombie. And you beheaded it with one blow. You stole the show, completely stole the show. Qian Jinyan was also too excited to speak, repeatedly uttering only the words. Awesome. Sui, well done. Lin Shuang was also beaming. Everyone quiet down. I will now announce the rankings and rewards for this 4 academies assessment. After a while, Feng Tong spoke, interrupting the crowd's discussion. 3rd place, Wang Chan of Longhu Academy, rewarded with an intermediate basic sequence potion. 2nd place, Zhang Wei of Taiwei Academy, rewarded with an advanced basic sequence potion. 1st place, Sui of Longhu Academy, rewarded with a top-tier basic sequence potion. With the rankings announced, everyone instinctively looked toward the Longhu Academy viewing area. Among the top 3, 2 were from Longhu Academy. This time Longhu Academy was clearly the biggest winner. At that moment, a staff member from Taiwei Academy brought the potions. Sui took the potion and examined it closely. The potion had a faint red glow, and the spiritual energy fluctuation within was extremely strong, almost seeming to penetrate the container. This is a basic sequence ascension potion, which can help a tier 2 sequence user directly advance to tier 3. Lin Shuang explained. Wang Chan's is a medium-grade potion. When taken at tier 2 level 9, it can propel him to tier 3 in one go. She then looked at Sui. But yours is different.
Taken at Tier 2 Level 6, it can directly advance you to Tier 3. What? Directly advancing to Stage 3.
The moment these words were spoken, Sui and Wang Chan were utterly stunned.
Such an incredible effect.
The other students were also filled with envy. Advancing directly to Stage 3. Think of all the cultivation time this would save. One step ahead every step ahead. With this, Sui and Wang Chan would be even further ahead of the rest.
The production cost of this potion is extremely high, so it's generally not given to lower stage students. Taiwan Academy has really gone all out this time.
Lin Xuan explained.
Haha, we've hit the jackpot.
Wang Chan laughed heartily, clutching the potion, as if he couldn't bear to part with it. Sui also held the potion, excitement surging within him. Taking it at Stage 2 Level 6 would allow a direct ascension to Stage 3. And now he was already at Stage 2 Level 6. With this potion, he probably couldn't bypass the sequence advancement condition of slaying 10 white zombies. But going directly from Stage 2 Level 6 to Stage 2 Level 9 would still save him a tremendous amount of time. By the time the special plane for the 4 academies Menitus returned to Longhu Academy, the sky had already darkened. Yet the freshman dormitory area of Longhu Academy was ablaze with lights.
They're here! They're back!
Someone shouted, and the entire freshman area instantly erupted into excitement. As Sui's group approached the freshman dormitory, they saw a sea of people surging toward them.
Sui! Awesome! Old Wang, 3rd place. You brought honor to our Longhu Academy. Brother Qian was impressive too. I heard he almost made it into the top 3.
Cheers and applause filled the air. Many students looked at Sui with admiration and awe in their eyes. The results of the 4 academies Menitus had already been announced to the freshmen by Longhu Academy. Of course, even if the school hadn't said anything, the participating students couldn't have kept it to themselves. The news of Sui slaying a white zombie exploded like a bomb among all the freshmen. Slaying a white zombie at Stage 2. Even many second-year students couldn't accomplish that. Not far away, a tall, elegant girl stood in the shadows, her eyes filled with disbelief.
Sui killed a white zombie in the 4 academies Menitus. How is that possible?
Wang Yi listened to the freshman's praises, her brows furrowed tightly. How dare they spread such false rumors? Have these people lost their minds? Do they even know what a white zombie represents? She had just returned from the corpse domain in the back mountain not long ago, and had only sparred with a purple zombie. That purple zombie hadn't even touched the threshold of a white zombie yet. It had pushed her to her limits. Let alone a white zombie. How could a Stage 2 fighter possibly contend with that? Sui was strong, she admitted that. But even strength had its limits, right? Yet seeing the resolute gazes of all the test participants, Wang Yi couldn't help but feel a flicker of unease.
Oh, I forgot. Teacher Lin Xuan was the lead instructor for this test. You'll go ask her.
After extricating himself from the enthusiasm of the freshmen, Sui first went to see Li Jingsong. Li Jingsong was already waiting in the courtyard. Seeing Sui approach, he couldn't help but smile and praise him generously.
Excellent. I watched your performance. A Stage 2 cultivator cutting down a white zombie in reverse. In the entire history of Longhu Academy, it's hard to find a second example. Thank you for your praise, teacher.
Sui did not feign modesty. After all, his achievement was truly astounding. If he were too modest, it would come off as pretentious.
You've worked hard on this trip. Go back and rest for now.
Li Jingsong said.
For bringing such great honor to Longhu Academy, the Academy's reward should arrive soon. Longhu Academy also has rewards.
Sui was taken aback.
Of course,
Li Jingsong said calmly.
You brought tremendous glory to Longhu Academy this time. If Longhu Academy didn't show any appreciation, how could the higher-ups face themselves? Moreover, the rewards from Longhu Academy won't be inferior to those from Taiwan Academy. They're such a good thing.
Sui was overjoyed. One trip reaping rewards twice. Next time there's an event like this, I have to be called again. After chatting a few more words with Li Jingsong, Sui took his leave. Returning to his dormitory, he closed the door and immediately took out the red glowing potion. The potion shimmered with an enticing luster under the light.
Taken at Stage 2 Level 6, it can directly advance to Stage 3.
Sui took a deep breath and unscrewed the potion. A dense wave of energy surged toward him. Hesitating no longer, he tilted his head and drank the potion in one gulp. The moment the potion touched his throat, it transformed into a scorching torrent, wildly rushing into every spiritual aperture in his body. Boom! Sui felt the spiritual energy within him instantly boil over. The Shui guidance technique activated, automatically opening all 362 spiritual apertures, frantically absorbing this overwhelming energy. His level began to skyrocket. Stage 2 level 7. Stage 2 level 8. Stage 2 level 9. In the blink of an eye, Sui had reached the bottleneck of Stage 2 level 9. The vast energy still surged within him, attempting to breach the barrier to Stage 3. But it was firmly blocked, unable to advance even an inch. As expected, the advancement condition for the Taoist sequence cannot be broken by a single potion. Sui had anticipated this, so he wasn't disappointed. Yet at that moment, he shuddered violently. Although he hadn't advanced to Stage 3, his level had actually increased. Name Sui. Sequence Taoist unique. Level Stage 2 level 10 advancement to Stage 3 slay white zombies 110. Passive skill all evils retreat. Active skills incantation golden light mantra 5 thunder palm mantra talisman 16 6 jia talisman suppress evil talisman slay evil talisman. Advance to Stage 2 level 10 awaken talisman divine speed armor horse talisman. Note Dunjia divine generals grant me divine speed. Stage 2 level 10. This had already exceeded the conventional level system. Sui had thought it would stop there. Unexpectedly, there was this pleasant surprise. At Stage 2 level 10, the quality of spiritual energy in his apertures would reach a new level. What's more, this advancement had awakened a new talisman technique. Divine Speed Armor Horse Talisman. Dunjia divine generals grant me divine speed. After understanding the information about this talisman, Sui's eyes lit up. Like the 16 6 jia talisman, this divine speed armor horse talisman also borrowed the power of the Dunjia divine generals. The 16 6 jia talisman invited the divine general's power for protection, while the divine speed armor horse talisman specifically invoked the aspect of the Dunjia divine generals skilled in speed and controlling armored horses, channeling that power into oneself. Thus his feet would be as if borne by the wind. His speed greatly increased. Sui immediately and eagerly tried to draw the divine speed armor horse talisman. Having just advanced, his spiritual energy was abundant, and his energy brimming. Spiritual light flowed at his fingertips as he traced complex runes in the air. After a moment, a pale yellow talisman took shape. On the talisman, the faint shadows of 2 galloping horses flickered and vanished. Let's test the effect. Sui pressed the divine speed armor horse talisman against his leg. The talisman ignited instantly. In an instant, the talisman transformed into 2 streams of green qi that coiled around his calves and then faded away. The next moment, Sui felt his legs grow light, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. It was as if some light yet powerful force was propelling him forward. He stepped out of the room and into the courtyard. With a mere thought, his figure flashed from one end of the yard to the other, in an instant so fast that it nearly left a blur. The movement was silky smooth, and the strain on his body was far less than he had imagined.
Excellent. If I had this earlier, I wouldn't have been led around by that white zombie.
Sui was overjoyed. On the battlefield, you might not be able to win, but you must be able to escape. Speed is always of utmost importance. Previously, when dealing with corpse fiends and purple zombies, it hadn't shown any flaws. But when facing a white zombie, the disadvantage of speed became apparent. And this talisman undoubtedly filled his greatest current weakness.
Now I lack nothing.
Having awakened the divine travel horse talisman, Sui felt an elation that drove him to run laps around the courtyard. His speed was so great that it stirred the fallen leaves into swirling eddies. Only after 10 minutes, when the divine travel horse talisman's effect wore off, did Sui come to a halt. He was somewhat exhilarated. If this were his past life, even Bolt would have to polish his shoes. Suppressing the joy of advancement and the excitement of the new talisman technique, Sui began to take stock of the talismans he had left. There were 4 demon-slaying talismans, 7 suppression talismans, and 5 looting Liujia talismans.
Too few.
Sui's fear of insufficient firepower was about to flare up again. He had now reached the threshold of Tier 3, and next, he would need to hunt white zombies. These talismans might not be enough. Over the following days, aside from necessary rest and meals, Sui spent almost all his time drawing talismans. During this period Gao Kai and Wang Chan came to look for him, but he turned down their gatherings on the pretext of consolidating his gains. On the morning of the 5th day Su Yi's communicator rang. It was Li Jingsong.
Come to my place. Zhou Yunhai wants to see you.
Su Yi's spirits lifted, and he set off immediately. In Li Jingsong's small courtyard Zhou Yunhai was already there drinking tea with Li Jingsong. Seeing Su Yi enter, Zhou Yunhai set down his teacup, his face beaming with undisguised admiration.
Su Yi, the 4 Academy's minor assessment, you did brilliantly. Not only did you take first place, but you also brought glory to our Longhu Academy. A Tier 2 slaying a white zombie in a single strike, this achievement is unprecedented even in the histories of the 4 top academies. Thank you for the praise, Principal. Praise alone is not enough.
Zhou Yunhai laughed.
You have brought honor to the Academy, and the Academy will not treat you poorly. In addition to the due 100 credits, the Academy will give you an extra reward.
As he spoke, he suddenly paused, stared intently at Su Yi, and exclaimed in surprise.
And you've already used the potion rewarded by Taiwan Academy and advanced to Tier 3. But your spiritual energy fluctuation doesn't seem right.
Li Jingsong immediately looked over, his expression also showing confusion.
It's much stronger than Tier 2 level 9, but not quite a Tier 3. What's going on?
The two crowded around Su Yi, examining him from all sides.
Principal Teacher, I am indeed neither at Tier 2 level 9 nor Tier 3.
Su Yi told the truth.
I have advanced to Tier 2 level 10. What? Tier 2 level 10? There's such a thing.
Zhou Yunhai and Li Jingsong were both astonished.
Because my sequence's advancement conditions did not meet the requirements for Tier 3, I got stuck at Tier 2.
Su Yi said.
Tier 2 level 10. It's probably a coincidence, right?
Zhou Yunhai marveled.
Generally, using a sequence advancement potion bypasses the conditions and allows direct promotion. But your situation. This situation indicates that your sequence is so formidable that even the sequence advancement potion could not break through.
Li Jingsong took over, his gaze sharp.
That must be it.
Zhou Yunhai nodded, sighing in admiration. Then he took a bottle of potion from his pocket and handed it to Su Yi.
Originally, I thought this potion might help you advance smoothly to Tier 4. But now it seems impossible.
Su Yi looked. It was exactly the same as the potion he had received at Taiwan Academy.
This is also a top-tier basic sequence potion?
Su Yi asked.
Exactly.
Zhou Yunhai nodded.
This is the reward from Longhu Academy. In terms of efficacy, it should be slightly stronger than the one from Taiwan Academy.
Su Yi's eyes lit up immediately. This was a fine treasure.
Thank you, Dean Zhou. Thank you, Academy.
Su Yi accepted the potion, expressing his gratitude repeatedly.
Although this potion cannot directly advance you to Tier 4, you'd better save it until you're near Tier 3 level 7 or even level 8. If you can also reach level 10 at Tier 3, that would be ideal.
Zhou Yunhai said.
Why is that?
Su Yi was puzzled. Zhou Yunhai's expression turned serious.
Su Yi, you should know that advancing from Tier 3 to Tier 4 is the breakthrough from lower to middle tier, the first truly major hurdle. This advancement is fundamentally different from before. Do you know the difference? Yes.
Su Yi nodded.
The prerequisite for this advancement is that the sequence must advance first, allowing the level to increase.
His panel had clearly stated the advancement path was Taoist Heavenly Master Longhu Heavenly Master Ancient Qi Cultivator. Presumably, when advancing from Tier 3 to Tier 4, he would progress from Taoist to Heavenly Master.
Correct.
Zhou Yunhai nodded approvingly.
But the direction of advancement is not always positive. For example, the Common Mermaid sequence has a chance of advancing to the top tier River Lord at Tier 4, but it could also advance to Water Monkey. The difference is like heaven and earth.
Su Yi was taken aback. Was there such a thing? But his own sequence didn't seem to have many advancement directions. There was only that single clearly defined path.
When a sequence advances, the more abundant the spiritual energy state combined with a certain opportunity determines the direction of advancement. This process is not easy and even carries the risk of failure, especially for an unknown sequence like yours without precedent.
Zhou Yunhai continued.
If you can reach Tier 3 level 10 before breaking through, it should greatly help your positive advancement. Using it now would speed up leveling, but in the long run it's somewhat wasteful.
Su Yi understood. The Academy was making a long-term investment in him. He solemnly put away the potion.
Thank you, Principal. I understand. I will save this potion for when I am about to break through to Tier 4. Very good.
Zhou Yunhai nodded in satisfaction and asked,
Back then your condition for advancing to Tier 2 was to slay 10 purple zombies. Now for Tier 3 is it required to slay 10 white zombies?
Yes, Principal. Sui nodded and took the opportunity to say,
So I would like to apply to enter the white zombie domain in the back mountain zombie territory. My current level is only Tier 2, so I don't have the authority yet. What's the big deal?
Zhou Yunhai laughed heartily.
Just go and I'll open Tier 3 authority for you right away. Thank you, Principal Zhou.
Sui promptly expressed his gratitude.
Alright, the reward has been delivered and I should take my leave.
Zhou Yunhai didn't linger.
Oh, oldly, your Tier 9 resources are already on the way. They should arrive within a month or two.
With that he turned and left.
Congratulations, teacher. Tier 9 is in sight.
Sui offered his congratulations to Li Jingsong.
I am merely an ordinary sequence user. Advancing to Tier 9 is not even as important as your advancement to Tier 4.
Li Jingsong shook his head and looked at Sui.
When you reach Tier 4, your sequence advancement will determine the upper limit of your future potential. This is a major hurdle. Don't worry, I won't let you down,
Sui said. His advancement was from Taoist to Heavenly Master. Now that the Taoist sequence was already so terrifying, the Heavenly Master would be even more so. The next morning, Sui arrived at the back mountains corpse domain.
You're going to the white zombie territory.
The same stern male teacher stood at the entrance, looking surprised at Sui.
You haven't advanced to Tier 3 yet, have you? And you're going alone into the white zombie domain. The life-saving pendant issued by the Academy can't even withstand a white zombie's attack, can it?
But as soon as he finished speaking, he froze. A thick fog had begun to emerge around them seemingly out of nowhere.
Is that Teacher Li?
The male teacher's expression shifted, and he quickly stood up smiling.
Since Teacher Li is accompanying you, there should be no problem. All right, thank you, teacher.
Sui expressed his gratitude and stepped into the corpse domain. These mists were indeed Li Jingsong's domain. According to Li Jingsong, he was about to break through the bottleneck of Tier 9, so he needed to continuously refine his mystic mist domain, consolidating his domain to the utmost. Thus, he had to deploy it at every moment without slackening. For the coming period, Li Jingsong would exist in this manner. As soon as Sui entered the corpse domain, he felt the mist surging beneath his feet. With another step, he found himself already in the territory of the white zombies.
Let's begin. From now on, unless you're in mortal danger, I won't intervene.
Li Jingsong's voice came from the mist.
All right, teacher.
Sui nodded and walked towards the nearest coffin room. But before he could even approach, the door of the room burst open with a loud bang. A zombie, its body ashen gray with eyes gleaming with bloodlust, lunged straight at Sui. A white zombie could already detect the scent of a living person from within the coffin room.
May my body be cloaked in golden light shining upon my form.
Sui first cast the golden light mantra to protect himself, then whipped out an evil-slaying talisman. With a thud, the evil-slaying talisman sank into the white zombie's body, slaying it outright. Not even a ripple was stirred. Killed one white zombie. Current progress 210. Sui nodded slightly. This white zombie was even slightly weaker than the one in the Taiwan Academy training ground, so naturally it couldn't withstand a single evil-slaying talisman. Following the same method, he proceeded to kill 8 more white zombies. Only one more was needed to meet the conditions for advancing to Tier 3. These white zombies were all of similar strength, and Sui dispatched them with ease.
Since teacher is here, there's no danger of death. Why not test the limits of the evil-slaying talisman?
Sui's eyes flickered. He raised his hand and applied a divine steed talisman to himself. Sui's speed instantly increased, and he felt as light as a swallow. Then he circled far around the other coffin rooms, heading deeper into the corpse domain until he reached the edge of the black zombie territory. With a roar the moment he set foot, a monster burst out from the nearest coffin room. This creature was no longer ashen gray but a dark gray-black. Even in the dim corpse domain it gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, as if it were not a creature of flesh and blood, but a cast iron statue being forged. Sui squinted slightly. This was exactly the sign of an impending transformation into bronze skin. The greatest characteristic of a white zombie was its membrane-like tough hide. The greatest characteristic of a black zombie, however, was its bronze skin and iron bones. Not only was its skin tougher, but its bones were also as hard as steel. The attacks of low-level sequence users would likely leave not even a white mark. Even if one could break through its flesh, they would be stopped by its iron bones. And given the zombie's regenerative ability, if the bones weren't damaged, it wouldn't even count as a light injury. Sui rapidly retreated to create distance from the zombie, while simultaneously flinging out 2 evil-slaying talismans. With a hiss, the 2 talismans consecutively embedded themselves into the zombie's neck, producing a tearing sound, as if a sharp blade had cut into flesh. But even 2 evil-slaying talismans were not enough to kill it outright. They only cut halfway into the neck, failing to sever the cervical spine completely. With a howl of pain, the zombie's head lolled back, because half its neck had been severed. Yet its reaction was incredibly swift. It twisted around and fled.
Trying to run,
Sui sneered. Did you think I was still the same as before? He gave chase. With the boost from the Divine Steed Talisman, his speed actually surpassed that of the zombie. Sui offered another evil-slaying talisman. This time it struck straight at the back of the zombie's neck. With a crack. This time its iron bones finally gave way, and Sui's blow severed it completely. Unbeknownst to him, a wisp of mist had quietly condensed beside Sui. Li Jingsong's voice carried a note of amazement.
This zombie was about to evolve into a black zombie, yet it was no match for you. I was even about to step in just now. Your sequence is beyond my understanding.
Around them, the mist roiled, clearly reflecting his agitated emotions.
Alright, counting the one you killed at Taiwan Academy, you've already taken down 10 white zombies.
After a moment of calm, Li Jingsong said,
You should be able to advance now, right? With me here, you can advance safely. Alright, teacher.
Sui nodded and looked at the panel. Name Sui level tier 2 level 10 conditions for advancement, med advancing. Name Sui sequence Taoist unique level tier 3 level 1 conditions for tier 4 advancement. Kill 10 black zombies of the Sha level, and 1 green zombie passive skill warding off all evils. Active skills incantations golden light mantra palm thunder incantation talisman 6 Jia 6 ding talisman pressure suppression talisman evil slaying talisman divine steed talisman tier 3 advancement awaken skill corpse driving art. No drive, and command the stiff corpses as if by decree. The condition for advancing to tier 4 besides killing 10 Sha level black zombies also required slaying 1 green zombie. Before he could even rejoice, Sui saw the advancement conditions for the next stage and felt his vision go dark. Unlike the low-tier purple zombies and white zombies, black zombies and higher-level zombies were classified into 4 grades based on their baleful aura and strength: molting, ferocious, violent, and Sha. The further the grade, the more terrifying the strength, and the heavier the baleful aura. A Sha-level black zombie was the most formidable among black zombies. 10 black zombies might be bearable, but the most critical part was the green zombie. That was a creature that even a human tier 5 sequence user might not be able to handle.
So this is the condition for a Taoist to advance to Heavenly Master. Truly outrageous enough.
Sui shook his head. But soon, he became optimistic again. The harsher the conditions, the more powerful the Heavenly Master sequence must be. Killing zombies 2 tiers above his own to qualify for advancement. How ridiculously powerful was that? Composing himself, Sui finally looked at the new skill he had awakened upon advancing to tier 3.
Corpse driving art.
Sui's eyes widened in shock. Could it be the corpse driving art he had in mind? He quickly checked the skill details. After a moment, his grin grew wider and wider, until finally he couldn't help but burst into laughter. The corpse driving art was a combination of the corpse control talisman and the corpse driving incantation. The corpse control talisman could be affixed to a zombie to control its movements. The corpse driving incantation used in conjunction with the talisman allowed the user to manipulate the zombie. Together they granted direct control over every action of a zombie. In a world overrun with zombies, what did it mean to be able to directly control them? It was obvious even to the dullest mind. Sui was almost certain that this skill was the most overpowered one he had awakened so far.
Teacher, I've advanced to tier 3.
With his goal achieved, Sui looked at Li Jingsong.
So fast. Good, then let's head back.
Li Jingsong's voice betrayed some surprise. Then amid the surging mist, Sui returned to his own small courtyard.
For the next while, get familiar with your tier 3 skills.
Li Jingsong instructed, then added,
Once you reach Tier 3, the Dragon Tiger Academy will arrange for students to enter the corpse domain for their first mission. This is meant to give students an initial taste of the real corpse domain, since that will be your true battlefield in the future. The academy usually leaves about a month for newly advanced students to prepare. Be ready.
With that, the mist drifted away.
A mission arranged by the Dragon Tiger Academy for Tier 3 students.
Sui was taken aback then nodded. Indeed, students couldn't stay cooped up in the academy forever like hothouse flowers. After all, the purpose of training sequence users was to fight zombies, not to consume resources. After closing the courtyard gate, Sui stood in the yard and began testing the changes in his skills after advancing to Tier 3. First, the Golden Light Mantra. The Golden Light Mantra had now entered its second stage, Golden Light Illumination, manifesting Qi into form. When using the Golden Light Mantra, the golden light was no longer confined to covering the surface of the body. Instead, it could leave the body and condense into a light whip with devastating lethality. Sui was ecstatic, continuously manipulating the golden light to leave his body and form a golden whip that danced wildly in the air. The second stage of the Golden Light Mantra could be withdrawn to protect the body or unleashed to attack enemies, far more powerful than before. After testing for a while, Sui withdrew the golden light, feeling extremely satisfied. No wonder it was one of the 8 great Taoist mantras. The potential of the Golden Light Mantra was immense. As for talismans, they also underwent a qualitative leap. With the 6 Jia 6 Ding talisman, Sui could now successfully summon 4 Jia and 4 Ding, 8 divine generals, greatly increasing his defense. The effects of the pressure suppression talisman and divine steed talisman had also improved remarkably, with the spiritual light of the talismans far stronger than before. What delighted Sui even more was the evil slaying talisman. After advancing to Tier 3, the evil slaying talisman he drew was no longer yellow but blue. The energy fluctuation of this blue evil slaying talisman was several times stronger than that of the previous yellow ones. This was also Sui's first blue talisman.
The evil slaying talisman should be my strongest attack method right now.
Sui's heart swelled with excitement as he picked up the talisman and examined it over and over, growing more fond of it each time. Advancing to Tier 3 had brought a qualitative change to his overall strength. In the following days, he returned to his state of never leaving the house. Apart from practicing the Shui guiding technique, he devoted himself entirely to drawing talismans. He made the most evil-slaying talismans, while the other types were distributed evenly. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. The weather had turned from summer to autumn, but it was still a bit sweltering. One evening, Sui, who rarely took a break from cultivation, gathered with a few friends in his courtyard for a small get-together. Gao Kai, Zhu Xiaodong, Wang Chang, and Qian Dunjia were all there. By now, Sui's talisman inventory was unprecedentedly abundant, and his level had reached Tier 3 Level 2. Since the Dragon Tiger Academy mission hadn't arrived yet, Wang Chang suggested they have a barbecue in Sui's courtyard. Sui grilled skewers while listening to them chat and joke. Wang Chang and Gao Kai were urging Zhu Xiaodong to use her fire-type skill to grill the skewers, while Qian Dunjia was munching on a roasted leg of lamb. Just then, Sui's expression changed slightly, and he pulled out his communicator. The notification from the Dragon Tiger Academy had arrived. Mission type: Corpse, domain cleanup outskirts, mission location Pingsheng Corpse, domain mission content: due to unusual activity in the corpse domain, clear out peripheral zombies, in coordination with official operations team leader Chen Su, a third-year student, Tier 4 sequence, user assembly time tomorrow morning at 700 Academy Northgate parking lot.
My first mission, and it's at the Pingsheng Corpse domain.
Sui was taken aback, then realized it might have been arranged deliberately by the academy. After all, he was from Pingsheng. He looked over the mission details again. They were not to venture deep into the corpse domain, only operating on the periphery. At the outermost area, there were at most a few purple zombies, and white zombies, with black zombies being extremely rare, nothing that posed a threat to him. But it made sense since it was just a beginner mission. Moreover, the team leader was only a Tier 4 sequence user. If they entered the inner area, they would likely be wiped out by the first green zombie they encountered. The next morning, Sui arrived at the Northgate parking lot. 2 people were already standing there, a man and a woman. The man was of medium build with a scar on his face. The woman was slightly plump with a sweet face. Both had composed expressions, clearly more experienced than freshmen. When they saw Sui approaching alone, their eyes swept over him, and they immediately looked surprised.
Hey buddy, haven't seen you before.
The Scarface boy scratched his head.
Dude, aren't you a sophomore? A junior? You took over 2 years to reach tier 3. That's a bit slow.
Then he added,
But you look pretty young. Seems like you're a lot younger than me.
The plump girl also had a strange look in her eyes. Although the Scarface guy was tactless and spoke his mind, what he said wasn't wrong. For this mission, apart from the team leader Chinsu, the others should all be newly advanced tier 3 students. For a Dragon Tiger Academy student, reaching tier 3 only in their junior year was definitely very slow.
This is Sui, the top freshman this year, who won first place in the 4 Academy's Minutist and killed a white zombie.
But just then a tall male student walked over and introduced him.
Hello everyone, I'm Chinsu, your team leader for this mission. What? A freshman?
The Scarface boy and the plump girl both stared wide-eyed, looking at Sui as if he were a ghost. This guy wasn't a junior, he was a freshman.
A freshman reaching tier 3 this early and killing a white zombie. What kind of concept is that?
Remember, it was still only the first semester of their freshman year. How long had this guy been training? Less than half a year. The plump girl suddenly recalled something and exclaimed,
I remember now. I heard a freshman junior mention that our academy had a monster among the new students. So that's you.
The way they looked at Sui changed instantly. This couldn't be described as just genius anymore. It was downright monstrous. The two of them had been enrolled a full year longer than him, yet their levels were only on par with his. Thinking back to how they had initially assumed Sui was a junior, and even looked down on his slow progression, their faces burned with embarrassment. So they were the real clowns after all.
Alright, the 4 members of the team are all here.
Chinsu clapped his hands.
Before we set off, let's get to know each other. This mission will take us into the Pingcheng zombie domain for 3 days. Familiarizing ourselves with each other's sequences will make cooperation smoother.
He introduced himself first.
Chinsu, tier 4 level 3 sequence rock armor. Decent in both offense and defense.
The scarred man spoke next.
I'm Qimen, sophomore, tier 3 level 1 sequence raging bear. Strength type, good at close combat. I can briefly enrage to boost power, but it leaves me weakened afterward.
The slightly plump girl blinked.
Sun Ying, tier 3 level 1 sequence fire crow. Fire type sequence, high burst damage, but consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Can't sustain long fights.
After the introductions, everyone turned to Sui. Sui thought for a moment and said,
Sui, tier 3 level 2 sequence Taoist. My skills are a bit mixed. I have thunder method attacks, golden light defense, and I recently mastered a new control type skill.
He didn't elaborate on the corpse driving technique, as it was too peculiar.
Tier 3 level 2. You're already level 2.
Qimen and Sun Ying gasped again. They had initially thought Sui was at the same level as them. But who would have guessed he was a whole level higher? Seeing that everyone had gotten acquainted, Chinsu began distributing supplies. Each person received 6 spiritual energy recovery potions, 6 baleful aura cleansing potions, and a bag of glutinous rice. Looking at the bag of glutinous rice in his hand, Sui was momentarily stunned. Already being applied in actual combat. After distributing the supplies, Chinsu waved his hand.
Let's move out.
With that, the group boarded the vehicle and headed straight for Pingcheng. Longhu Academy was closed to Pingcheng, and a few hours later the 4 arrived at their destination, the Pingcheng zombie domain. The Pingcheng zombie domain was located on the outskirts of Pingcheng, not very large, only about a dozen kilometers across, similar to the Chiosan zombie domain. This was Sui's first time seeing the Pingcheng zombie domain. When the 4 arrived, due to the urgent situation, all members of the Pingcheng patrol team had already entered the domain. The one waiting outside to receive them was actually an old acquaintance of Sui's, Zhao Tsuhong.
Sui, you're on this mission. And you're at tier 3.
Seeing Sui, Zhao Tsuhong was equally surprised.
Senior brother Zhao, thanks to you for recommending me to Teacher Li.
Sui smiled.
Haha, I almost forgot. We're now fellow disciples.
Zhao Tsuhong laughed heartily.
Alright, let's get down to business.
His expression turned serious as he looked at Chinsu.
You're the team leader from Longhu Academy. Yes, Senior Zhao.
Chinsu nodded. Zhao Tsuhong had once been a student at Longhu Academy, so addressing him as senior was fine.
The situation in the Pingcheng zombie domain is worse than expected. Zhao Tsuhong pointed ahead. See, the domain is expanding outward, and it's accelerating. At this rate, it might even spread into the city.
Everyone looked up. Indeed, the baleful aura within the domain was extending at a noticeable speed. The buildings tainted by the aura were gradually being assimilated soon to become coffin rooms.
The expansion of a zombie domain either means a high-tier zombie has been born or some change has occurred in the core area,
Zhao Tsuhong said.
Teacher Zhoumin has already led a team into the inner perimeter using the Thunder Sea sequence to bombard the core area in an attempt to suppress the source of the baleful aura.
He turned to Sui and the others.
Our patrol team and the Awakening Bureau are handling the peripheral zombies, preventing them from crossing the domain boundary and attacking ordinary people. Your mission is to be responsible for this area. Remember, if you encounter zombies you can't handle, withdraw immediately and contact us via communicator. Never fight recklessly. Understood.
Everyone nodded promptly.
Good, I briefed you. I need to go in now.
Zhao Tsuhong nodded, then swiftly turned and charged into the domain.
Before entering the domain, turn on the recorders.
Chinsu looked at Sui and the others.
The recorders will document your every move inside the domain, making it easier to calculate credits after the mission.
The three immediately activated the recorders on their chests.
I'm the captain. Inside the domain, you will follow my orders at all times. If anyone acts on their own, they'll bear the consequences.
Chinsu's gaze turned sharp. Then he led the three into the domain. As soon as he entered, Sui couldn't help but frown slightly. The baleful aura was so thick. Even at the outermost edge, it was far denser than in the Chiosan zombie domain.
Everyone be careful.
Chinsu noticed this, as well, his expression growing more cautious.
Roar!
Before they had taken a few steps, a purple zombie lunged at them.
Sun Yinging!
Chinsu ordered in a low voice. Sun Yinging acted immediately, and a flash of fire reduced the purple zombie to ashes. The group continued forward. Soon they had dispatched over a dozen purple zombies. The four took turns attacking, ensuring the others had time to recover stamina and spiritual energy.
Thrilling.
After killing a purple zombie, Zhao Ming couldn't help saying,
I didn't expect missions to be this exciting. Punching zombies fist to fist is way more fun than cultivating in school. Never let your guard down in the zombie domain.
Chinsu barked. Zhao Ming shrank his neck, about to say something. But at that moment, from behind a nearby coffin room, a gray-white zombie lunged straight at Zhao Ming.
White zombie!
Sun Yinging cried out. Zhao Ming's pupils contracted. The white zombie was too fast, he couldn't react in time.
Get back!
Chinsu shouted, stepping forward and shoving Zhao Ming aside. In an instant, waves of heat surged around him, and a layer of molten rock condensed on his body, forming a suit of magma armor.
Boom! Boom!
Chinsu met the white zombie, swinging his fists heavily. Each blow was powerful, sending magma splattering, and he soon killed the white zombie. Looking at the still shaken Zhao Ming, Chinsu shook his head.
In the zombie domain, the worst thing is to be careless. This is the zombies' territory. As captain, I understand.
Zhao Ming nodded vigorously. The group continued forward, encountering several more waves of zombies. Among them, 3 white zombies appeared at once. Chinsu and Sui each took on one. Zhao Ming and Sun Yinging alone against a white zombie were no match. Only by working together could they barely hold one at bay. Fortunately, Chinsu and Sui were quick, swiftly killing their opponents and relieving the pressure. Seeing Sui obliterate a white zombie with several bolts of thunder, everyone couldn't help but glance at him with newfound respect. That speed was on par with Chinsu's.
No wonder he's the freshman king of this year.
Chinsu nodded. With a powerful teammate like Sui, this mission would be much easier. If all 3 teammates had been like Zhao Ming and Sun Yinging, he would have worn himself out worrying, and still might not complete the mission.
Something's off.
But then, looking around, he frowned deeply. There were too many zombies. Even on the periphery, 3 white zombies had appeared at once. It didn't make sense.
Isn't this the coffin room we just cleared?
Suddenly Sun Yinging exclaimed.
It's already spawning a corpse fiend again.
Everyone quickly looked over. In a coffin room whose door they had removed, a corpse fiend was crawling out from underground.
The baleful aura is too heavy. Something big must be wrong in the Pingcheng zombie domain.
Chinsu made a swift decision and reached for his communicator to report to the academy. but his face changed drastically.
The communicator signal is blocked.
Everyone hurriedly checked their communicators, their faces turning pale as well.
Mine too. What's happening? We've lost contact with the outside.
Chunsu made a prompt decision.
Retreat. Pull out of the stiff domain now.
The group immediately turned and ran back. But as they ran, a growing unease filled their hearts. In such a short time, the stiff domain had expanded an unknown distance. They could no longer even see the exit.
Roar!
Just then 2 low terrifying roars sounded from ahead. Chunsu halted abruptly, his expression as grave as water, as he stared forward. In the distance 2 tall dark figures were bounding toward them at tremendous speed. Black zombies. And there were 2 of them.
Damn it!
Zhao Ming and Sun Yingying's faces also changed drastically. They couldn't even handle a white zombie, let alone black zombies. Chunsu's pupils contracted as he focused on the 2 black zombies. One of them had a blackish-green body with surging baleful aura, a two-level black zombie. But the other was pitch black, unmistakably the more terrifying Lilibel black zombie.
No match. Absolutely no match.
Almost instantly Chunsu reached his conclusion. If it were just the two-level black zombie, he could handle it. With Sui and the other 2, they might even kill it. But with a Lilibel black zombie added, the 4 of them would be killed in a single encounter.
Run!
Chunsu made the decision without hesitation.
Scatter. Each of us for ourselves.
It was already a death trap. Running might offer a glimmer of hope. Zhao Ming and Sun Yingying's legs trembled, and they were about to turn and flee. But just then they heard Sui shout.
Don't scatter. If we split up, I won't be able to save you later.
What? Chunsu was stunned and turned to Sui in disbelief.
If we don't scatter, can we really take on 2 black zombies? One of them is even a Lilibel black zombie.
Sui said nothing. With a flick of his hand, he affixed a divine speed horse talisman to himself. Then his speed surged. Instead of retreating, he charged straight toward the 2 black zombies.
What?
Chunsu's scalp went numb. Sui must be insane. These were 2 black zombies. Charging in like that? Was he asking for death? But since Sui had already rushed forward, Chunsu had no other choice.
Fine, death it is.
Chunsu gritted his teeth.
You 2 run straight.
He shouted back at Zhao Ming and Sun Yingying, then his body erupted with molten lava as he chased after Sui. Zhao Ming and Sun Yingying could barely handle a white zombie, let alone black zombies. Staying here, not causing trouble, was the best they could do.
This.
Zhao Ming and Sun Yingying exchanged glances. The situation had changed too fast. They didn't know whether to run or to join the fight. For a moment, they stood frozen in place.
It's over. Am no match for that Lilibel black zombie.
On Chunsu's side, as he drew closer to the 2 black zombies and felt their baleful aura, a bitter taste filled his mouth. Even if Sui could hold off the two-level one, he himself absolutely couldn't block the Lilibel. But just then he saw Sui suddenly burst into dazzling golden light.
Golden radiance illuminates all she takes form. Golden light whip.
Sui raised his hand, and 2 streams of golden light as if a live float extended and condensed along the trajectory of his arms. Then they transformed into 2 dazzling golden whips.
Come!
A golden glint flashed in Sui's eyes. Facing the attacks of the 2 black zombies already upon him, he neither dodged nor yielded. With a light flick of both wrists.
Swish! Swish!
2 golden lightning bolts instantly tore through the air. Behind him, Chunsu only saw a flash of gold and heard 2 crisp teeth-grinding explosions.
Crack!
The golden whip shadows struck the 2 black zombies with precision. Their copper-like skin was torn open instantly under the golden whips, rendered utterly useless. The two-level black zombie was sent stumbling backward by the blow, letting out a shrill screech. The Lilibel one fared slightly better, but was still staggered, clearly dazed.
This.
Chunsu's eyes widened. Was this Sui's attack? A single blow had repelled 2 black zombies. Wasn't he only a tier 3? How could his power rival that of a tier 5? But Sui's strength filled Chunsu with immense relief. There was hope.
Leave this one to me.
Chunsu rushed past Sui and engaged the two-level black zombie. Meanwhile, the Lilibel black zombie, recovering from its shock, roared in fury and charged at Sui with even greater speed. But it was met with a barrage of golden whip shadows raining down upon it. The golden whips left countless wounds on the black zombie's body. Some even tore through flesh and struck bone, sending fragments of bone splintering. The black zombie struggled madly, desperately trying to close in on Sui. But when it finally reached him, it was greeted by a massive golden fist. Roar! The black zombie was sent reeling back once again, falling within the range of the golden whips. By now fear had crept into its eyes. It was no match for this human even in close combat. Crack! Crack! The cracking of whips, and the agonized roars of the little black zombie intertwined, leaving Xiaoming and Sun Yinging behind, staring wide-eyed, their jaws nearly dropping. They watched as Sui's whip shadows lashed the black zombie until it was covered in wounds. Then with a furious roar the black zombie turned and tried to flee. Run! Come back here! Sui sneered. The golden whip instantly coiled around the black zombie's body, yanking it back. Then the whip blazed even brighter, and the baleful aura on the black zombie melted away like snow in boiling water. Until finally the little black zombie stopped struggling, its baleful aura dissipated, and it collapsed to the ground. On the other side, Shinsu was still locked in fierce combat with the two-level black zombie. Go! Sui raised his hand, and sent several more whip shadows, breaking the zombie's bones, and snapping its neck, beating it to death. Phew! Shinsu stared at the black zombie lying before him, forgetting even to catch his breath. He looked at Sui, his eyes filled with shock. In just a few minutes, he had slain 2 black zombies, one of them a Lilithel. And Sui was only at tier 3. What kind of monster was this? As a junior at Dragon Tiger Academy, Shinsu had seen countless prodigies over the years. But someone like Sui, he had never even heard of, let alone seen. After a long moment, Shinsu finally remembered to dispel his molten armor. Gazing at the 2 black corpses on the ground, especially the one of ferocious rank, a deep sense of relief flickered in his eyes. Fortunately, Sui was a massive variable in the team. Otherwise, they would likely have been annihilated by now. At this moment, Xiaoming and Sun Yinging, who were behind, approached with trepidation. They stared at Sui as if he were a ghost. Sui, are you really a 3rd rank? Both of them were also 3rd rank, but compared to Sui, they seemed like a different species altogether. The gap was even larger than that between humans and dogs. Don't say any more. The priority is to leave the Jiang domain. Shinsu's face turned extremely grim as he looked at Sui. These 2 black corpses came from the outer reaches of the Jiang domain toward us. This means that during this time the Jiang domain has expanded outward significantly. We must leave immediately and inform the academy. And Sui's expression also turned solemn, and he nodded immediately, preparing to move forward. But before he could lift his leg, he paused, then quickly looked toward the direction where the 2 black corpses had fallen. Suddenly intense energy fluctuations erupted from the 2 black corpses. Then 2 faint dark red blood vapors rose gracefully from the remains of the black corpses. Although they originated from the black corpses, these 2 streams of black vapor contained not a trace of baleful aura. What is this? Sui instinctively scooped the 2 blood vapors into his hands. Then his expression changed. These 2 seemingly thin black vapors concealed immense energy fluctuations. This is source blood. Just then an old voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears, filled with surprise. Who? Shinsu and the other 2, startled like frightened birds, all turned pale and looked around. But there was no one around, only a faint mist shrouding the area. Teacher! Sui was also stunned. It was Li Jingsong's voice. You've been following me all along. He hadn't noticed the mist earlier, nor had he expected Li Jingsong to have been trailing him. I originally didn't plan to reveal myself. Li Jingsong's voice carried a note of gravity amidst the swirling mist. But I never expected source blood to appear. Then his figure emerged from the mist. He stared intently at the 2 streams of black vapor in Sui's hands. Indeed, it is source blood. This thing is about to emerge. After a moment, his face was as dark as water, his brows deeply furrowed. Only when this thing emerges can even the most ordinary zombies receive its blessing and generate source blood within their bodies. Teacher Li. At this moment, Shinsu and the other 2 were overjoyed. They hadn't expected Li Jingsong to have entered the Jiang domain with them. He was an 8th rank sequence practitioner. The Jiang domain, which had been fraught with danger moments ago, suddenly became safe. Teacher Li, a major incident has occurred in the Pingcheng Jiang domain. Could you please take us out first and contact the academy? Shinsu asked respectfully.
am afraid it's not possible.
Li Jingsong frowned deeply.
The appearance of source blood indicates that a lurking corpse is about to emerge here.
At this moment, its corpse domain has spread throughout the entire Jiang domain. Even I cannot get out. He added,
When I saw the source blood, I already extended my domain field outward, but it was blocked by this lurking corpse's corpse domain.
If even the domain field can't get out, let alone humans.
What? Everyone was greatly shocked. A lurking corpse was a zombie second only to the indestructible bone.
It was equivalent to a human 9th rank sequence practitioner. The sense of security Zhao Ming and the others had just felt vanished instantly, and they even felt the surroundings had become more dangerous. Li Jingsong frowned and muttered to himself.
Strange. The Pingcheng Jiang domain only had 2 ferocious level wandering corpses, both suppressed deep within. How could a lurking corpse appear out of nowhere?
He felt a bit annoyed. Careless. He had followed Su Yi to protect him. But earlier when he noticed the anomaly in the Jiang domain, he didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just ordinary activity. It wasn't until he saw the source blood that he realized something was wrong. But by then it was too late. Facing a lurking corpse, it would be difficult for him to guarantee Su Yi's safety.
Teacher, what should we do?
Su Yi asked with a frown. Was this the kind of major incident he would encounter on his first mission? What terrible luck.
The reason a lurking corpse is called lurking is that when it is born it needs to reside in an extremely mean and baleful place, lurking without emerging.
It will only emerge after several days once its corpse bones have formed,
Li Jingsong said.
At the moment, this lurking corpse should still be dormant, so there's no need to worry too much for now. Shinsu couldn't help but say,
Are we just going to wait like this? Once the lurking corpse emerges, won't we be doomed? There's still a chance.
A sharp light suddenly flashed in Li Jingsong's eyes.
Zhou Min is also in the inner reaches of the Jiang domain. She must be trapped by the corpse domain of the lurking corpse.
I'll go meet up with her, and with her lightning-type sequence, we might be able to uncover the lurking corpse's lair and interrupt its advancement.
He looked at the 4 of them and said solemnly,
But from now on I won't be able to look after you. Fortunately, this is already the outer periphery of the Pingcheng Jiang domain, so the distance from that lurking corpse should be far. Find a place to hide, and wait for Zhou Min and me to break the corpse domain. Su Yi and the other 3 nodded solemnly.
By the way, teacher, what is the use of this source blood?
Su Yi, remembering the source blood in his hand, quickly asked.
This thing has great effects. Not only for zombies, but also for sequence practitioners. It's a rare tonic. It can allow zombies to evolve, and also allow sequence practitioners to advance.
Li Jingsong said.
What?
The eyes of Su Yi and the others immediately lit up. But Li Jingsong's next words poured cold water on them.
However, this thing can only be absorbed by high-rank sequence practitioners. For low-rank and mid-rank ones, without a top-tier spiritual energy cultivation method, it's difficult to absorb.
Before he could finish, Li Jingsong stopped his gaze, instinctively turning to Su Yi. A top-tier spiritual energy cultivation method. Su Yi had exactly that. He had almost forgotten that his student was a monster who had opened 362 spiritual apertures. Li Jingsong shook his head with a wry smile.
Teacher, why don't you absorb this source blood?
Su Yi handed the source blood to Li Jingsong.
That way you'll have a better chance in the coming fight. It's just a trace of source blood from a black corpse, too weak to have any effect on me.
Li Jingsong shook his head.
You absorb it, this thing should have a miraculous effect on you.
Then, he earnestly warned.
Even if you can absorb this source blood, don't actively hunt zombies.
This Jiang domain is too dangerous now. You must not get into trouble. Okay, teacher.
Su Yi agreed and then said seriously,
Take care.
Don't worry.
Li Jingsong waved his hand, and his figure suddenly dissolved into the mist. Then, the mist surged wildly, spreading toward the depths of the Jiang domain.
Teacher, Li Jingsong has left again.
Zhao Ming and Sun Yingying wore grimaces, warily surveying their surroundings. However, Chen Su stared at Su Yi, having guessed something.
Teacher, Li Jingsong said that just now. Could it be that you have a top-tier spiritual energy cultivation method? His.
Zhao Ming and Sun Yingying also came to their senses, staring at Su Yi in disbelief. A top-tier spiritual energy cultivation method. A 3rd-rank freshman. Wasn't this something that only high-rank sequence practitioners usually possessed? Su Yi nodded, admitting it. Even if he denied it, he would have to absorb the source blood soon, and it would be exposed sooner or later. He looked at the three of them.
Let's find a place to hide first. Right, hide first.
Chinsu and the others immediately snapped out of it, and nodded repeatedly. They found a nearby corpse coffin room, killed the corpse fiend inside, and hid. Then Chinsu used his lava skill to seal the gaps in the door panel blocking the living human scent of the group. Once they were temporarily safe, the group couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was then that Sui had the time to examine the source blood in his hand. From the moment he first touched these 2 drops of origin blood, Sui felt his Shui guidance art stir restlessly. However, not knowing what they were, he dared not absorb them hastily. Now that Li Jingsong had said it was fine, he no longer hesitated. After greeting Chinsu and the other 2, he immediately activated the Shui guidance art and began to absorb. In an instant, the spiritual energy within him boiled violently like water that had reached its boiling point. The total amount of spiritual energy in his body kept increasing.
What a freak! He can actually absorb origin blood.
In the coffin room, Zhao Ming and Sun Yingying stared at Sui, unable to help but gasp and mutter to themselves. They were already somewhat numb. A third-order freshman, easily slaying 2 black corpses. A top-tier spiritual energy cultivation method. All of these were concentrated in a single person. Could he even be considered human? Sun Yingying couldn't help but speculate in her heart. Could the emergence of the prostrate corpse be related to Sui? Such a monstrous human. If she were a zombie, she would do everything in her power to kill him. But then, thinking it over, she was amused by her own foolish thought. The Pingcheng corpse domain had already mutated long before Sui arrived. How could it be his fault? Besides, that was a prostrate corpse. How could it emerge just because a third-order sequencer said so? That would be too ridiculous. It was simply that Sui was so freakish that it momentarily made her mind go fuzzy. Sui did not know that the 3 people in the room were all staring intently at him. He focused entirely on absorbing the origin blood. Not until he had absorbed both drops did he open his eye. Third order, 3rd level. These 2 drops of origin blood directly elevated him by 1 level.
Truly a good thing.
Sui's eyes lit up. If he could get a few more drops of origin blood, he might even be able to advance to the 4th order within this corpse domain. However, he was not blinded by greed. As Li Jingsong had said, it was dangerous outside now. He could handle a black corpse, but if he encountered a green corpse, or even a hair corpse, that would be perilous. Thus for now it was better to lie low. Levels could be raised gradually. Next, the 4 of them simply stayed in the coffin room silent for a time. Occasionally corpse fiends would crawl out from the ground only to be smashed to death by Zhao Ming's fist. Time passed slowly. Sui estimated that 2 or 3 hours had already gone by.
I wonder what the situation is like outside,
Chinsu murmured to himself. Yet no one suggested going out to check. At this moment even Zhao Ming, who was usually the most impatient, remained very patient. But just then, the sounds of a battle erupted outside, growing closer and closer.
Someone is fighting a zombie.
Chinsu was startled and quickly removed a piece of molten rock from the door to look outside. Outside, 2 men in Pingcheng patrol uniforms were fighting a black corpse. Although this black corpse was only at the molting stage, it was still chasing the 2 of them. One of them was also quite injured.
They're from the Pingcheng patrol.
Chinsu instinctively looked at Sui, waiting for his decision.
Let's save them.
Sui signaled Chinsu to melt the lava on the door. Killing a single black corpse was a trivial matter. Moreover, there was origin blood to be gained. Soon Chinsu melted the lava and opened the door, shouting to the 2 outside.
Quick! Over here! It's students from the Dragon Tiger Academy.
The 2 being chased brightened up and hurriedly ran over. As they ran, they warned.
Careful, it's a black corpse. Let's join forces.
But before the words could finish, they saw a golden whip shadow streak past them.
Crack!
The whip shadow struck the black corpse fiercely, causing a series of explosive sounds. When they turned back, the black corpse was covered in burst wounds, and was then beaten to death on the spot. The 2 were stunned, exchanging glances. A student from the Dragon Tiger Academy doing a mission was this fierce. After all, it was one of the 4 top-tier academies.
Thank you.
The 2 breathed a sigh of relief and quickly thanked him. Sui first collected the origin blood from the black corpse, then asked the 2.
Did you come from deeper inside? How is the situation now? It's extremely bad. The patrol has already lost several people.
The two men were one fat and one thin. The fatter patrolman's face was extremely grim.
Director Zhao Tsuhong sensed something wrong and ordered us to leave the corpse domain immediately to report. But when we tried to run out, we found that the situation was worse than imagined. This time it might turn into a major disaster. What do you mean?
Sui's heart skipped a beat.
The corpse domain is expanding rapidly, and it has already spread to the urban area,
the patrolman said in a low voice.
The East Street of the city and Pingsheng High School are already within the corpse domain. What?
Sui stared at the two sharply.
Are you sure? East Street and Pingsheng High School are over 20 kilometers away from here. Sure, we came from there. This corpse domain is impossible to leave. Once you reach the periphery you lose your direction, so we had to come back here,
the two assured him. But then, they found Sui's reaction a bit strange. Why was this Dragon Tiger Academy student more concerned about the situation in Pingsheng than they were?
Huff!
Sui took a deep breath, his face extremely grim. East Street of the city. That was the location of his home. He had never imagined that the corpse domain could spread to the urban area. This speed was simply too exaggerated. The patrolman continued.
The corpse domain's anomaly is too fast. We only had time to evacuate the residential areas closest to the domain, and haven't reached the urban area yet. Who would have thought the corpse domain could spread such a distance?
But before he could finish, they saw Sui suddenly turn around and dash off into the distance.
You stay here and hide. It should be safe for now. I have to go deal with something. What?
Chin Su and the other two were dumbfounded. At this time, what were you going to do? Hadn't they agreed to lie low? But Sui's speed was too fast. In the span of a few words, he had already vanished from their sight. They couldn't catch up even if they wanted to.
They
exchanged glances, leaving only question marks on their faces. But soon their confusion turned into panic. Sui was gone. He was their greatest support at the moment. Even when they were just in the coffin room, they wanted to stay close to Sui to feel safer. Now that sense of security was gone.
Quick! Back to the coffin room. Block the door.
Chin Su reacted the fastest and hurriedly said.
Sui is gone. If we run into even a single rage-level black corpse, it will be a disaster. Divine Movement Armor Charm.
As Sui sprinted forward, he quickly affixed the Divine Movement Armor Charm to himself. 2 streams of azure energy swirled around his legs, and he felt a surge of wind beneath his feet, greatly increasing his speed. His destination was naturally towards the eastern street of the city. Along the way he encountered numerous zombies ranging from lowly corpse spirits to formidable black zombies. Sui managed to evade them whenever possible. If evasion was not an option, he would directly strike them down with his golden light whip. By the time he reached the city area, he had already killed 4 or 5 black zombies and collected a few drops of source blood. However, the further he pushed forward, the heavier his heart became. Although he was continuously fleeing, the malevolent aura around him showed no signs of diminishing. The 2 patrolling guards were indeed correct. The eastern city area had truly fallen. The streets that once belonged to the outskirts were now completely overrun by the zombie domain. Many houses were covered in moss, windows, shattered doors, askew, and they appeared dilapidated, as if no one had lived there for many years. It wouldn't be long before these houses turned into corpse coffin rooms. What chilled Sui's heart even more was that he had already started encountering wandering zombies on the road. Although most of them were corpse spirits, he occasionally spotted 1 or 2 purple zombies. Yet these zombies were not dressed in tattered clothes, but in normal attire. This meant that they did not crawl out from the corpse coffin rooms. They were humans who had been infected. Given that glutinous rice was commonly stocked in every household, it was evident how dire the situation was with so many people turning into corpse spirits. Injuries from zombies could still be healed. However, for those completely infected and turned into zombies, even a rank 9 sequence user would be helpless. Gritting his teeth, Sui pressed onward. Upon reaching the eastern street, the sight before him filled him with even greater anxiety. Several buildings had collapsed due to some impact, with rubble and furniture debris strewn across the ground. On the street, several abandoned cars lay overturned, their windows shattered. The ground bore dark red bloodstains that had already dried and turned black. There were also some unsteady figures wandering the street. Some he could even recognize as familiar neighbors from the area. But now they had all turned into corpse spirits, their eyes hollow, and upon seeing Sui, they lunged at him viciously. The only relief for Sui was that his parents were not among them. Palm thunder! After a few bolts of lightning put these corpse spirits to rest, he quickly ascended the stairs and returned home. Fortunately, the house was empty. The furniture was relatively well arranged with no signs of a struggle. Sui let out a slight sigh of relief. There were no bloodstains or signs of a zombie attack, and the glutinous rice that was usually kept at home had been taken away, indicating that his parents must have evacuated in advance. He immediately turned around and went out checking each household. The other residents' homes where similar people were nowhere to be found, but there were no signs of zombies breaking in.
They must have been evacuated.
Sui felt somewhat reassured. Although the speed at which the zombie domain spread was too rapid, leaving the patrol team unable to notify the residents in time to evacuate. After all, zombies had been a threat for over 100 years, and incidents of the zombie domain changing and invading residential areas had occurred frequently across various regions. Thus, emergency plans were in place everywhere. For example, his own neighborhood had a bomb shelter capable of accommodating 1,000 people. It had been converted from an old bomb shelter with walls and iron doors reinforced to an astonishing degree specifically to prevent zombie invasions. Moreover, the neighborhood conducted regular drills for zombie attacks. It was likely that his parents had already entered the bomb shelter.
Let's check the bomb shelter.
Sui made a quick decision. He bolted out of the building and headed straight for the old bomb shelter outside. However, before he could get close, he heard a series of loud bangs mixed with low rumbling growls. Sui's gaze sharpened as he quickened his pace. Turning the corner, the entrance to the bomb shelter came into view. He saw a pitch-black zombie frantically pounding on the heavy iron door. A black zombie. Moreover, judging by the intensity of its malevolent aura, it was a ferocious black zombie. Sui immediately understood the situation. Clearly, this black zombie had caught the scent of living beings inside the bomb shelter, and was desperately trying to break through the iron door. Though the iron door was extremely thick, it was still a ferocious black zombie. Its copper skin and iron bones were much harder than steel. At that moment, the iron door was already starting to deform from the impact. The door was covered in deep claw marks. Although it could hold for a while longer, if this continued, it would eventually be breached by the black zombie. Sui could even vaguely hear desperate cries and sobs from behind the door. Knowing that the bomb shelter had not been breached, Sui felt somewhat relieved. This black zombie was currently driven into a frenzy by the intensely overwhelming scent of living beings behind the iron door continuously slamming into it. Even as someone approached from behind, it remained oblivious.
Palm thunder! Golden light whip!
Without hesitation, Sui raised his hand, and several bolts of lightning struck directly at it. Then, with a flick of the golden light whip, a loud crack echoed as it struck fiercely.
Roar!
The black zombie's attempts to break the door came to an abrupt halt, followed by a pained howl. It had been struck by the golden light whip, causing its skin to split and bleed, yet it suddenly turned around as if nothing had happened. Its eyes gleamed with ferocity as it lunged at Sui.
A ferocious black zombie, a step stronger than a malevolent one.
Sui frowned slightly. He then raised his hand, and a beam of light shot out, landing on the black zombie.
Suppression charm.
The black zombie suddenly slowed down, its speed drastically reduced. Confusion flickered in its eyes, but its murderous intent remained as it continued to charge at Sui. However, Sui was now under the effect of the divine movement armor charm, and with the added deceleration from the suppression charm, even with all its might, it couldn't reach Sui.
Golden light whip.
Sui chuckled coldly, his hands flicking as he struck the black zombie repeatedly with the golden light whip. The sound of cracking echoed incessantly, a barrage as dense as raindrops.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
Almost in an instant, the black zombie was left dazed. It could only see itself completely surrounded by golden whip shadows, and then it was bombarded with blows. Its malevolent aura was quickly dispersed by the golden whip, and its tough body became riddled with wounds.
Ow!
The initial thirst for the blood of living beings was instantly replaced by a fear of death. It let out a howl and turned to flee. But what filled it with despair was that it was still under the effect of deceleration, and could not outrun the human before it. Sui remained calm, striking the black zombie with the whip. He continued until its malevolent aura was completely extinguished and its neck shattered. This tactic was quite similar to how he dealt with the purple zombie during the small test at Taiwa Academy. Moreover now, he had the divine movement armor charm and the golden light whip. Killing a ferocious black zombie was no challenge at all. Old techniques are not to be feared if they work, that is sufficient. The black zombie perished, and a drop of source blood rose from its body. This was Sui's first time slaying a ferocious black zombie, and the source blood was significantly richer than that from previous black zombies. After collecting the source blood, Sui approached the iron door and knocked on it.
The zombies have been eliminated. It's temporarily safe. Open the door.
A chorus of overjoyed shouts came from behind the door.
Great. Great. Finally help has arrived. Someone's here. The patrol team is here to rescue us. I knew it. The patrol team wouldn't leave us behind. Open the door. Hurry, let the patrol in.
Soon the iron door rumbled. Behind it a throng of people squeezed together, all peering out. To their astonishment, there were no patrol members as they had imagined. Instead, there was just a young man who looked like a high school student. They couldn't help but glance around once more, realizing there was no one else nearby.
What is this?
Everyone was taken aback. Wasn't it supposed to be the patrol team coming to rescue them? What was this high school student doing here? Suddenly a middle-aged man in the crowd squeezed out his eyes, filled with shock.
You? You are Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi.
After the middle-aged man spoke, several others stared at Sui, recognizing him.
You? You're Old Za's son, Sui? Sui. Old Za's son who got into Longhu Academy.
Behind the door an immediate commotion arose. The middle-aged man who had spoken first soon exclaimed with delight.
Xiao Yi, did you bring the rescue team to save us? Where is the rescue team? Did they leave after killing the zombie? No, the rescue team hasn't arrived yet. I killed that zombie.
Sui shook his head, his gaze continuously searching the air raid shelter. But to his dismay, his parents were not inside.
What?
Sui's words left the group in the shelter utterly incredulous. Now they could see clearly. The creature that had been attacking the iron door was indeed a black zombie. Its corpse lay right there. This was a black zombie. Sui had only been enrolled in Longhu Academy for a short time. Could he actually kill a black zombie? In this era of zombie descent, even ordinary people paid close attention to everything related to zombies. A black zombie was already considered an extremely terrifying existence among the undead. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to nearly smash through that thick iron door. Every news report about black zombie attacks almost always resulted in numerous casualties. Even sequencers seemed to need at least mid-tier status to contend with a black zombie. But what about Sui? After just a few months of enrollment, he returned and directly killed such a monster. Sui paid no attention to their astonishment. Upon discovering his parents weren't in the shelter, he immediately asked the middle-aged man.
Uncle Zhao, where are my parents? You mean your parents?
Uncle Zhao was startled, then seemed to recall something.
Right. I remember now. When the zombie domain first spread, here a bus from Pingsheng High School came and took your parents away. Then we organized the evacuation into the shelter. Pingsheng High School.
Sui was momentarily taken aback, then immediately understood. The principal must have acted swiftly. Upon discovering the zombie domain's expansion, he came to fetch his parents. Beneath Pingsheng High School, a massive air raid shelter had been constructed. Its specifications were high, and its safety far surpassed that of other shelters. Taking his parents there would be far safer than leaving them here. Sui let out a long breath, gratitude swelling in his heart. Even he hadn't expected the principal to be so considerate.
Xiao Yi, did you rush back specifically to save your parents?
Uncle Zhao looked at Sui, sighing with emotion.
Having a son who's a sequencer really makes a difference. Coming all this way just for them. Xiao Yi, you are truly filial and capable. That was a black zombie, and you actually managed to.
Before he could finish, he involuntarily shuddered. The next second, an oppressive chill surged forward without warning. The others in the shelter also trembled uncontrollably, though they didn't understand why.
This is Shachi.
Sui's eyes narrowed, and he immediately turned around. At the end of the street, an even larger zombie was hurtling toward them like a cannonball. 2 crimson lights flickered in its eye sockets. Its body was jet black and glossy, as if painted with a layer of black lacquer. The Shachi was so dense that the very air seemed to freeze.
A Shaw-level black zombie.
Sui's expression turned grave. This was his first time seeing a Sha-level black zombie. Its Sha-chi was indeed far beyond that of any ordinary black zombie. The zombie, catching the scent of so many living beings from afar, was ecstatic. The bloodthirsty killing intent in its eyes seemed ready to spill from its sockets. Its speed was extreme. With a few bounds it crossed from the other end of the street to this one. At the same time, the dense Sha-chi rushed forward ahead of it. The people in the shelter were terrified out of their wits. Moments before, separated by the iron door, they hadn't sensed the horror of the black zombie outside. But now this black zombie faced them directly with no barrier. Only then did they truly experience the terror of falling into an abyss of hell. Their hearts felt as if they were being clutched from afar by the monster. In that icy despair, they couldn't even move, let alone close the iron door. All they could do was watch helplessly as the black zombie closed in. In the midst of this despair, they suddenly heard a cold shout.
Break evil, slay demons, annihilate with a single thought. Activate.
Sui raised his hand, and a blue radiance shot forth like lightning. Demon slashing talisman. This was the first time Sui had used a blue-quality demon slashing talisman since he drew it. The black zombie, caught off guard, had eyes only for the myriad living humans, and paid no heed to Sui. In the blink of an eye, the demon slashing talisman reached it.
Roar!
The light in the black zombie's eyes flickered wildly. Only then did it sense that this attack posed a lethal threat. But by then, the demon slashing talisman was inches away, about to cleave into its neck. Dodging was impossible. It could only lower its head abruptly.
Riot!
The demon slashing talisman, originally aimed at the neck, now sliced straight into its chin.
Crack!
A sound like clashing metal rang out, followed by the Sha-level black zombie's agonized howl. The demon slashing talisman had actually severed its chin.
Ow!
But unlike other black zombies, this Sha-level one, despite the grievous wound, did not flee. Instead, it let out a piercing shriek and charged at Sui.
Activate! Activate! Activate!
Yet 3 more beams of light met it. 1 suppression talisman and 2 demon slashing talismans. With the suppression talisman upon it, it could no longer evade. The 2 demon slashing talismans buried themselves into its neck. They forcibly cut through its leathery hide and muscles, then severed its bones. The black zombie's body hurtled forward with great speed, but its head moved even faster.
Thud!
A ghastly head rolled to the feet of the crowd in the shelter. Before they could recover from the hellish Sha-chi moments ago, they witnessed this sight. In the shelter, everyone stared blankly at the head on the ground for a full half-minute. Then they all drew in a sharp breath and turned in unison to look at Sui. Their pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks.
Pat!
Someone dropped something on the floor, producing a soft sound. The noise instantly shattered the silence, and the air-raid shelter erupted into chaos. Shock and horror were etched on every face. They had just felt the shadow of death closing in. Never facing that monster, they could not fathom how terrifying it truly was. Yet who would have thought that in just a few breaths the tide would turn? Sui raised his hand, a few streaks of light flashed, and that terrifying zombie was instantly decapitated. Clearly no patrol had come to rescue them. That black zombie that had been ramming the door was killed by Sui. The way they looked at him now was utterly different from before. Previously, in many eyes, Sui was just a neighbor's child. Even if he was admitted to the Longhu Academy, it only meant he had a bright future. But after that scene, they suddenly realized Sui was already an extremely powerful sequencer, a being they had only ever seen in the news and on television. This contrast left their minds buzzing, unsure how to face Sui. Sui paid no attention to their astonishment. He first walked to the headless black zombie corpse. A dark red source, blood several times more concentrated than that of the ferocious black zombie, slowly rose from the corpse. He reached out and collected it. Then, activating the Shi guidance technique, he absorbed both portions of source blood. Boom! A massive surge of spiritual energy exploded within his body. Sui's entire frame trembled violently. 362 spiritual cavities resonated simultaneously, spiritual energy surging like a river. He glanced at the panel. Name Sui. Sequence Taoist unique. Level 3rd tier 6th grade. He had broken through. And at the moment of breakthrough, new information appeared on the panel. Promoted to 3rd tier 6th grade. Awaken spell. Concealment spell. Node without form, without shadow, without trace.
Concealment spell.
A sharp light flickered in Sui's eyes, and he immediately examined the details of this new spell. After a moment, delight spread across his face. The concealment spell concealed his aura, making him undetectable by evil entities. Another extremely practical skill. In the zombie domain, zombie sensitivity to the scent of the living was far beyond imagination. With the concealment spell, his stealth, while moving, would greatly increase. Whether for ambushes or travel, it elevated his capabilities to a new level. Xiao Yi. Seeing Sui standing motionless for a long time, Uncle Zhao couldn't help asking, "What should we do next?"
Uncle Zhao, everyone, the danger outside is temporarily resolved.
Sui turned to face the crowd in the shelter and said,
"But the entire city of Pingcheng is now covered by the zombie domain with zombies everywhere outside. You'd better stay here and wait for rescue. This iron door, though somewhat deformed, is still sturdy. As long as we don't encounter another black zombie, it should be fine." Xiao Yi, you won't take us with you.
Uncle Zhao stepped forward, his eyes pleading. Others also clung to this lifeline, begging desperately. After what had just happened, the iron door gave them almost no sense of security. How could it compare to following Sui?
No.
Sui shook his head.
If so many of us move together, the combined blood aura will attract far more than just a single Shaw-level black zombie.
Everyone was stunned.
Then, how about you stay, Xiao Yi?
Someone suddenly suggested.
It's dangerous outside now, you should take shelter too. I'm going to Pingcheng High School.
Sui shook his head again and said directly. No one could say another word. How could they stop him from going to save his parents? After all, he had already saved them once. Pushing further, did they really think a sequencer would be so easily swayed? Sui spoke again.
Don't worry. I'll patrol the area and kill any black zombies I find. That's good, that's good.
Hearing this, Uncle Zhao and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Xiao Yi, be careful.
Sui did not linger, he turned and left. Inside the shelter, everyone exchanged glances, then quickly moved to close the now deformed iron door again. After leaving, Sui first affixed a swift-foot talisman to himself, then activated the concealment spell. His figure moved like a wisp of smoke, swiftly circling the vicinity. He found no black zombies, only a few white zombies wandering about. Sui killed them casually, and then headed straight for Pingcheng High School. Along the way, he encountered many zombies. But under the concealment of the spell, these zombies were almost oblivious to him. Sui did not attack them. Instead, he avoided them as much as possible, traveling at full speed. The most urgent matter now was to confirm the safety of his parents, not to clear out zombies here. Soon Sui approached the area of Pingcheng High School. But before he actually arrived, his expression suddenly changed. He stopped abruptly and gazed toward the school. The entire campus was enveloped in a thick green mist. The mist churned and surged like a living creature, devouring all the buildings within. Wherever the mist passed, trees, flowers, and grass in the green belts visibly corroded and withered.
This is poison gas. The poison of a green zombie.
Sui's pupils contracted. After a black zombie evolved into a green zombie, its body would be covered in mycelium. These mycelia were green, hence the name green zombie. And the greatest characteristic of a green zombie was its ability to release deadly toxic corpse gas through the mycelium. This poison gas was not only highly toxic, but also extremely corrosive. It could erode spiritual energy, dealing lethal damage to sequencers. Even an ordinary person inhaling a trace would die instantly, their corpse quickly rotting and becoming a new source of poison.
There is a green zombie entrenched in Pingcheng High School.
Sui's heart sank. If his parents and the principal were truly in the school shelter, under the green zombie's poison gas, how long could they last? His eyes shifting, Sui forced himself to calm down. In times like this, panic was the worst enemy. He carefully observed the green poisonous mist. The mist was extremely dense, almost drowning the entire school. Only occasionally, when the mist rolled, could he vaguely see the outlines of buildings inside.
With this concentration of poison gas, even with the golden light spell protecting me, I probably can't hold out long.
Sui frowned deeply. The golden light spell could defend against attacks and corrosive aura, but against this continuous large-scale poison gas, its effectiveness would be greatly reduced. After all, maintaining the golden light spell required constant consumption of spiritual energy. In the poison gas, the rate of spiritual energy depletion would multiply. Once his spiritual energy ran out, and the golden light spell dissipated, he would be dead.
I can't barge in.
Sui quickly made a judgment. He needed to observe the situation first, and look for an opportunity. Just then a soft voice suddenly sounded nearby, tinged with surprise.
Are you Sui? Sui from Pingsheng High School.
Sui was startled. He had been so focused on observing the situation at Pingsheng High School that he failed to notice anyone nearby. Golden light suddenly enveloped his body as he warily looked toward the direction of the voice.
It's me.
A translucent figure slowly emerged from behind a wall not far away, gradually solidifying. Sui looked closely and saw that the man was wearing the uniform of the Awakening Bureau. He seemed familiar, but Sui couldn't place him at the moment. The man looked at Sui and said,
It's me, Wu Ming. On the day of the sequence awakening ceremony, I came to your Pingsheng High School with instructor Zhao. Don't you remember? It's you.
Sui finally recalled. Wu Ming was also surprised to see Sui here.
I remember you were admitted to Lunghu Academy, right? It's only been a few months since you entered. Why are you here? Did you get trapped while visiting family?
Sui shook his head.
I'm a student member of the Lunghu Academy team sent here for this mission.
What? Wu Ming was stunned. Before he could ask further, Sui took the lead and asked,
Teacher Wu Ming, why are you here? What's the situation inside Pingsheng High School now?
Hearing this, Wu Ming let out a bitter laugh, his expression turning grave.
As soon as the corpse domain descended, here the Awakening Bureau immediately dispatched us to various schools to organize defenses. Together with the teachers from Pingsheng High School, I organized the students to evacuate to the school's air raid shelter. By the way,
he suddenly remembered something.
Principal One brought the parents of you few awakened ones to the school as quickly as possible. They're in the shelter now.
Sui nodded.
I know that. What then? After settling everyone, I used my shadow concealment sequence to slip out first, planning to assist elsewhere. But unexpectedly at that moment, a green zombie came and headed straight for Pingsheng High School.
Wu Ming said in a low voice.
This green zombie seemed to sense the gathering of living people at Pingsheng High School, and then it attracted another green zombie over. Now both green zombies are roaming and circling inside the school. What?
Sui's face grew even more somber. There was actually more than one green zombie here.
But for now, it should be fine,
Wu Ming continued.
The school's air raid shelter is high standard, built sturdy and well concealed. These two green zombies probably won't find it for a while. Moreover, when it was built, they considered the corpse poison issue. It can isolate the outside air.
He paused, his face showing worry.
But if too much time passes, it's hard to say. And the food, water, and air inside are all issues.
Sui finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least it was safe for now. Wu Ming continued.
Communications are completely cut off. I can't contact the outside. I can only stay here for now, observe the situation, and wait for rescue.
As he spoke, he looked at Sui again, puzzled.
By the way, what level are you exactly? Lunghu Academy actually sent a freshman like you on a mission. 3rd rank.
Sui did not conceal.
3rd rank.
Wu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief.
Have you been enrolled for half a year? And you're already at 3rd rank.
But before he could recover from his shock, a low roar suddenly came from the entrance of the alley.
Roar!
A zombie covered in grayish-white, having somehow discovered them, lunged toward the two. A white zombie. Wu Ming's expression changed, and he immediately prepared to fight. Although he was at the 3rd rank, his sequence was of the concealment attribute, so his direct combat capability was not strong. Against a white zombie, he might very well not be a match. But just then,
Chi!
Sui raised his hand and casually uttered a single word.
Crack!
A silver-white bolt of lightning burst from his palm, instantly crossing several meters and striking the white zombie's chest with precision. The white zombie didn't even let out a grunt before all its life force was annihilated. The entire process from the discovery of the white zombie to its collapse took no more than 2 seconds. Wu Ming's combat stance froze in place as he stared dumbfounded at the scene. What just happened? A single bolt of lightning killed a white zombie. This is a 3rd rank sequence user. Sui withdrew his hand, not even sparing another glance at the white zombie. He looked toward the school ahead, pondered for a moment, and then made up his mind.
Teacher Wu Ming, you continue to observe the situation here. I need to go out for a while. Where are you going? Wu Ming was startled, then immediately said, It's too dangerous outside now. You can kill white zombies, but there are black zombies roaming out there. My suggestion is that we wait here for rescue. Sui shook his head. Wait. The green zombies were right above his parents. But? Wu Ming wanted to persuade further. Don't worry, he'll be back in a few hours at most. With that, Sui didn't linger any longer. His figure flashed and disappeared at the alley entrance, leaving Wu Ming full of confusion. Was Sui going to find reinforcements? But all the 5th rank and above sequence users in Pingcheng were now inside the inner perimeter of the corpse domain, and communications were blocked. Where could he find reinforcements? 2 green zombies, Sui muttered to himself as his figure raced along. He was certainly no match for these 2 green zombies in his current state. First, he would advance to level 10 of the 3rd rank. Having made up his mind, Sui immediately climbed a tall building, looked down, and quickly searched for the presence of black zombies. After finding one, he swiftly killed the black zombie, absorbed its source blood, and then moved to the next area. Cycle repeated. 1 hour later. A large area around him had been cleared of black zombies, by Sui, including even 2 corpse-level black zombies. And Sui's level had indeed reached rank 3, level 9. It's time to take the sequence advancement potion. Sui found another black zombie. However, this time, he did not kill it. Corpse control talisman. After subduing the black zombie, he took out a yellow talisman and placed it on the black zombie's forehead, then recited the corpse-driving incantation. Moments later, the black zombie, which had been extremely ferocious just a moment ago, now stood obediently beside Sui. Sui looked at the black zombie, feeling a sense of novelty. This was his first time using the corpse-driving method. The effect was surprisingly good. This zombie was now under his command, as if it were an extension of his arm. Guard me! After giving the order, Sui immediately sat down and took the sequence advancement potion. The black zombie stood by his side, vigilantly watching the surroundings, like the most loyal guard. If anyone else saw the scene, they would probably be shocked, speechless. Within the vast zombie domain, Sui focused solely on absorbing the medicinal energy. Time flowed slowly. After a moment, he opened his eyes again. Name Sui. Sequence Taoist. Level Tier 3, level 10. Promotion to Tier 3, level 10. Awaken the Talisman Art by GSFA Talisman. Sui's heart trembled, and he immediately examined the information of this new talisman. The by GSFA talisman could dispel all kinds of evil chi, foul chi, miasma, and baleful chi. The poison gas of the green zombie was also among them. Sui's eyes blazed with sharp light. Truly, a pillow arrives just when one is drowsy. With this talisman, he would have more confidence to contend with the green zombie. However, Sui did not intend to head straight to the school for a direct confrontation. He might have a chance against a single green zombie, but facing 2 at once was far too risky. Fortunately, he had already devised a plan. Patting the black zombie beside him, Sui applied the Divine Travel Horse Talisman, and with a single movement, he instantly left the area. The black zombie behind him followed, like a shadow, staying close. Sui continued searching for traces of black zombies. However, this time, when he found a black zombie, he no longer slayed it outright. Instead, he approached stealthily, with the concealment spell, raised a hand, and pressed a corpse control talisman onto the black zombie's forehead. Combined with the corpse-driving incantation, he immediately gained another loyal guardian by his side. This method worked almost every time against black zombies. Even a Sha-level black zombie fell victim to Sui's scheme. Within just half an hour, 7 black zombies were trailing behind Sui. Sui named them in turn Hei to Hei Air, Hei Chi. They followed him silently, never leaving his side. But Sui was still unsatisfied. Not enough, far from enough. I need at least 30 black zombies to have a chance of restraining 2 green zombies. Indeed, Sui's plan was to use black zombies to counter the green zombies. Before this mission, he had drawn nearly 100 corpse control talismans. All for this very situation. Though black zombies were far inferior to green zombies, what about 10 black zombies? 20. 30. Even ants could kill an elephant, let alone black zombies. This was the most overpowering aspect of the corpse-driving art. This progress is still too slow. Sui quickened his pace and continued searching. Just then,
the sound of fierce combat came from ahead. Sui's heart stirred, and he immediately approached. On a street, 2 patrol members were back-to-back locked in a bitter struggle against 3 black zombies. Both were wounded, and one had a large gash on his arm bleeding profusely. Clearly, they could not hold out much longer. 3 black zombies. Sui's eyes lit up, and he sped up, rushing toward the battlefield. At that moment, the 2 patrol members also saw Sui. They saw the group of zombies behind him. Their expressions shifted drastically. All these zombies were black zombies. One of them was even a shaw-level black zombie, with baleful chi condensed to the extreme. This is bad. They exchanged glances, both seeing the terror in each other's eyes. This man had clearly been chased by these black zombies with no escape, and upon seeing them, he thought he had found help, a desperate act. But the problem was they themselves were already facing 3 black zombies. They could barely protect themselves, let alone save him. Now it was like adding frost to snow. Once these black zombies closed, and they would have no chance of survival. Go. Get out of here. One of them shouted hoarsely. Don't come here. It's dangerous too. The other's eyes were wide with fury. Don't you dare come over. But it was too late. Sui's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye he had already arrived at the battlefield. Golden light whip. Under the shocked gazes of the 2 men, the golden whip split into 2 from Sui's hand, instantly binding 2 of the black zombies firmly. Then Sui pressed his other hand onto the forehead of the last black zombie. Corpse control talisman. In just a few seconds, all 3 black zombies were subdued by Sui. What? The 2 patrol members stared wide-eyed, utterly dumbfounded. The grief and anger they had felt at Sui's approach instantly stuck in their throats, unable to swallow or spit out, causing immense discomfort. Who was this man? How had he subdued 3 black zombies in an instant? Wait. What about the ones behind him? There's even a shaw-level black zombie. But they did not remain shocked for long. Remember, the man still had several more terrifying black zombies behind him. And now they were right there. The thick, baleful chi struck them in the face, sending chills down their spines. Instinctively, they moved to attack these black zombies. But the next second, they both froze, stunned. The black zombies stopped moving right in front of them. They stood there rigidly like black statues. Their minds were a blank. What was going on? Could zombies crash too? Meanwhile, Sui had successfully controlled the 3 black zombies with corpse control talismans and the corpse driving incantation, and he was in high spirits. What's your situation? He turned to the 2 men and asked. With a start, they quickly replied. The zombie domain is in severe turmoil, so wiping out all zombies is impossible. The patrol has issued a new order. We're to disperse to the large air raid shelters nearby to assist in protecting the residents. But we ran into these black zombies and almost got wiped out. I see. Sui nodded. Then a thought struck him, and his eyes lit up. Do you know where each large air raid shelter is? Wherever there were large gatherings of people, zombies would almost always follow the scent. Following the air raid shelters would lead him to zombies. Of course we do. The 2 nodded. Let's go. Take me there. Sui urged them to move. But these zombies. They pointed at the group of black zombies behind Sui, their tongues tied. My skill can temporarily control zombies, Sui explained briefly. There was no need to hide it. The facts were already there. It was impossible to conceal. The 2 opened their mouths, their eyes filled with even greater awe. His sequence skill was actually controlling zombies. Unheard of. Such an incredible sequence skill. And with the black zombies they had just faced, Sui now had 10 black zombies following him. The 2 looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Just where did this god come from? The 2 looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Just where did this god come from? Sui had no time to pay attention to the gazes of the 2, lifting his head slightly to signal that they could proceed. However, seeing the speed of the 2, Sui frowned slightly. Their sequence skills were unrelated to speed, and this pace was truly wasting time. Then his eyes flickered. Let's see if the talismans can work on others. Divine Movement Armored Horse Talisman. He raised his hand, and 2 talismans landed on the 2. But the 2 seemed to feel nothing, still focused on the journey, their speed unchanged. It didn't work. Sui was not too disappointed, it was expected. Since this plan failed, he had another. Black Da and Black Air, go. The two black zombies quickly jumped to the side of the two patrolling officers, picked them up and ran.
Ah!
The suddenness nearly made the two lose control.
Don't be afraid, gentlemen. This way is faster,
Sui said.
Ah! Oh, okay.
The two, still in shock, finally calmed down as they realized what had happened. Yet, they occasionally glanced at the black zombies beneath them, still somewhat vigilant. However, after a while, as they experienced the feeling of rushing like the wind, their expressions gradually changed. Riding on the black zombies. This experience, this treatment, who else could have it besides them? With two leading the way, Sui's search for black zombies became much quicker. Outside several large air defense bunkers, there were basically several black zombies circling around. Sui naturally was unreserved and gathered them all. The two patrolling officers acted as vanguards, leading Sui wildly from one location to another. After clearing the zombies in this area, they immediately rushed to the next. They hardly paused. In the zombie domain, there were also many other patrolling officers. From a distance, they stared in astonishment, frozen in place, doubting whether they were dreaming. Those two weren't they their colleagues? How come they were riding two black zombies, with dozens more following behind? What was going on? Could it be that they had betrayed to the zombies?
41 black zombies.
After exterminating another black zombie outside an air defense bunker, Sui finally stopped. This should be enough.
Gentlemen, let's stop here. Find a place to hide. I have something to attend to.
Hearing this, the two patrolling officers reluctantly dismounted from the black zombies. Their expressions still bore excitement. What a thrill! It was simply too exhilarating. They had never experienced such excitement in their time with the patrol. They were learning for the first time that this was how to clear zombies.
Attending to something. Brother, what are you going to do? Do you need our help? I'm going to encircle two green zombies,
Sui replied.
Thank you both, but it's too dangerous this time. I can handle it alone.
Then he paid no more attention to the two taking the black zombies and heading straight for Pingsheng High School, leaving behind the two patrolling officers bewildered. Encircle. Green zombies. Has this person gone mad? Those are monsters that only 5th-tier sequence members can contend with. They finally understood Sui's insane plan. No wonder he was gathering so many black zombies. No wonder every time he reached the battlefield he personally took action, even not letting these black zombies fight. It turns out he was planning something this grand. In the shocked eyes of the two, Sui and the horde of black zombies quickly disappeared into the distance. On the way to Pingsheng High School, the black zombies were gone, but there were still many white zombies. During the journey, Sui did not casually slay these white zombies. Even the smallest fly is still meat. Sui simply used a corpse control talisman to let them follow his large troop. The number of white zombies was far greater than that of black zombies. He didn't even need to search deliberately, just the white zombies along the way had already made Sui use up almost all his remaining corpse control talismans. Thus it snowballed. When they arrived at Pingsheng High School, the number of zombies behind Sui had astonishingly reached 100. Majestic and overwhelming, a fierce aura surged. Outside Pingsheng High School, in a hidden alley, Wu Ming was cautiously peeking out, observing the green mist in the direction of the school.
What on earth is Sui doing?
He was still pondering this question. Suddenly a series of drum-like sounds came from afar.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The drumming was quite dense and loud. Each beat made the ground tremble slightly.
What's happening?
Wu Ming was startled, raising his head to look into the distance. But in the next moment, he felt a sudden shiver. His pupils contracted and goosebumps rose all over his body. At the end of the distant street, a mass of black shadows was bouncing towards this direction. The speed was astonishing. Looking closely, what were these shadows? They were clearly terrifying black zombies. And what was that drumming sound? It was clearly the footsteps of these black zombies.
Boom!
In an instant, Wu Ming felt as if all the blood in his body had frozen. How many black zombies are there? There must be dozens. His mind buzzed blank. How did so many black zombies gather together? They were acting collectively, coming this way. What were they up to? Breaking into Pingsheng High School.
If these black zombies enter Pingsheng High School, the people in the air defense bunker will absolutely have no chance of survival.
Wu Ming's hard shook, teeth clenched. But at this moment, he could do nothing. He could hardly deal with a single white zombie, let alone So many black zombies. Standing in front of this horde of black zombies, he was no different from an ant.
Huh? Wait a moment.
But at that moment, Wu Ming suddenly froze. As this large group of black zombies drew closer, he could see. In front of these zombies, there seemed to be a person.
Sui!
Seeing the person's face, Wu Ming couldn't help but exclaim. These zombies weren't heading for Pingsheng High School, they were chasing after Sui. This left him even more confused. What on earth has Sui done? Even if he broke some heavenly rule, it couldn't be this exaggerated, right? After all, these are dozens of black zombies. Not only that, behind the black zombies was a large group of white zombies. However, because they were slower, they hadn't entered his sight yet. Just a rough glance, there must be at least 100 zombies. Countless questions tangled in Wu Ming's mind until he saw Sui almost reaching him. He suddenly realized not good. Sui bringing these zombies was rushing towards Pingsheng High School. He had no time to think about why Sui was doing this. Almost instinctively, he stood up and shouted at Sui,
"Run elsewhere! Run elsewhere! Don't lead the black zombies to the school!"
But it was already too late. Sui was moving at an outrageous speed, and in just a few blinks, he had arrived before him. And those black zombies followed closely, moving in unison, filling the alley like a tide of black. Wu Ming's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. The horde of zombies had come. The thick, oppressive aura instantly engulfed Wu Ming. He instinctively prepared to close his eyes, waiting for death to arrive. But after a while, the expected outcome did not come. He heard Su Yi's strange voice.
"Teacher Wu, what are you doing?"
"Ah." Wu Ming opened his eyes in confusion. Su Yi was standing right in front of him. Behind Su Yi were rows of terrifying black zombies. Wu Ming stood rigid, his mind a complete blank.
"Aye."
He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Before him, the dense horde of zombies, each black zombie's eyes flickering with bloodthirsty light, and the towering malevolent aura delivered the greatest visual shock of his entire life.
"Teacher Wu."
Su Yi's voice rang out again. Wu Ming finally snapped back to reality, trembling as he raised a hand to point at the zombie army behind Su Yi, his lips quivering.
"What? What is this?" Sui had no time to answer him, instead asking in return,
"What's the situation now? Are those two green zombies still on campus? Is the air raid shelter safe?"
Wu Ming took several deep breaths, barely managing to calm the storm within him. By now, a far more astonishing suspicion had begun to take root in his mind.
Could it be that all these zombies were under Su Yi's control? He quickly composed himself and said,
"They're still there. They're prowling around the gymnasium, searching for the entrance to the shelter. Fortunately, they haven't found the shelter yet. That's good."
Su Yi nodded. Then, without another word, he turned to face the zombie army behind him, and with a thought. The next moment, every zombie raised its head in unison, a fierce glint flashing in their eyes.
"Move!"
Under Wu Ming's utterly stunned gaze, a full 100 zombies almost simultaneously transitioned from stillness to motion, leaping forward. Then, they streamed past him in a single surge, heading straight for Pingsheng High School. Black zombies in front, white zombies behind. Like black and white pieces on a board, they instantly filled his entire field of vision. The ground rumbled beneath their stampeding feet, dust billowing into the air. Wu Ming's heart pounded wildly, threatening to leap out of his throat. His guess was correct. These zombies were indeed under Su Yi's control. Unbelievable. Absolutely insane. How on earth did Su Yi manage to command this zombie army? And he was even using them to besiege the green zombies. Was this something a third-rank sequence user should be capable of? Su Yi did not immediately follow the zombie army. He first raised his hand and affixed a divine speed talisman to himself, then applied a concealment spell. His body immediately became light and agile, and his aura was completely concealed.
"Teacher Wu, stay here and don't move."
Su Yi turned to glance at Wu Ming.
"Wait for my news."
With that, he flickered and silently followed behind the zombie army, leaving Wu Ming alone, standing there dumbfounded, watching the mighty tide of zombies surge into Pingsheng High School.
"So, this is the solution Sui mentioned."
He had guessed that Su Yi was going to find reinforcements. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect that the reinforcements would be 100 zombies. The air raid shelter of Pingsheng High School was built more than a dozen meters beneath the gymnasium. At this moment, inside the shelter, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Over 2,000 students and teachers were crammed together, the air thick with panic and despair. to prevent poisonous gas from seeping in. The ventilation system at the top of the shelter had long been shut down. But as a result, the air became stale and stiflingly hot. Principal Qimen Dunjia and several teachers stood in a corner of the shelter facing a special reflective mirror. This mirror had been specially treated through refraction. It allowed them to observe part of the situation outside. Of course, the field of view was limited, showing only a small area inside the gymnasium. Yet even that small area was enough to chill their hearts. In the mirror, two massive muscular zombies were slowly prowling around the gymnasium. Their eyes flickered with an eerie green glow, and their bodies were covered in green fungal filaments. These filaments swayed in the air, releasing countless toxic spores that corroded everything around them. Two full-fledged green zombies. And it was clear that these two green zombies were searching for them. After all, the set of 2,000 people was not so easily masked entirely. That was why the two green zombies kept lingering here, refusing to leave.
Principal, how much longer can we hold out?
A teacher standing beside Principal Qimen Dunjia asked, his voice trembling. Qimen Dunjia's face was as heavy as water, and he said nothing. He knew that although the shelter was sturdy, it was by no means absolutely safe. The green zombies' toxic gas was highly corrosive. Over time, the shelter's doors and ventilation pipes would likely be corroded through. Once the poison seeped in, everyone inside would die. And that wasn't all. There was an even more critical point that Qimen Dunjia didn't voice. The oxygen in the shelter wouldn't last much longer. To prevent any scent from escaping, the shelter was almost completely sealed. Under such conditions, sustaining the breathing of 2,000 people, no amount of air could hold out. Qimen Dunjia stared at the reflective mirror before him, despair already creeping into his eyes. This was almost a dead end. Even in the entire city of Pingcheng, only the patrol captain and Zhao Cuhong could possibly handle these two green zombies. If reinforcements didn't arrive soon as the principal, he would have to watch helplessly as all 2,000 students and teachers perished. And he subconsciously glanced toward the other side of the shelter. Their Sui's parents sat together, with several other middle-aged men and women, their faces etched with worry. Qimen Dunjia sighed. When the corpse domain had first spread, he had immediately sent people to bring Sui's parents as well as the families of other awakened sequence students to safety. This was a small gesture of his regard for these future pillars of society. But now that very gesture might become a death sentence. Who could have imagined that the anomaly in the corpse domain would be this severe?
Principal, look!
Suddenly a teacher beside him exclaimed, pointing at the mirror. Qimen Dunjia jerked in alarm and quickly looked. In the mirror, the two green zombies had suddenly stopped their roaming. Almost simultaneously, they turned their heads to look at something in the distance.
What's going on?
Qimen Dunjia was stunned. Then a surge of wild joy flooded through him. Could it be reinforcements had arrived? But no sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he saw a dark, overwhelming mass of shadows surging rapidly toward them from afar. Those were zombies. Qimen Dunjia and the teachers beside him all widened their eyes. Dozens of black zombies leading even more white zombies poured into the gymnasium area like a tidal wave.
Damn! Adding insult to injury.
Their hearts plummeted straight into the abyss. Two green zombies had already driven them to despair, and now there were all these black and white zombies to boot. How could they possibly survive this? But the next second, what unfolded before their eyes left them utterly dumbfounded. Another twist occurred in the gymnasium. These black and white zombies, upon entering the gymnasium, made a beeline for the two green zombies. The two green zombies' eyes flickered, and they exchanged a glance. For a moment, a hint of confusion flickered in the eyes of both monsters. Green zombies were a rather special existence among all zombies. They carried a potent toxicity that was difficult to control. Wherever they passed, nothing could survive. Even lower-grade zombies could not endure the green zombies' toxic mist for long. Thus, other low-grade zombies typically avoided the areas where green zombies roamed. That was why in the vast expanse of Pingcheng High School, only these two green zombies remained. But why did these black and white zombies dare to enter their toxic mist? The two green zombies stood still, waiting to see what their low-grade kin would do, yet they never expected. When these kin drew near without a word, they launched a frenzied attack on them. In an instant, the two green zombies were overwhelmed by nearly 100 black and white zombies.
What? What is going on?
Qimen Dunjia and the teachers were all utterly bewildered. Why would black and white zombies attack green zombies? Did zombies also fight among themselves? Or had these black zombies also set their sights on the living inside the shelter trying to steal the prey from the green zombies? Qimen and the others were bewildered, but the two green zombies were even more confused. In an instant, they were engulfed by the bodies of their own kind, their bodies torn with countless tiny wounds. Green light flickered in the eyes of the two green zombies, as if they could not comprehend this scene. Why were these lowly black and white zombies attacking them? How dare they attack them? Until he was tackled to the ground by a black zombie, the two green zombies only then reacted. Immediately they were enraged. Roar! The two green zombies let out a deafening roar in unison. After all, they were green zombies far beyond the comparison of black and white zombies. Their bodies were covered in wildly swaying green mycelia, and a dense toxic gas surged out from within. In an instant, several nearby black and white zombies were enveloped by the toxic gas, letting out agonizing screams. Their skin rotted away at a visible rate, revealing stark white bones. In mere moments, those zombies dissolved into pools of pus. The terror of the green zombies was evident. Yet the other zombies seemed oblivious to their comrades' death, still surging forward one after another. Although each attack inflicted negligible damage on the green zombies, the sheer number was overwhelming. Over 100 zombies surrounded the two green zombies, attacking frenziedly. In the air raid shelter, Qimen and the teachers pressed close to the reflector, their eyes nearly popping out. At that moment, their worldview of many years was shattered. What on earth was happening? Black and white zombies launching suicide attacks on green zombies. They had never heard of such a thing. Principal! Look! A teacher suddenly exclaimed. Who is that? Qimen and the others quickly looked over. A figure was silently walking into the gymnasium. Sui! One of the teachers blurted. That person, I think he looks like Sui. Qimen was stunned. Sui. His first reaction was that it was impossible. But the teacher who spoke was Sui's homeroom teacher, who knew him better than anyone. He also quickly looked over. Then his pupils contracted. It really was Sui. But wasn't he supposed to be at the Dragon Tiger Academy? What was he doing here? For a moment, Qimen even doubted his mental state. Could he be hallucinating from oxygen deprivation? Feeling guilty towards Sui's parents, so he saw Sui. Otherwise, this situation was far too bizarre. First black and white zombies attacking green zombies. Then Sui, who should not be here, appearing. It was like a dream. One of these two green zombies is actually a grade 2. At this moment, Sui stared at the two green zombies, frowning slightly. The grade of a green zombie was easy to judge. The longer the mycelia on its body, the higher the level. When a green zombie reached the grade 3 stage, its mycelia would solidify, its toxic gas would become restrained, and it would evolve into a fur zombie. He had initially thought both green zombies were at most grade 1. But unexpectedly, one of them was already grade 2. First deal with a grade 1 green zombie. Sui made his decision instantly. The swift-footed talisman and concealment spell silently brought him behind the grade 1 green zombie. Then several golden whip shadows struck the grade 1 green zombie's back without warning. Ayo! The grade 1 green zombie let out a painful roar. Then it turned its head sharply, glaring at Sui with murderous intent. Sui's blow had inflicted more damage than any black zombie had before. The grade 2 green zombie also noticed Sui. In the dense zombie horde, Sui, a human, stood out like a light bulb. Roar! The two green zombies' eyes blazed with ferocity, and they immediately lunged at Sui. Even with so many black and white zombies holding them back, they could not be stopped for a moment. Oh no! Sui is in trouble. In the air raid shelter, Qimen and the teachers grew frantic. Though they did not know why Sui was there, they were certain he had come to rescue them. But no matter how urgent, you cannot directly attack a green zombie. You have only been enrolled for a few months. How can you face such a terrifying monster as a green zombie? Moreover, with so many black and white zombies around, once they detected a human, they would immediately stop fighting each other and turn on Sui. Even with 10 lives, he would not survive in this zombie horde. Sui stared at the two green zombies, his expression calm without a trace of panic. He raised his hand and cast 2 suppression talismans. Then he retreated rapidly. The talismans were not instantly effective on the green zombies, but they slowed their movement. The black and white zombies that had been shaken off surged forward again, surrounding the two green zombies.
Roar! 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 At this moment, the two green zombies were frantic and furious, their eyes blazing wildly, wishing they could tear all their kin to shreds.
Can't you see the human? You're still attacking us. Are you even zombies anymore?
This scene left everyone in the air raid shelter utterly dumbfounded. What was going on now? Why were these black and white zombies ignoring Sui?
Instead, they were attacking the two green zombies that were about to attack Sui even more fiercely. It was as if they were protecting Sui. They seemed to be on Sui's side. Upon reaching this conclusion, Qimen Dunjia and the others could hardly believe it. How could zombies be on a human side? It was no different from talking in a dream. But if it was impossible, they had no way to explain the scene before them. So they could only stare wide-eyed, fixated on the outside. At this moment, seeing that they could not break free for the time being, the two green zombies raised their heads and roared to the sky, then their bodies trembled violently. Countless green toxic gases spewed out, heading straight for Sui. The toxic gas engulfed Sui completely, drawing another gasp from the shelter. But Sui stood firm, not even swaying.
Humph.
Sui sneered and applied 100 Evil's dissolution talisman to himself. With this talisman, even 20 green zombies spewing poison at him would be useless. Seeing this, the two green zombies were again filled with intense confusion. What was happening? Why was their always effective toxic gas useless against this human? Judging by his aura, he was clearly very weak. But Sui wouldn't explain to them.
Demon-slaying talisman. By decree.
He waved his hands, and several blue demon-slaying talismans struck the Grade 1 green zombie fiercely. The Grade 1 green zombie let out an even more piercing wail, struggling wildly. But it was tightly entangled by the zombie horde and could not break free. Sui seized the opportunity, golden light gathering in his hands again.
Golden light whip. Crack.
A series of whips struck the green zombie's neck, with the surrounding black and white zombies attacking, and Sui's talismans and whips landing on it from time to time. This green zombie's roars grew weaker, and the green light in its eyes rapidly dimmed. Finally,
rip!
Sui offered 2 more demon-slaying talismans. The Grade 1 green zombie's neck was forcibly torn open with a huge gap. Then 7 or 8 black zombies swarmed over and gnawed fiercely. They actually chewed its neck off. The green zombie's massive head rolled off the green light, and its eyes extinguished completely. The headless body swayed twice and crashed to the ground. At this moment, the Grade 2 green zombie also witnessed this. A flicker of disbelief flashed in its eyes, then it suddenly let out a deafening roar, and an even denser aura of malice and toxic gas erupted from its body. Nearly a dozen of the zombies surrounding it fell in an instant, a heavy loss. But Sui was not afraid at all. Instead, his eyes showed wild joy. Because, killed 10 Grade 3 black zombies, 1 Grade 1 green zombie. Conditions for Tier 4 advancement met. Sequence advancement conditions met. Taoist advancing. Heavenly Master. Advancement commencing. In Sui's mind, the panel information refreshed wildly. Then, boom! His entire body jolted violently. Within him something seemed to shatter, a shackle broken. All 362 spiritual apertures roared simultaneously, and the spiritual energy nature of the Taoist sequence underwent a cataclysmic transformation. At the same time, an indescribable aura erupted from Sui's body, sweeping across the surroundings.
Roar!
On the battlefield, the fury-level green zombie fought, with ever-increasing ferocity, its bloodlust surging. Dozens of black zombies and white zombies were nearly slaughtered to the last. The stadium had almost turned into a hellscape. But just then its movements froze. Whoosh! It whirled around the green light, in its eyes flickering violently, locking onto Sui. Though this human still stood there seemingly unchanged, for some reason the zombie suddenly sensed a deadly threat. It was as if a natural enemy had arrived. Hesitation flickered in the green zombie's eyes. Instinct screamed for it to flee now. Yet the intense murderous intent it had accumulated drove it to tear this human apart. It stood there, its eyes wavering. Just then,
Ayo!
A black zombie lunged onto it, biting recklessly with fearless ferocity. This erased all hesitation from the green zombie's eyes. Replacing it was even fiercer rage and killing intent. For this human, it had lost one companion. It had killed dozens of its own kind, and was badly wounded itself. Leave now. How could it accept that?
Roar!
Ignoring the remaining few crippled zombies, the green zombie howled and charged at Sui like lightning.
No!
In the air raid shelter Qin, and the others were terrified. This green zombie had finally struck at Sui. They had already guessed that the zombies besieging it were controlled by Sui. Though they didn't know how Sui managed it, no matter how many miracles he could create, this was now a death sentence. The zombies he controlled were almost all dead. The green zombie was right in front of him. Who could help him? How could a student who had only awakened his sequence a few months ago survive against a green zombie? At this moment Qin was filled with deep regret. If only he hadn't brought Sui's parents here. That way Sui wouldn't have come to die. This prodigy, the hope of humanity, should have shone brilliantly in the future fighting against floating zombies, or even immortal bones in the zombie domain. But now he was about to die here. It was all his fault. He was a sinner of humanity. Yet just as Qin was consumed by regret, Sui's tightly shut eyes snapped open. The green zombie's figure grew rapidly in his sight. A distance of 20-some meters vanished in an instant. But Sui showed no panic. Instead, a smile curled at the corner of his mouth.
Roar!
The green zombie's murderous eyes sensed the danger. At that moment, the ominous feeling inside it peaked. But it was too late.
Southern Crimson Chi Fire Thunder Incantation.
Sui raised his hand and uttered a few words softly. His voice was not loud, yet it echoed clearly through the space. Unbeknownst to others, his hands had already formed a strange hand seal. The next moment, the sky suddenly darkened. It was not dark clouds, but bolts of thunderclouds instantly coalesced, covering the entire Pingcheng Senior High School. Lightning flickered within the clouds. Then, boom! A deafening thunderclap exploded without warning in the heavens. Not the crackling sound of earlier palm thunder, but the rumbling like a volcanic eruption. Afterward, a blazing red thunderbolt thick as a bowl descended from the thunderclouds.
Ayo!
The fury-level green zombie let out a shriek of utter terror. Every green fungal filament on its body stood on end. It frantically drove its filaments to spew poison gas, forming a thick toxic miasma above its head, then turned to flee. But the lightning was too fast. The blazing red thunderbolt descended in an instant, the air itself sparking with friction. Like divine punishment, it struck the green zombie fiercely.
Ayo!
The green zombie's poison barrier was shattered in an instant by the thunderous fire. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the entire school. But the scream lasted only half a second before abruptly ceasing. In the lightning, the green zombie's body, far tougher than steel, carbonized and disintegrated like snow under the blazing sun. Not even ashes remained. Only a charred pit remained, the earth and stone melted black, proving its existence.
This.
In the air raid shelter, Qin and the others stood frozen, pupils constricted, goosebumps rising all over. The goosebumps weren't from shock. It was because the lightning's power was so immense that even in the shelter 10 meters deep, the air was still charged with electricity.
Did Sui do this?
They finally reacted after a long pause, exchanging glances. The shock in their eyes was indelible. All that remained in their minds was the blazing red lightning pillar that pierced heaven and earth, annihilating the green zombie. Qin certainly remembered that when Sui awakened, his skill was lightning-based. But what Sui just used was nothing like a skill. It was divine might. Overwhelming divine might. Was this something a student who had awakened his sequence only a few months ago should possess? It was utterly preposterous. Qin slapped his own head hard, feeling the pain, before taking a deep breath. Not a dream. Yet today he had experienced things more fantastical than any dream. He even wondered, was that really Sui? Sui himself was also somewhat stunned by the power of his new thunder art after one-shotting the green zombie. He looked at his panel. Name: Sui Sequence, Celestial Master, Unique Level 4th Rank, 1st Grade, 5th Rank, Promotion Condition, Kill 100 Evil Level Green Zombies, 10 Hairy Zombies. Passive Skill: All Evils Yield. Active Skills: Incantation, Palm Lightning Incantation, Golden Light Incantation, Concealment Incantation, Corpse Driving Incantation, Talisman, 6 Ding, 6 Jia Talisman, Suppression Talisman, Demon Slaying Talisman, Divine Speed Talisman, Corpse Control Talisman. Promoted to Celestial Master. Awaken 5. Thunder Righteous Method. Note: Subdue all demons, deliver the eternal night. 5. Thunder Righteous Method. This was the new skill Sui had awakened. When he first awakened his sequence, he had also awakened a thunder art. However, it was the beginner-level palm lightning incantation. Though powerful early on, it later became somewhat insufficient for Sui's progress. Against white zombies, it was barely adequate. But the thunder art he had now awakened was vastly different. 5 Thunder Righteous Method. As the name implied, it was the true method. It was the core thunder art of Taoism. Its power was worlds apart from palm lightning. The one he had just used was the Southern Crimson Chi Fire Thunder, one of the 5 thunders. Fire Thunder, master of incinerating dark forces and annihilating demons. One strike had directly slain a Fury-level green zombie. Its power was breathtaking. But soon Sui's gaze fell on the promotion condition for 5th rank. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth. 100 evil-level green zombies. 10 hairy zombies. This condition was more than 10 times harsher than the initial promotion. Indeed, greater power comes with greater responsibility. Taoist and Celestial Master, worlds apart.
By the way, the teachers and students of Pingcheng High School are still in the air raid shelter.
Sui suddenly recalled something and immediately looked toward the shelter entrance. He was also a student of Pingcheng High School, and having participated in zombie attack drills every year, he naturally knew where the shelter was. However, the shelter could not be opened just yet. Sui glanced around. Although the Lujiang were dead, the poisonous gas they had spewed still lingered. The entire Pingcheng High School was now shrouded in venomous fumes. He himself was safe due to the Baijia evil-dispelling talisman, but once the teachers and students emerged, they would likely be reduced to piles of bones in an instant. Inside the shelter, Chen Dafeng, having shaken off his shock, quickly came to the same realization. His expression turned grim. He had almost forgotten. Even if the Lujiang were dead, the poison remained. And the oxygen inside the shelter was nearly depleted. If they waited for the poison to dissipate before exiting, they would have suffocated long ago. They were trapped in a dilemma: go out and be poisoned, or stay inside and suffocate. The other teachers also realized this, and their joy instantly turned to despair. Hope had arrived, yet they could not reach it. Just then Sui's homeroom teacher exclaimed,
"Look! What is Sui doing now? Thunderclouds are gathering again."
Huh? They were startled and quickly looked. Above Pingcheng High School, clusters of thunderclouds were once again forming. They strained their eyes, watching Sui's every move intently.
Northern Black Chi Water Thunder by decree.
In the gymnasium, Sui formed the thunder seal. Then amid the dense clouds, several black bolts of lightning crashed down. Immediately after,
rustle, rustle.
Rain followed the thunder, countless raindrops hammering down. A torrential downpour. Within the raindrops, black electric arcs danced, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Yet this scene filled Chen Dafeng and the others with immense joy, nearly bringing them to tears. For as the rain fell, the green poison gas was visibly shattered and dispersed. A few minutes later, Sui withdrew the thunder seal and dispersed the clouds. The air over the entire Pingcheng High School was now crystal clear, with not a trace of green poison remaining. Sui nodded with satisfaction. This was the Northern Black Chi Water Thunder from the 5 Thunder True Art. It specialized in cleansing filth and dispelling plagues. The mere poison of a Lujiang was no match for its purification.
Quick! Turn on the ventilation system.
In the shelter, Chen Dafeng, overjoyed, immediately gave orders. Sui's thunder technique could even purify the poison. He had been given so many shocks. Chen Dafeng hurried toward the shelter exit to welcome Sui.
Principal! Wait! There's something else!
But just then, he was stopped again. A teacher with a grave expression called him back.
There's still someone in the gymnasium.
What? Chen Dafeng was stunned and quickly looked. Sure enough, someone was standing in the corner of the gymnasium.
Who is that?
The people in the shelter were bewildered. Sui also suddenly turned his gaze. Earlier, with the poison swirling in the gymnasium, he had not noticed that someone else was present. The man wore a black outfit and had an utterly ordinary appearance. He was now looking at Sui with a faint smile, clapping lightly.
Clap, clap, clap.
The applause was unhurried, yet it sounded somewhat grating, as if carrying a condescending calm. He completely ignored the lingering pressure of the thunder and the mess around him, fixing his gaze on Sui, his smile deepening.
Impressive. In all these years, this is the first time I've encountered a newcomer sequence operator as formidable as you. 3 rank. No, you should be 4th rank now. 4th rank instantly killing a Lilibel Lujiang. Such a thunder technique, unheard of. Sui, you are remarkable.
Sui frowned slightly but did not panic. The spiritual energy fluctuation emanating from the other party indicated a 5th rank sequence operator. A 5th rank, he might not necessarily be unable to fight now. The golden light mantra suddenly erupted, enveloping his entire body. Only then did Sui speak.
Who are you?
Even a fool could see that this man had ill intentions.
Changsheng Society Wang Qian.
The man said calmly, his expression unchanged. Changsheng Society. Sui's heart tightened. Li Jingsong had once warned him to be wary of human organizations colluding with zombies. Among them, the Changsheng Society was the most active. They had appeared here. Sui immediately formed a conjecture. The anomaly in the Pingsheng zombie domain. Could it be?
You've heard of us.
Wang Qian smiled and frankly admitted.
Yes, the outbreak in the Pingsheng zombie domain was indeed instigated by our Changsheng Society.
Sui took a deep breath.
Are you here for me? You? We spent a great deal to bring forth a Fujiang. Previously you were not worthy.
Wang Qian shook his head with a strange glint in his eyes.
But we never expected you to be such a prodigy. Now you are more than worthy.
Sui understood and said calmly.
Then who are you here for? Li Jingsong.
Wang Qian's eyes suddenly blazed with sharp light.
Your teacher is remarkable, to discover that glutinous rice can restrain zombies. This is the first time in over 100 years. A talent like that, a certain lord of our Changsheng Society wishes to meet him. But ever since Li Jingsong discovered the glutinous rice secret, he has been staying indoors, devoting himself to nurturing you, it seems. He even intends to be your guardian.
He looked at Sui and smiled.
I figured you would soon reach 3rd rank. According to Longhu Academy's custom, your mission would most likely be in the Pingsheng zombie domain. So we decided to set a trap here in Pingsheng. Capture you first, then use you to coerce Li Jingsong. Much easier that way.
A lord of the Changsheng Society. Sui's mind raced. Could it be that Bawagu? A bitter smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He had never imagined that the Changsheng Society was after Li Jingsong. He had thought that by giving Li Jingsong the credit for the glutinous rice discovery he would be safe. But by a twist of fate, the Changsheng Society had still set its sights on him, intending to use him as leverage against Li Jingsong.
So what do you plan to do now?
Sui looked at Wang Qian.
Naturally carry out the plan and take you down.
Wang Qian chuckled.
I was originally going to rescue you from the 2 Lujiang, but you gave me a surprise.
As he spoke, he suddenly paused and looked up. Above him dark clouds had gathered, and thunderclouds were already forming over his head.
Oh! Attacking without warning. Kid, you're quite ruthless.
Wang Qian laughed grimly.
Too bad. Since I dared to show myself, I have a way to capture you alive. Because your thunder is useless against me.
He raised his hand and beckoned lightly.
Iron Soul.
In the next instant, his skin took on a cold metallic sheen. Then silvery gray liquid metal flowed from his fingertips, rapidly constructing and deforming into a metal cage that enclosed him securely.
Your thunder technique is indeed formidable. Even an ordinary 5th rank might not dare to withstand it directly.
Wang Qian revealed a smile.
But my Iron Soul sequence can build a metal cage that is completely immune to lightning.
On the opposite side, Sui's eyes widened. He had to admit at this moment he was a bit stunned. Wasn't this essentially a Faraday cage? A fully enclosed metal mesh could block external electric currents. He had never imagined such a creative use. Using science to counter a sequence. If he could only rely on thunder techniques, he would indeed be countered. Sui couldn't help but say,
Are all sequence operators in your Changsheng Society this ingenious?
Wang Qian stood within a metallic cage, a teasing glint in his eyes. Creativity is also a form of strength. The knowledge from high school isn't for nothing. See, it's come in handy, hasn't it? He chuckled. Besides, if I weren't absolutely certain I could take you down, do you think I'd have the leisure to chat with you? Impressive. Sui gave a thumbs up. He was genuinely praising having truly broadened his horizons today. Sui, you're a talent. You might even shine in the Eternal Life Society and become my superior one day. I don't want to fight you. Wang Qian slowly approached Sui, the metal cage outside, moving with him. A 5th rank against a 4th rank in a situation where I completely counter you. You should understand the odds. How about it? Come with me, and let's not ruin the harmony. Sui nodded. Of course I understand. Good. Sui, you're a wise man. Wang Qian laughed heartily. Capturing Sui alive would be a huge achievement. Yet even so he still didn't dismantle the metal cage around him, advancing towards Sui just like that. Huh? But the next moment his brow furrowed. Sui stood still, but what was he muttering? The sound gradually amplified in his ears, then resounded, like a great bell deafening. Heaven and earth, the origin of all chi. Vast cultivation through eons to prove my divine power. 3 realms guard, 5 emperors welcome. Golden light appears swiftly covering the true man. Su Yi's face was calm as he chanted the golden light mantra. Boom. In an instant golden light burst from his body, dazzling, almost too bright to look at. Then the golden light surged from Su Yi into the sky, rapidly transforming. In the blink of an eye several weapons formed from golden light materialized in midair, solid as if real. Their shapes were unmistakably sabers, spears, clubs, staffs, axes, battleaxes, hooks, and forks. Golden light flickered in Su Yi's eyes, and numerous golden blades surrounded him, like a god descending to the mortal world. He looked at Wang Qian, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Did he really think that without the thunder method he was nothing? The golden light mantra, one of the 8 great Taoist mantras. In comparison, it was by no means inferior to the 5 thunder true method. After ascending to celestial master, its power had undergone a qualitative leap. From the 2nd stage of chi into form, it had entered the 3rd stage of condensing chi into weapons. Now, he could release the golden light from his body and transform it at will into various forms of weapons, with power far surpassing the previous golden light whip. Earlier using the thunder method was merely due to its superior restraint against zombies. That didn't mean the golden light mantra was weak. What? Wang Qian frowned. Wasn't Su Yi of the thunder element sequence? Where did this golden light skill so unlike any thunder technique come from? But if he wasn't of the thunder element, how could he possess such a powerful thunder skill? That didn't make sense. Go. At that moment, the 8 golden blades surrounding Su Yi shot forth, pointing straight at Wang Qian. A sharp shriek of air split the silence as the golden blades flew toward Wang Qian. Not good. Instantly Wang Qian's face changed drastically. He sensed the terrifyingly intense spiritual energy fluctuation on those golden blades. Could this be an attack from a 4th-rank sequencer? He dared not slack off, frantically channeling his spiritual energy. From his fingertips, liquid metal gushed out like a spring. Then it rapidly constructed a massive metal barrier around him. At that moment the attack arrived. The golden axe struck his shield first. Clang. A piercingly harsh metallic sound echoed through the entire gymnasium. To Wang Qian's disbelief, his metal barrier was nearly severed clean by the golden axe. He gritted his teeth and quickly repaired the broken barrier. Then, clang, clang, clang. Su Yi's numerous golden blades hacked madly at the barrier Wang Qian had constructed. Wang Qian's face darkened as he desperately channeled spiritual energy to fill the gaps cut by the blades. Fortunately, under his frantic efforts, the barrier held firm against every attack. What tremendous power! Wang Qian's eyes turned cold as he looked at Su Yi, a sneer curling on his lips. You almost got me there. But you still can't break my shield. If you can't break it, you're finished. Clang. 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 Amid the rain of strikes, he lifted his foot, and braving Su Yi's golden blades rapidly closed in on Su Yi. Wang Qian licked his lips. Once he got a bit closer, he could trap Su Yi with a metal prison. But just then a grating sound suddenly erupted. Sizzle, sizzle. Sizzle, sizzle. The sound was so sharp it seemed to scrape the eardrums, raising goosebumps all over. The next second Wang Qian's mind jolted. He felt his spiritual energy draining at an alarming rate. What? He quickly looked for the source of the sound. He saw that outside his metal barrier the golden blades had somehow all turned into golden rings. These rings were now spinning at high speed, like electric saws slicing madly. In almost an instant, the metal barrier was about to be cut through by the serrated edges of the rings. What is this thing? Wang Qian's scalp tingled. How the hell did an electric saw show up? Is this even a skill? Unheard of. You said it yourself. A sequencer needs creativity. On the opposite side, Su Yi manipulated the golden rings to spin madly while remarking. Since the golden light mantra could transform into various weapons, like axes, halberds, hooks, and forks, it could certainly turn into a saw. If not for Wang Qian's precedent, he might not have thought of this move. When it came to cutting, how could those traditional weapons compare to an electric saw? Wang Qian nearly ground his teeth to dust. He had just tricked Sui, and now Sui had learned from him. Retribution had come far too quickly. He was filled with regret. If only he hadn't shown off. It would have been better to ambush him. He should never have given the opponent the first move. He could have captured Sui first and then chatted. But now regret was too late. No, if I keep defending, I'll die for sure. Sui's attacks were too fierce. These golden rings could even cut through metal barriers. If they landed on him, he would be sliced to pieces in an instant. A fierce glint flashed in Wang Qian's eyes. While frantically repairing the metal barrier, he quickly condensed several metal arrows. I'll take you down first. Go. He raised his hand and pointed. The metal arrows shot towards Sui instantly. Even at this point, Wang Qian still harbored the intention of capturing Sui alive. The metal arrows were all aimed at Sui's limbs, not at vital points. I don't believe you can be both this powerful in attack and also good at defense. Can you block a 5th rank's attack? A cold smile curled on his lips. A 4th rank sequencer with both attack and defense surpassing his own. That would be a monster, wouldn't it? But just then Wang Qian saw Sui's entire body erupt in golden light. Thud, thud, thud. The metal arrows upon entering the golden light crashed into it, as if hitting an iron plate, and fell helplessly. What the hell? Wang Qian's eyes nearly split with fury. This kid really had both attack and defense off the charts. Only now did he finally accept reality. He was no match for Sui at all. Completely crushed. Even without using his most adept thunder method, the outcome remained unchanged. Capture him. Alive. He'd be lucky if he wasn't killed by the other party. Wait. Sui. Can we make peace? Wang Qian, his face pale, shouted to Sui, while desperately repairing the metal barrier. We have no grudge. Don't let things end in mutual destruction. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. At this moment, Chen Dafeng and the others in the air raid shelter were once again plunged into bewilderment. They could not hear the voices outside. All they could see was that the stranger who had appeared not only refrained from attacking, but immediately locked himself in an iron cage. That was already absurd enough. Even more absurd was that Sui was the first to strike his golden wheel saw, sending sparks flying against the opponent. Before long it seemed the other party could no longer hold on. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, none understanding what was happening. It appeared as if Sui was the vicious and evil one. Sui must be right. After a long silence, Chen Dafeng concluded with certainty. This man is definitely not a good person. Everyone chimed in. Exactly. What kind of good person would hide and show their face? I'm definitely on Sui's side. Agreed. A fight to the death. That's not necessary, is it? In the gymnasium. After hearing Wang Qian's threat, Sui sneered, frantically mobilizing his spiritual energy to accelerate the rotation of the golden wheel. Not only did he show no mercy, but his strikes became even fiercer. In an instant, Wang Qian's metal barrier was completely severed. Wait! I'm not lying, I have a bourgeois bone! Wang Qian shrieked. But it was too late. Before he could finish, the golden wheel instantly sliced into his chest. His body shuddered violently as he looked down at the gaping wound piercing his chest. You? Would you just let me finish? Was this man insane? Why did he have to strike so fast? Wang Qian wore a bitter smile. Was this his downfall? He never imagined that a 5th rank sequence would fall at the hands of someone who had just advanced to the 4th rank. But in an instant a fierce glint flashed across Wang Qian's face. If I can't live, then neither will you. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out a small black box from his pocket. Then, with the last of his remaining strength, he crushed it violently. Sui was stunned and immediately retreated frantically. He thought the man was just bluffing, but he actually had a trick up his sleeve. Huh? But when the box was crushed, Sui was taken aback. Inside the box was nothing earth-shattering or terrifying. There was only a small piece of white bone-like substance. It resembled a finger bone. However, this bone was lustrous pure white with a faint sheen like the finest jade. But after being crushed, it lay quietly on the ground without any movement. What is this? Sui frowned slightly. From this bone, he sensed no dangerous aura at all. He couldn't help but look at Wang Qian. Was this kid bluffing him? Wang Qian's aura was rapidly weakening, now gravely wounded, and on the verge of death. Heh! He stared at Su Yi, his eyes filled with unwillingness. But then a cold smirk appeared in his eyes. You really think I was bluffing? Then he turned his head and looked into the distance. Rumble! Almost at the same time, the ground beneath their feet shook with unprecedented violence. Su Yi was startled. He immediately affixed the divine speed talisman, moving like the wind, and quickly ascended to the top of the teaching building. Then his pupils contracted. He saw the entire ground within the Pingsheng corpse domain surging and cracking wildly. In the distance, the ground was being forcibly pushed open from below by a terrifying force. Mud churned, rocks flew, and buildings collapsed. The ground was plunged into a vast shadow. Then this shadow began to approach in this direction at a terrifying speed. It was as if an ancient giant beast slumbering deep underground was arching its back, rending the earth, and charging madly toward them. This is... Su Yi's scalp tingled in an instant. Such a monstrous commotion could only be from the Fujian that had just emerged in the corpse domain. He could think of nothing else. Combining this with Wang Qian's words, he immediately understood. What he had taken out was likely a bone from a buhua bone. Li Jingsong had said that the bones of a buhua bone were an immense temptation for zombies. Even for a Fujian it was the same. Kid, I let you be ruthless. I let you not listen to me. Are you subdued now? Wang Qian coughed, blood glaring hatefully at Su Yi. Do you think that after you killed those two Lijiang, why didn't any source blood appear? Because the Fujian has already emerged. The source blood has returned to its body. Su Yi frowned deeply and ignored him. This man was already doomed to die, no need to bother with him, just let him suffer a while longer. At that moment, the huge shadow on the ground was drawing closer and closer. At the same time, a terrifyingly oppressive aura enveloped his entire body. What's happening? In the air raid sheltered Chen Dafeng, and the others naturally couldn't see the scene. But they could feel the air around them growing as if frozen. Every hair on their bodies stood on end. The 2,000 teachers and students all fell silent, too terrified to speak. It was as if the apocalypse had arrived. Go! Su Yi's thoughts flashed, and he made a quick judgment. The Fujiang's target was that broken bone, not him. With a thought, he instantly grabbed the finger bone and hurled it far away, trying to keep it as far from the air raid shelter as possible. At the same time, he retreated rapidly in the opposite direction. But just then another anomaly occurred. Above the shadow-covered ground, without any warning, an endless, boundless, thick fog appeared. The fog was so dense it seemed to cascade from the heavens. It spread at an astonishing speed, following the shadow on the ground toward the Pingsheng High School. The fog rolled and surged, and wherever it passed, even the terrifying earthquake was suppressed. Su Yi was stunned and overjoyed, his heart filled with relief. It was the teacher's strange mist domain. Li Jingsong had arrived, and the domain's power seemed no weaker than that of the Fujian. Clearly Li Jingsong had already advanced to the 9th rank. Rumble! In the distance, the huge shadow on the ground was intercepted by the fog sea. Its forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, and it remained there rumbling. From within the fog sea came a terrifying roar impossible to describe. The sound seemed to carry urgency and fury. Then dense black mist rapidly emerged within the fog sea. The fog and black mist churned and entangled as if Li Jingsong and the Fujian were locked in battle. What? That's Li Jingsong. On the ground, the satisfaction on Wang Qian's face instantly froze. He advanced to the 9th rank. How is that possible? Stuck at the 8th rank for over 20 years, and he advances at this very moment. Su Yi stood on an elevated spot, his gaze locked onto the distant battle. The mystic fog domain and the corpse realm continued to furiously erode and entangle each other. The sky and earth there had become a zone interwoven with gray and black. Colossal black claw shadows constantly swung through the mist, tearing open vast spaces of fog. Yet they were swiftly filled back in again. Clearly the battle was quite deadlocked. However, Su Yi could detect a sense of urgency from the continuous roars of the crouching corpse. It seemed desperately eager to rush over here and obtain that indestructible finger bone. But Li Jingsong's mystic fog firmly trapped it, preventing it from moving forward for the time being. Master's mystic fog power is even beyond my imagination, Su Yi murmured to himself. Generally speaking, a sequence user of the same rank would be slightly weaker than a zombie. For instance, an ordinary Toon Drake sequence user could not defeat a purple zombie. Yet Li Jingsong, who had advanced simultaneously with this crouching corpse, could still fight it to a standstill, which already demonstrated his formidable roar. Yet the next moment Su Yi heard a sky-shattering roar from within the sea of mist. This roar not only contained sheer fury, but also carried a peculiar rhythm that spread throughout the entire Pingsheng corpse domain. After the roar, Su Yi's expression instantly changed. In an instant the entire Pingsheng corpse domain erupted into chaos. All around, whether it was the purple zombies and white zombies roaming the ruins, or even the corpse spirits lurking in the corpse coffin rooms, they all rushed toward Pingsheng High School, as if they had received some signal. Even more horrifying, several tiny black dots suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Su Yi looked up. These black dots rapidly magnified before his eyes. Then several zombies with terrifying appearances, their bodies, like iron towers, emerged. These zombies were shrouded in eerie chi, as if they had just crawled out of the underworld. Their exposed fangs glimmered with eerie light, and their fingertips were like curved hooks from the Nine Abyss. More importantly, they were flying. Flying zombies! Su Yi's face changed again. This indestructible finger bone was truly a great ominous object. These flying zombies were incredibly fast. It wouldn't be long before they arrived. Su Yi was not foolish enough to think of challenging the flying zombies. Moreover, these flying zombies' goal was still that indestructible finger bone, not him. But just as he prepared to continue fleeing, his peripheral vision caught the flying zombies in the sky suddenly halting. Then these flying zombies actually froze in midair, unable to advance even an inch. Thundersea! A cold authoritative shout resounded throughout Pingsheng High School. The next second, Su Yi's vision blurred. Countless bolts of lightning appeared out of thin air, instantly filling the entire space before him. Rumble! The lightning struck these flying zombies countless times in the blink of an eye. When he looked again, there were no traces of the flying zombies. They couldn't even let out a scream before being blasted into nothingness. This is the Thundersea domain! Su Yi reacted almost instantly. Zhou Min had also arrived. Just in time. Sure enough, before long Zhou Min's figure flashed out from the Thundersea. After landing, she immediately looked at Su Yi with concern. Are you alright, Su Yi? Su Yi thanked her gratefully. I'm fine, thank you for the rescue, Teacher Zhou. Good, you're not injured. Zhou Min examined Su Yi from head to toe, and finding no injuries, nodded. Then she looked at the battlefield where Li Jingsong was fighting the crouching corpse, gritting her teeth. This thing is such a coward. Li Jingsong and I have turned the inner part of the corpse domain upside down, yet we couldn't force it out. Fortunately, Li Jingsong also broke through to the 9th rank on the spot. Otherwise, this time would have been truly dangerous. Then Zhou Min scratched her head, looking puzzled. But why did it rush over here frantically as soon as it broke through to crouching corpse? And why did it gather so many zombies? Does it plan to use these minions against Li Jingsong? Teacher Zhou, look at that. Su Yi nudged her, then pointed at the white bone on the ground in the distance. This is... Although the distance was not short, Zhou Min immediately noticed something unusual. Her pupils constricted, and she swiftly reached out, pulling the bone into her hand. After examining it for a moment, she took a deep breath, her eyes filled with shock. This is actually a section of indestructible finger bone. No wonder this crouching corpse went crazy to get here. She quickly asked Su Yi. Where did this thing come from? Su Yi pointed at Wang Qian, who was still barely alive on the ground. This man is from the Eternal Life Society. He took out the bone. Those morons from the Eternal Life Society. Zhou Min frowned deeply. So the anomaly in Pingsheng's corpse domain this time was caused by the Eternal Life Society. That's right. Su Yi nodded. These idiots, are they insane? What's the point of raising a crouching corpse for no reason? Zhou Min cursed. Su Yi, on the other hand, subconsciously looked around. Around them the malevolent chi grew thicker. After the crouching corpse sent out its signal, countless zombies converged here. Now dense hordes of zombies swarmed in. The entire Pingsheng High School was about to become a sea of corpses. Looking around, there were even green zombies and hair zombies. Of course, not only zombies. Many patrol members and staff from the Awakening Bureau also chased after these zombies. However, they dared not get close, only observing from the periphery. Wu Ming and the 2 staff members who had been gathering black zombies with Su Yi were also there. At this moment, they were staring in horror at the direction of Pingsheng High School.
What? What is happening now?
Feeling the overwhelming malevolent chi ahead, Wu Ming was terrified. Earlier Su Yi's manipulation of 100 zombies to attack Pingsheng High School had already shocked him. But now tens of thousands of zombies were attacking. The scene was 100 times more horrifying. Not to mention one Pingsheng High School. Even 10 of them would probably be toppled by these zombies.
I wonder how Su Yi is now. Has he left?
He was extremely worried. With so many zombies, who could deal with them? The teachers and students in Pingsheng High School were definitely finished. Don't let Su Yi be caught in it too.
Just some low-level zombies, no problem.
Looking at the situation around, Zhou Min chuckled lightly.
Su Yi, today I can let you see the true power of my Thunder Sea sequence.
The next moment, countless bolts of lightning burst forth from Zhou Min. Silver electric snakes danced wildly, instantly spreading out from her. Boom! The silver-white thunder formed an inverted giant bowl covering the school and its surrounding area. Within the domain, lightning liquid flowed and electric light densely filled the space. As for the zombies swarming in from all directions, whether purple zombies, white zombies, or green zombies, and hair zombies, the moment they touched the edge of the Thunder Sea, they instantly turned into charcoal. As for Zhou Min, she just stood there calmly, as if nothing had happened. She even had time to examine Su Yi. You're already at the 4th rank. It's only been a short time since you advanced to the 3rd.
She immediately became interested and pressed on.
How is it? What was the result of your sequence advancement? Good or bad? It should be a positive advancement.
Su Yi replied.
I knew it. Zhou Min's eyes lit up.
Come, come. Let me see how strong you are now.
As she spoke, she raised her hand and waved. A bolt of lightning formed a rope of light, instantly binding a ferocious black zombie from afar and throwing it in front of Su Yi.
This is a fierce great black zombie. Practice your skills on it.
Su Yi was stunned. He looked at Zhou Min, then stared at the black zombie for a long while. He couldn't help scratching his head. This thing he could crush 4 or 5 of them with one hand now. How to practice?
What? Is this black zombie too strong? Indeed, just advanced to rage level black zombie is indeed a bit much for you.
Seeing Su Yi hesitate, Zhou Min seemed to understand, and was about to strike again.
Wait till get you a freshly advanced black zombie. No need, teacher Zhou.
Su Yi quickly waved his hand.
This black zombie is too weak, it's of no use to me.
As he spoke, he activated the golden light mantra, and hurled a golden blade.
Crack!
The neck of that rage-level black zombie was severed cleanly, its head rolling to the ground. It didn't even have a chance to resist. Zhou Min was stunned.
Defeated a rage-level black zombie in one move.
Her eyes then brightened.
Good. Very good. After advancing to stage 4, you are indeed stronger. Your sequence is definitely a positive advancement.
She rolled up her sleeves.
Then I'll fetch you a ferocious level black zombie.
Zhou Min moved so fast that before Su Yi could stop her, a ferocious level black zombie was captured again. Su Yi was silent for a moment. Then another golden light flashed, beheading the zombie.
Wow!
Zhou Min was even more shocked.
You can even defeat a ferocious level black zombie in one move. I was right about you, Su Yi. Teacher Zhou, black zombies are no threat to me now, no need to test further.
Su Yi quickly said.
What?
Zhou Min's eyes widened.
Are you saying you can handle all black zombies, including the monstrous level ones? That's right.
Su Yi nodded.
This.
Zhou Min stared at Su Yi in silence for a long time. Then she slowly took a deep breath.
I was spot on when I first judged you. Your talent is ridiculously strong.
But then she felt a bit disappointed.
But it seems you've completely gone down the path of that golden light technique. It's all that old guy Li Jingsong's fault, insisting on letting you figure things out on your own.
Zhou Min sighed, grinding her teeth in frustration.
What a stunning lightning technique! And it's been abandoned. What a waste, what a waste!
Seeing her expression, Su Yi finally understood what Zhou Min was looking for. He smiled.
Teacher Zhou, my lightning technique is still here. And my advancement to stage 4 was mainly based on lightning techniques. What's still here?
Zhou Min's eyes lit up with joy.
Really? And your stage 4 is centered on lightning? That's right.
Su Yi nodded.
Come on, come on. Show me, show me.
Zhou Min got excited, immediately shaking Su Yi's shoulders.
Alright, let's use that green zombie.
Sui agreed, pointing to a green zombie in the distance. This was a multi-level green zombie, not too much baleful. She probably just advanced recently.
A green zombie?
Qimen was stunned again.
You want to practice on a green zombie directly? That's different from black zombies. They're worlds apart. Don't worry, Teacher Joe,
Sui insisted.
Fine.
Qimen said no more, and immediately captured the green zombie. At the same time, lightning danced around the green zombie, preventing its venom from spreading. Then she stared at Sui with blazing eyes, anticipation in her gaze.
Southern Crimson Chi Fire Thunder Curse. Empower.
Sui raised his hand, forming the lightning seal. It was still the Southern Crimson Chi Fire Thunder Curse. For dealing with evil, this Fire Thunder technique had the greatest power. The next moment, Qimen's expression trembled, and she abruptly looked up at the sky. The sky was now covered with dense thunderclouds.
This is...
Qimen's eyes widened.
Boom!
Thunder roared, resounding in all directions. A blazing red thunderbolt carrying fierce flames fell from the thunderclouds in an instant, striking straight toward the green zombie.
Roar!
A miserable howl pierced the sky. The green zombie had almost no resistance, and was reduced to ashes by the thunder flame. Sui was not surprised by the power of this lightning technique. Even a rage-level green zombie couldn't withstand it, let alone a molting level one. Qimen's mouth was now agape, her eyes filled with shock. This lightning technique was simply too exaggerated. She had guessed it would be strong, but she never imagined it could be this powerful. At stage 4, he could instantly kill a green zombie. Absolutely heaven-defying. What astonished her even more was that although Sui's lightning technique might not match hers in power, it carried a certain indescribable quality that made even her heart tremble. It was as if her lightning was inferior to Sui's. But how could that be? She was an 8th adage sequence wielder. Sui had just advanced to stage 4. How could an 8th adage lightning be inferior to a 4th adage one? Doubt appeared in Qimen's eyes. Had she misjudged just now?
Wait. No!
But at that moment her entire body shook violently. Then she suddenly looked up at the sky.
Huh? Sui's expression also changed, and he looked up. The thunderclouds in the sky had not dissipated. Moreover, the thunderclouds were actually absorbing the lightning energy from Qimen's Thunder Sea domain.
The accumulated power grew larger and larger. Sui even felt that his thunderclouds had formed some strange resonance with Qimen's Thunder Sea domain. It was as if he could briefly borrow a part of that power with a single thought. At that moment, a flying zombie in the distance was speeding toward them. Sui hesitated almost none and raised his hand to wave.
Boom!
A blazing red thunder pillar crashed down from the sky. Its target was precisely the flying zombie in the distance. Under this thunder pillar, the flying zombie's figure speeding forward was directly vaporized in the dazzling light, leaving not even a trace of residue.
It actually worked.
Sui was a bit dazed. He had only tried it on a whim, but never expected to actually borrow Qimen's domain power. Qimen, on the other hand, was stunned, her mind going blank.
How is this possible?
She felt that part of her Thunder Sea domain's power had momentarily slipped out of her control. It was as if it had been directly snatched away without her permission. And the one who took the domain power was Sui. Preposterous. A stage 4 sequence wielder snatching energy from a stage 8. Even in a dream, that's impossible.
Sui, you! What did you just do? After a long moment, Qimen looked at Sui in a daze.
Was it you who just used my domain?
Should be.
Sui hesitated as well. Then he attempted to communicate with the thundercloud above his head again.
Rumble. Another bolt of lightning crashed down. This time the target was a Mao Jiang. The Mao Jiang instantly turned to ashes.
However, to Sui's regret, although he had killed the Mao Jiang, his panel did not change. Obviously, zombies killed using Qimen's power would not count toward his promotion conditions.
It really is you.
Qimen's mind shook even more. What was a domain? It was exclusive to rank 8 sequencers. Within her domain, her mastery of thunder had reached its peak. Even if another rank 8 sequencer were here trying to influence her domain would require a direct assault. But Sui, he just raised his hand. Her domain energy ran into his embrace, as if it had seen its own father. Was this reasonable? Was this logical?
What exactly is going on? Qimen immediately activated the thunder in the cloud above her head. This time, under her forceful activation, the control of the thunder finally returned to her own hands.
But the next moment she trembled again. She suddenly discovered that her Thunder Sea domain had undergone a subtle change after fusing with this thunderbolt.
Thunder Sea!
Zhou Min immediately activated her domain. The next moment, the Thunder Sea changed dramatically. Among the countless leaping bolts of lightning, every single one was tinged with a blazing red. This was a trace of Su Yi's thunder's characteristic. It had been inherited by her domain. Zhou Min's pupils contracted sharply. She clearly felt that the power of her domain had increased by more than 1 grade compared to before.
This.
Zhou Min's breathing became rapid. Could this be possible? At this moment, she finally understood completely. Su Yi's thunder was far higher in rank than her own. That was why he could temporarily control and influence her domain.
Today you've really opened my eyes.
Zhou Min took a deep breath and stared at Su Yi for a long time. At this moment her gaze no longer held the burning intensity she had for a genius. Instead it carried an emotion close to awe. Rank 4, and he could already far surpass her. What about when Su Yi reached rank 8? Wouldn't he crush her instantly? What kind of student was this? He was the future Thunder Monarch.
Roar!
Just then a new change occurred in the distant battlefield between Li Jingsong and the Fujiang. The Fujiang seemed to have gone completely mad, letting out a roar that shook heaven and earth. The dense black corpse gas suddenly exploded, actually pushing back a large area of the eerie mist. Li Jingsong's figure flashed in the mist and disappeared, seemingly also affected by the impact.
Why am I still standing here in a daze?
Zhou Min suddenly thought of something, her eyes lighting up.
I was worried that I couldn't join their battle. But now that my domain's power has been greatly enhanced, I'm going to go and spar with the Fujiang.
With her words, the enormous Thunder Sea domain that enveloped Pingcheng High School suddenly began to move. It rapidly spread toward the battlefield where the Fog Sea and Corpse domain intertwined. Silver-white thunderbolts mixed with blazing red, like a bursting flood, surged violently into the gray-black Fog Sea.
ZZZZ!
The mist was instantly filled with wandering electric serpents. The pitch-black Corpse domain retreated step by step in an instant. Then a sky-shaking roar sounded. After the roar, a hoarse voice with a stutter came, as if it had just learned to speak.
This is what? The thunder just now was not like this.
The voice was filled with deep confusion. Haha, this is a specialty brought to you by me.
Zhou Min's wild laughter rang out.
Then the Thunder Sea grew even more vigorous. Outside, Su Yi's eyes widened. Was it the Fujiang that had just spoken? This thing could already speak. This thing had truly become a spirit. On the battlefield, the situation quickly turned one-sided. The blazing red Thunder Sea merged into the eerie mist, and the range of the black gas was sharply compressed. In the Fog Sea, the mass of black gas could be seen vaguely charging left and right, but it could never break through the blockade of thunder and mist. After another moment, the Fujiang's roar sounded again. This time, the voice was already filled with deep reluctance. Inside Pingcheng High School, Su Yi looked at the distant battlefield where the thunder and mist were churning, and gradually calming down, knowing that the outcome was decided. On the ground, Wang Qian was already barely breathing, but still clinging to life. He was also staring at the distant battlefield, and the last glimmer of hope in his eyes completely extinguished. His lips trembled, as if he wanted to say something, but only blood foam emerged. Su Yi glanced at him sideways and said calmly,
"It seems your backup plan is about to collapse." Wang Qian wanted to say something but didn't. In the end, his head tilted to the side, and his eyes completely dimmed. Su Yi stopped looking at him and continued to watch the distant battle.
A few more minutes passed. The terrifying energy fluctuations that made one's heart tremble finally completely subsided. The Fog Sea and Thunder Sea that had covered the sky and earth began to slowly dissipate. Sunlight shone down again. However, Pingcheng High School and a large area around it were already in a mess. Soon 2 figures rushed over from the distance and landed in front of Su Yi. They were Li Jingsong and Zhou Min. Li Jingsong's face was slightly pale, but his eyes were sharp and his aura was steady. Zhou Min, on the other hand, was excited, dragging a charred black arm in her hand.
Solved!
She threw the arm to the ground and clapped her hands proudly.
I didn't expect that we actually managed to suppress this newly promoted Fujiang. Pity in the end it escaped into the earth veins, and we couldn't completely kill it.
As she spoke, she stepped forward and excitedly patted Sui-Yi's shoulder.
Sui, the two of us are really amazing.
A Fujiang is not so easy to kill. If it wants to escape, even a few more rank 9s might not be able to stop it.
Li Jingsong said slowly, looking at Sui.
How are you? Are you all right? I'm fine, teacher.
Sui shook his head and smiled.
Congratulations on your promotion to rank 9.
Li Jingsong smiled slightly and waved his hand. My promotion to rank 9 is not worth celebrating. But your positive promotion to rank 4 is truly worthy of congratulations.
He had witnessed everything that had happened between Sui and Zhou Min. Rank 4 thunder contaminating Zhou Min's rank 8 domain. It was simply shocking. But he didn't mention this matter at all, instead looking around.
Let's deal with the scene first.
As the two major domains dissipated, the patrol members and Awakening Bureau staff outside finally dared to approach cautiously.
Sui, you're all right.
Wu Ming was the first to see Sui and immediately became overjoyed.
What happened in Pingsheng High School? Why are there so many zombies? He said, still shaken.
A Fujiang emerged and chose this place as its battlefield.
Sui explained briefly.
What?
A Fujiang emerged.
Wu Ming trembled all over, then thought of something and quickly asked.
What about the teachers and students in the air raid shelter? They should be fine. I killed those two Lujiang and dispersed the poison gas.
Sui said.
You actually led a group of zombies and killed those two Lujiang. Wu Ming took a deep breath, looking at Sui as if he were a ghost. This guy was too damn fierce.
However, he didn't have time to be shocked. He immediately walked to the air raid shelter and made a gesture signaling that it was safe outside.
It's over.
Inside the air raid shelter, Qimen Dunjia and the others were stunned and immediately wept with joy. The crisis had actually been overcome by them.
Open the door, hurry.
A group of people fumbled to open the shelter door. Qimen Dunjia was the first to poke his head out. Then several teachers also came out, one after another. When they saw the campus outside, which was in a mess, but already calm, they all stood frozen for several seconds. Survival after a disaster.
Sui! When he came to his senses, Qimen Dunjia immediately shouted and rushed towards Sui. But when he got close, he was at a loss for words, choked up there.
Truly, he had too much to say. How did you get here? You actually killed two Lujiang. What level are you now? Why are you so fierce?
Principal, are you all right?
Sui asked with concern.
I'm fine. I'm fine. Thanks to you. Thanks to you, Sui. Qimen Dunjia almost couldn't hold back his tears. They had come so close to all dying in the air raid shelter.
He never would have imagined that the student he had scolded in his office just a few months ago would save the entire school.
Sui, you're committing a crime. I wish I could hit you on the head with a hoe. Have you lost your mind?
Recalling what he had said to Sui in the office a few months ago, Qimen Dunjia's old face burned with embarrassment. The slap in the face came too swiftly.
Principal, thank you for bringing my parents to the school.
Across from him, Sui expressed his sincere gratitude. At such a critical moment, Qimen Dunjia still remembered to care for his parents. He could feel the man's sincerity. Qimen Dunjia let out a bitter laugh.
This is what I should have done. Besides, if you hadn't arrived in time, I would have ended up harming them instead.
At that moment, over 2,000 teachers and students streamed out of the air raid shelter like a tide. Every face bore the bewilderment and terror of having survived a calamity, as well as the shock of witnessing the devastation around them.
Is it over? Are those monsters all gone? What exactly happened outside? Mom, I thought I was going to die. I want to go home to my mom.
Sui's parents were also swept out by the crowd, and they spotted him at once.
Xiaoyi,
his mother cried out, rushing over and grabbing his arm.
Why are you here? Are you hurt? Weren't you supposed to be at Longhu Academy?
His father's face was also tight with worry and lingering fear.
Dad, Mom, I'm fine.
Sui quickly comforted them.
An anomaly occurred in the corpse domain, and my teacher came to assist. I came along with him. It was very safe.
As he spoke, he gestured toward Li Jingsong and Zhou Min. Fearing his parents would worry, he didn't tell them the truth. Sui's parents looked at Li Jingsong and Zhou Min, immediately expressing their gratitude and thanks. They assumed that it was because of Sui that the two teachers had come to their rescue. Meanwhile, many students who knew Sui were whispering among themselves.
So Sui came with his teacher. Sui's teacher is incredible, right? Was all that commotion just now caused by them? How long has it been since Sui awakened? The patrol and the Awakening Bureau are all polite to him, even respectful. Of course. Once you enter the sequence, everything changes instantly. And Sui is in strength sequence. Their gazes at Sui were filled with envy and admiration. How long had it been since his awakening? Not only had Sui become a powerful sequencer himself, but he had also participated in battles of this level, followed such a formidable teacher, and saved the entire school. Who wouldn't want a world-saving story like that? After Li Jingsong and Zhou Min repelled the corpse vanguard, the corpse domain that had enveloped Pingcheng dissipated. At the same time, communication messages were immediately sent to the authorities and Longhu Academy. Chen Su and his group had been hiding in the corpse coffin room. Since the later battles were all concentrated in the Pingcheng corpse domain, the three of them remained completely unharmed. When they realized that messages could be sent again, they were overjoyed and rushed back immediately. Seeing Sui, Chen Su felt an immense relief. However, his expression was also somewhat grim. Sui, that was too reckless. Even if you're strong in combat and the captain. In the corpse domain you acted on your own. What if something happened to you? How would I explain to the academy? The more he spoke, the less he could restrain himself. Your future is boundless. How could you be so aggressive? At least you should have discussed it with me. Did you think you could save the entire corpse domain all by yourself? Chen, calm down. Suddenly Zhou Min interjected. This time the resolution of the Pingcheng corpse domain truly depended on Sui. What? Chen Su was stunned and looked at Zhou Min in disbelief. Teacher Zhou, what did you say? Zhou Min just winked at him without saying a word. This. Chen Su was utterly baffled. So the pacification of the corpse domain really had something to do with Sui, though they were hidden in the corpse coffin room, unable to see outside. He had still heard the earth-shaking tremors and the terrifying roars of unknown zombies. All of this indicated that the battle outside was horrifyingly intense. Yet amid such a fierce situation, Sui had managed to be part of it. How had he done it? Chen Su sank into deep bewilderment. On the other side, investigators from the authorities and Longhu Academy arrived almost simultaneously. The authorities sent a higher-level emergency department head. From Longhu Academy came Lin Shuang. As a wind-type sequence, her travel speed was astonishing. That was how she managed to arrive alongside the local official in charge. After learning the full story, Lin Shuang's expression grew extremely grave. Without delay, she began questioning everyone from Longhu Academy for a more detailed investigation. But the deeper she investigated, the more shocked Lin Shuang became. Almost every key event involved the same person. Sui. Controlling the black corpse encircling the green corpse, slaying Wang Qian of the Eternal Life Society. This student was busier than even Li Jingsong. This kid is even more monstrous than when he was at Taiwa Academy. After staring at Sui with a strange look for a long time, Lin Shuang finally remembered her main task and hurriedly collected everyone's recording devices. Then she immediately sent the investigation details and recording footage back to the academy. At Longhu Academy, in the principal's office. Upon receiving news of the Pingcheng corpse domain incident, Principal Wang Min had immediately summoned several vice principals. After reviewing all the materials Lin Shuang had sent back, Wang Min's expression shifted slightly as he looked at the vice principals. What do you think? The other vice principals sat to the side discussing. The Eternal Life Society actually set their sights on Li Jingsong. They're far too bold. Fortunately, Li Jingsong has already advanced to the 9th rank. With his Misty sequence, he no longer has to worry about being ambushed by the Eternal Life Society. Retaliate? How dare they pull the whiskers of our Longhu Academy? Li Jingsong and Zhou Min performed well this time. They actually suppressed a corpse vanguard. But as they talked, the conversation shifted to Sui. However, compared to Sui, these are actually minor matters. One vice principal said excitedly. This time our Longhu Academy has really struck gold. This Sui has boundless potential. Who would have thought that a mere riot in the Pingcheng corpse domain would uncover such a prodigy? Another vice principal praised. He can control zombies, and he possesses terrifying lightning arts and a golden light skill. Even more importantly, his lightning arts could actually affect Zhou Min's domain. Unbelievable. He's sure to reach the 9th rank in the future and maybe even the 10th. Zhou Yunhai also spoke. He was already outstanding at the low rank. Now that he's advanced to the middle rank, he's even more extraordinary. By the way, speaking of which,
suddenly someone mentioned something.
There's not much time left until the end of the semester. We originally planned that during the final exam all freshmen from the 4 academies would enter a designated corpse domain for a trial competition. But should Sui be counted among the freshmen and participate in this trial?
At this remark, everyone was momentarily taken aback. In the principal's office, several vice principals exchanged bewildered glances. For a moment no one spoke. How long had it been since the new semester began? Currently, the highest-ranked students at Longhu Academy, Wang Chong and Qimen Dunjia, were only at Tier 2 Level 6. Even among all freshmen across the 4 major academies, only Zhang Wei from Taiwei Academy was estimated to possibly reach Tier 3 by the end of the semester. According to past years' conventions in such testing corpse domains, at most a few white zombies would be left as final bosses for students to challenge, that aligned with the freshman's capabilities. But Sui, he had been enrolled for only a few months, and had already advanced to Tier 4. White zombies. In the corpse domain, this kid had gathered a whole horde of black zombies to serve as his underlings. Later he even obliterated several green zombies. Let Sui participate in the final exam. In the corpse domain, who exactly would be the boss?
I think it's unnecessary, isn't it? That would be too oppressive. It would crush all the freshmen of the 4 major academies.
A vice principal pondered for a moment.
If we send Sui into a freshman test, the other academies will probably accuse us of being arrogant. Exactly. Sui's level is outstanding even among seniors, let alone freshmen. Once he enters, the difficulty can't be set properly.
However, someone objected.
I disagree. Is Sui a freshman? Since he is, why should he be barred from entering? In my view, we should let the other academies see the caliber of Longhu Academy's education.
Zhou Yunhai nodded in agreement.
Sui is a freshman and has already appeared in the inter-academy quiz. If we exclude him from the final exam just because he's too strong, it will inevitably displease the other academies and make us seem arrogant. But the key point is that if Sui enters the testing corpse domain, he really will be looking down on everyone.
The vice principals thus fell into a heated debate. In the end, Principal Wang Min made the decision.
Since Sui is a freshman, he should follow the rules and participate. Why all the fuss? If the other 3 academies can't withstand the impact, that's their problem. Furthermore, from now on, Sui will be Longhu Academy's top priority in training. Resources, unconditional allocation. Information, highest level of confidentiality. We must ensure his smooth growth. Longhu Academy must not hold him back.
Only then did the other principals cease their arguments. Then their gazes turned somewhat peculiar. A Tier 4 sequencer entering a freshman final exam venue. The scene would be absolutely dramatic. In fact, even they couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation. Ping Chung. After surviving the disaster, many people's expressions shifted from joy to bewilderment and helplessness. The corpse domain riot had covered almost the entire eastern part of Ping Chung. It was a catastrophe. The number of those who perished in this calamity had yet to be tallied, but it would not be small. Many students were contacting their parents, some with joy, others with sorrow. Sui and several Longhu Academy students were busy assisting the rescue teams. Gazing at the city's ruins and shattered walls, Sui couldn't help but sigh. He had grown up in this city, familiar with almost every corner, but now everything was unrecognizable. Even many houses had been assimilated by the corpse domain, becoming coffin rooms. He knew that Pingchun was gone. These coffin rooms could not be erased. Even if demolished, they would grow back. And within these coffin rooms, baleful qi would gradually nurture and corpse fiends would crawl out. Soon eastern Pingchun would completely fall and become part of the corpse domain. Hence Pingchun was already a dead city. The residents of Pingchun would be relocated to other places within a short time.
Sui, this is for you.
At that moment, Zhou Min and Li Jingsong walked over together. Zhou Min tossed something over. Sui caught it and was instantly stunned. It was the very finger bone of the unmelting bone.
For me.
He hesitated, feeling it was too hot to handle. This thing was too fierce. Even a crouching zombie couldn't resist coming for it. Keeping it in his pocket would only invite trouble, right?
Don't worry, just put it in a special box. I'll give you one later,
Zhou Min said nonchalantly. Sui asked doubtfully.
But shouldn't this be handed over to the school? Handed over?
Qimen scratched his head.
This is our own spoils of war. Why should we hand it over? But if you want to exchange it for credits, you can turn it in. Take it. Qimen and I discussed it.
Li Jingsong added.
This is a rare treasure. Many high-rank sequencers would give anything to obtain it. Teacher, what is its use?
Sui asked curiously.
The unmelting bone, every part of it is a treasure.
Before Li Jingsong could speak, Qimen quickly interjected.
Moreover, this is a bone that voluntarily detached from an unmelting bone, so its energy essence hasn't dissipated. When you advance to a higher rank in the future, whether you use it for body refinement or condensing your domain, it's an invaluable treasure. Oh!
Sui's eyes lit up. He no longer felt any disdain and immediately tucked it safely into his pocket.
Thank you both, teachers. Don't mention it. It was your trophy anyway.
Qimen waved her hand and suddenly leaned close, pulling Sui aside, and whispered.
But speaking of which, I did contribute a bit this time. Can you do me a small favor? What favor? Name it,
Sui asked.
Well?
Qimen blushed, hesitated for a long while, then finally said.
Could you spare some time to come to my place and release that thunder art of yours within my domain? Your thunder art is very special. I want to study it.
She didn't dare say outright that she wanted to comprehend the essence of Sui's lightning. A teacher learning from a student. And in her own area of expertise. She couldn't bring herself to say it. It was too embarrassing.
Don't worry, Teacher Zhou. Just say the word and it'll come anytime.
Sui agreed without hesitation. Releasing the thunder art was just a trivial matter for him. Qimen was overjoyed. But when she noticed Li Jingsong beside her, she quickly suppressed her elation. She cleared her throat and went to work elsewhere.
I never expected that the Pingcheng Corp's domain riot was caused by me.
At this point, Li Jingsong had also learned about Wang Qian from the Eternal Life Society. He sighed and patted Sui on the shoulder.
I will ensure the government resolves the resettlement of Pingcheng residents. You can rest assured. As for the Eternal Life Society...
Li Jingsong didn't finish his sentence, but the murderous intent in his eyes was palpable.
Thank you, teacher.
Sui nodded. With Li Jingsong a Tier 9 sequencer involved, at least the surviving residents of Pingcheng could look forward to a stable life. The official rescue arrived swiftly. By evening, all survivors of Pingcheng had been gathered and transported by convoy to Linjiang provincial capital for temporary shelter. Sui and his parents were also in the vehicle. About to leave the place where they had lived for decades, thus father and mother both felt a sense of daze. Sui thought for a moment and said,
Mom, Dad'll find you a house near Lunghu Academy. You can live there from now on. How can we do that? The housing prices near Lunghu Academy are so expensive.
Thus father, afraid of burdening his son, instinctively tried to refuse. But thus mother stopped him with a look.
Son, we'll live right next to your school. Since Pingcheng is gone, we can live anywhere. Your father and I will find jobs and we'll be closer to you. Come home for meals whenever you're free.
Thus mother saw things more clearly. Obviously Sui now enjoyed a special status at Lunghu Academy. This was evident from the incident. Otherwise, why would two teachers, Li Jingsong and Qimen, come to rescue him personally? She knew that the best thing they could do for Sui now was not to cause trouble. Just like this incident. If they died, it would be one thing. But what if Sui came to save them and also got into danger? As for housing prices, with capable hands and feet, what was there to fear about not having a place to live? Mother Su had made up her mind. As soon as they arrived in Linjiang province, she would immediately rent a small house near Lunghu Academy. But a moment later, when she saw the housing prices around Lunghu Academy online, she was dumbfounded. They really couldn't afford it. This was almost the most expensive area in the entire Linjiang provincial capital. Their entire savings could only cover a few months' rent.
Mom, what are you looking at?
Sui asked curiously, noticing his mother's expression.
Xiao Yai. I've been thinking maybe it's okay for us to live a bit farther from Lunghu Academy.
She forced a smile and said,
Around Lunghu Academy, your father and I might not be able to find jobs.
Sui was taken aback.
Huh? But I've already exchanged it. It's in the Shanyuan Villa community right next to Lunghu Academy. What?
Father Su and Mother Su both widened their eyes.
You've already exchanged it. Exchanged with what? With credits.
The academy already offered huge discounts for students buying houses. Plus Sui had so many credits, he couldn't use them all. He already had unlimited resource allocation. After this corpse domain mission settlement, he would gain another large amount. So he directly used 100 credits to exchange for a villa. After explaining to his parents for a long time, and convincing them that these credits wouldn't affect him, Father Su and Mother Su finally agreed to live in the villa. Then Sui directly took his parents to the villa and settled them in. At that moment Zhu Xiaotong and Gao Kai, having also settled their parents, rushed over in a hurry. Upon meeting, they were so emotional that they almost knelt to Sui. On the eve of the Pingcheng Corpse domain anomaly, Chen Dafeng had also taken their parents to Pingcheng High School. From Chen Dafeng, they learned the details. If not for Sui, their parents would have been doomed.
Old Su, from now on you are my biological father.
Gao Kai was overwhelmed with gratitude. Zhu Xiaotong was also full of lingering fear, repeatedly grabbing Sui's arm and saying thank you. Sui had a hard time sending them both back. In the following days, Sui stayed at the Shan-Yuan Villa community to accompany his parents. It was not until his parents had found leisurely jobs and adapted to life there that he returned to Lunghu Academy. However, at this time Li Jingsong had not yet returned. The day before, he had sent Sui a message saying that he had led a team to the neighboring Yunshui province. And Yunshui province was the main area of activity for the Longevity Society. The purpose of Li Jingsong and Lunghu Academy's trip was self-evident. As for Sui's cultivation, after advancing to Tier 4, he told Sui to directly go find Zhao Tianming. Sui was not unfamiliar with this teacher. He was Qian Jinyan's teacher, a Tier 8 sequence holder. Sequence, a mobile mountain. Back during the entrance test, he had even wanted to take Sui as his student. Zhao Tianming had already sent him a message after returning to the academy: go directly to training ground No. 7 to find him. Sui already had a guess as to why Li Jingsong had directly sent him to Zhao Tianming. He had heard that after sequence holders advanced to mid-tier, they needed to begin physical training. And Zhao Tianming was precisely a powerhouse of the physique sequence. Sui did not go immediately. Instead, he first stayed in the courtyard to carefully experience the changes in himself after advancing to the Heavenly Master sequence. Ever since advancing in the corpse domain, he had been busy fighting and cleaning up the aftermath in Pingcheng. He had not yet found time to familiarize himself with his skills. The Golden Light Mantra and 5 Thunder Divine Art went without saying. He had already experienced them in combat. Sui first tried drawing a few talismans. The feeling while drawing was worlds apart from before. Whether it was the mobilization of spiritual energy or the tracing of the talisman brush, everything flowed naturally, as if guided by a divine hand. Moreover, the power was vastly different. The 6 Ding and 6 Jia talisman was no longer yellow like the Slay Evil talisman, it had turned blue. Within the talisman, Sui had already summoned all 12 divine generals of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia. Under the talisman's enhancement, its defensive power was even comparable to the Golden Light Mantra. If the two were combined, Sui could transform into a turtle-style defense at any time. The Suppress Evil talisman and the Swift Horse talisman had also turned blue. Their power was incomparable. Among the curses, the Thunder Palm curse, though replaced by the 5 Thunder Divine Art, was still adequate for bullying weaker opponents. Sui estimated that an ordinary black zombie could not withstand a few of his Thunder Palm strikes. As for the corpse driving curse, it had also been strengthened. Previously, controlling a black zombie was the limit. Now he could control a green zombie. Sui was in high spirits. After advancing to Heavenly Master, his improvement was not one-sided, it was a complete transformation. After fully familiarizing himself with his skills, he finally set off for training ground No. 7.
You're here.
The No. 7 training ground was empty with only Zhao Tianming inside. Upon seeing Sui arrive, he immediately smiled and said,
"Have a seat, Teacher Zhao."
Sui greeted him and sat down opposite him.
"I didn't expect you to advance to Tier 4 so quickly. It seems my judgment back then was correct."
Zhao Tianming looked at Sui with admiration in his eyes.
"It's a pity that I couldn't snatch you from Li Jingsong back then."
After lamenting, he soon put away his regret and his expression turned serious.
"All right, let's not waste words. You should know why Li Jingsong sent you to me." "I know."
Sui nodded.
"You want me to teach you the physical training method."
"That's right." Xiao Tianming nodded and spoke slowly.
Humans are born frail. Even sequence holders, if they are not of the physique sequence, are the same. But what about zombies? Even the lowest level purple zombie has strength like an ox. Moreover, the higher their level, the more terrifying their physique becomes. This is why sequence holders are weaker than zombies of the same tier. When you were in the low tier, you couldn't see the signs clearly because the opportunities to enter the corpse domain were actually few. The zombies you faced were only purple zombies and white zombies. But after advancing to mid-tier, the zombies you face are already black zombies, green zombies, and even hairy zombies. These zombies can leap dozens of meters with a light jump and shatter rocks with a lift of their hand. Sequence holders facing them have an extremely low margin for error. Once their skills prove ineffective, they can't even escape. Therefore, after advancing to mid-tier, physical training is something every sequence holder must do. Not to say they can rival zombies, but at least they can increase their chances of escape.
Sui's expression also turned solemn. Although he had the 6 Ding and 6 Jia talisman and the Golden Light mantra, these were still powers brought by skills. Back in the Qioshan corpse domain, when he was dragging a group of corpse fiends and running, he ran out of strength halfway. That was precisely due to insufficient physical strength. This was indeed his weakness. He quickly asked,
Teacher Zhao, how do I learn the physical training method? This is different from the spiritual energy training method. Except for physique sequence holders, it is almost impossible for other sequence holders to awaken it on their own.
As he spoke, Xiao Tianming turned on the projection in the training room. In the projection, a series of movements and postures appeared.
This is a set of training methods summarized by several physique sequence seniors from the 4 major academies specifically for students who are not of the physique sequence.
He explained.
After you master the movements of this training method, then drink a bit of this, and you can begin your physical training.
As he spoke, he pulled out a packet of powder from his pocket and handed it to Sui. Sui took it curious.
Oh, this is a bit of bone ash from a flying zombie.
Sui's eyes widened, his hand frozen in midair. Is this the bone ash of a flying corpse? Can you drink it directly? Xiao Tianming laughed and said,
Don't worry, it won't kill you. Zombie bone can enhance the physique. This is the result of countless experiments by predecessors in the sequence world. There's no problem.
If it weren't for being a student of our Lunghu Academy, others might not even afford flying corpse bone, and would have to use hair corpse bone. In terms of effectiveness, it's far inferior. Xiao Tianming added,
Of course, absorbing flying corpse bone requires a considerable mastery of the training method. If you can't fully absorb it, you'll have to settle for absorbing hair corpse bone.
Sui spent a long time convincing himself to accept this thing. The predecessors of the sequence world were truly ingenious. Who would have thought that zombie bone powder could be eaten? Xiao Tianming said,
All right, first learn this set of physique training method. These movements aren't complicated. Practice a few times, and you should be able to master them.
Sui nodded and immediately focused on the projection. Indeed, these movements weren't complicated. Under Xiao Tianming's guidance, Sui mastered them in less than an hour. Xiao Tianming said,
Next, practice continuously within my domain field. Until your body experiences an extreme hunger, that means you've entered the door of the training method.
Sui was stunned.
Practicing in the domain field again.
When he awakened his spiritual energy training method, he had also done so in Zhou Min's domain field. This shows how important it is for a student to have an 8th rank sequence teacher at the academy. Fortunately, he had unhesitatingly chosen Lunghu Academy back then. Otherwise, in an ordinary academy, there might not be so many specialized 8th rank sequence practitioners with time to guide his cultivation.
Twofold Mountain.
Sui stood still, and Xiao Tianming let out a low shout. The next instant, the entire No. 7 training room hummed loudly. Sui's expression changed as he felt his own gravity suddenly increase, as if carrying a small mountain on his shoulders.
This is not a simple gravity effect, but the suppression effect of unmoving mountain. It will completely suppress your spiritual energy, allowing you only to use physical strength.
Xiao Tianming looked at Sui and said,
Begin. Start training.
Sui took a deep breath, trying to mobilize his limbs and torso. But before he even started, he was already sweating. The pressure was too great. He could only try his best to perform each movement of the training method. Yet almost every movement distorted, and he had to start over. In this way Sui kept failing and repeating. Not until evening could he barely perform all the movements in sequence. But the extreme hunger that Zhao Tianming mentioned did not appear. Sui had to continue practicing again and again. Zhao Tianming watched from the side, and couldn't help but sigh. Compared to Sui's talents in other areas, his physique training method was somewhat mediocre. However, after all, he wasn't a physique sequence practitioner, so it was reasonable that his progress was slow. What a pity! If Sui had been training his physique with him, how could he be so exhausted after just a few sets of movements? Sui, unaware of Zhao Tianming's thoughts, continued to practice the physique training movements vigorously. Gradually he became smoother and more in tune. Sui had a premonition that if he completed all the movements this time, he would fully master this physique training method. But in the next moment, his entire body suddenly stiffened. His movements immediately distorted. The momentum he had painstakingly accumulated also dissipated. Zhao Tianming frowned from the side. He was about to succeed. But why did Sui suddenly stop? What the hell? Was this kid just giving up? But what puzzled him was that even if he gave up, he should have rested immediately. Why was he standing there motionless for so long? This is... At that moment Sui's mind roared. Just now, at the instant, he was about to fully master the physique training method. A series of action images suddenly flashed in his mind. When he came to his senses, a string of information had already appeared on the panel. Name: Sui, rank 4th, rank 1st level, awaken, physique training method, mystic origin, pill holding stance, note: Qimen as the foundation, Yuanyang as the fire. Form the pill, diamond-like invulnerability. Sui was overjoyed. He had awakened his own physique training method. The regret from earlier vanished instantly. How could someone else's training method compare to one's own awakening? The next moment Sui's movements suddenly changed. His toes slightly hooked, knees bent, as if not bent, spine straight, as a pine head suspended in the void. Qimen takes root, establishing the stance. After the initial posture, Sui slowly transitioned to the next movement, as smooth as flowing clouds, and water operating effortlessly. At this moment, the pressure of Zhao Tianming's domain field seemed completely ineffective. This is... Zhao Tianming abruptly stood up, staring intently at Sui's every move. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Sui had awakened his own physique training method. No wonder his movements had paused earlier, so that was it. Zhao Tianming's emotions churned. For a non-physique sequence practitioner, it was almost impossible to awaken a physique training method. At least Zhao Tianming had never seen it. But Sui had awakened it in just one day. He was thoroughly slapped in the face. Was this physique talent bad? It was absolutely amazing. This kid was born to walk the path of physique enhancement. Zhao Tianming watched Sui slowly complete the set of movements, and the more he watched, the more shocked he became. This stance method, though its movements seemed far simpler than the projected physique training method, was completely natural, solidifying from the inside out. He could sense it was no ordinary thing. In the field, Sui had finished all the movements, assumed the closing posture, and slowly opened his eyes. But the next moment, his joyful expression abruptly vanished, replaced by horror. Hunger. An indescribable hunger surged, like a tidal wave, from the marrow of his bones. The growling of his stomach was like thunder. Sui immediately looked at Zhao Tianming, his eyes turning green. He had never imagined that the hunger Zhao Tianming mentioned would be so severe. He now wished he could roast Zhao Tianming and eat him. Zhao Tianming, seeing that look, also felt a bit creeped out. Don't rush, don't rush. He quickly fetched a cup, mixed flying corpse bone powder with water, and handed it to Sui. Drink it and you'll be fine. Gulp, gulp. Without a word, Sui drank it all in one go. A slight feeling of fullness immediately arose. At the same time, Sui felt his entire body heat up, as if his internal organs were emitting hot air. But before long the fullness disappeared, and the fierce hunger surged again. Not enough. Sui immediately looked at Zhao Tianming. Zhao Tianming was taken aback. Even flying corpse bone powder couldn't satisfy the energy consumption. Was the quality of Sui's awakened training method that high? He didn't dare to be negligent, and immediately took out another pack of bone powder, mixed it, and handed it to Sui. This was wandering corpse bone powder. But after Sui drank it, the fullness only lasted a little longer before he fell into hunger again. He stared at Zhao Tianming with green eyes again. Huh? Zhao Tianming was truly bewildered this time. This was Wandering Corpse Bone Powder. It was enough for a 7th rank physique sequence practitioner, yet it wasn't enough for a mere 4th rank.
I refuse to believe it.
Zhao Tianming gritted his teeth and took out another pack of bone powder. This bone powder was even whiter, with a more noticeable fluorescence. This was prostrate corpse bone powder. Zhao Tianming hesitated for a moment, then had Sui take it as well. Sui finally calmed down for a while after drinking it. Zhao Tianming breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, what quality of physique training method had this kid awakened? This was too exaggerated. Prostrate corpse bone powder was what he used himself. He never expected it would only be enough to initiate his body tempering. Zhao Tianming stared at Sui for a long time, then exclaimed,
Sui, your training method is truly extra.
But before he could finish, he suddenly froze. He saw that Sui for some reason had turned his eyes green again.
Just what level of body tempering method did you awaken, kid?
Zhao Tianming's eyes widened. Even the bone powder of a Fujian wasn't enough. Zhao Tianming understood clearly the hunger felt during the awakening of a body tempering method wasn't about insufficient energy quantity, it was about insufficient quality. Since even Fujian bone powder wouldn't work, only Buhua bone powder could satisfy Sui. Sui's cultivation level at Longhu Academy was extremely high, with resources tilted unconditionally in his favor. So no matter the grade of bone powder, he could consume it freely, including Buhua bone. But the key was that he didn't have any now. Who would have thought that awakening a body tempering method for a 4th rank sequencer would require Buhua bone? Wasn't that a fantasy? For a moment Zhao Tianming was burning with anxiety. As far as he knew, even the Academy's stockpile might not have Buhua bone powder.
Teacher, use this.
Sui himself was nearly driven mad by hunger. Only one thought filled his mind: eat. He suddenly remembered something, and pulled a pale jade-like bone from his pocket. Without caring about the loss, he handed it directly to Zhao Tianming.
This is...
Zhao Tianming's pupils contracted as he stared at Sui in shock.
This is a finger bone of Buhua bone. How do you have such a thing?
Sui was too weak from hunger to speak, let alone answer. Zhao Tianming snapped back to reality, and dared not delay. He immediately mobilized his spiritual energy to grind that section of finger bone. But even with all his strength, he could only grind a tiny bit of powder from the tip.
This should be enough.
Zhao Tianming didn't dare hesitate, immediately mixing the bone powder into water and feeding it to Sui. As the powder entered his stomach, Sui's body trembled. It was like a spark falling into an oil depot.
Boom!
The hunger vanished instantly. A scorching yet immensely heavy torrent exploded from his abdomen, surging through his limbs and bones. His bones emitted a series of slight crackling sounds, and his skin took on a faint jade-like luster that quickly faded. Then a surge of immense power filled every inch of his muscles and sinews. Sui instinctively clenched his fist. His eyes were clear and bright, shining like light bulbs. His state was better than ever before. Blood and energy flowed through his body, and he was brimming with vitality. Moreover, his strength had increased by an unknown factor. He felt that with one punch, he could probably pierce through thick steel plates.
Prodigy. A prodigy.
Zhao Tianming stared intently at Sui, muttering to himself. If only he had known, he would have snatched Sui away back then. Even if he lacked the qualifications, he could have begged his teacher, a 9th rank body sequencer. Such unparalleled talent was literally a saint's physique for body cultivation. Why waste it on lightning techniques and golden light? A blasphemy. An absolute blasphemy. Just then the door of the training room was knocked. A voice came from outside.
Teacher, are you in?
Zhao Tianming snapped back to reality and nodded.
Come in.
The door opened and 2 people entered. One was burly with a massive build and bulging muscles. The other was similarly robust but shorter. It was none other than Qimen Dunjia.
Sui, you're here too.
Qimen Dunjia was puzzled to see Sui. He didn't understand why Sui was with his teacher. Sui smiled and nodded at him.
This is my senior brother Chenwu, also a student of the teacher.
Qimen Dunjia immediately introduced Sui and the burly man to each other. Chenwu, cheerful in nature, gave Sui a polite smile.
You're just in time.
Zhao Tianming's eyes lit up.
Come test your strength against Sui. Me.
Qimen Dunjia was taken aback, looking at Sui, hesitant.
Teacher, I'm a body sequencer after all. My strength isn't on the same level as other sequencers. Making me wrestle Sui doesn't seem right. Who said it's you?
Zhao Tianming glared.
I meant Chen Wu.
What? Both Qian Jinyan and Chen Wu were dumbfounded. Chen Wu was a 5th rank body sequencer. Making a 5th rank body sequencer wrestle a freshman like Sui. What was Zhao Tianming talking about? Was he joking?
Teacher, did Junior Sui upset you?
Chen Wu scratched his head.
But you shouldn't treat him like this. We're all family. Get lost.
Zhao Tianming snapped.
I said wrestle him, so do it. But don't use your sequence abilities, pure strength only. And remember to hold back, don't hurt him.
Shin Wu finally realized the teacher wasn't joking. He immediately looked at Sui full of confusion. This junior had entered the academy with Qian Jinyan just a few months ago. And the teacher wanted him to test his strength. Was he born with superhuman strength? But even if he was, he couldn't possibly match me. Curious, he walked up to Sui.
Junior, let's keep it simple, arm wrestling.
Sure. Sui nodded. He was also eager to know his current strength. The two sat down immediately, hands clasped. Qian Jinyan watched wide-eyed, glancing between Sui and Zhao Tianming. Without further ado, the contest between Chen Wu and Sui began. Chen Wu initially held back 70% of his strength, afraid of hurting his junior. But as soon as they exerted force, his expression changed. The power coming from the other's hand was no less than his own. He let out a low shout, muscles bulging, unleashing his full strength. But Sui's arm remained as steady as a rock, holding firm. Chen Wu was utterly incredulous. What was happening? The other's strength was truly no less than his. But he had already awakened his body tempering method and consumed zombie bone powder daily to enhance his strength. How could a freshman match his power? Had he taken some super strength pill? Meanwhile, Qian Jinyan was even more shocked than Chen Wu. He stared at Sui as if he were a ghost. He was the one among the three who knew Sui best. He had even served as Sui's mount in the Qiushan Corp's domain. But when had Sui gained such terrifying strength? In the training chamber, Chen Wu's expression grew increasingly astounded. Sui, the one opposite him, was actually able to hold his ground against him. He had already exerted at least 80% of his strength.
Huh?
Suddenly he let out a low roar, his muscles bulging, and his blood and chi surging. 100% strength. He went all out, holding nothing back of his physical power. As a 4th-year physique sequence practitioner, if he lost in a contest of strength to Sui, it would be a massive disgrace. Sui sensed the anomaly and applied force with his own hands. He continued to steadily hold Chen Wu in check.
Chen
Wu's face flushed red, and his eyes grew increasingly incredulous. He couldn't overcome him, absolutely couldn't. Judging by the situation, was he even no match for Sui? Although his opponent's breathing was a bit rapid, he was far from reaching his limit.
All right, enough.
At this moment, Zhao Tianming called out to stop him. He looked at Sui with profound astonishment. Truly worthy of one who had initiated body refinement using the bone powder of the non-decomposing skeleton. Right from the start, he could directly challenge a 5th-rank physique sequence practitioner. Chen Wu shook his arm, staring at Sui in disbelief. How on earth was this physique cultivated? Qian Jinyan was already the most elite physique sequence practitioner. Yet with the same starting point compared to this Sui, he was nothing more than a roadside weed. Was this even reasonable? Qian Jinyan also leaned in to examine Sui closely, his face nearly pressing against Sui's body.
Old Su, when did you train like this?
How could you be so formidable?
Qian Jinyan was full of doubts and couldn't help but ask.
Did you take something? Has some new powerful body-tempering drug appeared recently?
Give me some too. You can't take that drug. The moment you consume it, you'd be torn apart in a second.
Zhao Tianming glanced at his young disciple and spoke indifferently. The bone powder of the non-decomposing skeleton. You, a 2nd-rank cultivator, want to take it. Even with 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough.
Junior brother Su, your physique is simply too astonishing.
Without using my sequence abilities, I simply cannot defeat you.
Chen Wu explained, looking at Sui in admiration.
I heard from Jinyan that you're not even a physique sequence practitioner. Unheard of. Absolutely unheard of. I owe it all to teacher Zhao's excellent guidance.
Sui replied modestly. However, a thought suddenly struck him, and his eyes flickered. Senior brother Chen, how about we each use our sequence abilities and have another match?
At these words, all three present stared at Sui in disbelief.
What did you say?
Zhao Tianming frowned.
Sui, the power of the physique itself, and the amplification from sequences are in completely different leagues.
Chen Wu is a 5th-rank sequence practitioner. With his sequence ability activated, he can contend with a green Jiang.
Sui thought for a moment and said,
Teacher Zhao, I believe I can now also withstand a green Jiang.
What?
Zhao Tianming's eyes widened.
You? Do you have a physically amplifying skill as well?
After a moment's thought, he nodded.
Fine, give it a try. Great. Then let's go again, junior brother Su.
Chen Wu's eyes lit up as well. A chance to reclaim his honor. If he couldn't beat Sui in pure physique, he refused to believe he would lose when using his sequence ability.
Ape descend.
He let out a low shout channeling spiritual energy. In the next instant, a colossal ape silhouette materialized behind him. With the ape's augmentation, Chen Wu's body expanded several sizes. He resembled a small giant. His blood-surged muscles bulged, and even steam rose from his head. Sui was momentarily stunned by the sight. Had he activated his spirit form? As expected of a physique sequence practitioner, he really looked formidable.
Come on, junior brother Su.
Chen Wu sat down, extended his arm brimming with confidence.
6 Ding and 6 Jia.
Sui first affixed a 6 Ding and 6 Jia talisman to himself. The phantom images of 12 divine generals flickered and then vanished into his body. His body also expanded a bit, but the extent was far less exaggerated than Chen Wu's.
Body protected by golden light shielding the true person.
Not finished yet, Sui continued to activate the golden light mantra. In an instant, a brilliant golden light enveloped his body, illuminating the entire training chamber.
These seem to be skills he used before.
Zhao Taiming's eyes moved, recognizing the origin of the skills Sui used.
Come on!
Sui sat down, clasping hands with Chen Wu again. The skills are quite flashy, but they don't seem to add much strength. Watching Sui's moves, Chen Wu mused to himself. A confident smile involuntarily curved his lips. Daring to compare skill-augmented strength with a physique sequence practitioner, he would show Sui what it meant to crush with overwhelming force. What it meant to achieve an overwhelming victory.
Ready, senior brother Chen.
Sui nodded to Chen Wu.
Good. Here I come. Huh?
This time, when he grasped Sui's arm, Chen Wu didn't gradually increase the force by degrees. Instead, he went all out from the start, using 70% of his strength. Bang, bang, bang. His blood surged, and the sound of his heartbeats echoed like drumbeats. His arm was corded with muscles, like a ferocious flood dragon. Although he didn't think Sui could win, he didn't underestimate him either. But this time, Chen Wu's expression was even more stunned than before. He felt an immense force suddenly press down from the opposite side. In an instant, his arm was forcefully pushed down, and he almost lost immediately.
What?
His mind in turmoil, Chen Wu exerted all his strength. Yet in the next moment, the other's arm inexorably began to tilt toward his side.
What the hell?
Chen Wu's eyes almost popped out. Was that Sui opposite him? If he hadn't known, he would have sworn a mountain was falling over.
Huh?
He fought with every ounce of his being. Behind him, the ape silhouette grabbed his hand, also exerting force madly. Yet even so, Sui's hand was still slowly tilting his way. Chen Wu's expression verged on despair. He struggled to channel his spiritual energy, but it was still not enough to resist.
Sigh! My spiritual energy is running out.
But just as Chen Wu was about to give in, Sui suddenly withdrew his force. The pressure on his hand vanished, and Chen Wu withdrew his arm in a daze. The shock in his heart was like a tsunami. As a physique sequence practitioner, even after activating his sequence ability, he was still no match for a non-physique sequence practitioner. What was the point of his cultivation then? Although he hadn't lost outright, even a fool could see that Sui was saving face for him. Judging by his composed and energetic demeanor, Chen Wu had no doubt that the kid could now single-handedly kill 3 green Jiangs. Qimen Dunjia was completely dumbfounded. Was this really senior brother Chen Wu? Was that really Sui? He even suspected that one of them was an imposter. How else could they end up in a draw? After becoming Zhao Taiming's disciple, Qimen Dunjia had mostly trained with Chen Wu. He had personally witnessed senior brother Chen Wu after being possessed by the 8-god punch of baleful-level Black Jiang to death with one blow. And such an incredible skill couldn't overcome Sui. This was more absurd than a haunting.
Junior brother Sui, I admit defeat.
On the other side, Chen Wu was silent for a long time before shaking his head with a bitter smile.
You? This is just too outrageous. Don't be disheartened, I've never seen such talent before.
Zhao Taiming's expression was also complex. This kid actually could surpass Chen Wu. But at this moment a thought struck Zhao Taiming. Could Sui's situation be considered that of a physique sequence practitioner? He had physical strength enhancement skills and body tempering methods. Wasn't this the most authentic physique sequence practitioner? Who would dare say otherwise? Yes, exactly. At the thought that such a prodigy belonged to their physique sequence, Zhao Taiming's mood suddenly soared, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. With a change of thought, he suddenly felt the world was vast and open. Zhao Taiming's sudden burst of laughter left Sui and the other two bewildered.
Good, very good.
Zhao Taiming looked at Sui with increasing satisfaction.
From now on, besides cultivating your spiritual energy, you must not neglect your physical training either. For zombie bone powder, just apply to the academy directly. For daily cultivation, wandering zombie bone powder should be sufficient for you. Wandering zombie bone powder.
This remark left Qian Jinyan and Chen Wu stunned. Qian Jinyan had no idea what wandering zombie bone powder was, while Chen Wu was shocked that Sui was using it for body tempering. After all, even he was only using flying zombie bone.
All right, thank you, Teacher Zhao.
Sui nodded.
By the way,
Zhao Taiming suddenly turned to Qian Jinyan and Chen Wu.
What were you looking for me about?
Qian Jinyan and Chen Wu snapped back to reality. Chen Wu quickly said,
Oh, teacher, it's like this. The academy has just released the schedule for the freshman final exams, which will be in 2 months. I was thinking if you could let him train in your gravity field to make his progress faster. After all, without the sequence advancement potion, he's already fallen behind Wan Chang and Su. That John Wei from Taiwei Academy.
Before he could finish saying,
Sui,
Chen Wu immediately retracted the words. Now not only was Qian Jinyan lagging behind Sui, but even he himself was trailing. So what was the point of talking about catching up? Even if they gave Qian Jinyan 4 more wheels, he couldn't catch up to Sui.
No problem.
Zhao Taiming agreed without hesitation.
Jinyan, you can train here for the next 2 months. As for the sequence advancement potion, I'll exchange one for you with my points later. By the way, what level are you now? Thank you, teacher.
Qian Jinyan was overjoyed.
Teacher, I'm already at tier 2 level 7.
Zhao Taiming looked at Qian Jinyan, then at Sui. Both were freshmen from the same batch. If he remembered correctly, this kid was already at tier 4. Sighing inwardly at the monstrous talent, Zhao Taiming waved them off.
All right, except for Jinyan, whose days you two can leave now. Oh, and hey, race your bone back.
With that, he tossed the remaining finger bone back to Sui.
Thank you, Teacher Zhao.
Sui accepted the finger bone, exchanged a glance with Qian Jinyan, then left the training ground with Chen Wu.
Junior brother Su, your talent is terrifying.
Chen Wu looked at Sui with curiosity.
By the way, you're already at tier 4, right? Have you ever taken on any intermediate level academy missions? Not yet.
Sui shook his head.
I just advanced to tier 4 not long ago. That's great.
Chen Wu's face lit up with surprise.
I have a junior sister also under Teacher Zhao, who should be advancing to tier 4 soon. You two can take on missions together. Sure, we can discuss it later.
Sui nodded. Since she was Zhao Taiming's student, he didn't mind doing her a favor. After all, helping one person was no different than helping another. After parting ways with Chen Wu, Sui first went to the Academy's Academic Affairs office to collect the intermediate level sequence potion for daily cultivation and some wandering zombie bone powder. The days that followed were plain and monotonous. During the day, he cultivated spiritual energy. At night, he trained his body. In his spare time, he drew talismans. Occasionally, he would take time to visit his parents for a meal. Life was fulfilling. During this period, a major news broke out in Yunshui province. A core stronghold of the Changsheng Society had been dealt a heavy blow by Longhu Academy. Several Tier 8 sequence users were killed, including a core high-ranking Tier 9 sequence user. Longhu Academy made no attempt to conceal the matter. Their stance was clear: Longhu Academy was going to strike. After investigating the location of the Changsheng Society's stronghold for Tier 9 sequence, users went straight in and killed. Explanations. Pleas for mercy. None of that was listened to. Before the operation, Longhu Academy even contacted local journalists. The entire siege was broadcast live. The leader was none other than Li Jingsong, who had discovered that glutinous rice could counter zombies. By this time, Li Jingsong had already advanced to Tier 9. The Spectre mist sequence blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Not a single person escaped from the Changsheng Society's stronghold. Total annihilation. This incident caused a massive sensation. It was the first time the Changsheng Society had suffered such a major setback since its activities began. In an instant, countless zombie-raising organizations became terrified and went into hiding. The Changsheng Society fell silent, as if it had vanished overnight. Both sequence users and ordinary people cheered in approval. Many even regarded Li Jingsong as a hero, a savior. Could the zombie apocalypse be ended? Who else but a savior could have discovered that glutinous rice countered zombies? Who else but a savior would spare no effort to eradicate the organization raising immortal bones? Even Sui's parents heard about this. They were astonished that their son's teacher was so remarkable. During dinner with Sui, they repeatedly urged him to study hard under Li Jingsong. Sui naturally agreed readily. Time passed slowly like this. 2 months flew by. In the blink of an eye, the autumn leaves fell, and early winter arrived. One morning, Sui pushed open the door of his small courtyard. Though the weather was growing colder, he still wore only a single layer of clothing. After training his body, his blood vitality was so vigorous that cold and heat could no longer affect him. Moreover, after 2 months of training, Sui's physique had become even more formidable, reaching a new level compared to when he first awakened. And it wasn't just his physical progress. By now his level had also reached Tier 4 Level 3. He had a plentiful supply of various talismans, enough to sustain several major battles. Beep beep beep. Suddenly a message came through on his communicator. Sui checked it immediately. It was a message from Longhu Academy. Dear freshmen, congratulations on completing your first semester. The final exams are about to begin. This final exam will be a joint test of the 4 academies with Longhu Academy as the host. It will start in 3 days. Please prepare yourselves, and as the host, welcome the students from the other 3 academies. Final exams. Sui's eyes flickered with interest. Another joint test of the 4 academies, and this time Longhu Academy was the host. He couldn't help but feel intrigued. He wondered what form the test would take this time, and whether the freshmen from the other academies had made any progress. Unlike the modest scale of the previous 4 academies' minor examination, the final examination was on a grand scale. All students from the 4 academies would participate. Each academy had 800 students, totaling 3,200. Starting from the next day, students from the other 3 academies arrived one after another, and temporarily lodged at Longhu Academy. Fortunately, the freshman dormitories at Longhu Academy were small courtyards, each capable of housing a dozen people. Otherwise, they would not have been able to accommodate everyone. With the arrival of the freshmen from the other 3 academies, the entire Longhu Academy instantly became lively. The training grounds, cultivation rooms, and the zombie domain at the rear mountain were all filled with freshmen. Since they were all young, everyone quickly got along. On the paths, one could often see students from different academies, with their arms around each other's shoulders, calling each other brothers. It was a scene of harmony and joy. That day, Sui was practicing with Wang Chong in the courtyard. Wang Chong had advanced to Tier 3, and believing his thunder art had reached perfection, confidently came to challenge Sui. However, Sui did not even need to mobilize his spiritual energy, let alone the thunder art. With his current physique, even if Wang Chong exhausted all his spiritual energy, he could not inflict any harm. So Sui simply let Wang Chong's thunder art strike his body without moving an inch. Strangely enough, it felt a bit numbing and tingling, quite pleasant. Damn you, freak! How am I supposed to fight like this? Wang Chong, having used his ultimate move only to make Sui squint slightly, was greatly disheartened. Old Su, tell me the truth, what level are you at now? Wang Chong pressed close to Sui, refusing to give up. Tier 4 Level 3. Sui replied. Why don't you just say you're Tier 10? Wang Chong glanced at him and snorted. If you don't want to say it, fine. But lying to me spoils the fun. Sui. If you don't want to talk about your level, then tell me this.
when you were on the mission in Pingcheng Zombie Domain, what was the highest level zombie you killed?
Wang Chong, still not giving up, leaned in again. He had also heard about the disturbance in the Pingcheng Zombie Domain, and it seemed that Sui was involved, but unfortunately all information about Sui was sealed. No one except a few involved knew exactly what happened inside. Sui thought for a moment and hesitated.
A flying zombie. I suppose that counts.
Although he had borrowed Zhou Min's power, he had killed it with his own hands.
Old Su, that's really not cool.
Wang Chong was somewhat annoyed.
Keeping secrets from your buddy. Fine, forget it.
Su, I was telling the truth, all right.
I heard that each of the other 3 academies already has a Tier 3 sequence practitioner among their freshmen.
Wang Chong suddenly sighed again.
I thought that besides you and Zhang Wei, I was the only Tier 3 among the 4 academies. But how come Wuling Academy and Kunlun Academy also have Tier 3 sequence practitioners? And not just one. I don't get it. Last year at this time, there wasn't a single Tier 3 sequence practitioner among the 4 academies.
He had thought that by avoiding Sui and Zhang Wei, he would be invincible in the final exam. But who would have guessed that several people capable of competing with him would suddenly appear? Like bamboo shoots after rain. Where was the logic in that? Sui shook his head.
Teacher Zhao Tianing could get Jian Jinyan a bottle of sequence advancement potion, so why couldn't the other 2 academies produce one? In previous years they didn't bother, but this year Taiwan Academy produced 3 bottles of potion at once, equivalent to 3 Tier 3 sequence practitioners. If the other academies don't find a way to produce Tier 3 practitioners, aren't they just going to be left in the dust? That's true. You have a point.
Wang Chong sucked on his teeth, getting more and more irritated.
Shit. I fought tooth and nail to get 3rd place in the minor examination, and only got a bottle of intermediate potion. But they got nothing, and their potions might even be better than mine. Then my 3rd place was in vain. No, I need to ask the teacher for something good too.
Wang Chong was pondering what to ask Zhou Min for. Suddenly the courtyard door was knocked. He immediately ran to open it. Behind the door appeared a plain, ordinary face. Both Sui and Wang Chong recognized this person. Zhang Wei from Taiwan Academy. In the previous minor examination, he had lost to Sui and taken 2nd place.
Wang Chong, you're here too.
Zhang Wei nodded at Wang Chong, and then immediately looked at Sui in the courtyard. A smile appeared on his face.
Sui, long time no see. Zhang Wei, long time no see.
Sui smiled back amicably. Wang Chong asked curiously.
Old John, did you just arrive? Earlier I went to Taiwan Academy's area and didn't see you. Yes, I was training deep in the mountains and didn't come with the main group.
Zhang Wei laughed.
I came to visit you as soon as I arrived. Cut it out. Just say you're here to see Sui.
Wang Chong curled his lips.
Haha, no, I planned to visit Sui and then you, but I didn't expect you 2 to be together.
Zhang Wei felt a bit awkward and quickly changed the subject.
How have you 2 been lately? Smooth sailing, of course.
Wang Chong grinned. As he looked at Zhang Wei, there was a hint of mischief in his eyes. Clearly, besides visiting, Zhang Wei also had the intention of testing the waters and trying to gain an advantage. But he had no idea how formidable Sui had become. Wang Chong guessed that Sui's level might have already reached Tier 3 level 5 or higher. No matter how fast Zhang Wei's cultivation was, it couldn't surpass Sui's. Sui possessed the ultimate spiritual energy cultivation technique. As time went on, the gap between him and others would only widen. As for Sui's actual strength, it was beyond anyone's estimation. Just now, when he withstood his perfected thunder art, Wang Chong couldn't even understand what technique Sui had used. Was he even human?
You must have advanced to Tier 3 by now, right, Sui?
Zhang Wei, unaware of Wang Chong's inner thoughts, smiled at Sui.
At Tier 2, you could already kill a white zombie. Now that you're at Tier 3, your strength must have reached a new level. Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations to you too for advancing to Tier 3.
Sui replied with a smile. Zhang Wei stayed for a while longer, but unable to find any more topics, finally took his leave. However, as he left, there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. Just as Wang Chong had said, he had come with the intention of probing Sui's abilities. With the final examination approaching, almost every top freshman from the 4 academies had their secrets exposed through constant socializing. After all, the freshmen called each other brothers all day long. It wasn't for nothing. On one hand, it was to make friends. On the other, it was naturally to understand each other's strength. Knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. Though Zhang Wei considered himself powerful, he did not underestimate the talents of the world. He had already learned from his classmates about the top freshmen's strength from the other 3 academies. For example, Wang Chang, after advancing to Tier 3, had single-handedly killed 2 molting-level white zombies. Or Lu Tsinsen from Wuling Academy, who could use her spirit puppet to contend with a fierce-level white zombie. Another example was Sun Han from Kunlun Academy, who had once used his cold fire sequence to hold off 4 molting-level white zombies simultaneously. But strangely enough, regarding Su Yi, the one he feared most, not a single piece of information had leaked out. It was as if he had done nothing after advancing to Tier 3. When the students from Taiwan Academy arrived at Longhu Academy, many secretly tried to gather information about Su Yi. But the results were the same. Not even the students from Longhu Academy knew what Su Yi was busy with all day.
Damn. I need to go back and discuss tactics.
The more Zhang Wei thought about the look in Wang Chang's eyes, the more uneasy he felt. A strong enemy is not terrifying. A strong and unknown enemy is the most terrifying of all. He had to treat this with the utmost caution. After leaving Su Yi's courtyard, Zhang Wei went straight to the dormitory of Wuling Academy. Then he proceeded to the dormitory of Kunlun Academy. Before long, the 3 most outstanding freshmen gathered together. Taiwan Academy Zhang Wei, Wuling Academy Lu Tsinsen, Kunlun Academy Sun Han.
My intention is simple, both of you. During the test, let's form an alliance to oppose Su Yi.
Zhang Wei wasted no words.
I have met Su Yi. His strength is absolutely far greater than any one of us. If we don't band together, we have no chance of winning. We can only be the runners-up for Longhu Academy.
Lu Tsinsen and Sun Han looked equally grave. They had also been present during the 4 academy minutes back then. But because their strength was too weak, they didn't even make it into the top 3, leaving no impression at all. They certainly knew how terrifying Su Yi was. At the 2nd rank, he directly slew a white zombie. Utterly and overwhelmingly monstrous. Even now, they might not be a match for the Su Yi of a few months ago. Let alone now.
I agree.
Lu Tsinsen spoke first.
During the test, we will sign a gentleman's agreement to jointly oppose Su Yi. If Su Yi is not eliminated, we will cooperate to the end. Never betray. Agreed.
Sun Han also agreed without hesitation.
We must cooperate sincerely. Otherwise, there is no way to shake Su Yi. Good with your words, I am reassured.
Zhang Wei nodded with satisfaction.
First suppress Su Yi, then the 3 of us compete fairly, and only then can we have a chance to win. Good. It's settled then.
2 days passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the day of the final test finally arrived. A full 3,200 freshmen from the 4 major academies, each with mixed feelings of excitement and apprehension, boarded the buses arranged by Longhu Academy. This time Su Yi truly witnessed what a real all-star lineup looked like. Along the way, thick fog shrouded everything. The wind howled solemnly. Blazing clouds covered the sky. Rain drizzled in fine threads. Spectacular scenes that should never have appeared together were blended into one, appearing both dreamlike and bizarre. As the vehicles passed, they could even see rocks and boulders on both sides shaking, and shifting trees and vines growing wildly, and the sky alternating between light and dark. Su Yi could not count how many 9th-rank experts and how many domain fields were accompanying them. Clearly, to ensure the safety of these 3,200 freshmen, the 4 academies spared no effort. He clicked his tongue in amazement. Such a lineup, if deployed, could probably conquer several disaster-level zombie domains. But upon reflection, it was reasonable. If these top-tier students were all wiped out, while the sequence realm might not collapse entirely, it would certainly suffer a period of discontinuity. No matter how many experts the 4 academies mobilized, it would not be excessive. The seats on the bus were random. On this bus, besides Su Yi, Wang Chang, Qian Jinyan, Gao Kai, and Zhu Xiaotong were all present. Qian Jinyan's expression was slightly dejected. Although he had been training under Zhao Tianming, he was still stuck at the 2nd rank 8th level with no chance to advance to the 3rd rank.
Don't worry, old Qian, with Su Yi and me looking out for you, what's there to fear?
Wang Chang said carelessly. Su Yi also comforted him.
Your physique sequence is the type that accumulates slowly and then erupts. It's normal for the early progress to be slow. Once you reach the mid-rank, the advantages will gradually manifest.
Qian Jinyan's mood improved greatly, and he regained his smile. He began to glance at Sui from time to time, a strange feeling in his heart. In Zhao Taiming's training room, he had witnessed with his own eyes how terrifying Sui was. Senior brother Chen Wu, a 5th-rank physique sequence user, was actually outmatched by him in raw strength. Then in this test, who could possibly be Sui's opponent? Letting Sui compete on the same stage with a bunch of freshmen. Isn't that like using a cannon to kill a mosquito?
Hey! Sui Gaokai, look, why is this road heading to Pingcheng?
Suddenly Zhu Xiaotong exclaimed in surprise. Sui and Gaokai were startled and quickly looked as well.
It really is going to Pingcheng?
Gaokai asked in confusion.
What's going on? Wasn't Pingcheng just overrun? Did the school take the wrong route?
Sui paused, then a flash of insight struck him. The location of this final test should be the Pingcheng zombie domain. The Pingcheng zombie domain had just been thoroughly cleansed not long ago. Now it should contain at most low-level zombies, like purple zombies and white zombies. The hidden zombies inside had also been subsequently suppressed again. It was indeed the perfect venue for the freshman's trial. Sure enough, the buses drove all the way to Pingcheng and then stopped outside the zombie domain. The students filed off the bus. Immediately after, the students from the 4 academies voluntarily lined up according to their respective academy formations. Outside the Pingcheng zombie domain, 4 student squares stood in neat order. At the front of each square stood the top students of the 4 academies. On the side of Longhu Academy, Sui naturally took the lead without any dispute. As soon as he got off the bus, the freshmen had already voluntarily formed ranks behind him. Then Wang Chang stood beside him. As for Qian Jinyan and Wang He, they were a step behind, standing among the freshman ranks. Wang He stood behind Sui, staring fixedly at him with a complex expression. At this point even, she didn't know what she felt towards Sui. Revenge. Forget it. The teacher had said that 100 of her wouldn't be a match for Sui and advised her to give up that idea early. Besides, he had already advanced to the 3rd rank. But what about herself? She was still lingering at the 2nd rank, still a long way from the 3rd rank. One step slow, every step slow. What she felt more was regret. Why had she been so impulsive back then, challenging Sui? She had missed the opportunity of the 4 academy minutist. Otherwise she might now be like Wang Chang, also able to advance to the 3rd rank. She could also stand shoulder to shoulder with Sui, receiving the admiring gazes of over 3,000 freshmen bathed in glory. She suddenly froze. Something seemed off. Why were the freshmen from the other 3 academies, besides those from Longhu Academy, also all looking at Sui? What was going on? She blinked, looking around, not knowing what was happening. Wang He was puzzled, and the freshmen from the other 3 academies were equally puzzled. Because after they stood still, they saw that the leaders of their own academies, along with the top-ranked elite students, were all staring at the person leading Longhu Academy. Their gazes naturally and subconsciously followed. They became even more perplexed. Apart from being handsome and having good temperament, there was nothing different about him. Why were all the experts looking at him in unison?
Brotherly, who is that guy? Why is even Lu Tsinsen staring at him?
In the Wuling Academy team, a long-haired boy quietly nudged his classmate.
Do you know him? Him!
Brotherly was also staring at Sui. After a long moment, he spoke with a serious expression.
I've already guessed who he is.
You don't need to worry about anything else, just stay away from him in the test. And not just us, even Lu Tsinsen will have to back down in front of him.
Is it that exaggerated?
The long-haired boy was a bit incredulous.
We're all freshmen, even if he's tier 3, so is Lu Tsinsen.
She is the undisputed number 1 among the 800 freshmen of Wuling Academy. How could the gap be that big?
Huh? Brotherly let out a cold laugh. You know about the 4 academies mini-test a few months ago, right? One of my good buddies was one of the participants from Wuling Academy.
Oh! The long-haired boy was stunned, looking at Brotherly with surprise. He hadn't expected Brotherly to have a friend in the top 10. Such strong connections he never noticed.
My buddy told me he saw a ghost in that mini-test,
Brotherly said slowly.
There was a freak from Longhu Academy who brutally slaughtered a white zombie during the test.
At that time, the white zombie ran around the arena several times to avoid him, but still got caught back. That scene. Needless to say, it was tragic. He added with a grave expression,
I guess that guy is definitely the freak from the 4 academies mini-test.
What? This time not only the long-haired boy, but also many students, who were eavesdropping were extremely shocked.
Impossible. A few months ago, wasn't everyone just enrolled? How could he kill a white zombie? You think it's impossible, Lutzenson, and the others also thought it impossible. But it just happened,
Brotherly said calmly.
Otherwise, why do you think they are all staring at him? Isn't it because he puts too much pressure on them?
The long-haired boy and a few others couldn't help but gasp. That explains it. Meeting such a freak who wouldn't take a few extra looks.
Dear students, welcome to Lunghu Academy for this final exam.
At this moment, Zhou Yunhai slowly walked to the front of everyone. He announced loudly,
The 4 academies have always advanced and retreated together, united as one. The joint final exam is a long-standing tradition. I hope everyone will perform at their best in the exam, bringing glory to yourselves and your academies.
All freshmen showed fierce fighting spirit in their eyes. Although the 4 academies were united, even brothers had their own rankings. Before they came, they had been instructed by their respective teachers. Strive for the first place. Individuals must vie for ranking, and academies must also take the lead. Whoever fails will surely face punishment upon return. Seeing the freshman spirit, Zhou Yunhai nodded with satisfaction.
The zombie domain before us is a medium to large one. It contains mostly corpse fiends and purple zombies, with a small number of white zombies. The task of the final exam is simple: kill zombies. Each purple zombie killed earns 1 point. Each white zombie killed earns 100 points. The cumulative scores of all individuals will be the total score of their respective academies.
The freshmen of the 4 academies listened attentively.
Additionally, this exam has added some bonus points.
Zhou Yunhai paused, then continued.
In this zombie domain, we have placed a batch of black zombies at different locations. What?
Upon hearing this, all the freshmen present were shocked. Black zombies. What the hell? Putting black zombies among freshmen is like setting wolves among sheep. Is it a buffet for black zombies? The teachers from the other 3 academies also looked at Zhou Yunhai with confusion. What is Lunghu Academy up to? Isn't this too much of an increase in difficulty?
Don't worry. These black zombies are all sealed in corpse coffin rooms.
Zhou Yunhai smiled.
Just place the bodies of 2 white zombies at the entrance of the corpse coffin room to release the black zombie inside. Moreover, the black zombie, when first released from the seal, is only at 1/10 of its full strength. As for the points for a black zombie, it's 1,000 points each.
At these words, the top freshmen like Zhang Wei were all bright-eyed. A newly released black zombie at only 1/10 strength. It's probably not much stronger than a white zombie, and definitely killable. Moreover, the score for a black zombie is a full 1,000 points. It sounds like a much better deal than white zombies.
Of course, the black zombie's strength won't stay at 1 and forever.
Zhou Yunhai continued.
The longer it is unsealed, the more its strength recovers until it reaches full power.
At these words, Zhang Wei and the others' eyes calmed a bit. But the fire in their eyes did not extinguish.
If I only hunt white zombies, I have no advantage over Sui. He is definitely stronger than me.
Zhang Wei thought to himself.
I must kill black zombies. After entering the zombie domain, gather Lutzenson and Sun Han and quickly take down several black zombies. That way even Sui won't be able to catch up easily. Finally, there is only one rule in the zombie domain: only hunt zombies, do not attack fellow students. Otherwise, immediate elimination.
Zhou Yunhai said finally.
The entire Pingcheng zombie domain has been covered by the domain field of the teachers from Lunghu Academy. Every move you make is under observation. If you encounter a life-threatening danger, you will be teleported out of the zombie domain, and the test will be considered over.
Next, staff began distributing supplies to each freshman. Healing potions, spiritual energy recovery potions, and a recorder. To Sui's surprise, this time the supplies also included glutinous rice. But not much, only about £1 per person. Clearly, Lunghu Academy had already made glutinous rice a standard combat item. Like potions, it was considered part of the student's strength. Students could use it to assist in battle, or to remove corpse poison, serving as a substitute for healing potions. Using glutinous rice better than others was also an advantage. After all introductions, Zhou Yunhai announced loudly.
The joint final exam of the 4 academies begins now. Test duration 10 hours.
As soon as the words fell, all freshmen felt a blur before their eyes and a whirl of dizziness. Looking around, they found themselves already inside the zombie domain. Everywhere corpse coffin rooms were scattered. Sui was also teleported into the zombie domain. Just like the entrance exam, this time after entering the zombie domain, there was no one around him.
Wait!
Suddenly Sui looked around, his expression startled.
This is the East City Sunshine District. This is my home. Wait!
Suddenly Sui looked around, his expression startled.
This is the East City Sunshine District. This is my home.
Sui's expression was somewhat dazed. Had it not been for the nameplate at the entrance of the residential complex, he might not have recognized it at all. What a coincidence! The very place he landed was his own home. Yet after 2 months, the original appearance of Dongcheng Sunshine District had been completely eroded by the zombie domain. Corpse coffin houses stood in clusters, and everywhere was a deathly silence and gloom. Even the original dozen-story residential buildings had shrunk to only a few meters in height. This was the nature of corpse coffin houses. No matter what structure once contaminated, it would gradually be assimilated.
Those bastards!
Sui walked to his own building, staring at the twisted structure, a flicker of anger in his eyes. He had grown up here, and had held countless childhood memories. Now it had become this hideous sight. He casually cast a palm thunder upon the corpse coffin house. The corpse coffin house was instantly blasted apart, bricks shattered, the roof smashed open, and even the door was broken.
Roar!
Sui hadn't expected that a white zombie was lurking inside. Seeing a human approach, it revealed a bloodthirsty gleam in its eyes.
Get lost!
Without even glancing at it, Sui unleashed another palm thunder that obliterated the creature. Then, frowning, he stared at the corpse coffin house. Could this thing really not be demolished?
I just don't believe it.
Suddenly Sui's eyes hardened, and he raised his hand to form a hand seal.
Southern Red Chi Fire Thunder Curse.
Thunderclouds rolled in the sky. Several blazing crimson lightning bolts struck down, all landing on the corpse coffin house.
Boom!
Lightning flashed, and the corpse coffin house was split apart, reduced to a flat patch of ground. Yet Sui furrowed his brow slightly. Though the thunderfire from the fire thunder curse continued to annihilate the evil aura of the corpse coffin house, something beneath the ground seemed to be stirring restlessly. He feared that once he left, the corpse coffin house would grow back before long. This thing was like weeds, inextinguishable. Staring at the ground for a moment, Sui's eyes shifted, and he raised his hand to form a new seal.
Again!
The thunderclouds in the sky halted abruptly, then began to churn.
Boom!
The next moment another bolt of lightning descended. But this time it was not crimson, but bright yellow. Central Yellow Chi Earth Thunder Curse. Though the bright yellow lightning was astonishingly fast, it carried a quality of steadiness and heaviness. It was like a massive cauldron falling from the sky, slamming heavily onto the ruins of the corpse coffin house. This time an anomaly suddenly appeared.
Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle.
The next second Sui heard a most unpleasant sound. Beneath the rubble of the corpse coffin house, something seemed to have been doused with a pot of boiling water. The ground itself trembled violently as if boiling. It took a full few minutes before it finally calmed down. Then Sui felt that restless sensation underground had completely vanished. Even the broken debris slowly shed its decayed appearance, turning into that of modern buildings.
It worked!
Sui let out a slow breath, of pent-up frustration in his heart swept away.
I won't let you have the last word.
The Central Yellow Chi Earth Thunder Curse harmonizes yin and yang, stabilizes mountains and rivers, and secures foundations. The anomaly of the corpse coffin house clearly originated from underground. The underground matters naturally fell under the jurisdiction of the Central Yellow Chi Earth Thunder. Having resolved this, Sui immediately intended to leave. But just then, he suddenly felt his body stiffen. His legs seemed frozen, and for a moment, he couldn't move. Startled, Sui quickly looked down. To his surprise, his own shadow had somehow begun to move. Then the shadow detached from his body and slowly transformed into a woman in her 40s.
You?
Sui was utterly astonished. What was this? But as shocked as he was, the woman appeared even more stunned. She stared intently at the remains of the corpse coffin house, observed for a long while, then suddenly waved her hand, completely plowing the ground.
The cursed power of the corpse coffin house is truly gone.
The woman turned around, her face full of disbelief.
Sui, what did you just do?
Why has this corpse coffin house completely vanished?
A corpse coffin house that even 9th rank experts could not eliminate, resolved by a 4th rank sequence user.
The shock to Yuqin was immense. This involved a level of curse power which even she couldn't handle. It was only then that Sui understood. This woman was most likely a teacher from Lunghu Academy. The shadow was probably her domain ability used to observe every move of the students. Only when she saw him completely eradicate the corpse coffin house did she lose control and reveal herself.
Teacher, is this within the rules?
Sui asked tentatively. Yuqing blinked in surprise. She had almost forgotten. She was supposed to be proctoring the exam. How had she intervened personally? If the other 3 academies saw the vice principal of Lunghu Academy interfering with the test, it would be a disaster. Guiltily she glanced around, then turned back into a shadow and merged into Sui's feet.
Sui, pretend this never happened. Don't tell anyone.
As for Sui's ability to completely destroy corpse coffin houses, she would ask in detail after the test ended. Sui shook his head helplessly. It had startled him. He had almost thought the Eternal Life Society had come again.
Time to rack up points.
Sui clapped his hands. He needed to earn points not only for himself, but also for Lunghu Academy. After all, each academy had 800 freshmen. If everyone killed one more purple zombie, that would be a difference of 800. If he didn't take it seriously, Lunghu Academy might not end up in first place.
Oh, right.
Sui's expression shifted, and he asked aloud.
Teacher, are you still there?
If a zombie under my control kills another zombie, does that count toward my score?
After a moment of silence, a faint voice came.
Yes.
That's good, thank you, teacher.
Sui nodded, then affixed the spirit travel armor talisman, and began sweeping through the surrounding zombie domain. Unfortunately, he only found 2 white zombies, the rest were all purple zombies. As for the sealed black zombie that Zhou Yihai mentioned, there was no trace of it. The zombie domain was too vast, and there were too many corpse coffin houses. It was still difficult to eliminate all corpse fiends and purple zombies. In this area, Sui hadn't even seen any other students.
But it's okay, I have help.
Sui smiled slightly and waved his hand.
Go! If you encounter corpse fiends, ignore them. If you encounter purple or white zombies, kill them directly. Thump! Thump! Thump!
Beside him, the 2 white zombies controlled by the corpse driving technique immediately hopped away, soon disappearing from his sight. The white zombies were under Sui's control, so the zombies they killed naturally counted toward his score. And these 2 white zombies could kill faster than 20 freshmen combined. Leaving the 2 white zombies to their own devices, Sui headed toward the central area of the zombie domain. The evil aura was denser there, and there would be more white zombies. Naturally, every white zombie he encountered along the way was also captured. After controlling them with the corpse driving technique, he released them back into the wild to hunt their own kind. On the other side of the zombie domain.
Boss, I saw someone from Wuling Academy. He knows Lu Sensen's location.
A freshman from Taiwei Academy rushed to Zhang Wei, excited.
Good.
Zhang Wei's face brightened. This was their tactic. Once inside the zombie domain, they wouldn't immediately start killing zombies. Instead, they would first find the most prominent landmark to gather. Now he had over a dozen freshmen from Taiwei Academy beside him.
First meet up with Lu Sensen.
Zhang Wei acted immediately.
I wonder where Sun Han went. If we could quickly gather the 3 of us, that would be even better.
At that moment, the Sun Han he was thinking of was heading toward the center of the zombie domain from another direction. Just then Sun Han suddenly stopped, a look of caution on his face.
White zombie.
Ahead, a white zombie was hopping forward. A strange expression crossed his eyes. Normally, shouldn't most zombies be dormant inside corpse coffin houses? Why was this white zombie wandering around?
This white zombie's evil aura is quite strong. Fighting it carries some risk.
Sensing the aura, Sun Han frowned, already considering retreat. The competition had just begun. If he, the top student of Kunlun Academy, fell here, that would be ridiculous. It would be better to first rendezvous with other Kunlun students, or with Zhang Wei and Lu Sensen, then kill the white zombie together. Making up his mind, he prepared to withdraw. But just then, the white zombie abruptly changed direction, hopping straight toward him. Sun Han frowned. However, he wasn't too flustered. His cold fire sequence had powerful freezing and slowing abilities. Escaping from this white zombie would not be difficult. Sun Han snorted, ready to act. But the next moment, he froze, his expression stiffened. The white zombie completely ignored him, barging straight into the door of a corpse coffin house. To Sun Han's shock, the white zombie swiftly tore apart the purple zombie inside, then left without a glance. The entire process, the white zombie didn't even spare him a look. Sun Han. Could it be that the pressure was too great, making me see things? Sun Han couldn't help but rub his eyes. That white zombie, upon seeing humans, acted as if it hadn't seen them at all, instead catching and killing its own kind. No, what kind of situation is this? He even began to doubt. Was that thing really a white zombie? Could it be a freshman pretending? Otherwise it simply doesn't make sense. Bang! In the distance, that white zombie was still repeating its previous actions, breaking doors, slaughtering, then moving on to the next house. Sun Han watched from afar, feeling a chill in his heart. How bizarre. What was the difference between this and a person with rabies? There must be something strange when things go against the norm. I must not touch this thing. First regroup with the others. Sun Han didn't dare to think of taking the opportunity to kill this white zombie. Such an eerie occurrence must be avoided from afar. Surviving first is the top priority. Casting a wary glance at that white zombie, Sun Han immediately detoured around this area and continued toward the core region. It wasn't just Sun Han. At the same time, almost all the students were also heading toward the inner perimeter. After all, the zombies were denser there. Staying in the outer perimeter meant wasting considerable time, just traveling from one corpse coffin house to another. More importantly, the inner area was smaller, making it easier to encounter other students. Hunting zombies in a group was far more efficient than fighting alone. An hour later. Brother Sun, I finally found you. Sun Han forged ahead, finally meeting a familiar freshman from Kunlun Academy. The students from Taiwan Academy and Wuling Academy are looking for you everywhere. Oh! Sun Han was delighted. Zhang Wei and Lu Tsinsen have already joined forces. Where are they? About a kilometer to the right. Let's go! Take me there. Led by the freshmen, Sun Han quickly reunited with Zhang Wei and Lu Tsinsen. Great! Seeing Sun Han, Zhang Wei and Lu Tsinsen were overjoyed. I didn't expect us to gather so quickly. With such good luck, heaven is helping us. Sun Han also let out a long sigh of relief, breaking into a smile. With teammates, he no longer had to tread cautiously. Sun Han, you came just in time. We've already found a black zombie corpse coffin house. Zhang Wei grasped Sun Han's arm excitedly, saying, We've also collected the bodies of 2 white zombies. But to be safe, we haven't made a move yet, waiting for you. With the combined strength of the 3 of us, there shouldn't be any surprises. What? We've just entered the inner perimeter and already found a black zombie corpse coffin house. Sun Han's eyes lit up. Their luck was indeed astonishingly good. Great. What are we waiting for? Let's go now. Without further ado, the 3 set off toward the black zombie corpse coffin house. The other students, under their arrangement, scattered to continue searching for white and black zombies. After all, the other students were only second-rank, their damage to black zombies almost negligible. It was better to send them out where they could kill purple zombies while gathering intelligence. Soon the 3 arrived before a corpse coffin house. Seeing it, Sun Han's gaze sharpened. This house was vastly different from the others he had seen along the way. Completely black, with its door tightly shut, it crouched like a ferocious beast ready to rise and devour at any moment. One glance told them it was exactly the sealed black zombie corpse coffin house described by Longhu Academy. Are you ready? Zhang Wei dragged the 2 white zombie corpses, looking at Sun Han and Lu Tsinsen. The 2 took a deep breath, adjusting themselves to peak condition, then nodded solemnly. Then let's begin. With a low shout, Zhang Wei quickly raised his hand and tossed the 2 white zombies to the left and right of the black corpse coffin house's entrance. The next moment, an intensely thick, malevolent energy suddenly rose from the house. Roar! A tall zombie, black tinged with green, violently burst through the door, leaped out, and charged straight at the 3. The 3 immediately tensed up, their hair standing on end. Although the black zombie's strength was sealed to only a tenth, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse, and its malevolent energy quality far surpassed that of a white zombie. This caught them off guard. Gravity rise! Zhang Wei reacted fastest, shouting a low command as he activated his gravity skill to slow the black zombie. Cold fire burn! Sun Han was equally swift, a pale flame drifting from his hand and landing on the black zombie. His cold fire skill contained both the extreme cold of ice and the scorching heat of fire, making it remarkably powerful. Oh! The black zombie, wounded by the dual eyes and fire attributes, let out a painful howl.
Spirit puppet explode.
On the other side, Lutsensen summoned several spirit puppets out of thin air, each rushing toward the black zombie before detonating without hesitation. The explosion of the spirit puppets was even more impressive, blasting the black zombie's skin open. But soon the three's expressions changed. They had underestimated the situation. Although the black zombie's strength was reduced, its bronze skin and iron bones remained. This combination of attacks only made it more ferocious, charging at them with even greater desperation. Fortunately, the three sequences all had strong restraining effects. This kept it from getting close for now.
No, we must kill it as quickly as possible. If its strength recovers any further, we'll lose our chance.
Zhang Wei's face hardened. Stomping his foot, he absorbed the energy from the ground into his body continuously.
Earth Spear!
Then he suddenly bent down, thrust his hand into the ground, and yanked hard. A stone spear 3 to 4 meters long was pulled out from the earth. Though made of stone, the spear gleamed with a dark light, looking extremely sharp. Without a word, Zhang Wei lifted the spear and thrust it at the black zombie. This strike finally broke through the black zombie's defense, half the spearhead burying into its chest. Seeing Zhang Wei going all out, Sun Han and Lutsensen did not dare to slack off either. Spirit puppets bombarded crazily in turns, while cold fire burned relentlessly. Finally, after a few minutes, the black zombie let out a mournful cry and collapsed.
Phew!
The three let out a long breath, drenched in sweat.
And this is just the lowest molten grade black zombie. How terrifying! If it were a fierce grade black zombie, it would be unimaginable.
All three were still shaken. But looking at the corpse on the ground, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Though it had been difficult, they had won. This was a black zombie, and they had actually killed it together. A third-rank killing a black zombie. This achievement was enough to be recorded in the annals of their lives.
The final blow on this black zombie should be mine.
After savoring the joy of victory, Zhang Wei finally spoke.
This black zombie was killed by me in the end, so the points will be credited to me. But don't worry, according to our agreement, I won't strike when the next black zombie is about to die. No problem, we trust your character.
Sun Han and Lutsensen had no objections. Because of their recent battle together, they had grown much closer. Moreover, they were all academy leaders, people of reputation, who would do something so shameful.
This black zombie is our best start.
Sun Han laughed.
We must be far ahead of Sui now. No matter how strong he is, can he kill a black zombie all by himself? Haha, you're right.
Zhang Wei was in high spirits too.
Our plan is already half successful. Alright, let's continue deeper into the Jiang domain. We've only just entered the inner perimeter and already got such a big surprise. There must be more black zombies in the core area.
After resting a while, the three immediately resumed their search without pause. Meanwhile,
the very core of the Jiang domain only has 2 black zombies.
Sui held 2 fierce grade black zombies, which were flailing and snarling in his hands, like chicks, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Isn't that too stingy? Indeed, Sui had now arrived at the very core of the Pingcheng corpse domain. The baleful aura here was also the most concentrated within the entire region. Along the journey from the periphery to the core, Sui encountered quite a few freshmen from all 4 academies. But he didn't see any acquaintances, so he didn't pause and continued straight ahead. Apart from slaying purple zombies and subduing white zombies, he primarily used the divine swiftness talisman to travel. Now the Pingcheng corpse domain was no different from a beginner's zone to him. Not a single zombie could pose any threat to him. Thus Sui pressed forward fearlessly, reaching the core area of the corpse domain in just 1 hour. Originally, before the ambush zombie had emerged, 2 wandering zombies were suppressed here, the strongest zombies in the entire Pingcheng corpse domain. However, during the subsequent riot, one of the wandering zombies advanced to become an ambush zombie, and was then suppressed, while the other was effortlessly slain by Li Jingsong and Zhou Min. Now not even a wandering zombie remained, only 2 black zombies lingered. However, Sui caught over a dozen white zombies at once. He controlled them all with the corpse commanding technique, and sent them off to act freely.
Well, you two may go as well.
Casually, he applied control talismans to the 2 black zombies, and then cast them out. Let them work as laborers first. When the competition nears its end, he could slay them then. Why waste such high-quality free labor? Moreover, unlocking the coffin room of a black zombie required white zombie corpses. To unlock these 2 black zombies, Sui had to reluctantly kill 4 white zombies. He had to make up for that loss. Thump! 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 The 2 black zombies hopped away. Sui watched their retreating figures and nodded in satisfaction. Now they were still weak, having just been unsealed. But as time passed, they would become full-fledged killing machines. The speed and efficiency of 2 ferocious level black zombies were far beyond that of white zombies. Sui had a vague idea why Longhu Academy hadn't deployed more black zombies into the core area. It was clearly to increase the difficulty for him. If all the black zombies were concentrated here, no one else would stand a chance. He could clear them all out in one swoop.
I still need to cooperate with other Longhu Academy students,
Sui murmured to himself. The corpse domain was too vast. Relying on himself alone to locate all the black zombie coffin rooms was impractical. However, he had no intention of going out to search for people. Instead of wandering aimlessly like a headless fly, he decided to wait nearby. This was a must-pass area in the corpse domain, and capable freshmen would eventually come. But he didn't remain idle. He began sweeping outward from the core of the corpse domain. Time slipped by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed since the test began.
Thunder arrow volley.
Somewhere in the inner area, Wang Chang was locked in battle with a white zombie. He drained nearly all his spiritual energy to unleash his ultimate move, finally slaying the white zombie.
Brother Chang, are you all right?
A few freshmen rushed over, full of admiration.
That was incredible. That white zombie was almost at the ferocious level, wasn't it?
And you still killed it.
Though the official classification didn't grade white zombies, the freshmen had, based on baleful aura and power, roughly divided them into molting, ferocious, deadly, and evil levels similar to black zombies.
That's nothing, Wang Chang said with a wave of his hand, laughing heartily. But despite the smile, a trace of worry furrowed his brow. Where the hell was old Su? Fighting alone wouldn't cut it. Upon entering the corpse domain, his first thought was to meet up with Sui. But after searching for a long time, he had found plenty of Longhu Academy students. He had no sign of Sui. Other second-tier freshmen were of limited help. Unless it was Qian Jinyan or Wang He, they would be genuine assets. But those 2 were also nowhere to be found.
All right, I'll rest for a while.
You lot keep searching for white zombies. If you find any, come back and inform me immediately.
Sighing, Wang Chang dismissed the people around him.
The group dispersed. Just then, a female Longhu Academy student rushed over in a panic.
Brother Chang. Brother Chang.
Big news. I saw a black zombie coffin room.
What? Wang Chang was startled.
Where? Just 2 or 3 kilometers to the left. The girl was panting.
But when I spotted it, another student saw it too. He was wearing a uniform of Wuling Academy. Wuling Academy saw it too.
Wang Chang's expression stiffened. He immediately got up and dashed in the direction she indicated. As he ran, he gave orders.
Go find Chen Yuan and the others. Tell them to bring 2 white zombie corpses.
Knowing that black zombie coffin rooms required white zombie corpses for unsealing, Wang Chang had been having a body-type freshman carry the bodies of white zombies he had slain. But as he raced toward the black zombie coffin room, Wang Chang's mind was tangled with indecision. Should he engage? If he didn't, he would miss a golden opportunity. But if he did, he would likely be no match for the black zombie. Amid his hesitation, he spotted the black coffin room in the distance. But then he abruptly halted. From his direction, a group of people was also heading toward the same black coffin room. When he recognized the faces of the 3 at the front, Wang Chang's expression shifted dramatically. Zhangwei, Sunhan, Lucensen.
Damn. They've already teamed up so quickly.
Wang Chang's heart sank. He and Sui had anticipated that these 3 might cooperate. But he had believed that he and Sui together could easily match their group. But the key was, were they this lucky? They had already met so soon. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of Sui. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei's trio also spotted Wang Chang. They showed no panic, instead breaking into smiles in unison.
Wang Chang, you're here too,
Zhang Wei said with a grin as both parties arrived before the black coffin room.
Old Zhang, that's not quite fair,
Wang Chang said flatly.
This is a joint test of 4 academies, and you 3 academies have all ganged up together. What's the meaning of this? It can't be helped. You know Sui is too strong.
Zhang Wei was candid.
We had to cooperate to hunt black zombies. It's the only chance to possibly beat Sui.
After all, none of us alone can handle a black zombie right.
He looked at Wang Chang.
I think this is exactly the purpose of Longhu Academy's bonus points, to encourage collaboration. Don't you agree? Well said.
Wang Chang nodded.
Then how about you guys let me join? Would be even more efficient together. Let's take down Sui together. To be honest, I've been itching to teach him a lesson too. Sorry, Wang Chang.
Sun Han interjected.
We've already hunted 2 black zombies, and this third one is just enough for us to split evenly. If you join it'll be awkward to divide the spoils, since you haven't contributed yet. I wouldn't care even if you begged me.
Wang Chang sneered.
Once I find old Su, you won't be so cocky. But inwardly he was alarmed. These 3 had already slain 2 black zombies. This was the third.
Since we both found this coffin room, you have a share too.
Sun Han gestured to Wang Chang.
How about it? You go first.
We can wait.
Wang Chang stared at him, his expression sour. This punk was trying to provoke him. He was sure Wang Chang couldn't beat a black zombie.
But Wang Chang wasn't a fool. He wouldn't be baited so easily. He let out a cold snort, and said nothing, simply standing aside and watching the 3.
Since you won't, well begin.
Sun Han laughed heartily, and signaled to Zhang Wei and Lu Tsinsen.
Let's move.
Zhang Wei gave Wang Chang an apologetic smile, then threw 2 white zombie corpses in front of the black coffin room.
Roar!
As before the moment, the corpses hit the ground. The black zombie within broke free and charged out. But this time Zhang Wei's trio was stunned. This black zombie's body was not black with a hint of blue, it was pure black. The zombie in this coffin room wasn't the molting level black zombie they had slain earlier. It was a ferocious level black zombie.
Not good.
The 3's faces changed dramatically in an instant. Among the black zombies arranged by Longhu Academy, there was actually a malevolence level black zombie. Just a single glance at this malevolence level black zombie, and Zhang Wei and his 2 companions immediately sensed something was terribly wrong. Longhu Academy must think too highly of them as freshmen, playing such a big game. Even if the 3 joined forces, they would have to exert tremendous effort against a molting level black zombie, let alone a higher grade malevolence level one. No need to think, they were definitely no match. But Zhang Wei and the other 2 were leaders of their respective academies, so they were not panicked. Almost instinctively they all retreated in unison. At the same time, multiple skills were instantly activated to attack the black zombie.
Gravity. Cold fire. Spirit puppet.
But unfortunately, this malevolence level black zombie's speed was far beyond their imagination. Even under triple deceleration, it was still astonishingly fast. In just over 10 seconds it had already caught up with them. Watching the black zombie charge straight at them, its icy malevolent energy overwhelming, the 3 couldn't help but feel a bitter taste in their mouths. Since they couldn't escape, they had no choice but to fight. Damn it. They never imagined that at their 3rd tier, they would have to go head-to-head with a malevolence level black zombie.
Stone armor. Earth spear.
Since they had decided to fight, Zhang Wei didn't hesitate. He quickly put on stone armor, pulled out a huge stone spear from the ground, and charged to clash with the black zombie. But after charging in and exchanging only a few moves, he began to regret it. Too tough. The malevolence level black zombie's hide and bones were astonishingly hard, and his stone spear could barely pierce it. Moreover, his stone armor was torn apart by the black zombie in just a few moves. If not for his ability to draw earth power and constantly repair the armor, he might not have been able to withstand even those initial strikes. Seeing Zhang Wei engage, Sun Han and Lu Tsinsen also gritted their teeth and unleashed their skills. This time, they went all out, sending a huge wave of cold fire and spirit puppets unsparingly at the black zombie. But the 3's faces turned even darker. At best, these attacks could only wound the black zombie. It was a far cry from being fatal. Although they could temporarily hold it off, as time passed the black zombie grew stronger while they grew weaker. Then they would be finished.
Wang Chang.
Suddenly Sun Han thought of something, as if finding a lifeline, and shouted,
Wang Chang. Quick act now. Let's kill this malevolence level black zombie together and split the points equally.
Hearing this, Zhang Wei and Lu Tsinsen's eyes lit up. That's right. There weren't just the three of them here, Wang Chong was also present. If Wang Chong joined in, with his lightning attribute sequence, they might have a chance to kill this malevolence-level black zombie. They quickly looked back. But at this moment, where was Wang Chong? It was Sun Han, who had sharp eyes spotting Wang Chong several hundred meters away. That guy was hiding behind a corpse coffin room, poking half his head out to watch.
I'm gonna.
Sun Han almost died of anger. While they were restraining the black zombie, this guy just ran away. Is he even human? He roared.
Wang Chong in the corpse domain, are you going to stand by and watch your teammates in danger without helping? Team!
Wang Chong, hiding in the distance, sneered.
Now you remember that Brother Chong is your teammate. What about the words you said when you opened the corpse coffin room? Were they all bullshit?
He rolled his eyes, too lazy to even bother with Sun Han, and continued observing the battle. If Zhang Wei and the other two were completely no match for the black zombie, he would turn and leave before they were wiped out. But if Zhang Wei and the others could fight the black zombie to a stalemate or severely injure it, then it would be his turn to make a grand entrance. Wang Chong couldn't help but chuckle. What is a heaven-sent opportunity? This is a heaven-sent opportunity. This time, whether he eliminated Zhang Wei and the other two or snatched the final blow on the black zombie, he would come out ahead either way. So what if Sui wasn't around? Brother Chan could still achieve great things. And Wang Chong's choice to lurk in the distance only made things worse for the trio. They naturally guessed Wang Chong's thoughts and cursed him as a bastard in their hearts. But they could do nothing about him. After all, who was the one who faced the black zombie first?
If only we had let Wang Chong join from the start,
Lu Tsinsen said, pale-faced and gritting her teeth.
Losing is one thing, but what I fear is that, after all our hard work, we'll end up handing the victory to him. It's useless to say all this now. Let's think of a strategy.
Sun Han's face was extremely grim. Zhang Wei remained silent, focusing all his strength on fighting the black zombie. At this moment, they all knew there was only one solution: sacrifice the pawn to save the rook. Unless one of them was willing to stay and hold off the black zombie, the other two could escape. Otherwise, they would be slowly ground down by this malevolence-level black zombie. But the key was who would be willing to be that pawn. They each represented their own academies. Who would be willing to be eliminated? And so the three had no choice but to grit their teeth and continue toying with the black zombie for a while. But as time passed, the black zombie's malevolent energy was clearly growing heavier. Several times, they narrowly escaped disaster, nearly suffering severe injuries.
Damn it, this won't work. We'll all be wiped out sooner or later.
Sun Han suddenly gritted his teeth through a large burst of cold fire at the black zombie, then turned and jumped out of the battle circle.
You both already killed a black zombie, but I haven't. I represent Wuling Academy. If him eliminated now, Wuling Academy will lose completely. Sorry, but this is strategy.
With those words, he turned and ran.
Sun Han,
Zhang Wei, and Lu Tsinsen wore their faces extremely ugly.
In the corpse domain, you betray your teammates. You're even worse than Wang Chong, you bastard.
With Sun Han's departure, Zhang Wei and Lu Tsinsen could no longer hold the battle. The black zombie let out a roar, and its malevolent energy threatened to engulf them in an instant.
Damn it, forget it.
Zhang Wei suddenly growled, unleashing his full power. He thrust his spear into the black zombie's chest, pitting it against the wall.
Lu Tsinsen, you go too. Losing one is better than losing both. You'll remember that bastard Sun Han. This.
Lu Tsinsen was stunned, then nodded firmly.
Zhang Wei, you'll remember this favor. I'll repay you later.
Without any hesitation, she also jumped out of the battle circle. With both of them gone, Zhang Wei was left alone to face the malevolence-level black zombie. He could barely hold on for even a moment, though he still desperately tried to keep the black zombie pinned against the wall. But under the corrosion of the malevolent energy, his stone armor shattered wildly, and even drawing earth power couldn't repair it fast enough.
No matter how good the plan, it can't withstand changes.
Zhang Wei gave a bitter laugh. Who would have thought that after entering the corpse domain, he hadn't even seen Sui, and was already about to be eliminated? After Sun Han and Lu Tsinsen withdrew from the battle, they didn't go far. Instead, like Wang Chong, they watched the battlefield from a distance. Both of them couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Wei was about to be eliminated. Their cooperation plan had completely fallen apart. Not far away, Wang Chang also shook his head repeatedly. What a pity only one was eliminated. It just shows that Sun Han is a real scumbag. If he hadn't betrayed his teammates, none of the three would have escaped. Crack, crack. Crack, crack. In the center of the battle, Zhang Wei could no longer hold on. The stone spear in his hand shattered inch by inch under the black zombie's immense strength. He was about to be eliminated. Zhang Wei let out a bitter laugh, ready to accept his fate. But just then a sudden change occurred. Bang! 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 A series of dense, heavy footsteps suddenly came from behind. At the same time, an indescribable icy feeling assaulted everyone's bodies, making their hair stand on end and sending chills through them. Huh? Everyone, including Zhang Wei, looked behind. In an instant, the four of them widened their eyes, and their faces changed dramatically. Behind them, another tall black zombie was rapidly leaping toward them, carrying thick, malevolent energy. This black zombie! Wang Chang gasped, his face filled with shock. How can its malevolent energy be this heavy? Sun Han and Lu Tsinsen were also horrified. This black zombie was also a malevolent level 1. But why was the density of its malevolent energy several times heavier than the one they had just fought? It was as if its strength had never been sealed at all. Could it be that Dragon Tiger Academy missed this one and failed to seal it? Staring intently at the black zombie, Wang Chang and his two companions could not help but speculate. Yet they felt it was unlikely. With the strength of Dragon Tiger Academy, it would be a trivial matter to drag out every single earthworm in the zombie domain and split them in two. How could such a major oversight occur on such an important occasion? As everyone watched, the ferocious black zombie, radiating a dense aura of malevolence, immediately lunged toward Zhang Wei. Under its intimidation, even the black zombie that had been fighting Zhang Wei stood frozen for a few seconds, as if hesitating whether to yield its prey. Blessings never come in pairs, but misfortunes never come singly. Zhang Wei took a deep breath. This time he had no regrets left. Two black zombies were attacking him from both sides. One of them was especially terrifying. If this was the treatment to send him off, what more could he say? But even if I'm eliminated, he'll have one last dance. The next moment, Zhang Wei burst forth with explosive power. He summoned the last shreds of spiritual energy from within his body and recondensed a stone spear standing ready. As soon as the terrifying black zombie closed in, he would strike it with a thunderous blow. In just a few seconds, the black zombie had already reached Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei's expression changed. The malevolent aura of this zombie was even heavier than he had imagined. But he gritted his teeth, preparing to act. However, the next second his movements abruptly halted. His expression froze in astonishment. The terrifying black zombie, after arriving before him, completely ignored him. Instead, it charged straight at the malevolent black zombie. Its sharp claws drove fiercely into the other's chest. The malevolent black zombie, caught off guard by its own kind's attack, was severely wounded in an instant. Its entire chest was pierced through. The light in the malevolent black zombie's eyes flickered with utter confusion. If you wanted this prey, I would have given it to you. Why stab me? The later arriving black zombie was far stronger than the malevolent one. After inflicting heavy damage, it paid no further attention to its opponent, showing no hesitation as it finished the kill. In a few swift moves, it slayed the malevolent black zombie without any superfluous motions. In the distance, Sun Han, Lu Tsinsen, and Wang Chang all stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded. What was going on? Is this black zombie so protective of its food? Wang Chang scratched his head in confusion, muttering to himself. But even more puzzling events were yet to come. To the group's utter shock, after killing its own kind, the black zombie swaggered away without even glancing at Zhang Wei. An eerie silence fell over the scene. Everyone's brains were nearly twisted into knots, utterly unable to fathom the logic behind this black zombie's behavior. Zhang Wei himself stood, frozen spear in hand, like a clay statue. Only Sun Han suddenly jolted, as if recalling something. This scene felt familiar. Wasn't it exactly what the white zombie he had encountered did? It only killed its own kind and ignored humans. He immediately pulled Lu Tsinsen and rushed back to Zhang Wei, exclaiming excitedly, "Remember what I told you before about the white zombie killing the purple zombie? This scene is repeating itself." Meanwhile, Zhang Wei remained trapped in shock. He had never imagined that the seemingly hopeless situation would be resolved in such an absurd manner. But upon seeing Sun Han, his anger flared. "You dare to come back?"
Zhang Wei, I made the right choice at that time. Fighting to the death would have been wrong.
Sun Han retorted without hesitation.
Since elimination doesn't mean death, why should we maximize our losses? You?
Zhang Wei stared at him for a long while, then let out a cold snort with a dark expression.
Fine. Don't let it happen again.
Although Sun Han's reasoning was sound, Zhang Wei silently resolved never to team up with Sun Han again in the zombie domain. If he would abandon his teammates for the ranking of Wuling Academy, what would he do for his own life? Entrusting one's back to such a person was simply asking for death. On the side, Lu Tsinsen also looked at Sun Han, with a subtle gaze clearly sharing Zhang Wei's thoughts.
Let's get down to business.
Unaware of their opinion, Sun Han said excitedly.
Did you see that? This black zombie showed no hostility toward humans at all. Remember the white zombie I told you about before?
Zhang Wei and Lu Tsinsen became serious. Sun Han had indeed mentioned this earlier, but they were too busy hunting black zombies to delve deeper.
I suspect this is a hidden benefit deliberately left by Dragon Tiger Academy,
Sun Han said, licking his lips.
These zombies won't attack humans. They're just mobile points containers. Otherwise, why would Dragon Tiger Academy leave them outside without sealing them?
Oh! Zhang Wei and Lu Tsinsen's eyes lit up. If that were true, they could hunt these non-aggressive zombies with ease. That would be far easier than dealing with the black zombies in the coffin rooms.
But isn't the risk too great?
Lu Tsinsen frowned.
If we're wrong and this black zombie fights back when we attack, escaping would be difficult. We can try with a white zombie first,
Sun Han suggested.
If the white zombie doesn't retaliate, then the black zombie won't either. Makes sense. Let's give it a try.
Zhang Wei and Lu Tsinsen nodded in unison after a moment's thought. Although Sun Han's character was questionable, his mind was sharp. This alliance could be maintained for a while longer.
What the hell is this brainless black zombie doing?
On the other side, witnessing the scene, Wang Chong slapped his thigh, nearly furious. What a perfect situation it had been. Zhang Wei eliminated, the trio disbanded, and Dragon Tiger Academy would reap the benefits. Now it was as if nothing had happened. What kind of monster was this black zombie? It doesn't kill humans, but kills zombies. Is it messing with me? His eyes were full of resentment, but there was nothing he could do. Wang Chan could only grit his teeth and turn away. Meanwhile, the trio of Zhang Wei hurried back to gather the other students, asking if anyone had seen any white zombies behaving abnormally. To their surprise, many students had indeed witnessed such scenes. Some of the bolder ones had even tried attacking the white zombie, and it didn't react at all.
Come on, take us there!
The three became excited. Led by several students, they found two white zombies with abnormal behavior. Just as Sun Han had said, these two white zombies were like bewitched. They ignored humans entirely, and were obsessed with slaughtering their own kind. The trio had no fear of white zombies when working together, so they immediately attacked the two white zombies. To their delight, the white zombies truly did not fight back. They were like programmed automatons, continuing to march toward the next coffin room despite being attacked. Thus, the white zombies that would otherwise have been troublesome were slaughtered with ease.
Great. Perfect. Sun Han, your guess was right.
All three were overjoyed. Zhang Wei waved his hand.
Inform everyone to search for these zombies. Notify us immediately if any are found.
Then he turned to Sun Han and Lu Tsinsen.
Let's kill these white zombies first, then go after that black zombie we saw earlier.
On the other side, Wang Chong returned to the Dragon Tiger Academy camp. He sighed with regret, nearly slapping his thigh all the way. But just then a familiar voice came from ahead.
Oh, Wang, what's wrong?
Wang Chan looked up sharply and saw the visitor, his face instantly brightening with surprise.
Old Su.
The person before him was none other than Su Yi.
Where have you been? I've been looking for you everywhere.
Upon seeing Su Yi, Wang Chan looked as if he had encountered a long-lost relative and immediately strode over to him. For a moment, a surge of grievance welled up in his heart.
Do you know that Zhang Wei and his two companions have already gathered together?
Oh!
They've been quite fortunate.
Sui was somewhat surprised and said,
I've been active in the core of the corpse region. It was only when I encountered a student being chased by a purple corpse that I learned you were here.
After learning that Wang Chang was here, he immediately used the Divine Speed Talisman to rush over. Now he had finally reunited with the Dragon Tiger Academy team.
You've already been to the core of the corpse region.
Wang Chong was taken aback, but he had no time to dwell on it, and urgently said,
Old Su, I have something important to tell you.
He quickly recounted what had just happened from the collaboration of Zhang Wei and the other two to the appearance of that mysterious black corpse. Finally Wang Chong couldn't help but speak resentfully.
If it weren't for that black corpse ruining my plans, would be ready to coast to victory by now. Old Su, what do you think is going on? Could that black corpse have been possessed?
His face was full of confusion. Across from him Su Yi's expression turned somewhat peculiar. This black corpse was probably one of the 2 ferocious level black corpses he had released. Who would have thought that by a twist of fate it had actually saved Zhang Wei's life? But he didn't pay it much mind. Whether Zhang Wei was eliminated or not made little difference, as his combat strength was only equivalent to that of a white corpse. However, just then Su Yi's brow furrowed. He sensed that several corpse-driving spells had failed in quick succession. The white corpses under his control had actually died several in a short span of time.
Brother Chong, big discovery.
Just then a student came running over. The student was startled to see Su Yi, then his face lit up with joy.
Brother Su, you finally come.
He nodded respectfully to Su Yi before saying,
We saw from afar that the people from the other 3 great academies are hunting white corpses everywhere. Even ordinary students dare to chase after white corpses. More importantly, those white corpses don't fight back.
What?
Such a strange thing.
Wang Chong was stunned. But soon realization dawned on him.
I know. These white corpses are just like that black corpse. They've been possessed. Zhang Wei and his group are trying to pick up easy gains.
He immediately turned to Su Yi, anxious.
Old Su, we need to hunt these corpses too. This is probably deliberately arranged by the academy.
Beside him Su Yi's expression turned cold. No wonder the corpse-driving spells had failed. So it was Zhang Wei and the others killing these white corpses. He couldn't help but sneer. They were trying to take advantage of him. These white corpses were ones he had painstakingly gathered.
No need.
Su Yi shook his head.
There's no need to go looking for these corpses. They will come to us on their own.
What? Wang Chong blinked, but before he could ask, he saw Su Yi's lips moving, as if he were chanting something. Then he stood still, gazing into the distance.
Old Su, what do you mean?
Wang Chong scratched his head, utterly bewildered. He had no choice but to follow Su Yi's gaze. But soon he was jolted. In the distance 3 or 4 white corpses were hopping rapidly toward them.
This.
Wang Chong's eyes widened as he watched the white corpses approach. Then these corpses all stood silently beside Su Yi, not moving.
Holy crap!
Wang Chong was stunned for a moment before gasping, looking at Su Yi in awe.
Old Su, are these corpses under your control? That's right.
Su Yi nodded.
Hiss.
With Su Yi's confirmation, Wang Chong was completely dumbfounded. He would never have imagined that these white corpses were controlled by Su Yi. Then under his gaze more and more white corpses began to gather toward them. In just over 10 minutes, there were already 7 or 8 of them.
Damn.
Wang Chong felt as if he were turning to stone. Su Yi had actually controlled so many white corpses in the corpse region. No wonder they couldn't find him earlier. So he was busy doing this. By now not only Wang Chong but many Dragon Tiger Academy students had also witnessed the scene. They stood frozen on the sidelines, their pupils dilated. Once they realized what was happening, their gazes towards Su Yi were filled with utter shock. Everyone knew Su Yi was strong, the undisputed top student of this year. But they never expected he could be this strong, controlling white corpses. And so many of them. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought it was a joke.
Why did that white corpse suddenly turn around?
Meanwhile, Zhang Wei and his 2 companions were hunting a white corpse. This one had a dense aura of malice already at the fierce level. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have bothered. But now, no matter how strong it was just a target, so they naturally wouldn't let it go. However, to their astonishment, the white corpse, which had been calmly taking their attacks just a second ago, suddenly twisted around and leaped away into the distance.
Chase!
The 3 exchanged glances, unwilling to forego the points, and immediately followed closely behind the white corpse. But as they chased, they began to notice something amiss. Around them, there was not just this one white corpse. Several others had also emerged, hopping in the same direction.
Could something be attracting them?
At that moment, Sun Han's eyes lit up with ecstasy.
Heaven helps us! These corpses are gathering together. We can wipe them all out at once.
Hearing this, Zhang Wei and Lu Sensen's eyes also brightened. They had been worrying about how to catch white corpses, and now they were all obediently gathering up. For a moment, they all felt a sense of unreality. This was going too smoothly.
Hurry! Speed up!
The three of them pushed themselves to catch up, finally matching the pace of the white corpses ahead. And when they saw the dozens of white dots in the distance, their joy knew no bounds. These white corpses had indeed been gathered together.
No! There are people beside the white corpses.
But just then Zhang Wei's expression suddenly changed. As they drew closer, he could see. Ahead, not only were there groups of white corpses, but there were also many people standing there.
That's the Dragon Tiger Academy people.
Sun Han, with the sharpest eyes, grew anxious as he took in the scene.
And Sui has already arrived. Hurry! We can't let them steal the kills.
At the mention of Sui's name, Zhang Wei and Lu Sensen also tensed up, as if facing a great enemy. They all quickened their pace, rushing forward. But when they got closer, they gradually realized something was wrong. The scene before them was not what they had imagined. 20 or 30 white corpses stood there silently, completely motionless. And in the midst of the white corpses, Sui was staring at them with an expressionless face. Surrounded by the horde of corpses, his figure was strikingly conspicuous. At that moment, the three of them came to an abrupt halt. The excitement and urgency on their faces froze solid.
This.
Zhang Wei, Sun Han, and Lu Sensen stood rooted to the spot. They looked at Sui, then at the white corpses clustered around him like obedient students. Even if they were fools, they could tell something was amiss.